designer Lin Rui, equipped with a beast taming system, traverses into a different world, caught in the tide of the times as a great lord, a knight, a divine knight, a holy knight. I am a goat knight. Other races, giant dragons, demon kings, the gods. One day, will I save or oppose the entire world? Which is my true home, light or darkness? Chapter 1. Lin Rui's Transmigration. On the wall opposite the room, there's a wooden shelf that occupies almost half of the wall, densely packed with various nails, hammers, polishing tools, as well as some farming tools, horseshoes, etc. There are a variety of sizes and types. On the wall beside the cabinet, a few items are hung separately. Upon closer inspection, they are weapons: a long sword, a single-edged battle axe, chainmail, a shield, and a pile of arm guards, suggesting that the owner wants to showcase his exquisite skills. The blacksmith shop consists of only 2 rooms and a small courtyard. On one side of the courtyard is a grass shed piled with various odds and ends. On the other side is a stable, where a brown and white spiral horn sheep is currently tied up. The spiral horn sheep is a common animal in the eastern wilderness, known for its long-distance running ability and excellent endurance. Due to its long time foraging among cliffs and evading predators, it also possesses remarkable jumping ability. It is said that only dwarves have very few of these domesticated, but somehow there is one here, and it appears to be very well behaved. An old man comes outside, dressed in tattered clothes that seem to have not been washed for many days, with sparse facial hair. He enters and calls out, "Ness, why aren't you going to Green Toad for a drink today?" The blacksmith in the room turns around, revealing a pair of black eyes, with black hair cut very short. Despite being dirty, his face looks surprisingly young, actually not yet 20. He has a tall and sturdy build, with arms like 2 bronze pillars, muscles full and shining under the interplay of firelight and sweat. The young blacksmith smiles broadly. "I still have a bit of work to do. I need to make a trip to Goat Peak tomorrow. Your pickaxe has long been repaired." After saying this, he turns around and picks up a small iron pick from the shelf behind him, handing it to the old man. This is a small iron pick used for gardening. The old man, named Bogus, is a servant in the merchant Billy's household and also tends to the flowers and grass. The two chat for a while, agreeing to drink together next time, and the old man wobbles away. Once the old man is far away, Ness mutters to himself, "I should go to the mountains. I haven't had dwarven fire wine in too long." Lin Rui was originally an ordinary white-collar designer, living an 9-to-5 life. At 30 years old, he was still unmarried. As the saying goes, one person eats to keep the family from starving. He felt that if there were no accidents, living like this wasn't bad. That night, the weather was not good. Heavy rain continued, with thunder rumbling and lightning flashing. Lin Rui left work early and stayed at home. Suddenly, a thunderclap outside caused the room to go completely dark. What's going on? Did the circuit trip? Or is there a power outage? Just as Lin Rui was about to get up to check, another thunderclap sounded. This thunder sounded like it exploded in his ear, and in an instant he felt dizzy. The sounds around him began to blur, and everything turned pitch black. His head started to hurt. He sensed that something was wrong and wanted to scream for help. But before he could finish his thought, a wave of numbness washed over him, and he gradually lost consciousness. Engulfed in chaos, he didn't know how long had passed, perhaps just a moment, perhaps an eternity, when lights slowly flickered in the darkness, and his hazy consciousness began to awaken. Lin Rui temporarily couldn't feel his body, and his eyes wouldn't open. He vaguely heard the sound of rushing wind and some shouting, but he couldn't make out the words. After an unknown amount of time, his body gradually regained sensation. He struggled to open his eyes, and finally, his eyelids began to move. He slowly propped himself up, already having an ominous premonition that felt similar to a certain trope. To his astonishment, he found himself as a small child. After regaining his composure, only 2 pieces of information occupied his mind. His name was Lin Rui, and he was 9 years old. His name was exactly the same as in his previous world. He discovered that his attire resembled that of ancient people, and it seemed he had truly transmigrated. Next, he encountered a group of dwarves, the kind commonly found in Western novels. This group of dwarves called themselves the Greyrock clan, a very small tribe of only about 300 people, residing in the eastern wilderness of the Aeon continent. The dwarves adopted this human child because the elder found his black hair and black eyes particularly special. This also provided Lin Rui with a place to stay in this foreign world. During his time living with the dwarves, he learned their language and adopted a Western name, calling himself Nescarl, conforming to local customs. It is understood that this world is a whole continent called the Aeon continent, surrounded by sea on 3 sides, with only the east having a vast desert. The eastern wilderness is located at the far east of the continent, featuring expansive plains and deserts, but the climate is harsh and sparsely populated, filled with countless dangers. There are not only wild beasts, goblins, and lizardmen, but also droughts and various other desperate situations, with rumors of dragons hiding somewhere in the wilderness. Even if one crosses the wilderness to the east, there lies an even more despairing desert. Over time, the eastern side of the desert has become known as the home of death, the end of the world. The Grey Rock dwarves say that long ago, there was a dwarf empire called Rixis here. It once flourished, but later inexplicably declined, with the clansmen scattering, and their branch is the only remaining tribe. After countless years of hard survival, there are now only a few hundred of them left. Whenever they discuss this, the dwarves' eyes always show a fiery pride, but quickly fades. The dwarves were once a kingly race on the Aeon continent, establishing countless grand and prosperous cities, with industrial arts flourishing immensely. However, time is merciless, and thousands of years have led to the inevitable decline of this proud race. Many dwarf clans have scattered across various locations on the continent. Far to the north lies the only dwarf kingdom, the Ice Diamond Kingdom, with its capital in the Diamond Fortress within a massive iceberg. But now, the rulers of the continent are humans, occupying the best regions in the center of the continent. Their location belongs to a human nation, the Hiss Empire. Dwarves are passionate and hot-tempered, brave and warlike. Just and stubborn, perhaps this is a common trait in their nature. Ness, being raised in such an environment, spent his days drinking and fighting with the dwarves, developing considerable strength. The dwarves also believe in the power of strength, relying on their fists to speak. By the time Ness turned 18, he had already grown 3 heads taller than all the dwarves, his muscles well developed from years of training with them. Living with the dwarves and being influenced by them also changed Lin Rui's character. He was no longer as introverted as in his past life, but rather became much more straightforward and open. After all, while others transmigrated with the ability to slay dragons in one hand and cast forbidden spells in the other, possessing limitless magical power, Ness, in his past life as a pragmatic white-collar worker, thought that having a skill was more reliable. Fighting was too dangerous after all, safety came first. However, at that time, he didn't know that his golden finger had just yet to activate. Chapter 2. The System and Ferrari. After his 18th birthday, one morning he woke up to a sudden influx of inexplicable information in his mind. Conditions met. The spirit system activated. Excited, Nyes thought that he finally had a golden finger, and he couldn't help but spin around joyfully, feeling that heaven had not given up on him. However, after some investigation, he found that the system information was very sparse. All he knew was that it was called the spirit system, and it granted him a skill, summon, along with a diagram of a magic circle, to summon a beast. He needed blood, fur, or flesh from the beast. Eagerly, Nyes went to the nearby dwarf village to find the easiest beast to locate, a ram. He plucked a tuft of wool and excitedly placed it in the center of the magic circle, activating the summon skill. A burst of blue-purple light slowly emanated from the drawn magic circle, then intensified, engulfing the entire circle. With a bleat, the light dissipated, and a tall ram appeared in the center of the magic circle. It worked, Nyes shouted in excitement. This ram was larger than the average, with exceptionally thick, shiny black horns and a coat of brown and white. Nyes noticed that this ram was bigger and stronger than the one he used for summoning, and he speculated that the summoning skill would call forth the strongest individual of that species. With a thought, the ram lay down, staring at him intently. He stepped up and rode it, thinking that it would obediently circle the house, completely under his control. The system indicated that summoning a beast consumed the host's mental power, and if the mental power was insufficient, the summoned beast would disappear. However, Nyes felt no discomfort mentally. He summoned the ram and kept it until the next day. Feeling no fatigue at all, he could only attribute this to the unusually strong mental power of a traveler. Nevertheless, he didn't want to ponder too much. He rode the ram through the mountains for several consecutive days. The summoned beast did not need to eat or rest, but it could still get injured or die. However, if it was injured or died, he could simply cancel the summon and resummon it as a perfect ram. The resummon had about an hour of cooldown time. Moreover, Nyes discovered that after successfully summoning for the first time, the ram was stored in the system, allowing him to summon it any time without needing to draw the complicated summoning magic circle again. This meant that his plans to find wild bears and mountain leopards were dashed. Regret filled him. If he had known, he would have chosen more carefully. Why did he have to choose a ram as his first summoned beast? But there was no going back now. He could only pray for the system to upgrade soon, so he could summon again. Since it became his mount, he decided to name it Ferrari. A wish he had when working back, then was finally realized in this other world. Nais sighed deeply. He was not a person who got tangled up in thoughts. Having one was better than having none, and an extra free labor was not bad. The ram had incredible endurance, was hard-working, could be ridden, and could carry loads, which put him ahead of others. The dwarves also noticed that Nais suddenly had an extra ram. To these simple dwarves, Nais had already regarded them as family. Surprisingly, the dwarves believed him and bluntly pointed out that his black hair and black eyes were unlike the common humans of the continent. They insisted that he was the son of the spirit of nature, endowed with the great power of a druid. After spending time with the dwarves, it was easy to be influenced by them. They were straightforward, direct, passionate in their work, and did not return until they were drunk from drinking. However, one should not be deceived by their surface. The thoughts of the dwarves were also very delicate, and their minds were sharp. Otherwise, their great craftsmanship would not have been carried forward. The dwarves chatted with Nais, telling him that as a special human, his destiny was to fulfill a mission. Sooner or later, he would have to go out, understand other humans, and learn about this world. The elder dwarf spoke earnestly to him. You have your own adventure. You are still young. Staying here is not your final destination, and there are no human women here. Perhaps one day we will hear the great adventure stories of the child of the forest from traveling merchants and bards. Then we can boast that this child of the forest is our good friend. This mark of the Greystone dwarves is a symbol of our clan. Anywhere you go, other dwarves will treat you as a friend when they see it. After saying this, he handed over a metal plate, the size of a maple leaf, with the images of a mountain, a hammer, and ram horns on it. The texture was warm. It was clearly metal but not cold, very light, with a layer of deep luster flowing slowly on it, dazzling to the eyes. This is mithril, the metal of the dwarven god, a treasured heirloom. The elder dwarf said, with a rare tenderness in his eyes, as if looking at a living object. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Upon hearing about the famous mithril, Nais hurriedly refused. You don't have to decline. The Greystone clan is now dwindling, not living up to its former glory. In a few hundred years, we might merge with this mountain and no one will remember us, our glorious past and traditions. As a member of the Greystone clan, if you cannot restore the reputation of the dwarves, you would be failing the great dwarven king, and we can only survive in this remote corner of the continent. But our pride, the pride of the dwarves, is still intact. You are a friend of the dwarves, and you are actually our child. We hope that one day you can carve out a world for yourself and leave legendary stories for bards. Remember to talk about the stories of the dwarves and the glory of the dwarves. The elder dwarf spoke at length, talking about the stories of the dwarves. Nais was moved by the dwarves' wishes, which were so simple. Perhaps this was the dwarves' tradition and deep-seated pride. Even though they hoped the world would remember their excellence, they were unwilling to exaggerate or promote it. He could easily exchange this valuable mithril for a promise that Nais would never refuse. But proud dwarves would never beg like beggars. What they wanted was genuine praise and remembrance. People say that dwarves' hearts are as stubborn as stones. But Nais thought that perhaps that was the most brilliant gem in the world. Accepting the precious mark and packing his luggage, based on the dwarves' hints, Nais headed down the mountain along the edge of the wilderness, walking west for about 10 days to a small human village in the farthest reaches of the Hiss Empire. Stone Town. He could first settle there and gradually familiarize himself with and explore this world. Thus, a year ago, Nais arrived at this small village and utilized his skills to become a blacksmith. Chapter 3. Second Summon. Stone Town is located at the easternmost edge of the Hiss Empire. Also the easternmost gathering place for humans on the continent, with a total population of around 300, standing firm in the harsh Gobi Desert of the eastern wilderness. As the name suggests, Stone Town primarily relies on stone for its livelihood, or rather, the entire town developed around a quarry that produces sandstone, which is uniform in texture, compact, and easy to cut, making it a common building material. The quarry is managed by an old man named Magus, appointed by the Lord of the West, Count Beck, who also serves as the town mayor. It is said that he has served the Beck family for over 60 years, spanning 3 generations of lords, but ultimately fell out of favor with the current young Count Beck. After all, as an old minister, it was awkward to dismiss him. So he was sent to this small town at the easternmost edge of the territory to manage the quarry's operation. Due to the small size and remote location of the town, few people are willing to come to this desolate area to make a living. So the town has a small population and struggles to be self-sufficient, with many supplies needing to be transported from the large city to the west. A businessman named Billy was said to have once been a famous wealthy merchant, but later lost his entire fortune gambling in the capital and was chased by creditors, forcing him to flee to this border town. However, true to his keen business sense, he began to engage in the transportation of goods in Stone Town. Over the past decade or so, although he wasn't as wealthy as before, he managed to regain his fortune and became the richest man in Stone Town. Previously, there were no blacksmiths in the entire town, All steel products were supplied by merchant caravans led by Billy every few months. When Nyes arrived as a blacksmith, everyone welcomed him wholeheartedly. Normally, iron tools would often be damaged, and repairs or replacements had to wait for the caravans to arrive every few months. Nyes didn't bother to lie. He straightforwardly stated that he was a human raised by dwarves in the mountains, now here to make a living. The townsfolk had heard rumors of a dwarf settlement in the mountains, as dwarves occasionally emerged every few years to trade in the human towns to the west. The noble lords didn't mind. Everyone knew that dwarves were a kind-hearted race, and a small gathering wouldn't pose a threat to them. Moreover, dwarf-made products were usually of excellent quality and craftsmanship, so they were happy to buy and collect them. Thus, the existence of dwarves was tacitly accepted. In simple terms, he could continuously consume mental energy to possess his summoned beasts, replacing the consciousness of the summoned beasts themselves. He could control a Ferrari for 4 to 5 hours at a time. If he went beyond that, the mental exhaustion would become unbearable. He could finally choose to summon a second beast. This time, he was very cautious and considered his options for a long time. Fearing that summoning in town might expose his secret, he had recently acquired the materials for summoning and decided to visit the dwarf settlement, planning to summon the second beast on the way. Early the next morning, Nyes closed the blacksmith shop's door, mounted his beloved Ferrari, and set off with his pack. The journey would take about 7 to 8 days. The dwarf settlement was located in the mountainous region at the eastern edge of the wilderness. There were no major roads, and the terrain was quite rugged. Without a Ferrari, which was well suited to the local terrain, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary human to make the trek on horseback or on foot. After 3 days of continuous travel, he was far from Stone Town, and there were no signs of civilization along the way. The sky opened up, and the land was sparsely vegetated with few animals. The most common creatures in the wilderness were wild wolves, vultures, and rock mice. For hunters familiar with the wilderness, rock mice were considered a delicacy, with tender meat that, when roasted with a bit of coarse salt, became a mouth-watering dish. That evening, Nyes found a campsite and decided to summon his second beast there. He lit a campfire and began to carve the summoning array into a nearby boulder with charcoal. The array was complex, and after an hour of continuous drawing, he had only completed half of it. The night was quiet, illuminated only by the bright moonlight scattered across the wilderness. In the distance, the howling of wolves could be heard, and Nyes sighed inwardly. Although he knew it was only a matter of time, he had been waiting for a few days, and it seemed that the wolves chose now to appear. This pack of wild wolves had been following him for days without attacking. Wolves in the wilderness were cunning and vicious, often tracking their prey for several days with great patience. Nyes pulled out a one-handed axe from beside Ferrari, the first weapon he had forged himself at the age of 12, showing considerable wear on the edges. The dwarves had commented that it was suitable for chopping firewood, but to him, it was a meaningful axe, and he had continued to use it all these years. Over the years living with dwarves, he had fought countless battles. With years of forging practice under dwarves, Nyes had developed considerable brute strength, making him quite exceptional among humans. Coupled with his height advantage, there were few in the dwarf settlement who could best him. In terms of combat techniques, he preferred heavy weapons. He learned from the dwarves, focusing on 2 principles. 1 force overcomes 10 techniques, and speed is invincible. In simple terms, it was all about being fast and fierce. Nyes weighed the axe in his hand, thinking it was indeed a bit light, and that it was time to forge himself a more suitable weapon. Although he didn't have many opportunities to use it, every protagonist in a story needed a flashy weapon, right? Lost in these thoughts, the pack of wolves had unknowingly surrounded the campsite, their ghostly green eyes glinting in the night, and they were extremely hungry. Nyes estimated there were over 30 of them. Quite a number. Ferrari had also moved beside him, its large horns pointed at the wolves, taking a defensive stance. After a moment of stalemate, the wolf pack couldn't hold back any longer, and a larger black wolf leapt forward, appearing to be the alpha of the pack. When it charged, the other wolves followed suit, disregarding their caution. As the night deepened and the temperature dropped, the moonlight cast a peaceful glow over the wilderness. A knight on a ram charged after a few wolves. Nyes, riding Ferrari, began to chase and slash, scattering the wolf pack. With the alpha wolf dead, the pack would likely no longer target him. Wolf meat could serve as a food source in the wilderness, but most of the wolf pelts were damaged and too coarse to be of much use. However, the alpha's fangs were quite beautiful and could be crafted into small trinkets. Nyes ate some rations and drank some water before continuing to draw the array. Sometimes, Nyes felt a bit dazed and would recall his former self, the office worker, designer. An introvert. He didn't know if life had changed him, but he could never have imagined fighting wolves in the wilderness. Initially, he thought he would become a protagonist like in a novel, riding high on success, wealth, and power, ruling the world. However, the years of living in this world had taught him that those were merely fantasies. Surviving in this unfamiliar world was not easy either. No world was simple. At times he wondered if perhaps his life as a transmigrant would be better spent living peacefully in the eastern wilderness. Maybe finding a woman to marry and having children would also bring happiness. Thinking this way, he felt like he was becoming his old self again. And being a happy introvert didn't seem so bad. Lost in thought, he completed the summoning array on the ground, sat down to rest, and felt a bit excited. He took out a leather pouch from his pocket and carefully pulled out a feather belonging to the majestic golden eagle of the eastern wilderness. A rare large bird of prey, it had virtually no natural enemies in the wilderness, capable of hunting not only rodents and snakes, but also wolves and young rams. Even wild horses were on its menu. They had exceptional eyesight and could spot hidden rock mice from thousands of meters in the air, with their powerful wings spanning 3 to 4 meters. Their iron claws were incredibly sharp, like pincers with knife edges, capable of gutting their prey. However, the most crucial aspect was that it could fly. Once this idea took root, it was impossible to suppress it. Thus, he spent a considerable amount of time searching for this feather, as Stone Town was too remote. The golden eagle was also a very rare bird of prey. Nyes dismissed Ferrari from his summoning. Its body instantly became hazy and transparent before gradually dissipating. Carefully placing the feather in the center of the magic circle, the skill was activated. The exciting moment arrived as a dazzling blue-purple light illuminated the surroundings, casting a halo over everything, and the light flashed. A majestic golden eagle appeared in the center of the magic circle, its gaze sharp as lightning, with a ring of golden feathers around its neck, symbolizing its royal status. Fearless, it flapped its powerful wings twice, stirring up the fine sand and gravel on the ground, like a small whirlwind rising from the earth. The eagle's eyes were incredibly sharp, glimmering with a heart-stopping radiance. It was the king of the sky. In the deep night wilderness, no one and no creature noticed. As a strong golden eagle soared at a height of a kilometer, twisting and diving, enjoying the pleasure of flight. Even in the dark, its vision could easily make out the situation on the ground. Lin Rui's heart felt completely opened by this sensation, with every nerve cell radiating infinite exhilaration. In the wilderness, the cry of an eagle echoed, causing many small animals to nervously hide in their nests, a dangerous memory embedded in their genetic bloodline. This was destined to be a special night. Moro Stone was now very excited. As the warrior chief of the Limestone Dwarf clan, the clan had unintentionally unearthed an ancient ruin last month in a nearby ravine. Judging from the style, it was clearly of dwarven origin, likely a site of the Rix Dwarven Empire. As descendants of Rix, the entire clan immediately put in great effort to excavate for several days. The initial progress was smooth. They had opened several passages underground and discovered several storerooms, finding many dwarven artifacts, which thrilled everyone. However, before they could celebrate, while digging deeper, after clearing away a massive stone, they opened a huge door, only to be met by a swarm of underground creatures. A fierce battle ensued, with the dwarves fighting valiantly for their ancestors' treasures. Proud dwarves clashed with goblins, rock spiders, and more, ultimately attracting the attention of their leader, a rotting creature lurking deeper within. The rotting creature was a massive humanoid being, standing over 5 meters tall, its body covered in mud and decaying vines. It was said to be an evil entity formed from the souls of the dead trapped in swamp mud and decaying roots, of enormous size and immense strength. Its body of mud and vines made it difficult to kill completely unless sufficient damage was dealt, making it a troublesome monster. After losing 2 clan members, the dwarves temporarily retreated from the ruins. The dwarf warriors had sharpened their battle axes and polished their armor. Though few in number, their momentum was grand. Tomorrow, they would reclaim their ancestors' ruins and forge the glory belonging to the dwarves through victory. Nyes felt helpless about this title. He had protested many times. But once the dwarves fixed their beliefs, changing them was extremely difficult. Over time, he had resigned himself to it. What is the right time? You're not planning to gang up on me, are you? Strong Liquor? The red-bearded dwarf named Strong Liquor shook his head and said that would be discussed later. I'm telling you, you have no idea what good stuff we've found since you left. Speaking of which, this was last month. Chapter 5, Dwarves Go to War. That night, Nyes was having dinner with the dwarves in the hall. So, we need to control it first, and then bring it down, all at once with axes? Nyes said, that's right, your brain is really smart. I spent half the night in the last pre-battle meeting, and still had a bunch of fools who didn't understand, shouting about wanting to duel the rotting creature. It made my hair smoke with anger, Stone grumbled. If everyone hadn't been so drunk, they could barely stand. I would have pried open their heads to see if there was sheep dung inside. Drunk to the point of unconsciousness. Well, the pre-battle meeting being like this from top to bottom fits the dwarven character. Nyes could only think this way. He continued, saying, I'll ride Ferrari, as it's more agile and can help distract it, but I need a suitable weapon. My axe is too short for dealing with that big guy. Also, give Ferrari some battle gear. It can help out. Nyes went to the Dwarven Armory, where a variety of weapons were available. Although the Limestone clan had only over 300 members, the armory contained at least thousands of pieces of equipment. Various swords, axes, hammers, spears, shields, and armor were hanging on wooden racks, filling the entire warehouse. If he was riding Ferrari, Nyes considered using a longer and heavier weapon. He picked up a long-handled, double-edged battle axe from the rack. The craftsmanship of the dwarves was as exquisite as ever. The axe was double-edged, and the handle was metal. The length was long for a dwarf, but for Nyes' stature, he could wield it one-handed. Since that was the case, he might as well grab a shield. And after saying that, he chose a small octagonal shield, so that was basically ready. He himself wore chainmail, and he also had basic gauntlets and greaves. He wasn't too used to helmets as they greatly affected his vision. In a small room next door was the armor for the battle sheep, which was covered in thick dust and appeared to have not been used for a long time. He casually took a set of armor, which also included a special head armor for the battle sheep. It was specially reinforced on the already incredibly tough battle sheep skull, with a pair of steel spikes added to the sheep's horns, increasing their length and lethality. The design was very exquisite. It could only be described as handsome in appearance. When Ferrari was fully equipped, it was truly stunning. The strong battle sheep was clad in heavy steel armor, with its massive horns gleaming with sharp cold light, and weapon slots were installed on both sides for the battle axe and shield, with endless stamina and absolute obedience. In this cold weapon era, it could be considered a steel war chariot. The next morning, Nyes set off with the dwarves. When the dwarves pushed out 2 giant siege crossbows from the storeroom, although Stone had already mentioned it to him yesterday, he was still startled. Such crossbows were deadly weapons anywhere, with powerful range and might. Good heavens, Nyes began to feel a bit sorry for that rotting creature. The team marched for half a day and arrived at the entrance of the ruins. The so-called entrance was just a temporary hole dug out. It was unintentionally opened during the excavation of the underground ruins. 4 or 5 dwarves were guarding the hole to prevent any surprises. At a command, a crowd of dwarves entered the cave. The cave extended downward slowly, and after a short walk, the ground became hard. Nyes realized they had entered a stone passage, typical of dwarven style, with oil lamps lit on the walls. Eventually, everyone arrived in front of a huge metal door. Sometimes Nyes couldn't understand why the dwarves, who were no taller than about 1 meters, designed such massive halls and doors. He estimated this door to be nearly 3 meters tall, and the ceiling of the entire hall was about 5 meters from the ground. At this moment, the dwarves immediately split into a team to remove the massive stone blocking the door. The dwarves drove steel nails into the stone and used heavy hammers to break it into smaller pieces. Another team began loading arrows into the crossbows, winding them and drawing the bows. Nyes saw that the tails of all the crossbow bolts were connected to a long iron chain, with a large iron block at the end of the chain. The remaining dwarves had prepared their weapons and shields, standing behind the door, ready for battle. Stone stepped to the front of the team, holding a war hammer, and shouted loudly, "Dwarves of Rix, today is our glorious day. Today we will reclaim our ancestors' territory from the hands of evil creatures and restore the glory of our clan. We will crush the bones of our enemies, sever their weapons. And finally, we will dance upon the corpse of the rotting creature. Dwarves, as strong as iron. Dwarves, as strong as iron." All the dwarves began to shout, their voices rising in waves. Nyes could already hear the rustling footsteps coming from behind the door. The boulder was cleared away, and with a loud bang, the gate finally opened. Jianshi charged ahead, smashing a goblin that tried to rush forward with a hammer. This pitiful, skinny creature landed and was immediately trampled into a pulp by the fully armed dwarves behind. Nyes didn't hesitate. With a thought, Ferrari shot out. With a powerful kick, the ram jumped astonishingly high. Even though it was clad in heavy armor, it leaped over the dwarves in front and landed right in the hall across, crushing a hapless goblin beneath its hooves. Nyes looked closely. The hall was vast, with dozens of giant stone pillars standing tall. Goblins with bared teeth and claws rushed out from the entrances around the hall, screeching wildly, their eyes filled with madness. Nyes charged in, using the momentum to hack away frantically. The goblins before him were like toys, sent flying and crashing as Nyes swung his battle axe while controlling Ferrari to charge with its long horns. The tiny goblins collapsed at the slightest touch, flying far away, either bleeding or losing limbs, completely unable to stop Nyes. At that moment, Nyes and Ferrari were like a bulldozer, leaving the enemies in front either dead or maimed, all of them screaming and trying to dodge. The other dwarves quickly formed a defensive line behind, combining shields and axes, and began to push forward. The goblins now tried to avoid Nyes, many rushing towards the dwarven line. But against the steel wall of defense, the goblins were like eggs hitting a rock, treated as mere ingredients on a chopping board by countless steel blades and axes, ending up chopped to pieces. "Advance, dwarves!" Jinsher shouted excitedly in the battle formation. At that moment, 7 or 8 earth spiders surged out from a side passage. These armored beasts had naturally strong defenses, and ordinary swords and knives left little mark on their bodies. However, their sharp front limbs were filled with barbs and were extremely deadly. They were tough opponents. Chapter 6. Battle against the Rotter. Nyes knocked down a few unfortunate goblins and spotted the earth spiders. These creatures were not easy to deal with. Several dwarves at the front instantly collided with the charging earth spiders, which were the size of a bull, their sharp front limbs posing a huge threat to the dwarves. The dwarves' swords had limited effect, unable to break through the spiders' hard shells. Before long, the legs of one earth spider were chopped off, leaving behind a round, helpless body. Jinsher bellowed, "Assault team, move up. Slay these beasts." A pair of fully armed dwarven warriors charged out from the back, loudly cursing these underground creatures. Wielding massive spiked warhammers. The armor-piercing capability of these weapons was immense, able to smash through the earth spider's hard shells, producing a crisp sound of breaking armor. The dwarves who found the right tactics cheered in victory, charging at the earth spiders one after another, channeling all their anger into their weapons as they fiercely hacked at the enemies. Several earth spiders were instantly killed, and the goblins were no match for the dwarves, who continuously pushed them back. Suddenly, a series of loud thuds came from behind the wall, as if some giant creature was charging forward. Everyone felt a jolt of fear. It's coming. From the other side of the hall, a massive shadow burst through the large door, shattering the stone frame with tremendous force, sending debris flying. An ugly face mixed with vines and mud appeared before everyone. The Rotter had arrived. Jinsher shouted, "Prepare the ballista. Frontline soldiers, clear the battlefield." The dwarves reacted quickly, executing commands efficiently. 2 ballistae were rapidly pushed up from the back, while the frontline warriors began to advance, forcing the goblins to the sides. At this moment, Nyes also saw the Rotter charging in, letting out a roar as if enraged by the dwarves invading its territory. The Rotter's arms ended not in fingers but in several thick, writhing tentacles that whipped through the air like whips, making a cracking sound. Seeing the dwarves still isolating the battlefield, someone had to hold the Rotter back. Nyes took a deep breath, and with a thought, Ferrari charged towards the Rotter. The Rotter immediately noticed the ram rider rushing at it, and with a swift motion of its right hand, several tentacles sliced through the air with a whoosh, rapidly striking towards Nyes. Hearing the sound above his head, Nyes felt the speed was incredible. With no time to think, he instinctively dodged to the left, and fortunately, Ferrari was agile, its years of mountain climbing and jumping giving it excellent control. Ferrari suddenly halted, pushing off with its hind legs, leaping sideways to the left just in time for the tentacles to swipe past, hitting the stone floor with a loud bang, sending dust flying from the gaps. And a few of the stone bricks were shattered. Such power! Nyes marveled internally, but he didn't slow down. After dodging the attack, Ferrari charged straight for the Rotter's right leg. Nyes swung his double-bladed axe, creating a bright white arc in the air. With the momentum from the ram's charge, Nyes shouted, "Cut it off." The next moment, the axe struck the Rotter's right ankle, meeting resistance as it dug deep. But it was unrealistic to expect to sever it in one blow. The Rotter seemed to feel no pain and did not roar in agony. However, it was furious at the small ram rider. At this moment, the rider slipped to its back, and it turned to try to eliminate him. Nyes quickly turned around. Before he could see, he heard the whooshing sound behind him. He squeezed his legs, and Ferrari leaped again, directly jumping towards a protrusion on the wall, narrowly avoiding the attack. Ferrari's limbs came together, standing on a small foothold no larger than a human head. With a rider on its back, it was surprisingly stable, as if it had rooted itself to the wall. The Rotter was enraged, having missed its continuous attacks. It charged towards the wall, trying to crush the little rider directly. With a loud bang, followed by a series of sharp whooshing sounds, came the clinking of iron chains. The Rotter's body shook, and its movement stopped. A thick, long iron arrow was now embedded in its left shoulder blade, the arrow's tail connected to a long iron chain and a heavy iron block. Jinsher shouted, "Quick, go up." In an instant, 7 or 8 sturdy dwarves charged forward, grabbing the iron chain, which instantly pulled taut, restraining the Rotter's movements. This time, the Rotter was truly furious. It thrashed its body, but the barbs on the arrowhead made it difficult to free itself. It tried to reach for it with its hands, but found it hard to grasp this tricky position. Nyes didn't wait. Ferrari leaped from the wall, continuing towards the right leg. Getting closer, he swung his axe with all his might, striking the right foot again and severing several entwined vines. Continuous injuries to the same spot finally drove the Rotter into a rage. It charged towards Nyes recklessly. The iron chain was pulled straight, while the dwarves behind exerted all their strength, sliding along the ground. With another loud bang, another ballista fired. This time, it struck the Rotter under its right ribcage. And again, 7 or 8 dwarves rushed out to firmly hold onto the iron chain, but this only slightly affected the Rotter's movements. At this point, several dwarven warriors quickly surrounded the Rotter, beginning to attack it with spears. Nyes was also busy. With another hit, he should be able to sever the Rotter's right foot. But the Rotter was now fixated on him, intent on taking him down first. Nyes charged out from the left side of the Rotter, who roared in anger and swung its right arm upward like lightning, delivering a swift blow. Even before the attack landed, the gust of wind had already pressed against Nyes' face. If hit, he would likely flip several times in the air, suffering severe injuries, if not death. However, after years of embracing the dwarf's combative spirit, Nyes felt a surge of courage in the face of danger. At a crucial moment, he abandoned Ferrari and leaped off the sheep towards the side front, while Ferrari abruptly changed direction and charged in another way, separating man from sheep. Chapter 7. The Fall. Nyes landed and rolled twice, then sprang up, charging towards the Rotter's right leg. The Rotter was furious. After dodging multiple times, it could not bear such humiliation. It lifted its left foot, intending to crush the little man. Pull! Stone shouted. Nyes seized the opportunity to rush to its right foot, swinging his long-handled battle axe in a wide arc and shouting as he struck down. The axe embedded deeply into the already battered right foot of the Rotter, delivering a powerful blow that nearly severed it. With a loud bang, 2 iron-spiked horns collided. Finally, the burdened right foot of the Rotter snapped, and several thick vines broke. Flying through the air, the dwarves yanked hard on the chains, and the unbalanced Rotter finally fell to the ground, crushing a few unfortunate goblins beneath it. At this point, no one needed to command. All the dwarves surged forward as if fueled by adrenaline. Axes and knives flew, and they shouted, "Chop it up into pieces." Some dwarves even climbed onto the Rotter's body, standing on it and hammering and chopping at its face. Nyes felt a pang of sympathy. The enormous Rotter lay on the ground, being dismembered by a swarm of steel-armed dwarves. The surrounding goblins were terrified and retreated, fleeing into the crevices deep within the cave. With the greatest threat eliminated, everyone visibly relaxed, and the dwarves began to chatter and laugh. The surrounding dwarves erupted in cheers, as if they had a fine drink in hand. Nyes was among them. Though he felt a bit of dread, the Rotter's attacks were still fierce, and if hit by its whip-like tentacles, he would surely be gravely injured. The key was Ferrari. Not only did it possess explosive power and agility, able to navigate various terrains, but it could also help block a fatal blow at critical moments. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but touch Ferrari's massive horns. A faint rumble quietly arose in the crowd, drowned out by the clamor. Nyes thought he heard something and listened carefully, but heard nothing. Just as he was about to dismiss it as a figment of his imagination, another rumble came. This time, the sound was noticeably louder, and more than one person heard it. The crowd exchanged glances, and the noise fell silent. Everyone perked up their ears. This time, everyone heard the rumbling, and they felt a tremor beneath their feet. Stone's eyebrows shot up, and he shouted, "Everyone, get out of here!" Quickly, with a rush, the dwarves, realizing the urgency of the situation, turned and ran. Nyes urged everyone, "Forget about the Rotter's corpse, just go." The crowd retreated towards their path. The next rumble erupted right in front of them, and with a loud crash, the ground beneath the hall suddenly cracked open. Dust flew up as the old floor tiles collapsed, creating a giant black hole. 2 lagging dwarves couldn't escape in time and were about to fall into the pit. Just then, Nyes charged on Ferrari from behind. Another dwarf was already in free fall, shouting in despair, "Damn it, I'm done for." At that moment of hopelessness, a battle sheep leaped over him, extending a long-handled battle axe. Nyes shouted, and the dwarf saw a glimmer of hope. He immediately dropped his hammer and grabbed hold of the axe's end. Nyes yelled, exerting all his strength, and the axe propelled the dwarf into the crowd, where he crashed to the ground, rolling several times before finally stopping and turning around. At that moment, Nyes had already soared into the air on Ferrari. As the ground beneath him crumbled away, looking down, he saw the pit was pitch black, with no visible bottom. He had to rely on Ferrari now. Without delay, Ferrari stomped on the collapsing ground, leaping towards a protruding stone brick on the wall, landing firmly before jumping towards other uneven surfaces nearby. Just like its kind bounding on cliffs, racing towards the crowd above. The other dwarves watched anxiously, not daring to breathe, fearing they might disturb them. As they got closer to safety, Nyes felt relieved. Just 3 more steps, and they would escape. But then, a cracking sound echoed, and Nyes suddenly felt his body lose weight. Nearby dwarves gasped in shock. He could see the urgency in Stone's eyes. The spot where Ferrari had landed had collapsed. Nyes' heart dropped, and at that moment, only 2 words filled his mind. "It's over." A strong sense of weightlessness and acceleration hit Nyes as he fell into the pit, the surrounding scenery rushing upwards, quickly engulfing him in darkness. The cave entrance became a distant circle of light, hazy and unclear. However, The intense airflow around him was a real impact on his body. Ferrari was not far away. He could feel a mental connection, but it too was falling. Unable to help, Nyes felt extremely anxious. The pit was so deep that when he hit the bottom, even if it was a subterranean lake, the impact would be terrifying. He would either die or be crippled. If it were solid ground, he would be reduced to pulp. In a moment of desperation, Nyes had a flash of insight. Ferrari's figure became transparent in the air. In its place, a gust of wind surged, and suddenly, a pair of sturdy iron claws grabbed one of Nyes' arms, the metal bracers seemingly bending under the grip, making a creaking sound. In an instant, Nyes felt a tremendous upward force acting on him, slowing his descent. The golden eagle flapped its strong wings vigorously, sending gusts of wind swirling around. The fall had slowed significantly, but had not yet stopped. After all, Nyes was an adult and weighed too much, especially wearing armor. Realizing this, he discarded the shield in his hand and threw away the dagger at his waist. Without a second thought, he cut the straps of several pieces of armor, exerting considerable effort to finally shed his armor and greaves. At this point, his descent was no longer fast. It seemed his life was now secure. Nyes finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 8. The Strange Formation. At the bottom of the pit, Nyes rubbed his knees, still in shock. Fortunately, he had landed safely as the speed was not too great. The floor was covered in bricks. Had he fallen directly, it would have been fatal. After resting for a moment to recover his limbs, he looked around. This underground space was surprisingly vast, with countless glowing stones on the distant rock walls. Their gentle white light illuminating the area so it wasn't completely dark. Deciding to sit on the ground, Nyes embodied the golden eagle, preparing to survey the space. The giant eagle soared into the air, its enhanced vision allowing Nyes to better see the environment around him. Deep underground, amidst the black mud, a black spherical metal object sat quietly. Upon closer inspection, he could see that the metal sphere was made up of 8 pieces of metal assembled together. The metal surface is covered with countless runes, faintly shimmering with light. Finally, a cold and evil voice slowly emerges, its sharp tones sending chills down the spine of an ordinary person. After so many years, the opportunity has finally come. Once I escape this dark, damp, and rotten quagmire, Falyagar, I must take my revenge. A subtle wave of energy quietly surges towards the ground. Nyes possesses the golden arrow as he explores the underground world. Golden Arrow is the name he has just given to the golden ring sculpture. Thanks to Golden Arrow, he is able to survive. Soon, he discovers a magnificent ruin, seemingly composed of dozens of bronze columns and some array bases. Curious, Nyes immediately flies closer to observe. The style undoubtedly suggests it is a dwarven creation. It looks like both an altar and a totem. It's hard to imagine why such a structure would be built deep underground. Suddenly, a stream of golden light slowly emanates from the top of the bronze columns. Although not intense, in the dark underground world, it stands out like dozens of lamps. Nyes slowly approaches the top of one of the bronze columns and, with the keen eyesight of Golden Arrow, sees a floating disc within the golden light, gleaming and radiating a distinct wave of energy. What is this? It looks like a treasure. Nyes focuses and sees that each of the columns has a disc floating above it. Nyes carefully maneuvers Golden Arrow closer, curiously extending his claw to grasp the disc. The moment he touches it, a powerful mental torrent surges through Golden Arrow's body, directly flooding into Nyes' consciousness. Instantly, Golden Arrow's body becomes uncontrollable, falling from the air, crashing to the ground along with the disc. At this moment, Nyes' mind is still swirling with that power, unable to respond, as if his whole being has frozen. A voice. It seems to recount a war. Who is Saga? And who are Ramos and Bilrock? What does the last law refer to? His mind is now filled with questions. With a thud, the disc lands in front of Nyes, allowing him to finally observe this object properly. The disc is engraved with unfamiliar runes, resembling symbols or letters. The material appears metallic, like gold but slightly red, with a sheen that isn't overly shiny. Even Nyes, being a blacksmith, cannot recognize this metal. At this moment, there is no energy aura on it, and it looks like an ordinary piece of metal. He cautiously picks up the disc, wanting to see if there is anything special. Gradually, it seems his mind begins to understand the meaning of the runes. Dwarven runes? He is filled with confusion, concealment, sharpness, frenzy, restoration. It turns out each rune has a special meaning. These are the forging runes of the ancient dwarfs. Nyes' mind becomes clearer, and a wave of information suddenly rushes into his head. Looking at the disc again, the runes have disappeared, leaving only a plain round disc. However, the shapes and meanings of these runes remain in Nyes' mind. Nyes slaps his forehead. This time he has gained something. Thinking of this, he summons Ferrari and rides towards the bronze columns. Very good. With one less piece, the operation of the ceiling array will have flaws. That dark voice echoes from the underground once again. Unexpectedly, this humble worm has some decent mental power, able to withstand the energy impact of this ancient array. Now that the sealing energy has begun to leak, in less than a month, the entire array will completely go out of control. Haha. Has this day finally come? Nyes arrives once more at the bronze columns, and the scene before him astonishes him. Violent golden energy surges and swirls in front of the columns, while nearby some rock walls are struck by this energy, instantly shattering into fragments and rapidly swirling around the altar. The entire ruin has become furious and dangerous. A series of muffled rumblings emanate from within, accompanied by the sharp shrieks of flying stones and flickering energy auras, all signaling danger. Moreover, as the energy erupts, the entire underground world begins to collapse, with many stones falling and crashing around Nyes, producing crisp breaking sounds. He must leave immediately. Nyes cannot afford to think much. Turning around and riding Ferrari back the way he came, Nyes pulls out a fire starter, searching for some dry vines on the ground. Taking a long time to ignite it, the firelight illuminates the walls of the pit, and at this moment, Nyes observes the walls. The entire deep pit resembles a vertical pipe, surrounded by huge bricks. He notices that there are protruding stone bricks on the walls, extending about 40 centimeters from the stone surface, forming a staircase that spirals up to the top of the pit, with no other options. And hearing the continued collapse behind him, he realizes it won't be long before it spreads to this area. Nyes no longer thinks too much, riding Ferrari. He shakes the reins and swiftly ascends the spiral staircase. The bottom of the pit echoes with rumblings, while the dwarves above are anxiously pacing. One dwarf rushes over and reports to the warrior chief. This is all the rope we could find for now. Some still need to be brought from the village. Longlegs has gone to fetch it, but it won't be here for a while. Then let it be as long as it can be. Send down a clever one. The warrior chief says hurriedly, first check the situation below. It's rumbling nonstop down there, and we can feel the tremors here. Evacuate the main force to the outside, leaving only the rescuers. Yes, warrior chief. Chapter 9. Chaos is about to erupt. At this moment, 1,000 miles away from the eastern wilderness, on the GOL plain, the winding Ryan River slowly flows through, converging into a massive lake, Lake Ryan, in the middle of the plain. On the west side of Lake Ryan sits the capital of the Hiss Empire, the City of Flies, known as the Pearl of Ryan. Massive bluestone bricks form the city's impregnable walls, and the mottled marks seem to tell the history of the rise and fall of the Flies royal family on this land. The current king is Flies the 18th. Since Emperor Flies built the first house here, the city has stood by Lake Ryan for over 800 years. The Ryan River is an important waterway for the Hiss Empire, integrating transportation, economy, and military, making it quite busy and crowded. Every day, various ships of all sizes come and go. Flies Port, as the largest and busiest commercial port on the Ryan River, is filled with merchant vessels of all sizes. The entire city is immense, divided into the outer city, inner city, and royal city. The outer city is mainly for ordinary citizens and shops. The inner city houses noble residences, various government institutions, and important facilities like granaries and arsenals. The royal city is the residence of the empire's rulers, the Flies family. At this moment, in a luxurious room in the northwest of the royal city, a slender young man sits on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine. This young man has blue eyes and light golden curly hair. His sharp, spirited eyes, tall nose resembling a sculpture, and slightly thin lips, combined with a clean-shaven face, create a striking appearance. Eric takes a gentle sip of the wine, then stands up, and his height accentuates his slim figure, resembling a spear. Slowly walking to the window, he asks, Master Case, what do you think of this news? Your Highness, this news comes from the astrologer's tower. It should be reliable. An old man's figure steps out from the shadows nearby. The astrologer's tower says the southern turmoil begins at the place where sunlight first arises. The old man pauses, lifting his eyelids to reveal a pair of shrewd eyes sparkling with light. Perhaps this is a sign of the third orc invasion. After all, it has been nearly 300 years since that foolish and barbaric horde last invaded. They have long been unable to hold back, and their movements have been under our watch all these years. Eric turns around. Oh, then what should we do? The old man continued. The original place of sunshine is, of course, to the east. The east is the territory of Earl Baker's little wolf dog. Considering the news from Kagan City, I think it's worth a trip. Eric raised an eyebrow slightly. Worth a trip? Aren't the nobles in the capital still trying to pull us in? The remaining few are old foxes and won't easily give in. Just at this moment, the Grand Prince has gone to the kingdom of St. Marcy. Otherwise, the opportunity might not fall into our hands. How many people do you think we need to bring? Asked the second prince. Not many, just 50 personal guards will do. As long as we bring Lord Hans, it will be foolproof. After all, we are on someone else's territory. We can offer them favors and at the same time probe Earl Baker's intentions. In the current situation, every bit of strength is worth fighting for. Okay, Knight Hans's strength is indeed reliable, then it's decided. Eric made up his mind, seeming not to hesitate for even a moment. He put down his wine cup, immediately donned his cloak, and stepped out of the room. He asked the attendant at the door, "Where is His Majesty now?" 3 days had passed. In the dwarven village of the eastern wilderness, Nice was chatting and drinking with Jianshi. That day, after falling into the deep pit, Nice found a ladder to escape from the bottom of the pit and encountered Jianshi, who was descending on a rope. The top of the pit was severely damaged, and there were no steps to stand on. Nice reported the situation at the bottom of the pit to the elder, during which the bottom kept emitting a rumbling sound of collapse, continuous and unending. As for the disc he brought out, the elder stared at it for a long time but couldn't recognize it, and he flipped through many ancient books without finding much useful information. However, the material of the disc was discovered by the elder to be a rare and precious metal called dark gold, which is extremely rare in today's world. Dark gold is an excellent material for weapon making. Any weapon made from dark gold is considered a rare treasure. Nice truly had no secrets from the dwarves. When the news about the dwarven forging runes came out, it definitely shocked everyone. Originally, the dwarves had little hope in life. The glory of their ancestors was gone, and they were confined to this desolate land, with a large amount of dwarven technology and skills lost, living day by day. For several days, everyone studied these 4 runes, and Nice was repeatedly asked questions. The runes can grant abilities to equipment, and the power of these abilities comes from the inherent rules of the runes themselves. Although it looks similar to the magical weapons made by wizards today, the principles are completely different. This is the power exclusive to the dwarven god. However, the problem arose that ordinary materials could not bear the power of these runes. Only precious metals like mithril and dark gold, after undergoing special crafting processes, could carry this power and unleash it perfectly. For several days, the forge had not rested, with dozens of dwarves tirelessly researching and testing. At this moment, Jianshi and Nice took a break, drinking rye beer and chatting. "How powerful do you think the dwarven god is?" Nice asked. "Of course, he is omnipotent, the most powerful." Jianshi gulped down a mouthful of beer. "I heard he can punch the beast god and kick the moonlight god," Jianshi said excitedly, waving his hands. "What about the god of light?" Jianshi stuttered a bit. "The god of light is the only supreme god, the leader of the gods, who has led the gods to defeat the dark demon god, so he is naturally a bit stronger than the dwarven god. But the second strongest is definitely the dwarven god," Jianshi said angrily, as if he thought of something, and added, "At least he is much stronger than that pointy-eared moonlight god." "Is that so? I guess only dwarves think that," Lin Rui muttered to himself. "And who is the strongest aside from the gods?" Just then, the dwarven elder entered the room. Hearing this question, he replied leisurely, "Aside from the gods, the dragon kings are the strongest." "Dragon kings?" Nice asked. "Yes, dragons are born with huge physiques and immense strength. Their scales are indestructible, and they have a strong resistance to magic. Plus, the unique dragon breath makes them truly terrifying." The elder continued, "However, ordinary people can also become strong to the level of dragons. History is not lacking in dragon slayers, dragon knights, and dragon tamers." Nice scratched his head and asked, "What level am I at now?" "Ordinary people can't defeat me." He then showcased his biceps in a characteristic dwarven manner. "You are still far from it." The elder sighed. Chapter 10, Saint Level. Ordinary people can continuously strengthen their bodies through training, during which their strength and resilience will keep increasing. Jianshi continued. "When strengthened to a certain extent and able to break through the shackles of body and mind, a huge change will occur. Not only will all aspects of the physical body see significant improvements, but attacks can also draw energy from the void through the body, launching deadly energy attacks to strike enemies from a distance. At this level, humans are generally referred to as great knights, while dwarves habitually call them champion warriors. Those orcs refer to them as bloodhands. Each place has different names, but their strength is similar." Nice curiously asked, "What about the next level?" The elder took over. "The next level is the saint level. It is difficult to find 1 out of 10,000 great knights. Such a person can unleash even more energy, fly off the ground, and unleash unfathomable power. At this time, slaying dragons and exterminating demons is not a difficult task. However, such individuals are also extremely rare on the continent today, perhaps hidden as trump cards in various national organizations." "What about the level above that?" Nice became even more excited, feeling a long-lost passion surging within him. "None. There are no stronger individuals. Great knights are already rare among the strong." There are only 2 levels, and that's it? I thought there would be beings who can fly and move mountains and fill seas with a wave of their hand." Nice enthusiasm suddenly dropped. "Move mountains and fill seas? What are you talking about?" Jianshi looked at Nice with amusement. "If you had such abilities, you'd probably be a creator god. Even the god of light wouldn't be a match for you. Are you dreaming?" "Ha ha ha." Jianshi laughed as he spoke. It seemed this was a low magic world, with both good and bad. At least one wouldn't be easily crushed to death. Nice quietly complained. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, what about wizards? Wizards are, to some extent, no longer ordinary people. Wizards are classified by star levels, from 1 star to 6 stars. Wizards select their own disciples and pass on their teachings. Although there is a so-called wizard council, it is more of a symbolic organization that manages some daily affairs and doesn't bother to intervene in major issues. A wizard apprentice must undergo a decade or even several decades of apprenticeship before graduating. The elder said as he picked up the wine cup that Jianshi had placed on the table and took a big gulp. Jianshi's eyebrows jumped, but he said nothing, only gripping the cup tighter. Being able to skillfully master 4 or 5 common spells is considered graduating. At this point, one is called a 1-star wizard. The elder continued after finishing the drink. Being able to master a dozen spells is at the 2-star level. The 3-star wizard is also known as a great wizard. Their mental strength is already very strong, able to resonate with space and manipulate wandering elemental energy. At this point, the destructive power of a great wizard's spells significantly increases. A 3-star great wizard is generally considered to be on par with a great knight, but in terms of destructive power, 10 great knights cannot compare to 1. Great knights excel in speed and physical attributes, while wizards are, after all, physically weak. After pondering for a moment, the elder added, as for how wizards are rated beyond that, I'm not sure. I only know that at the 6-star level, wizards have already touched upon the essence of elements, and are called magisters, rumored to be extremely dangerous and powerful. However, such individuals are generally very old, often several hundred years old, and are seldom seen. Of course, there are some special types, such as alchemists. To some extent, they are also wizards, but they prefer to tinker with strange things and conduct experiments. They may not have mastered several powerful spells, but the strange things in their hands cannot be taken lightly. They are often extremely dangerous. In addition, there are summoners who primarily use summoning spells, and orcs have similar spellcasters called shamans. Elves have a type of forest priest who can control nature spirits to cast spells. There are also druids, who are spellcasters that communicate with animals, and so on. Of course, we can't see these big figures here, after all. This is a remote rural area, Jianshi said loudly, carelessly finishing his drink. Another large cup towards the bar. Nais also downed his drink in one go. Raising his cup in hand, I'll have another. After so many years in this other world, living with the dwarves, his drinking capacity had improved, of course. The dwarves' alcohol content was not high, unlike the high-proof liquor from his past life. Now he could drink heartily with the dwarves. Realizing that there are still so many strong individuals in this world, he couldn't help but wonder if he could also reach that peak position like other transmigrators. Although he has a system, he always feels that this system is a bit too weak, and it doesn't allow him to rampage freely. Putting aside these chaotic emotions, he knew that his strength was still too weak. He was a person who sought stability, which is also why he had been staying in such a remote place in the eastern wilderness. As he thought, perhaps the effects of the alcohol were kicking in, and his consciousness became drowsy. He only remembered Jianshi tugging at the elder's big beard, insisting that he pay the bill. The territory at the easternmost edge of the empire, including the eastern wilderness, belonged to Count Becker. Old Count Becker originally operated here, primarily trading unique eastern minerals, stones, furs, and so on with other territories. Old Becker's motto was to earn his own money and never get involved in the capital's troubles. With this principle, he managed to stay outside the political whirlpool and steadily develop his territory. Old Becker's successor, his eldest son Tyron Becker, had poor health since childhood. After Old Becker's death, although he inherited the territory, his health continued to decline, and he passed away in his 30s. His son is now the young Count Becker, who inherited the title and territory at a young age. Perhaps because he is young and ambitious, he is not as distant from politics as Old Becker was, but rather takes an interest in trying to engage in it. Wildstone Castle is the Becker family's castle, built from the unique stones of the East. At this moment in the castle's hall, young Becker sits at the head of the hall, with 4 or 5 vassals standing below. My lord, the news from Cayenne City has been confirmed, said a bearded man in standard armor. Regardless, we must pay attention to this 100 or so orc troops. We should immediately summon the knights of the territory, just in case. This man is the commander of the garrison under the Count, Jim Payton. It is said that he enjoys beating disobedient subordinates with iron gloves. People call him Iron Hand, and he seems quite proud of it. Young Count Becker, who is not very old, is short in stature and has a gloomy face, with greed and ruthlessness in his eyes that he does not hide at all. Of course, you will be in charge of gathering the knights, and also prepare weapons, armor, and horses immediately. Since they have come to my territory, as the lord, I must teach these foolish orcs that the dignity of Count Becker cannot be violated. My lord, I heard that His Majesty has sent the second prince here? Asked an old man in a green robe from the crowd. Chapter 11. the Skull Crusher General. This man is the territory's finance officer, Old Peter, who is nearly 80 years old, with only a few stubborn white hairs remaining on his aged head. However, he has served the family since the time of old Count Becker, and both the territory and its people respect him to some extent. Indeed. Do you think there is something unusual about this? Young Count Becker replied with a faint smile. Old Peter slowly spoke. Now the noble factions in the capital have basically formed their camps, with some old stubborn ones unwilling to openly express their stance. You have not made a public statement, my lord, and it is clear that the second prince must be here to probe our intentions, wanting to win us over. Old Peter's eyes were calm. If the second prince can resolve this incident beautifully and gain a good reputation in front of his majesty, then as local lords, we cannot miss out on the credit for exterminating the enemy. By establishing a win-win relationship with us, he can gain your support, achieving two goals with one action. After a pause, Old Peter smiled and added, he must also want to give us some credit to curry favor with us. Young Becker laughed heartily, his cunning eyes flashing with light. This is indeed an opportunity. Our Becker family cannot remain trapped in this remote eastern place forever. Get ready. The second prince and his party will arrive tomorrow. Old Peter's calm, old face seemed to show no emotion or expression. A message quickly spread throughout Count Becker's territory. A group of over 100 orc deserters was defeated at the front line of Cayenne City and fled to Count Becker's territory. The Lord has already begun to gather knights and soldiers to form a garrison. The second prince will also lead a team to personally eliminate these barbaric orcs and protect the people of the territory. Everyone in the territory needs to be vigilant. Any clues should be reported promptly. Wildstone Castle will reward the informants with 500 copper coins. In the eastern wilderness, a desolate land with sparse vegetation and a lack of tall, dense trees, the view is filled with rocks and grass, interspersed with shrubs of varying heights. Occasionally, a rock rabbit or small lizard would dart out, cautiously looking around, only to disappear in an instant. In 2 months, the temperature will drop to freezing levels. A 100-man squad is advancing quickly, forming a compact formation and moving rapidly. If one were to look closely, they would find that this squad is mounted entirely on black-gray dire wolves, with orc knights on their backs. These orcs all stand at least 9 meters tall, with the leader nearing 2 meters. All are muscular and strong, with reddish-brown skin partially exposed, crucial parts covered by leather armor and a mix of metal armor. The orcs' distinctive tusks protrude from their massive mouths, looking fierce and terrifying. The dire wolves they ride are much larger than common wild wolves, resembling strong calves, with a small amount of leather armor covering their heads and backs. At this moment, the galloping dire wolves open their massive mouths, their tongues flicking in the air, and their large, sharp teeth gleaming with a menacing cold light. The strong orc leader carries an exaggerated giant axe on his back, the blade a dark red color, making anyone who sees it feel an overwhelming killing intent, silently wondering how much blood it has soaked to reach such a state. Hurry up, don't fall behind. The leader roared, his voice deep like muffled thunder. Scouts, form teams of 3 to search the terrain and gather intelligence ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 groups of wolf riders quickly broke away from the formation, one team accelerating forward while the other 2 teams dispersed to the left and right, trained and efficient. Without any hesitation, there was not a hint of a deserter's demeanor. They were clearly elite warriors. Skull Crusher General, how far do we have left? Asked a similarly tall and younger orc beside the leader. This orc carries a massive cavalry saber on his back, the blade slightly curved with a sharp angle at the front, looking highly lethal. Prince Talaka, according to the great shaman's calculations, we should have 3 days' journey left. The young orc sniffed. He disliked the dry and cold winds of the wilderness. He said to Skull Crusher General, hurry up, get the treasure, and then retreat quickly. No matter how slow the humans are, they must have received the news by now. They are surely preparing to come after us. Rest assured, I, Skull Crusher, guarantee with the honor of Blood Hand, I will protect the prince to obtain the heirloom treasure and restore the glory of our orc race, even if it costs the lives of everyone. When the cracked skull general spoke these words, his teeth chattered loudly, and his small yellow eyes flashed with a crazy killing intent and battle spirit, as if he was already prepared to spare no effort. Talaka couldn't help but think of what his father and the great shaman had said before setting out. This treasure is the legacy of the orcs, and this time it must be obtained. I have already deduced the location where it will appear, deep in the eastern wilderness. The elderly great shaman spoke cautiously. After obtaining the treasure, take the secret route I deduced to leave, and I will arrange for someone to meet you on the other side. That's right. I am entrusting this important task to you, Talaka. Do you know why? Your several brothers all wanted this task, but I refused them all and chose you instead. Because you have the calmness and patience they lack. The success or failure of the mission is of utmost importance. You must remember this. The tall and imposing orc figure spoke with a dignified and composed voice. Talaka thought to himself, rest assured, Father, this glory will surely be mine. The orcs must rise again. Why should timid and cunning humans occupy the best lands, acting like masters of all races? By the beast god. This time the orcs will surely return to the pinnacle of the continent, taking control of everything, and all who oppose will be crushed. The howling monsoon seemed never to stop, caressing everything in the wilderness over and over again. The dwarven forge was surrounded by people, the fiery red light flickering and intertwining, casting all the dwarves' faces in a deep crimson. As the last rune was engraved, a large dark gold two-handed sword emitted a faint golden glow. In the surrounding void, a hint of obscure golden energy subtly emerged, and then it danced in the air like fireflies. The eyes of the dwarves and knights widened in disbelief as they watched this unprecedented scene. The fireflies seemed to return home, gathering on the sword's runes. The sword then trembled slightly and emitted a soft hum, a sound that resonated in everyone's minds, causing them to shudder. Quick, try it, knights darling. Yes. Let's see how powerful this sword is. I think it's very beautiful. It should rank at least second in the weapon rankings. Where did you get your rankings? What's first? The bald guy? It's my own ranking. Of course, the first is the god-slaying hammer I forged. Several dwarves couldn't help but hammer the bald guy. I'll call you the god-slaying hammer. Taste my righteous hammer. The surroundings erupted in chaos, and amidst the noise, Nyes calmed down. For Nyes remembered that in his previous life, he really liked a comic called Legend of the Sword Wind, where the protagonist wielded a two-handed greatsword. This could be considered the last bit of his otaku dream fulfilled. Excited, Nyes stepped forward and grasped the sword's hilt with both hands. Chapter 12. The Crisis of Stone Town. The sword felt heavy in his hands, but fortunately, Nyes was not weak, and with a little effort, he easily lifted the great sword. The enormous sword, nearly as tall as him, was indeed imposing. As he raised it, all the dwarves felt a shadow cast over them. Just looking at it gave off a frightening aura. Nyes exerted force and swung the great sword above his head, instantly creating a terrifying whirlwind in the entire room. The strong wind pressure lifting everyone's hair and beards. Some papers and debris were immediately swept up, flying everywhere. Wow, this is really scary. You don't even need to chop. Just swinging it would kill. Stone exclaimed excitedly. Nyes looked at the great sword in his hand, very satisfied, filled with the aesthetics of violence. Let's try the runes. He felt the great sword lighten in his hands, flashing a hazy blue light, and before everyone's eyes, the sword gradually became transparent until it completely disappeared. The room was filled with gasps of astonishment. If Nyes had not been gripping the hilt, he would have doubted whether the sword was still in his hand. He then lightly tapped the sword against the nearby anvil, and with a crisp clink and a few sparks flying, everyone burst into another round of awe. With this transparent ability, it was indeed very convenient. Whether for sneak attacks or ambushes, it was perfect. Seizing the moment, he decided to try the effects of other runes. The dwarves sent him off, and Ferrari was loaded with a full pack. The greatsword was a bit too conspicuous, so Nyes made it transparent and carried it on his back, while still holding the long-handled battle axe he had used before. The forging technique and massive size of the great sword were too eye-catching, making it unsuitable to be so ostentatious for now. The interior of the dwarven ruins was continuously collapsing, and the dwarven elders decided it was best to stay away for now, waiting for things to stabilize before digging again. After all, the excitement from just 4 forging runes was immense. There were still at least a dozen more discs below, as descendants of the dwarven god. They would never allow their ancestors' knowledge to simply sleep before their eyes. Although Stone Town was not large, it had some basic defensive works. The outermost wall was constructed from self-produced stones, about 3 meters high, with a wooden door made from birch tree trunks. This was sufficient to prevent some beasts and bandits, especially since there were no hostile nations in the eastern wilderness, and the southern Orc Empire was separated from the wilderness by the towering Palm Mountains, acting as a natural barrier. Moreover, the wilderness was barren and held little value, so ordinary people would not come here. The southeastern part of the Hiss Empire was adjacent to the Orc Empire. Cayenne City was the largest war fortress and city on the front line, permanently garrisoning 200,000 Imperial troops and hundreds of mage legions. Due to the Demon War thousands of years ago, the Orcs, as the defeated side of the Demon King coalition, were restricted to the so-called Orc ancestral land, the desolate and barren Orc Peninsula, and found it difficult to step into the core area of the continent. The country where Cayenne City was located was the first and only nation blocking the Orcs' entry into the continent. The massive Cayenne City was built by gathering all human forces, and over time, every country occupying this location automatically sent troops to guard the city. Other human nations would also send some forces to jointly defend the city against the Orcs and prevent them from breaking through the line of defense. For thousands of years, countless Orc armies attempted to capture this city, but Cayenne City had never been breached, Instead, it had been fortified time and again. Since the Freeze family's coup took power 800 years ago, establishing the Hiss Empire, the city had been guarded by troops from the Hiss Empire. In the years 195 and 508 of the Empire, the Orcs launched 2 large-scale invasions, and after both sides suffered great losses, the Orcs still failed to breach human defenses. Cayenne City also never fell. However, the small and large frictions never ceased. Although unable to breach Cayenne City, the Orcs could always send small teams to bypass the city's defenses, harassing and plundering the rear for valuables. With just over 100 Orcs, it was an easy task. Today, however, Stone Town was on high alert. The wooden door, which was usually never closed, was now tightly shut. Behind the door, many bricks and wooden barrels were piled up, blocking it securely. A quarter of an hour ago, a soldier in the watchtower spotted 3 mounted figures approaching them. At first, he didn't pay much attention, as there were only a few of them, and there had been no major dangers around Stone Town. There were also no bandits nearby. It wasn't until the figures quickly closed into within 300 meters that he fearfully realized they were not riders, but 3 Orc soldiers riding giant wolves. The white mist billowing from the wolves' mouths seemed to be right before his eyes. The soldier named John, nearly trembling, rang the alarm bell while shouting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" At first, everyone didn't understand what he was yelling about, thinking John had gone mad today. It wasn't until the guards at the gate saw the charging Orcs that they panically shouted and hurriedly closed the door. The Orc narrowly closed the gate when they were just a dozen meters away. This caused a commotion in Stone Town. How could there be Orcs here? This is the farthest east of the Empire, and usually even merchants are reluctant to come. Where did the Orcs come from? Did we see it wrong? Could it be some other beast? Various speculations arose. The mayor, Magus, unexpectedly came out of his attic, leading a dozen guards to the stone wall. At first, he didn't believe it, but once he saw it with his own eyes, he realized the situation was dire. As an old man who had lived for decades, he knew how bloodthirsty and fierce Orcs were. Their combat power was definitely not something these lazy, useless soldiers could withstand. As long as the Orcs charged in, even if there were only 3 of them, the inexperienced townsfolk of Stone Town would have no hope of survival. Stone, quickly go to the warehouse and get the bows and arrows. The others stay on the wall with spears. We absolutely cannot let them in. Magus quickly arranged. He called out to another soldier beside him, "Go prepare some buckets, fill them with water, and put them at the gate to prevent them from burning it down." Just then, a middle-aged man in a robe made of fine fabric ran over, followed by 3 or 4 bodyguards. From a distance of 7 or 8 steps, he asked Magus, "Is it really Orcs?" "It is indeed. Billy, hurry and call your men to help." Magus's frail body seemed to shake a little. "Damn it, you lot. Go help." Billy the merchant immediately said, and several of his guards rushed up to the wall. The 3 Orcs outside saw that the gate was closed and didn't rush to attack. Instead, they began to leisurely inspect the stone wall of Stone Town, seemingly looking for weaknesses. Chapter 13. First Encounter with Wolf Riders. The 3 Orcs revealed fierce expressions, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty ferocity. They didn't expect to find a human town, or rather, a village in this wilderness. This village had stone walls for defense, which made things a bit tricky. However, they still did not take these humans seriously. Watching them flounder and cower in fear, the 3 Orcs secretly laughed, their eyes full of disdain. It was simply unfair that such weak humans had been riding atop the fierce Orcs for thousands of years. The giant wolf beneath them panted heavily, as if sensing its master's battle intent, its body trembling with excitement, the fur around its neck standing on end. Almost all the people of Stone Town gathered in the central square, along with more than half the women, elderly, and children, totaling less than 300 people, of which there were fewer than 20 soldiers and guards. "Is everyone here?" Mayor Magus asked. The Chow brothers seemed to have not made it inside in time. Just then, a few screams came from outside, abruptly cutting off. The Orcs killed the people outside. John on the watchtower shouted in terror. The crowd below immediately fell into chaos. "Stop making noise," Billy the merchant shouted. "All men, go find something to arm yourselves with and gather here. The old, the children, and the women. Go to the barn and stay there. Don't come out." At this moment, the merchant became calm, his words carrying a hint of ferocity. He rolled up his sleeves, pulled out a dagger from his calf, and turned to climb the wall. Reaching the top, Billy focused his gaze on the Orcs outside, who were riding giant wolves, chasing down the few townsfolk who hadn't made it to safety in time. The giant wolves were fast, often catching up to the fleeing villagers with just a few pounces. One Orc wielding a battle axe caught up to a man, with a swing of his arm. A flash of white light passed, and the villager was instantly cut in half, a torrent of blood spraying forth, filling the air with the stench of death. Billy was also taken aback. These Orcs looked tall, moved swiftly, and their combat strength was formidable, appearing like demons in their bloodthirsty frenzy. In no time, The humans outside were almost entirely slaughtered by the three wolf riders, and a wave of fear rose in the hearts of everyone inside. Karu, as an elite wolf rider among the orcs, could immediately tell that this small town had no decent military defense. As long as the three of them charged into the town, it would be like fierce lions entering a flock of sheep, slaughtering at will. Do they think such a little wall can stop us? Karu raised his giant axe, pointing it toward Stone Town, and shouted, "Charge in and kill all the humans." As a scout, it wasn't necessary to eliminate the enemy, but if the opponent was weak, they had to be wiped out to prevent any information from leaking. The three wolf riders had already discovered the weak points of the wall and charged toward it. Magus was horrified and shouted loudly, "Stop them! Don't let them in!" Several guards drew their bows and shot 7 or 8 arrows at the orcs, but the wolf riders were too fast to aim properly, and not a single arrow struck its target. Defending with bows required a certain number or quality of archers, and with only 7 or 8 shooters, most of whom were out of practice, it was simply mocking the orcs. Sure enough, the orcs let out a long howl and charged forward. Suddenly, each pulled out a giant bow from their sides, which was larger and sturdier than the bows commonly seen among humans, wrapped in leather and beast horns. Exuding a wild sense of power. Bang! Bang! 3 sounds of bowstrings snapping echoed, and 3 guards on the stone wall fell in response, directly plunging over the wall. Their fates unknown. This display thoroughly frightened everyone, amplifying the fear in their hearts, and several guards screamed and fled from the wall. Billy thought it was bad, indeed. The wolf riders had already approached the base of the wall. The giant wolf leapt powerfully, its strong hind legs propelling its entire body into the air. Its front claws instantly gripping the wall, its hind legs clawing desperately at the stone, making a scratching noise that sent chills down people's spines. 2 giant wolves climbed the wall but couldn't get over immediately. Karu and his giant wolf, however, jumped directly into the wall. Behind the wall were about 70 or 80 ordinary villagers, holding pitchforks and kitchen knives, their faces showing terror as they saw him. The other 2 orcs leaped off their wolves, jumped onto the stone wall, and immediately drew their weapons, grinning as they lunged at the guards. "Quickly stop them!" Mayor Magus shouted, gasping for breath. The surrounding guards raised their swords and spears to surround the 2 orcs, and the sounds of clashing swords and axes echoed. On the other side, Billy retreated among the crowd, his 4 bodyguards surrounding him. Although they had only 1 orc and 1 wolf against dozens of them, the strength of the 2 sides was immediately apparent. They could only make a last stand, while the 2 orcs were occupied. Perhaps they could wear down the orc in front of them, Billy thought to himself. Billy shouted that there was only 1 orc, and he couldn't escape. "Our families are still here. We have no way out. We can only fight." This statement instantly resonated with everyone. "Let us fight him. We have the numbers." Several people shouted. Karu observed the resolute expressions on their faces and naturally understood what they were thinking. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he spun his giant axe in his hand. The giant wolf beneath him sensed its master's intent and lunged toward the crowd. He rode his Ferrari over the hill. Usually, at this time, he would be able to see the smoke rising from the town. Thinking of this made him feel a bit hungry, and he hurried to the Green Frog to order a serving of potato beef soup, which was what he wanted to do most right now. It seemed that something was different about Stone Town today. He didn't see any smoke, only heard various noisy shouts and cries coming from afar. Nyes felt that something was off and immediately became alert, waving his hand to summon a golden arrow that soared into the sky. Immediately channeling his spirit into the golden arrow. The golden arrow flapped its wings and quickly ascended towards Stone Town. The closer they got, the more anxious Nyes felt. Through the eagle eye of the golden arrow, he could clearly see the situation on the ground. He saw 3 deep brown-skinned humanoid monsters riding giant wolves slaughtering in the town. Numerous human corpses lay on the ground, most of them missing arms or legs. Their deaths tragic. Some people were still resisting, with 4 or 5 guards fighting against 2 monsters. Another monster was massacring a group of ordinary people, and there were already more than 10 human corpses under its feet, resembling a demon of death. Karu was in the midst of his killing spree when he seemed to sense something. He looked up at the sky and saw a large eagle circling overhead. Is it already eager to feast on the corpses? He thought. Indeed, the rule of the world is survival of the fittest. Wait, there seems to be someone on the hillside. It's a knight. Chapter 14, The Clash. Nyes hadn't figured out how to act, yet when suddenly he felt a mental warning. He realized that the monster had already noticed him. The monster immediately roared at its 2 companions, who dropped their current opponents and quickly turned to ride towards Nyes on their giant wolves. Damn, why are they coming for me? Nyes didn't know that Karu saw him on a mount and feared he was a soldier trying to escape to relay information. Thinking he couldn't leave any survivors, Karu directly sent 2 more wolf riders to kill him, ensuring he wouldn't escape. He figured the remaining humans posed no threat to him. He, Karu, could handle them alone. Nai's first reaction was to flee while contemplating a strategy. This was different from dealing with the Rotters. Against the Rotters, it was about outnumbering them and being well prepared, with so many dwarf warriors supporting him. If he couldn't win, he could still retreat. But this time he had no reinforcements, while the enemy had 2 people. Having never fought them before, he couldn't accurately judge their strength. Moreover, the enemy clearly belonged to an intelligent race, posing a different level of danger than the mindless Rotters. He couldn't act rashly. After all, he only had 1 life. As Nais got closer, he could confirm that these were indeed orcs, matching the descriptions he had heard in conversations. Deep brown skin, long tusks, tall and strong bodies. All signs that these were the so-called orcs. However, Nais was puzzled. Weren't orcs supposed to be in the south? Orcs had never appeared in this wilderness before. But he had no time to ponder this. The 2 wolf riders were getting closer. He couldn't escape now. He had to engage, starting by testing the enemy's strength. Nais looked ahead and saw a small hill, and suddenly he had an idea. He urged Ferrari to charge up the hill. Once at the top, Nais stopped and turned to face the pursuing monsters, raising his long-handled battle axe and letting out a roar. It seemed to vent his pent-up anger as he turned and rushed down the other side of the hill. Nais disappeared from the sight of the 2 orcs, the hill temporarily blocking their view. The 2 orcs exchanged glances and, in perfect sync, circled around the hill to prevent him from suddenly escaping in either direction. Nais, riding Ferrari and stopping at one side of the hill, took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the battle axe. He estimated the timing and suddenly charged out to one side, lowering his body and holding the axe at his side. Midway through his charge, he spotted a wolf rider coming around the corner. The 2 faced each other, less than 30 meters apart. The orc across also suddenly noticed Nais. Momentarily stunned, then opened its large mouth in excitement, raising its big axe. Nais felt displeased, as if he were meat on a chopping block, easily manipulated. Frustrated, he tightened his grip on the axe, gathering all his energy into one point. At that moment, Ferrari, in sync with his thoughts, also surged forward. With a loud clang, Nais felt a slight tremor in his arm. The opponent's strength was indeed considerable, stronger than a dwarf, but after assessing, he still felt he had the upper hand. The orc was internally shaken. This human was surprisingly not weaker than him in strength, perhaps even slightly stronger. Out of pride, the orc's anger flared up. It roared and charged at Nais. After the initial exchange, Nais felt more confident. The enemy was strong, but he could handle it. Ferrari reared up and charged again. As they passed each other, both delivered heavy blows. The orc, furious, screamed and wildly swung its weapons. The 2 axes clashed in the air, the sound of metal striking metal ringing out. The other orc turned to witness the fight. Realizing his companion was at a disadvantage, he needed to rush over to help. If he delayed, there might be trouble. Thus, he urged his giant wolf forward, racing towards the 2 fighters. Nais and the orc exchanged a dozen blows. He could clearly feel he was overpowering the opponent, each strike weakening the orc's strength. He also sensed the other orc approaching. He had gained the upper hand against one, but if the other joined, he could be in danger. The orc in front saw his companion coming, and his determination strengthened. If he could just hold on for a bit, the 2 would surely kill this human. Nais saw through the orc's intentions, letting out a roar, and increased the speed and power of his strikes, keeping the orc from raising its head, landing several close calls. At that moment, the other orc was now less than 10 meters away, anxious as he raised his weapon, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Nais. Just then, he felt a shadow overhead. Before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his arm as a giant eagle swooped down on him. The orc quickly raised his weapon to defend, but the eagle instantly pulled away, giving him no time to react. The eagle turned and sped towards the wolf rider, this time aiming for his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Nais swung his axe hard, knocking the orc's weapon aside. The orc, momentarily distracted by his companion being attacked by the eagle, felt a chill run down his spine as he realized his weapon had been dislodged. Nais immediately followed up with a strike that landed on the orc's shoulder, blood splattering as the orc screamed, dropping its weapon. Nais took the chance to deliver a finishing blow. The orc was injured but experienced, quickly leaning away to dodge the lethal strike. The giant wolf turned and fled into the distance with the orc, trying to escape. Nais immediately pursued. At this point, the other orc had already injured Ferrari, and as an ordinary beast, it could only hold the enemy back for a while. It could never match a warrior orc. Seeing his companion wounded and fleeing, the orc was furious. He urged his giant wolf to chase after them. The wolf was already slightly faster than Ferrari, making it difficult for Nais to catch up, and he could only watch as they gradually increased the distance. The pursuing orc was getting closer. This was not going to work. Nais gripped the axe handle tightly, aimed at the other orc's back, and with all his strength, he threw it. The axe flew through the air with a whistling sound, spinning towards the target. The 2 were already close, and the spinning axe formed a circle in the air, like a wheel of death. A scream echoed as the orc fell directly to the ground, twisting slightly before going still. Chapter 15. The Aftermath. Roar. The orc behind him roared in anger, seeing that the opponent had actually thrown away their weapons to kill a companion. A person without weapons was significantly less threatening, and there was no way to withstand his furious strike. He quickly approached the opponent, but surprisingly, the opponent stopped in place, turned to face him, and was empty-handed. The orc thought to himself, this human must know he has no chance of winning, so he decisively gave up resistance, preparing to accept his fate with empty hands. The orc raised his axe high, filled with the rage of his fallen comrades, and the distance was close enough that this strike would definitely cleave the damned human in half. Come and take my life. As the human, Nais, drew nearer in his eyes, he seemed to see the opponent lying at his feet. Suddenly, the opponent, with empty hands, swung them violently. Although he had nothing, the air around seemed to tighten in an instant, and a thunderous roar rushed toward him. Before he realized what was happening, he felt himself being lifted lightly into the air, instantly soaring 3 or 4 meters above the ground. Looking down, he just caught sight of a headless corpse sliding off the back of a giant wolf. Is that me? His consciousness began to blur, and in the gradually fading awareness, he seemed to see the outline of a giant sword. Nais let out a heavy sigh of relief, relying on his invisible great sword. He caught the opponent off guard and struck off their head with one blow. Otherwise, it would have taken some effort. 2 orc warriors were already dead, but the 2 giant wolves were still alive, and they were now furious, baring their teeth at him. Their master is dead, and these 2 beasts still dare to bark. After the battle, Nais's anger flared up. He charged directly at one of the more aggressive giant wolves, which, perhaps due to its deep bond with its master, let out a howl and lunged at him. Nais reacted quickly, thrusting his great sword, which easily pierced the giant wolf's chest. The wolf's attack came to a sudden halt, its legs braced on the ground, while its upper body was pinned in the air. Pulling out the great sword, blood sprayed forth, and the giant wolf fell to the ground. In truth, this battle wolf was not only this strong, but it seemed to be seeking death, charging straight at him. With the wolf's agility and speed, if it truly wanted to evade him, it would not have been so easily resolved. He quietly lamented the loyalty between master and servant. Humans often cannot achieve such purity. The other giant wolf, seeing this situation, let out a low growl and instantly turned to run away. Nais had no intention of pursuing. Although he won this battle, the process was still somewhat dangerous. If it weren't for the golden arrow buying him time, his great sword could become transparent, leading the opponent to mistakenly believe he was unarmed, and the outcome could have been different. A combination of various factors led to this result. If he were surrounded by 2 opponents, even if he unleashed all his power and activated all the runes, he might be able to take them down, but he would likely still be injured. However, there was no time for him to think too much about it now. The situation in the town was still unclear. After quickly organizing himself, Ferrari took Nais and rushed toward Stone Town. At this time in Stone Town, Karoo had already killed all the guards who dared to approach him, and Mayor Magus, Merchant Billy, and other villagers had scattered into various buildings to hide. Karoo stood at the entrance, alone, unwilling to recklessly rush into the buildings to capture anyone. If he went into the rooms to catch people, others could easily take the opportunity to escape. He couldn't stop everyone alone, and some would inevitably get away. His battle wolves searched around the stone walls, and several people who tried to climb out were caught and killed by the wolves. In a pile of straw, Magus, Billy, 4 or 5 villagers, and 2 of Billy's bodyguards were hiding inside. Why did those 2 orcs leave? One bodyguard whispered. Could it be that the Count's knights have come to rescue us? A glimmer of hope appeared in Magus's old eyes. We are saved. Don't be too happy too soon. I doubt it's as you think, Billy said in a low voice. If it were truly the Count's knights, they wouldn't send just 2 people to deal with this. That orc is still guarding here. The hope that had just risen in Magus instantly dissipated, and he became somewhat flustered. No matter who it is, there surely can't be many, at most 1 or 2, Billy said firmly. Now we have to prepare for 2 possibilities. Everyone looked at Billy, as if urging him to speak quickly. There are still a dozen horses in the stable. If we rally everyone to run together, they won't be able to stop us all at once. Some will definitely escape and rush to the Count's territory to inform the guards. Billy licked his lips. Is there another possibility? Someone asked eagerly. Another possibility is that the people from outside drove away the orcs and can come in to save us. Billy sighed. That possibility is very low. I don't believe there is anyone here who can fight against orcs on equal terms. Does that mean we need to prepare to escape soon? After he spoke, everyone fell silent, but they all secretly readied themselves for a final escape. As a reconnaissance cavalryman, he had a bad premonition. If 2 companions had been taken down, then he had no reason to stay here any longer. However, he immediately cast that thought aside. How could 2 fierce orc warriors not be able to handle a human knight? With that thought, He turned to look at the distant hillside, where the sunlight in the open fields was fierce, and everything in sight was bright and clear. The seasonal winds of the wilderness tirelessly swept through, carrying a faint scent of blood. Karoo sniffed, feeling a bit uneasy. A figure appeared at the edge of the hillside, and Karoo immediately focused his gaze. It was a human knight, but he was riding a strong goat. He charged up the hillside and stood firm. At this moment, it seemed that Karoo's gaze met the humans from afar, but the facts were in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. The human knight was indeed coming toward him. He roared in anger, emitting a sharp whistle. Chapter 16, The Great Knight. That monster has left. What happened? Everyone was puzzled. Although the orc Karoo had left, the others were still fearful and didn't dare to show themselves for a while, remaining in a state of observation and questioning. Nyes had just approached Stone Town when that orc spotted him. He was considering how to deal with the opponent when he noticed that the orc had fled. Regardless of the reason, since the opponent had left, it was a good thing, saving him from a bloody fight. Nyes was worried about the townspeople. Although he hadn't spent much time with them, many had drunk and bragged together at the Green Toad Tavern. There was a sense of camaraderie, and seeing the ferocity of those orcs made him genuinely concerned. About 2 days' journey from Stone Town, this place was already on the outskirts of the wilderness, stretching hundreds of miles eastward into the eastern wilderness. Although Count Baker's territory included the so-called entire wilderness, humans had long ceased to tread into the deeper areas of the wilderness. The land became increasingly barren, lacking food and fresh water, yet filled with various dangerous swamp beasts and unknown dangers. At this moment, the young Count Baker looked at the gathered knights of his territory, feeling a surge of hot blood deep within. Over 500 knights were lined up neatly, advancing slowly, with banners fluttering in the wind, indeed inspiring a sense of grandeur. As if he had already mastered the fate of these warriors, giving rise to a sense of illusory destiny. Count Baker was still young, and it was normal for him to dream of surpassing his grandfather and leading his family to greater heights. At that moment, a team slowly approached from the side. Leading them was a tall, thin young man with a cold complexion, a faint smile, and sharp eyes. The aura of a noble superior naturally emanated from him. It was the second prince of the empire, Eric. He wore luxurious armor adorned with golden edges and various gemstones, riding a war horse that was equally resplendent in its ornate barding. The horse's coat was sleek and shiny, clearly a prized steed. A few steps behind him followed a knight, who gave off an imposing first impression, including his black war horse, which was significantly taller than the average horse. With a resolute face, strong facial features, and chestnut-long hair, his deep-set eyes seemed casual, but were actually very cautious, constantly observing the surroundings. He was clad in pitch-black armor, marked with numerous scratches and small dents, looking like a veteran of many battles. The towering black-armored knight had 2 long swords crossed on his back, one longer than the other, and the other was a rare wave-patterned sword, with a curved blade and sharp edge that sent chills down one's spine, evoking images of the pain suffered by those pierced by it. Behind this knight was a cavalry unit of about 50 men. They wore standardized armor and helmets, all in dark green cloaks, riding horses and holding long spears. The unit moved in a coordinated and orderly manner, with no one whispering, demonstrating excellent military discipline. Count Beck's eyes flashed with a hint of envy and jealousy, but he immediately spurred his horse forward. "Your Highness, we have entered the wilderness. According to the intelligence received from our territory, their approximate route is heading southeast," Count Beck respectfully said. "The scouts have already been dispatched. As long as the enemy is still in the wilderness, they won't be able to escape. The royal knights under your command are truly well trained and should not be underestimated. It is a tremendous honor for us rural knights to fight alongside such warriors. Moreover, the great knight Hans beside you is a renowned warrior in the empire, one of the strongest in the capital, Fry's city." As Count Beck spoke, he cast a glance at the great knight Hans beside him, feeling a natural sense of inferiority and envy as a small lord from the frontier. There wasn't a single great knight to be found in the entire Beck County territory. The strength of one great knight could rival hundreds of ordinary soldiers, and with enough stamina, one person could wipe out an entire army of hundreds. Such powerful figures are sought after by all those in power. This kind of talent is certainly not something a rural lord like him could possess. But this only fueled his deep-seated desire for power, fantasizing about the day he could command such powerful individuals. "It is an immense honor for me to have a strong warrior like Sir Hans accompany me," Beck continued. Sir Hans slightly turned his head and nodded gently at Count Beck. Having spent a long time in the imperial capital, he had encountered many nobles who were eager to curry favor. "Haha, Count Beck, you are young and accomplished. I believe the road ahead of you is still long. As long as there are opportunities, it is definitely possible to surpass the achievements of your ancestors," the second prince remarked, though his tone was somewhat old-fashioned for his age. "Hee, an ambitious young noble, very good. Just afraid you might become complacent, Eric thought. Then I will rely on your highness, Count Beck said respectfully. The two suppressed their thoughts and began to envision a bright future. General Crushed Skull looked at Karoo, who was bowing his head in front of him, and suppressed his inner anger. So did they both die like that? Yes. I didn't expect that goat-riding knight, Karoo, to be so cautious. Like a child who has done something wrong. A goat knight? There's something odd about this. Crushed Skull pondered for a moment. Forget it. There's no time to worry about that. We have more important tasks to complete. Karoo. Yes. Go. Karoo quickly retreated to carry out the orders. If it weren't for the mission, I would have personally chopped that so-called goat knight into pieces. And those villagers, not one left alive, kill them all. General Crushed Skull's face was filled with murderous intent, his fists clenched, and a hint of bloody energy slowly flowed around his arms, exuding a chilling aura. At this moment, Nyes formed a team with the survivors from the town. A dozen carts and ox carts, along with a group of fewer than 200 people, were traveling through the wilderness. He led all the survivors to pack their belongings and set off overnight towards the core area of the territory, while also needing to report the news of the orc attack to the Lord, so that the Lord could send troops to eliminate the orcs. Along the way, Magus and Billy asked Nyes numerous questions, being exceedingly cordial. Magus hinted at introducing him to the Lord, stating that the Lord would surely value him. Billy subtly suggested that Nyes consider becoming his head of guards, promising the best treatment and rewards. However, Nyes was not in the mood for such considerations. He felt that the world was still too dangerous. This time, there were only 2 orcs, and he was already feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He thought to himself that he must enhance his strength to survive better. Chapter 17, The Inheritance Treasure. They traveled through the starry night, pushing onward for 2 more days. The orc unit entered a valley located in the southeastern wilderness. This valley had a 20-meter-wide entrance on the west side, while the other 3 sides were surrounded by steep cliffs. Deep in the valley was a flat area covered in white granite. At the center of the granite was a circular stone slab, adorned with complex patterns, with a small black hole in the middle. General Crushed Skull was the first to rush into this area. He surveyed the surroundings, assessing the terrain, and shouted loudly, "Scouts spread out within a 10-mile radius for warnings. Report immediately if you discover anything. The rest stay at the valley entrance." With the command given, over 100 orc cavalrymen quickly dispersed to carry out their tasks. A team of about 20 left the valley to begin guarding the surroundings, while the others set up camp at the valley entrance. At this time, Talukah and Crushed Skull walked deeper into the valley, soon arriving at the flat area covered in white granite. Talukah gazed at the stone slab in the center and the patterns on it, feeling a mix of excitement and impatience. "Is this the place?" Talukah asked. Crushed Skull, beside him, was also somewhat excited but maintained a calm exterior. From the surrounding environment, it matches the Great Shaman's description. The runes on the central stone are very similar to the incantations the Great Shaman taught me. It can't be wrong. This is the place. The treasure is here. Rest assured, before I fall, no one will approach here. Crushed Skull's voice was heavy and filled with power. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the position of his other subordinates. Talukah watched as Crushed Skull's tall and steady silhouette gradually faded away, calming his inner thoughts. He took out a large leather pouch from his bosom, uncorked it, and was immediately hit by a strong smell of blood. It took him 2 whole hours to finish drawing the last rune. Talukah poured the remaining blood into the small hole in the center stone, and all the blood seemed to be drawn in, diving into the small hole as if attracted by something. Meanwhile, General Crushed Skull felt a vague premonition that this operation would not go smoothly. However, no matter what happened, he had absolute confidence in being able to handle any problems. Magus immediately cried and lamented about the attack on Stone Town, denouncing the brutality of the orcs. He also boasted significantly about Nyes defeating 2 wolf cavalrymen and forcing back the last orc. This caught Count Beck's attention to Nyes, a capable commoner who was also a blacksmith, worth recruiting. He immediately praised Nyes' actions and directly requested him to join the team to pursue the orcs. Additionally, the merchant Billy and several of his bodyguards were also directly conscripted into the team, alongside Nyes, all under the unified command of Captain Ironhand Jim. The other elderly, weak, sick, and disabled were taken by Mayor Magus to the back for safety and recovery. Nyes felt somewhat helpless. He did not want to take risks. However, he found himself without much choice. Fortunately, his side appeared strong and well-equipped, which eased his mind considerably. He noticed that there was another group of about 50 people walking alongside Count Baker, and even the Count showed great respect towards the young men among them. Although this group was not large, they were well-organized and well-equipped. The young leader was dressed extravagantly, indicating a noble status and a significant background. Sir Hans, the Great Knight, also took note of the knight riding the goat and seemed curious. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze landing on Nyes. Nyes seemed to sense it. He had already noticed the black-armored knight, who, despite not making any moves, naturally exuded a dangerous and powerful aura. Nyes thought to himself that this person must be strong, and he began to pay close attention. Billy felt quite good about himself, constantly whispering with Iron Hand Jim, and even began to chat and laugh directly with Jim behind him. One couldn't help but admire such people's ability to build relationships, although there were certainly mixed motives of interest involved. According to Billy himself, relationships without interests were weaker than paper. Combining recent intelligence, Eric felt that the other party was not just a simple orc deserter. Their movement route was very clear, and their destination seemed quite definite. Coupled with the claims of the astrological tower, it was evident that the other party was premeditated, and things were definitely not that simple. The second prince glanced at Sir Hans beside him, and his slight unease dissipated. No matter what the underlying issues were, he was confident he could handle it. After all, the opposing force was only a few hundred people. The main force quickened its pace, and everyone seemed to understand that they were getting closer to their target. The atmosphere in the air grew increasingly tense. As a businessman, Billy's thoughts were not on this. He felt it was safe with so many knights around, and it was obviously a great opportunity for him to expand his business connections with so many important figures present. Through his exchanges with Billy, Nyes learned that the leader of that group was Prince Eric of the Empire, and the nearby black-armored knight was an incredibly powerful great knight, which indeed surprised Nyes. So he was a great knight. No wonder he had such a special aura. The subsequent journey increasingly focused on Sir Hans the Great Knight. Taruka had already initiated the spell, but countless formations failed to activate, seemingly lacking something. This made him extremely restless. The treasure was right in front of him, and they were at the final step of their operation, yet it was all going to waste here? He couldn't accept it. At that moment, Skullcrusher approached, after 2 days. Taruka, he roared. What the hell is the problem? Can you fix it? Skullcrusher's massive figure loomed over Taruka, a menacing force pressing down on him. I don't understand either. I'm clearly following the method taught by the great shaman. Why can't it succeed? Taruka's heart was equally anxious. You are so useless. If we fail, I will report your uselessness to the Orc King. Let him see how incompetent his child is. Skullcrusher was starting to lose control of his emotions. Since the thing is right here, get out of the way. Let me split this open and dig it out. After saying this, Skullcrusher took down the deep red giant axe from his back. Chapter 18. Contact. Skullcrusher's giant axe was in hand, and he swung it down towards the ground. Stop it. You fool. Taruka couldn't care less, rushing forward, raising both hands to forcibly block Skullcrusher with his body. However, the power difference between him and Skullcrusher was too great. This swing was just a casual strike from Skullcrusher, but it was a blow from Bloodhand, and Taruka was instantly sent flying by the immense force, crashing heavily to the ground. Skullcrusher snorted dismissively. He had actually held back, otherwise, Taruka wouldn't have survived that hit. However, his inner restlessness remained unchanged. Step aside. Since you can't acquire the treasure, for the future of the orcs, I must resolve this in my own way. Skullcrusher's words roared from his throat, making Taruka's eardrums seem to vibrate along with it. At this moment, Taruka's left hand was slightly injured, blood already flowing out and dripping onto the stone slab. Skullcrusher, don't act recklessly. This isn't something that can be accomplished with brute force. Give me a little more time. I will find a way. It's been 2 days. Those humans will soon find us. We've gone too deep. We don't have time to wait. Skullcrusher shouted impatiently. At this moment, Taruka noticed the blood flowing from his arm seemed to be attracted, converging towards a small hole in the center of the stone slab. Instantly absorbed by the small hole, Taruka felt a slight surge of magical power. Could it be that the blood is insufficient? More blood is needed. Taruka suddenly understood. I know how to do it. I need more orc blood. He pointed to the stone slab on the ground and shouted loudly to Skullcrusher. Skullcrusher had also noticed the blood being absorbed. He felt relieved. Finally finding the correct method, Skullcrusher waved his arm dismissively. A stream of blood shot out from his wrist, caused by his powerful physical strength controlling his muscles and blood vessels. This blood shot directly into the small hole and was instantly absorbed. The formation immediately erupted with a dark red glow, seemingly activated. The runes on the stone slab lit up one by one, and streams of blood-red energy began to rise. At this moment, the operation of the formation stalled, as if someone had taken away food halfway through a meal. More fresh blood is needed. Taruka gritted his teeth, trying to maintain the formation. Skullcrusher did not hesitate, slashing his arm across the giant axe, causing another spray of blood to shoot out, all absorbed by the formation. The formation seemed to be replenished and immediately resumed its operation with a roar. Skullcrusher did not stop, continuously supplying blood, with his powerful strength and physique. Losing some blood did not affect him much. The energy of the formation continued to gather, with blood-red energy forming into rings. 3 rings, 6 rings, during this time. Skullcrusher continued to bleed for the formation to absorb. However, he was also somewhat anxious. How much blood did this formation need? If it continued to absorb like this, he wouldn't be able to handle it and would have to call all the orc warriors over to each give some blood. The blood-red energy gathered into 9 rings, and Skullcrusher suddenly felt that the formation no longer required blood. Fortunately, if it continued, it would cause him some harm. Taruka felt the entire formation had been activated. Before he could react, 9 beams of light shot into the sky. The entire formation emitted a dazzling red energy column that shot up into the sky for 1,000 meters. Skullcrusher was also startled by this sudden light column. His heart sank, and he instantly thought of some bad scenarios. At this moment, the pursuing Count Baker's team all stared blankly at the distant red light column. Eric also looked up at the sky in the distance, feeling somewhat astonished. Indeed, they were not simple deserters. The astrological tower did not deceive me. This was indeed my opportunity. Count Baker, I think we should speed up. Count Baker, still immersed in the scene before him, heard this voice. The light in his eyes shifted, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone, pay attention. Move quickly. Skullcrusher looked at the light column before him, and at this moment, he had completely calmed down. Taruka, quickly get the treasure. You know what this situation means. Our time is running short. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the entrance of the valley, where over 100 orc warriors were waiting for him. And everyone seemed to realize something, their expressions gradually turning bloodthirsty and fierce. Taruka maintained the formation. In the center of the rings, a light shadow was gradually taking shape, and he felt extremely excited. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Skullcrusher's retreating figure and heard Skullcrusher's words. He naturally knew what it meant, and he turned his thoughts inward, focusing his energy on the formation. In less than half a day, Count Becker's team had arrived near the valley, and from a distance, they could already see the entrance where many orcs stood. The blood-red beam of light in the valley behind them had dimmed slightly, but had not yet disappeared. Both sides had long anticipated each other's presence, but it was at this moment that they officially met. Many members of the human team were seeing orcs for the first time and had never fought against them. Seeing the tall, strong, and fierce-looking orcs made them somewhat fearful, and some of the more timid ones began to feel like retreating. Among them were many noble knights who had come with their subordinates, used to bullying and indulging in their own territories. They came this time to join the excitement and answer their lord's call to drive away the fleeing orcs. They hadn't thought there would be any danger, treating it like a picnic or hunting game, approaching the encounter with a playful mindset. However, now that they faced the orc warriors directly, their pampered selves began to fear, and they clustered around Count Becker, chattering nervously, to assert his control over the situation. Count Becker said to the second prince, Your Highness, let my subordinates lead the charge and secure the first victory. Prince Eric nodded slightly. Count Becker was indeed full of confidence, but the enemy did not seem to lack the ability to fight back. They must not let their guard down. I pray that the God of Light grants protection to all soldiers. Thank you, Your Highness. Jim, lead the charge to test the waters. Don't underestimate them. As you command. Iron Hand Jim, at the side of the Lord, rode out, waving his hand as the human cavalry formed up, creating a powerful momentum. The sound of metal clashing echoed as hundreds of knights lined up. Like a torrent of steel, the humans' most common tactic was to charge in groups, using their numbers, equipment, and strong impact to compensate for their individual combat weaknesses. When a large group of fast-charging knights raised their exceptionally long forged lances, individual combat strength became less significant. It was as if everything would be crushed beneath them. At this moment, Iron Hand had given the order to charge, and the entire cavalry surged forward like a flood towards the orc warriors. Chapter 19, The Glory of Blood. The orc warriors looked at the human cavalry surging towards them like a wild wave, their eyes revealing not fear, but an anticipation and bloodthirsty gleam. This alone demonstrated that these orcs were seasoned veterans. Facing an enemy many times their number, they showed no signs of wavering or fear. One bald orc raised his axe and shouted. The orcs in front showed no hesitation, quickly withdrawing into the valley. All retreated to the narrowest part of the entrance, and about 30 of the tallest and strongest orcs blocked the passage, standing still after taking their positions. The seasonal winds howled across the wilderness, whipping up countless fine grains of sand and bits of grass that blew into faces, and everything in sight seemed to be shrouded in a hazy veil. To break through the gap, the human cavalry had to converge towards the center, elongating their formation. Soon, the foremost knights had charged into the valley entrance. The orcs were only about 200 meters away, and the orc warriors leisurely drew out their massive bows from their backs. Watch out for arrows, shouted a knight in front as many knights raised their shields while charging. Thud, thud, thud. A series of bowstring sounds erupted, and the arrows were longer and thicker than those of humans, slicing through the air with a shrill whistle that struck fear into hearts. Many knights on both sides of the cavalry were suddenly hit by arrows, the powerful force knocking some directly off their horses and onto the ground, while several war horses fell as well, trampled into a pulp by the advancing forces within 2 seconds. The enemy is on both sides of the slopes. It's an ambush. Quick! Engage! This round of arrows had been shot by orcs lying in ambush on both sides of the valley, about 30 on each side. Grinning widely and mockingly at the human cavalry, many knights split off to charge up the slopes on either side. However, the slopes were steep, and there were no ready paths. The separated cavalry slowed down significantly, and their formation broke apart, becoming scattered. At this moment, another barrage of bowstrings snapped from the front, and dozens of arrows shot towards the charging cavalry, hitting several knights again, some falling to the ground and tumbling into the path of the cavalry behind them, causing chaos and casualties. The orcs on the slopes now pulled out long spears, which were generally not as long or thick as cavalry lances, but were thin and short. As the orcs roared and hurled their short spears with great effort, dozens of cavalry were pierced, sent flying along with their armor, leaving trails of blood in the air. The atmosphere instantly turned bloody. The orcs directly in front now gripped their battle axes. One orc, carrying a totem made from the long fangs of unknown beasts on his back, was covered in various patterns and colors. An orc shaman, the distant knight Hans, with keen eyesight, spotted this particular orc immediately. He found it strange that orcs would ambush their cavalry. Generally, orcs rarely executed complex tactics because their tempers were too volatile. Once a fight broke out, they became uncontrollable. Though they had strong individual combat capabilities, an undisciplined army would suffer greatly on the battlefield. Thus, when the orcs employed ambush tactics with such coordination, Hans concluded that these were definitely not remnants of a fleeing army, but a well-trained and disciplined elite orc force. Seeing the shaman appear only heightened his sense of the situation's complexity. They have a shaman? The second prince asked in confusion, lacking Hans's strength. He could not see the shaman among the orc warriors. Shamans are spellcasters in orc armies and are quite rare. They learn ancient bloodline spells passed down through generations. Though they usually only know 1 or 2 spells, these spells are often group-enhancing. This can significantly boost the combat strength of the orc army. Hans explained. Knies and Billy, mixed in among the noble lords, did not charge with the first wave. At this moment, he also listened to Hans's introduction, feeling waves of unease and curiosity about the spellcasting shaman. Above the battlefield, unnoticed by anyone, a golden-ringed eagle circled hundreds of meters in the air, observing every move on the battlefield. In this small group of hundreds, there was actually a spellcaster. It seemed highly suspicious. Your Highness, we should be cautious, Hans said with unusual seriousness. The second prince and Count Becker also sensed something was off, exchanging glances, but at this moment, they could not intervene. They could only watch how the situation unfolded. During their conversation, the orc shaman chanted a series of spells in a rapid sequence, and at the last moment, he pronounced a single word, blood of glory. The top of the totem behind him radiated waves of blood-red ripples. As all the orcs felt the influence of these ripples, they began to breathe heavily, their eyes gleaming with a red ferocity, their heavy breathing rising and falling in chorus. The orcs growled, a surge of power from their bloodlines pouring out of their bodies. Their skin turned redder, muscles swelled, and veins writhed beneath their skin like worms. The orcs seemed to roar as they grew taller, their bodies expanding significantly. Within a few breaths, the orcs appeared to have undergone a transformation. Their powerful arms filled with explosive strength. In front of them, the orc raised his massive axe high above his head, then with a fierce roar, hurled it forward. Dozens of bright axe lights spun at high speed, rotating into steel wheels, emitting a terrifying whistling sound as they tore through the air, shooting rapidly towards the human knights ahead. At that moment, the knights felt a chill in their hearts, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Instinctively, they wanted to slow down and evade, but all around them were their own cavalry, densely packed, and in this relatively narrow entrance, they couldn't spread out. They tried to slow down, but the cavalry behind them, unaware of the situation ahead, continued to charge wildly. Before the giant axe arrived, 5 or 6 knights were already terrified, panicking as they slowed down, only to fall and be trampled by the knights behind them. It seemed they finally understood their predicament, and some knights could only shout loudly, spurring their steeds even more frantically. Since there was no way to retreat, they decided to charge forward. After all, they were doomed. And perhaps this way there was a glimmer of hope. Fight! Before the sound even faded, dozens of spinning giant axes had already sliced into the crowd. Instantly, chaos ensued. Whether human or horse, everything collapsed upon impact. Countless limbs were severed, and numerous shields and armor shattered. The sounds of flesh breaking combined with the clanging of metal, along with countless screams and the whinnies of warhorses, turned the front lines of the knights into a hell on earth. The knights behind finally realized the problem. But it was too late to stop. They dodged the scattered limbs and broken armor on the ground, but with unease, they continued to charge forward, although their speed had greatly decreased. Chapter 20. Intense Battle. After throwing his giant axe, the orc in front bent down to pull up a rope, and a row of wooden spikes made of long spears instantly stood up, their sharp tips pointing towards the charging knights. The fearless look in the orc's eyes was unmistakable, and surprisingly, there was even a hint of anticipation. No matter how slow the human cavalry reacted, they now realized that these were no fleeing orcs. The bows, giant axes, and spear barriers, along with the crimson ripple just moments ago, made it clear to everyone that this was an elite orc unit. However, there was no time to hesitate or adjust. Experienced veterans knew that on the battlefield, only bravery offered a chance for survival, while cowardice and weakness would only serve as a stepping stone for death. A bearded cavalry captain tightened his grip on the knight's lance and shouted, "For the glory of the knights! Charge! Charge!" In an instant, it felt like a moment had passed, and the entire battlefield seemed to fall silent. What followed was a cacophony of steel and flesh colliding, mixed with countless roars, shouts, and the neighing of warhorses. The orcs in front fiercely resisted the momentum of the cavalry charge with their long spears and flesh, as if a wave crashed against stubborn rocks, sending splashes of seawater into the air. At this moment, the battlefield resembled this scene, with many human knights being thrown into the air by the powerful impact, falling several meters away to the ground. The heavy armor made them suffer severe injuries, with many unlucky ones breaking their legs or arms, or even snapping their own necks. Everyone's mind was filled with stars, and for a moment, they forgot what they were doing. Some were directly pierced by spears, and these knights met their deaths swiftly, feeling little pain. The remaining knights were blocked by the orcs, unable to advance an inch, while those behind kept pushing forward. Many fell to the ground, suffocated by the pressing crowd of horses and people, dying from asphyxiation. However, the orcs in front were not unscathed either. Countless long spears pierced their bodies, with some being struck by 5 or 6 at once. Blood sprayed from the towering orcs, creating a mist of crimson that filled the air with a sweet metallic scent. In that moment, 8 or 9 orcs fell dead, but even in death, their bodies did not budge an inch, still bracing against the wooden spikes, defending this line with their lives. In the distance, Nyes observed everything through his golden arrow, and the scene of the battle below shook him deeply. Although he had killed orcs and goblins before, and had blood on his hands, he had never witnessed such a large-scale slaughter. The sensation of lives extinguishing every second in this world struck him like a giant hammer in his heart. This feeling made his entire body tremble, as if every cell was shaking, and his blood churned in his veins. His spirit was highly focused, and deep down, he felt a strange excitement. The blood within him seemed to be activated. Perhaps this was the primal beast nature hidden within the human body. Life does not cease, and neither does the fight. However, the orcs would not give the humans this opportunity. The orc warriors on both slopes had grown impatient, their large knives and battle axes ready, waiting to drink the blood of humans. As the orcs charged down from the slopes towards the knight formation, it was as if a giant claw had firmly clamped down on the knights, thwarting any thoughts of retreat. Count Beck was anxious. Although he could not see the front lines, he inferred from the sounds of shouting and the solemn expression of Sir Hans that the situation was dire. Although the front-line troops were being dragged into a quagmire, the number of cavalry was still far greater, with over 100 knights yet to enter the valley. Sir Hans said, "As long as the knights outside can organize their ranks, they can still support those inside. All right, I will follow your advice." Count Beck could only comply at this moment. He glanced at the roughly 100 men beside him, aside from Iron Hand and a few personal guards. Most were a bunch of well-fed noble lords, lacking any knightly demeanor, and he had little hope for them. Fortunately, there were still 50 royal knights beside the second prince, and judging by their calm demeanor, they should be formidable. With Sir Hans nearby, he felt somewhat reassured. At this moment, there was a new change on the battlefield. The knights who had yet to enter the valley realized that their companions inside were ambushed. The leading knight began to loudly gather the troops, preparing to enter and support their comrades. Just as the scattered troops were not yet formed, several wolf howls rang out, followed by a series of howls that grew closer. Nyes, hearing the familiar wolf howls, was shocked. Not good. Through the golden arrow's vision, he immediately saw over 100 dire wolves charging from the high slopes on either side of the valley, surrounding the cavalry outside. The dire wolves were incredibly fast. Just a few breaths after the howls sounded, they appeared in front of the knights. "What kind of monster is that?" someone exclaimed. "How can there be such large wolves?" "They are the elite dire wolf cavalry of the orcs." Sir Hans, who had seen battle before, shouted, his face already changing. The dire wolves panted heavily, their massive jaws wide open, saliva flying from their sharp teeth. Their primal ferocity was fully unleashed, and in the blink of an eye, they charged into the human ranks. Some dire wolves leaped high, toppling human knights from their mounts. Others nimbly slipped under the horses, frantically biting at the undefended bellies. The scene was even more bloody and primal than the battle within the valley, as countless warhorses could not see the dire wolves, but could smell their scent. Instinctively fearing them due to their genetic heritage, countless warhorses were spooked, and the knights on their backs could not regain control, forced to jump off or be thrown to the ground by their steeds. In this critical moment, the primitive combat instincts of humans were also ignited. The knights who fell to the ground discarded their lances, drawing their long swords and shields, relying on the protection of their shields and armor to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the dire wolves. For a time, the valley was filled with intense fighting. There were no rules, no compassion, only the bloodthirsty instincts deeply rooted in all races being ruthlessly unleashed. Chapter 21. The Bloodied Hand appears. The orc warriors, empowered by the glory of blood, were incredibly fierce at this moment, standing over 2 meters tall with a robust physique. Their weight and strength were on a different level compared to ordinary humans. Armed with massive weapons like great axes and war hammers, each orc warrior was a killing machine. Faced with such formidable foes, the ordinary knights were clearly outmatched, often being sent flying by a single encounter with the orcs, either dead or severely injured. Fortunately, the human forces outnumbered the orcs, with each orc being surrounded by 4 or 5 humans. In the cramped valley, the orcs' massive size had both advantages and disadvantages. The attacking humans, wielding long swords and spears, could always leave wounds on the orcs' bodies. However, the typical damage seemed to have no effect on the orc warriors at this time, even with blood gushing from their wounds. The orcs showed no signs of stopping their attacks, continuing their frenzied assault and posing a significant threat to everyone. The battlefield had suddenly reached a stalemate, turning into a contest of who could kill faster, whose fighting spirit was stronger, and who would break first under pressure. The first wave of human knights had already engaged in battle, making it difficult to maintain formation for a retreat. A hasty withdrawal would only lead to a collective rout, and the orcs would not allow them to escape unchallenged. A relentless pursuit and hacking would quickly turn the human forces into a disorganized mob. The one most aware of the battlefield situation was undoubtedly Nyes. Thanks to the high vantage point of the golden arrows, he seemed to have a godlike perspective, akin to watching a real-time strategy game. Although he didn't know much about the orcs and warfare, he could still assess the current situation based on the detailed circumstances. The outlook for the humans was not optimistic. The fierce orc warriors were bravely reaping lives, and while the humans still had confidence to fight due to their numerical advantage. As time passed, the human casualties would reach a critical point, leading to the collapse of their fighting spirit. At that moment, a retreat would not even need to be ordered. The troops would scatter on their own. Nyes had initially thought that following the Count's large army would be safe, only to realize he had chosen the more dangerous side. If he could avoid combat, he was unwilling to take risks, as he had only one life, despite being in a different world. However, seeing the second prince and Sir Hans not far away gave him some reassurance. He wondered just how strong Sir Hans was. Perhaps he would get to witness it firsthand. Nyes observed Sir Hans speaking a few words to the second prince, then raising his hand to make a circular gesture in the air before pointing forward. At that moment, the previously calm and composed royal knights behind him seemed to have been activated, and a chilling aura instantly spread. The golden-armored leader uttered a single word, "Advance." All royal knights received the command, moving in perfect unison as they began to accelerate. Their armor reflected the sunlight, creating a phosphorescent glow, and the heavy thuds of their hooves on the ground sounded like a drumbeat. Although there were only 50 of them, they exuded the momentum of 1,000 troops. A stark contrast to the cavalry under Count Baker, showcasing the elite nature of the imperial capital's knight order. At that moment, Billy beside Nyes exclaimed, "Indeed, the royal knights are as impressive as ever. I've heard that each knight is a battle-hardened warrior, 1 in 100. Have you seen the royal knights?" Nyes asked curiously. The empire was founded on military strength, and in its early days, there were several small principalities surrounding it, but under the empire's military might, they either perished or surrendered. Billy seemed to know that Nyes was not well versed in history. Today, the northern united principalities were formed from the 3 remaining small principalities, forced to unite due to the empire's military power. With the support of the Holy Kingdom behind them, they barely managed to survive. Additionally, to deal with the orcs to the south, the empire tacitly allowed the existence of the united principalities, further emphasizing the empire's reverence for military strength. With its 2 knight orders being renowned across the continent, Nyes' curiosity was piqued. Surely the Royal Knight Order was one of them, but what was the other? Billy paused mischievously, wanting to build suspense. But seeing Nyes' impatient expression, he had to continue. The other is the Black Wind Knight Order from Cayenne City. which was specifically formed to combat the orcs. Billy wanted to say more, but at that moment, a commotion erupted from ahead, drawing everyone's attention back to the battlefield. The Royal Knight Order proved to be incredibly powerful. They discarded their long spears, as the two sides had already begun close-quarters combat. And charging with long spears would risk injuring their own. Each knight drew their sharp longswords and shields, their flowing green capes sweeping through the battlefield like willow leaves in the breeze. However, this breeze was not gentle. Wherever it passed, it left behind a trail of blood, and in an instant, several wolf mounts were slain. The royal knights turned and elegantly swung their long swords, flicking the blood off their blades, displaying not only their strength, but also their impressive demeanor. Nearby human knights, witnessing this scene, felt their confidence surge. The fear that had previously shaken their resolve in the face of the terrifying wolf mounts began to dissipate, transforming their panic into a determined resistance against the wolf's claws and fangs. Sometimes, situations can change so simply. A dose of encouragement can turn the tide of battle. With the royal knights joining the fray, everyone felt emboldened. Count Baker, seeing the valiant performance of the Royal Knight Order, also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this time they should be safe. He was especially grateful that the second prince had led the way. Otherwise, the hastily summoned hundreds of knights might have truly suffered losses here. Sir Hans, observing the situation ahead, wore a satisfied expression and spoke to the second prince. Once the royal knights deal with the outer wolf mounts, they can support the troops inside the valley together. Although the orcs are fierce, their numbers are too few to withstand the Royal Knight Order. The outcome is decided. Very well. Prince Eric didn't say much more, but his expression clearly relaxed. In an instant, Sir Hans's pupils contracted sharply. His expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "Not good." A massive blood-red figure shot down from the valley at an astonishing speed, far surpassing that of a knight on horseback. Human knights in its path were sent flying, and one could see horrific scenes of broken limbs and blood mist in the air. The enormous figure suddenly leaped, soaring over 10 meters high like a bird, and crashed down toward the position of the Royal Knight Order. Without hesitation, the blood-red figure struck the ground like a cannonball, kicking up a cloud of smoke and dust, stunning everyone and causing their movements to falter. As the dust settled, the silhouette of an orc emerged, wielding an exaggerated blood-red giant axe, its strong body now standing atop a royal knight. Nearby, everyone could see that this royal knight was beyond saving, his body seemingly crushed as if by a giant hammer. Limbs and organs ruptured, blood spraying from his golden armor, and his warhorse barely clinging to life, the light fading from its eyes. The orc slowly raised its head, its crimson eyes filled with madness and cruelty. Chapter 22. Gale Twinblades. The four royal knights nearby, witnessing the enemy descend from the sky and crush their comrade with a single step, despite realizing the enemy's strength, were overwhelmed by a surge of honor and rage at the death of their companion. Ignoring everything else, they urged their mounts forward and charged with their longswords raised. "Stop! Fall back!" Sir Hans instinctively shouted, but the distance of the battlefield and the cacophony of battle made it impossible for the royal knights to hear. Meanwhile, the besieged Skullcrusher general revealed a disdainful grin. He bent his knees slightly, lowering his stance, and brought the blood-red giant axe down. His massive, rough hands glowed with a dark red energy. The four royal knights were now close, and they swung their weapons from different angles, launching a fierce attack against the orc. At this moment, the Skullcrusher general moved. His speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see his movements. Although he struck later, his attack reached its target earlier than that of the royal knight. A blood-red halo suddenly appeared, expanding outwards from the Skullcrusher general, dissipating only after 20 to 30 meters. The violent energy stirred up the surrounding dust and debris, as if a whirlwind had swept across the ground. In an instant, the surroundings fell into silence. Sir Hans, the great knight, gripped his hands tightly, his resolute brow filled with caution as he stared intently at the center of the battle. His muscles and nerves were tense, a precursor to him entering combat mode. As the dust settled, the towering figure of the Skullcrusher general remained in place, showing no signs of movement. The massive blood axe rested on his shoulder, and a ferocious aura emanated from him. Immediately, several other human knights, positioned relatively far away, collapsed to the ground, their wounds resembling horizontal slashes. Those closer, like the royal knights, were split in two. The luckier ones, a bit farther away, were still alive but had shattered armor at their chests, blood gushing from their wounds. However, they were all fortunate not to have been dismembered. This attack had cleared a 20-meter radius around him, leaving no standing creatures except for himself. The surrounding human knights gasped in shock, everyone realizing that this was the power of a great knight, known among the orcs as Bloodhand. Ordinary people found it hard to resist, and those who reacted in time hurriedly retreated, the battlefield descending into chaos. Everyone was stunned by this display of power. Even the usually composed second prince showing signs of panic. Count Beck and the other nobles began to shout, and had the second prince not been present, they might have already fled. At this moment, the second prince felt an overwhelming surge of energy beside him. He turned to see Sir Hans, the great knight, charging forward on his warhorse. At this moment, everyone's hopes rested on Sir Hans, who also understood that he had to take action. The black-armored, gray-haired Sir Hans leaped into the air, soaring dozens of meters, like a meteor crashing down, landing directly in front of the Skull Crusher General. Only 20 to 30 meters apart, the Skull Crusher General's crazy red eyes locked onto the human knight before him, and he slowly uttered a deep phrase from his throat, finally able to face a worthy opponent. Sir Hans, with a serious expression, recognized the strength of his adversary, knowing he was absolutely not inferior. However, as a great knight, the honor of knighthood would never allow him to retreat, especially with so many human soldiers' hopes resting on him. He could flee with the second prince, but the ordinary soldiers likely had no chance of survival. As a seasoned warrior, he believed he had walked past death countless times. It was not an easy task for anyone to take his life. Nyes was also shocked by the power of the Skull Crusher General and Sir Hans, and the battlefield seemed to quiet down as everyone understood that the true contest would be between the two of them. Whoever could defeat the other would claim victory. Hans Tylos. Sir Hans declared his name, drawing dual swords from behind him, one long and one short, reflecting a menacing glint. Skull Crusher Banu. Upon hearing this name, Sir Hans's heart stirred. So it was him. The Skull Crusher General, a renowned leader of wolf cavalry within the Orc army, had led his troops deep into the empire to burn, kill, and plunder. The city of Cayenne had repeatedly attempted to capture him, but all had ended in heavy losses. Indeed, he was an undeniable, formidable opponent. At this point, the sun had reached its zenith, its dazzling light illuminating the entire wilderness, causing the ground to evaporate the last trace of moisture, making the air appear wavy like a water curtain in the distance. The howling winds of the wilderness also rarely ceased, as if waiting for the battle to commence. The Skull Crusher took the initiative, striding forward like a red whirlwind charging towards his opponent. In an instant, he was directly in front of Sir Hans, twisting his upper body and swinging his massive axe in a powerful downward strike. Sir Hans reacted instantly, a flash of gray energy coursing through his arms as he crossed his swords to meet the blow. A tremendous force struck him, even stronger than he had imagined, pushing him back 5 or 6 meters, his arms tingling from the impact. What terrifying strength! Although he was prepared, Hans was still shocked by the power of this axe. This strike served as a probe. He now understood the level of his opponent's strength. In the upcoming battle, he had to avoid direct confrontation and look for openings. Of course, the Skull Crusher was also aware of his advantages. He was not an inexperienced rookie. He had to apply pressure, continually suppressing his opponent. Immediately, he charged again, redirecting his blood axe for another sweeping strike towards Hans. This time, Hans did not take it head-on but instead used his agility to duck under it. He twisted his body to perform a spin, simultaneously thrusting both swords towards the Skull Crusher's arms from different angles. The attack was infused with gray energy, creating chaos in the surrounding airflow. Chapter 23, System Upgrade. This gray energy contained a penetrating quality, and the Skull Crusher could feel the impact through his blood axe. This energy was affecting his hands as well. It seemed the opponent had some skill after all. However, this level was still not enough. Although Sir Hans's attacks resembled a torrential storm, the Skull Crusher remained unyielding. Despite his large and powerful frame, he was just as agile. The blood axe was wielded with such precision that it formed an impenetrable defense. The massive weapon made his defense simple, with the axe face functioning like a shield, blocking countless attacks. Sir Hans noticed that his offensive efforts were proving ineffective. In terms of raw power, he was inferior. No matter how swift his attacks were, they failed to inflict significant damage on the Skull Crusher. Continuing like this would exhaust his stamina, while the opponent conserved energy. Once his stamina was depleted, he would be in danger. At this moment, he could no longer consider a fair one-on-one duel. Only the victor would survive. After all, the second prince was still on site. And while his own life might not matter, the responsibility he bore was immense. From the midst of their battle, a command rang out. Royal Knights, surround and attack. This was Sir Hans's order. He decided to leverage their numerical advantage to create an opportunity. Although the Royal Knights lacked the prowess and strength of a great knight, they were all elite warriors with rich combat experience, capable of slightly restraining the opponent. Upon hearing the command, the remaining 40 or so Royal Knights sprang into action, forming a large circle around the two central figures and galloping quickly. Dust billowed around them, obscuring the battle within. As the Royal Guards launched their attack, the other orcs became enraged. What began as a one-on-one fight had turned into a mob attack. These despicable humans had no warrior's sense of shame. They roared in anger, cursing the humans loudly, eager to rush in to aid their commander. However, the other human knights would not allow them to pass. They knew they had to hold back these orcs, allowing Sir Hans and the royal knights to deal with the terrifying orc leader. Knights, block these foolish orcs. Do not let them through, a middle-aged knight captain shouted. In an instant, the battlefield, which had briefly calmed, erupted into chaos again, with deafening cries of battle, as lives began to vanish rapidly once more. At this moment, the second prince also realized that Sir Hans was not a match for the Bloodhand. The situation was critical. He turned to Earl Becker and shouted, "Quick, send someone to help. Everyone who can go." Earl Becker was also startled and could only respond, Okay. You few go up, Iron Hand, take the rest to help." The captain of the guards, Iron Hand, hesitated slightly upon receiving the order. But seeing the Earl's expression, he could only shout to the nobles behind, "Gather your personal guards, and you, the Goat Rider, gather your subordinates." The bodyguards were all professionals used to living on the edge, many of whom were mercenaries, and fighting was a part of their daily lives. Once they entered this line of work, they put their names on the line, and at this moment, they did not show any signs of retreat. Ness was quite aware of the situation through the golden arrow. He knew that if they lost the battle ahead, the orcs with their wolf mounts would be very strong in pursuit, and there might not be many who could escape. At least he still had Ferrari. And with unlimited stamina and no need for rest, his chances of survival were far greater than others. But it was not yet time to flee in defeat. As long as they could entangle the orcs, allowing the Knight Hans and the Royal Knights to encircle and kill the enemy leader, they still had a great chance of winning. Moreover, having watched the battle for so long, his blood was already boiling, and his mind was highly concentrated. He could no longer suppress the impulse to strike. Perhaps deep down, he had always been a competitive and combative person. But the harsh realities of society in his past life had kept this little white-collar worker suppressed, always compliant. Iron Hand had now gathered about 50 combat-ready personnel. He drew his longsword and shouted loudly, "Charge!" This was the moment to unleash everything. Ness, leading the charge, was the first to rush onto the battlefield, and Ferrari beneath him surged forward like a car with the accelerator floored. Billy, seeing Ness's action, was astonished. This kid was incredibly bold and reckless. Ness was the first to enter the battlefield. He had fought orc warriors before and had a general idea of their strength. Now, under the enhancement of blood glory, they would only be more ferocious. He had no intention of holding back and directly drew out his massive two-handed sword from his back. Let us have a pure contest of strength. Nearby humans also saw the goat-riding knight rushing into battle at an incredible speed, and when he drew that enormous two-handed sword, many gasped. They thought to themselves, how strong could this goat knight be to wield such an enormous and exaggerated weapon, just like those orcs? Ness charged into the battlefield. Ferrari was in sync with him, as if he had grown 4 legs, weaving through the battlefield at will. With every swing of the giant sword, a flash of light would inevitably leave an orc or a wolf mount severely injured. Such a high-profile image also boosted the confidence of many. But it also drew the attention of the orcs. Karu roared in anger, "It's him. That goat-riding knight is indeed here." Karu angrily pushed through the surrounding crowd and charged towards Ness, his inner fury reaching a peak. "That damned goat knight. It must be him who leaked our whereabouts." Karu had his own deductions. If he had dealt with the enemy then, perhaps there wouldn't be a battle now. Filled with a sense of unwillingness and regret, he charged towards Ness with all his might. The clash of sword and axe sent sparks flying, and both sides were jolted by the tremendous force. Immediately realizing that the other was not an ordinary opponent, as the scout captain of the elite wolf cavalry, Karu felt insulted. He was actually evenly matched in strength with the opponent. A roar erupted from his massive mouth as he swung his giant axe again to attack. "Come on." Ness was also enraged, gripping the sword hilt and striking back at the opponent. The two began an unadorned exchange of blows, their massive weapons creating gusts of wind and forcing those within several meters to retreat. The sound of steel clashing echoed continuously, and those around could not help but sigh. Aside from the Great Knight and Bloodhand, these two were not ordinary characters. Such a fierce exchange could only be explained by monsters. In the distance, the second prince and Earl Becker also witnessed the fierce battle and were somewhat astonished. This goat-riding country knight actually had such extraordinary strength. However, Ness in the midst of battle did not think too much. He was incredibly excited inside, yet his mind was unusually calm, focusing on observing every move of his opponent while continuously attacking and blocking with the great sword in his hand. Suddenly, a chime echoed in his mind. System upgrade. Chapter 24, Power of the Eagle. Ness never expected the system would upgrade at this moment. He was multitasking, checking the system information. First, he could control a new summoned beast again, but there was no time to do this now. he could only consider it after resolving the battle at hand. Secondly, a new enhancement ability was added after the previous possession ability. Possession allowed him to invest his mental power into a summoned beast, gaining its sensations and vision. For example, when he possessed the golden arrow, he could use its aerial view to observe the battlefield from a distance, a very practical ability. The enhancement, on the other hand, allowed him to strengthen the summoned beast's power onto himself. Different summoned beasts would have different power attributes. For instance, the golden arrow, as a large raptor, had the characteristics of strong wings to maintain prolonged flight and robust claws capable of disemboweling various prey. Coupled with its extraordinary vision, it was indeed a top predator. With a thought, Ness activated the enhancement ability. The golden arrow circling in the sky instantly became transparent and vanished, and a wild power surged from deep within Ness's body, flooding his entire being. Ness felt his limbs becoming more toned, the dimensions of his muscles subtly shrinking, yet the power contained within increased significantly, at least by half. He then felt the fascia in his limbs becoming tougher and sturdier, and even the skin on his arms seemed to tighten, making the blood vessels beneath the skin visibly pulse, as if his arms were covered with a layer of steel skin. Ness's grip strength surged. He felt he could easily crush a steel helmet with his bare hands. Anything caught by his hands would definitely not escape. The change in vision was even greater. As if he had activated a cheat, his eyes now had built-in binoculars and enhanced dynamic vision. With a thought, he could even see Billy's stubble from afar. But in that moment of distraction, Karu struck him with an axe, sending Ness flying. He landed on the ground, rolling over and stabilizing himself. Watching the opponent lunging at him, and Ness steeled his heart. He had already sent Ferrari to the outskirts of the battlefield. In such a fight, riding the goat would hinder his movements. Seeing his opponent knocked back and half kneeling on the ground, Karu would not miss this opportunity. He immediately stepped forward, gripping his axe with both hands, and from above, leveraging gravity, he delivered a fierce downward slash, vowing to split his opponent in two. Upon closer inspection, Karu finally realized that the human in front of him had somehow grabbed the axe handle with one hand. Could it be that he controlled his battle axe with just one hand? Impossible. Karu immediately dismissed this thought. How could he have such strength? If he had that kind of power, how could he still be fighting with him for so long? Yet the reality before him made it undeniable. He saw that the other hand of this human was gripping that exaggerated giant sword with one hand, the sword now horizontal, swinging towards him like a door panel at high speed. The massive resistance created powerful wind pressure, producing a terrifying shriek. Karu's mind short-circuited in an instant, still gripping the axe handle with both hands, and was immediately struck hard by the sword blade. With a loud bang, the impact was tremendous. Karu hit from the side, felt as if his armor and body were about to be flattened by the blow. The shock made him lose consciousness for a moment, and in the chaos, he only sensed that he had dropped his weapon and was thrown away, struggling to sit up. The pride and honor of being an orc kept him steady as he stood up, leaning against a massive rock. He refused to allow himself to sit on the ground like a coward and wait for death. Karu strained to look at his opponent with one eye, and through the smoke, he saw a resolute figure, one hand holding an axe and the other a sword, the two massive weapons accentuating the person's imposing stature. After a brief silence, Karu summoned all his strength and let out one final roar at the figure. Nais also felt a deep respect for Karu's fighting spirit and sense of honor. He bore no deep grudge against the orc. Their positions were simply different, and in another time and place, they might have become friends. Naiskar, he called out, mimicking the style of the great knight Hans to announce his name. Karu. From the Cliff of Giants. Karu replied with a slight smile. Nais raised Karu's giant axe with one hand, gripping the handle tightly, as if he wanted to crush it. With all his might, Nais hurled it, just like the orcs had thrown their battle axes earlier. A bright flash of light swept through, followed by a thunderous boom as the giant axe struck Karu in the chest, pinning him against the rock behind him. The light in Karu's eyes gradually faded, and countless drops of blood fell from his heavily injured body. From the Cliff of Giants. Karu, I will remember you. Nais turned to leave, and no one noticed the clear crack that appeared on the back of the rock, extending like lightning across the entire surface. Now empowered with new strength, Nais felt exhilarated. Using it for the first time had significantly enhanced his combat ability. The system truly lived up to its name, and he regretted having previously dismissed it as flashy but impractical. Before he could process everything, a massive sound erupted from the center of the battlefield, followed by a huge burst of red blood light mixed with gray energy, the powerful wave dispersing the surrounding dust and debris. The enormous noise drew everyone's attention, and as the dust settled, all eyes quickly turned to the scene. The vast arena was in ruins, with shattered ground and broken rocks everywhere. The figure of the crushed skull emerged first, still standing tall, the exaggerated blood axe still in his hand. However, compared to his initial appearance, he had changed. His armor was shattered, and he was bare-chested. His muscular physique displayed his strength without reservation, though there were no obvious fatal wounds. There were over a dozen cuts of various sizes, still oozing blood, making his appearance even more terrifying. What was most frightening was that he was still smiling. Chapter 25, Stalemate. At this moment, Hans, who faced the crushed skull, also revealed himself, and he looked worse for wear. He had few wounds, but his left shoulder was clearly severely injured, the shoulder armor shattered, and a massive wound had rendered his entire arm useless, blood dripping slowly down his left arm. His sword was also missing from his left hand, which was likely incapacitated due to the injury. However, his expression remained resolute, with blood also dripping from the long sword in his right hand, likely from the damage he had inflicted on the crushed skull. Meanwhile, the once numerous royal knights had dwindled to only a dozen still fighting, the battlefield littered with the bodies of the royal knights, and some were lying nearby, already on the verge of death. The remaining knights were also exhausted and panting heavily, yet he was unwilling to accept this. What should have been an easy mission had turned into such a passive situation. Nais was also focused on the crushed skull, noting his towering figure. Muscles filled with explosive power, coupled with the strength of the blood hand, he seemed invincible. Even though he had just gained strength, it was impossible to contend against him. Seeing the state of the great knight Hans, Nais couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Should they retreat? There might still be a chance to leave now. The opponent was clearly guarding something in the valley and would probably not pursue them relentlessly. Just as he was thinking this, he saw the crushed skull slowly turn his head, his crimson eyes locking onto Nais. Instinctively, Nais felt his muscles tense, ready to react at any moment. It felt as if he were being stared down by a bloodthirsty beast. You are the knight of the goat that Karu spoke of? I saw your performance. Karu did not die in vain. The crushed skull licked his lips. Don't worry, I will grant you a swift death. Don't think about escaping. Once I deal with him, it will be your turn. The crushed skull pointed at the great knight Hans. Nais was startled. Why did Karu hate him so much that he had mentioned him in front of the crushed skull? If the crushed skull was to be believed, it would be difficult for him to escape easily. He had seen the crushed skull's speed. As long as he caught sight of him, he could accelerate and catch up in less than 3 minutes. Don't celebrate too early. The outcome is not yet decided, shouted Hans, the great knight. Ha! What skills do you have? Show them all. If you don't give it your all, you won't have another chance. The crushed skull laughed maniacally. Hans raised his hand, and the remaining dozen royal knights once again circled around the crushed skull. Again with this trick, do these dozen worthless knights think they can take me down? The crushed skull sneered. He pulled on the reins, and Ferrari charged forward without hesitation, quickly joining the royal knights surrounding the crushed skull. Both the crushed skull and Hans were momentarily taken aback, but the crushed skull dismissed it, considering the annoying fly a bonus to deal with. Meanwhile, Hans felt a glimmer of hope. At least someone was willing to fight alongside him, and he and the royal knights were no longer isolated. Although the outcome might not change, everyone was spiritually encouraged. At that moment, 2 royal knights charged from 2 tricky angles, their long spears aimed at the crushed skull's body. Striking fiercely, the crushed skull extended his left hand and instantly seized one of the incoming spears, pulling the knight off his horse and rolling him to the ground. He casually threw the spear at the downed knight, piercing him directly, blood frothing from his mouth, clearly lifeless. The other knight, however, was met with a giant blood axe. The spear collided with the axe, sparking a shower of sparks, but it did nothing to stop the massive axe. Instead, the knight was shaken by the powerful recoil. And before he could react, a flash of blood light appeared in his eyes. A body fell from the horse, leaving only the horse whinnying and running away. However, seizing this opportunity, Hans had already charged close to the crushed skull, his right hand's long sword slicing through a gray streak of light, delivering a swift strike before retreating. A narrow sword wound suddenly erupted beneath the crushed skull's left rib, sending a spray of blood mist into the air. The crushed skull nonchalantly glanced at the wound, chuckling. Can't you hit harder? This little wound does nothing to me. Hans certainly didn't believe, nor could he believe, that his attack had no effect on the crushed skull. He was convinced that as long as the opponent was flesh and blood, he couldn't ignore these wounds. The crushed skull was merely forcing himself to endure. Time was running out, and even if he was strong, excessive blood loss would leave him weakened. However, the key was that he, being more heavily injured, might give in sooner. But there was no time to hesitate. While he could still move, he needed to inflict enough damage on the opponent. The battle remained at a stalemate. It was a war of attrition, seeing which side would falter first. The sun gradually shifted, stretching everyone's shadows long. At this moment, only 4 royal knights remained, plus Nais, leaving just 5 individuals. During this time, Nais also launched several attacks, but he always held back his strength, mainly to distract the opponent's attention. Skull Crusher was particularly attentive to him, always going all out against him. If it weren't for the Knight Hans's desperate attacks at critical moments to hold back the opponent, along with Ferrari's agile movements, he might have already been hit. If not dead, then severely injured. However, his goal was achieved. He did not enhance the power of the eagle to himself in order to create a misjudgment about his strength in Skull Crusher's mind. At the crucial moment, he planned to unleash a full-force strike to catch the opponent off guard, which would yield extraordinary results. At this time, the battle between other orcs and humans was also nearing its end, with both sides suffering heavy losses, corpses, and severed limbs littering the ground. And the remaining soldiers were holding on with their last willpower. Nai sensed that the time was almost right. He and another knight charged at Skull Crusher again. However, this time, he secretly enhanced the power of the eagle to himself, and a surge of power erupted from his body, flooding throughout him, and he tightly gripped his great sword. He could not hold back any longer. As he got closer to Skull Crusher, he focused his mental energy, and the two runes on the sword suddenly lit up, one red and one blue, flashing past. The red light merged into his arms, and he felt his strength surge once again. The tremendous power even burst some blood vessels in his arms, causing blood to flow out. Chapter 26. The final stages of battle. This gruesome appearance was indeed somewhat frightening. The other blue light instantly merged into the sword, emitting a sharp and imposing aura. The massive sword sliced through the air, tracing a perfect arc as it charged towards Skull Crusher like a bolt of lightning. Seeing Nais charging over, Skull Crusher sneered inwardly, thinking this ridiculous sheep knight was seeking death. I will finish all of you in a moment. He swung an axe at Nais while using his other hand to block another royal knight. His main focus was still on the Knight Hans, after all. Only Hans was the real threat. He claimed that the injuries on him had no effect, but he knew very well that if this continued, he would definitely lose his ability to move due to excessive blood loss. If it weren't for the excessive blood he had lost while obtaining treasures earlier, at this moment, he actually felt a bit of a deficiency in vitality. However, he could still hold on, but the humans on the opposite side had no backup left. After a few more rounds, he would be able to slaughter the human powerhouse in front of him and then massacre all the humans. Just as he thought, he had already engaged with the royal knight. He slightly shifted his body to avoid the charging knight's lance, and with his left hand, he struck at the warhorse, delivering a punch directly to its side, sending the massive warhorse and the knight flying without any chance of recovery. His attention was still on Hans, and the blood axe in his right hand was only meant to force Nai's back. But the next moment, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. A tremendous force from the giant axe surged through his right hand, a power that was not weaker than that of the Knight Hans in front. Shocked, he turned his head, his fierce eyes fixed on Nais. This brat had been hiding his strength all along. Despicable scum. A surge of anger rose within him as he felt mocked and played with. With one hand holding the axe, he could not contend with this suddenly erupting power. His blood axe was actually deflected by the giant sword, leaving his right side wide open. Skull Crusher reacted quickly, his bronze-like arms suddenly tightened, and he burst forth with even greater strength than before. Nais also felt the fire surge within him, loudly shouting for another attack. At the same time, he swung out a second strike, and the sword and axe clashed violently, producing a tremendous sound of impact. This time the force was even greater. Nais felt the power coming from the sword becoming increasingly unstoppable, but he had to block it, or it would clearly lead to a severe injury or death. Fortunately, with the power of the eagle and the frenzy rune, along with Ferrari's impact, he barely withstood the blow, but he also felt a tearing sensation in his muscles under the immense strain. The second attack was also blocked, and before Skull Crusher could comprehend, an overwhelming rage naturally took over his mind. How dare this ant continue to strike at him? He was just thinking of splitting the sheep knight in front of him in two with both hands holding the axe when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ribs. It was the Knight Hans who seized this opportunity to stab into his body. This blow went deep, injuring his internal organs, not just superficial wounds. In a fit of rage, Skull Crusher instinctively jumped back, creating a distance of 3 to 4 meters. Knight Hans also pulled out his long sword, drawing a spray of bright red blood. Skull Crusher roared in anger, "Despicable little brat. I will kill you." In his fury, he seemed to forget about Knight Hans and charged directly at Nais. Knight Hans knew this was a rare opportunity and hurriedly followed, aiming to strike the opponent again. Nais felt a chill in his heart, thinking, why is he coming after me? Damn it. Clearly, there was a stronger opponent in front, yet he insisted on chasing me. But there was no time for him to think. The furious Skull Crusher had already rushed close, and a dark red glow flared up on the blood axe. I can't take it head on. The conclusion flashed through Nais's mind. Skull Crusher's furious strike was already in motion, coming down vertically. A blood-red crescent-shaped axe light burst forth, carving a deep trench into the ground as it rushed towards Nais, moving so fast that he couldn't react in time. At the critical moment, Nais used a move he had employed against the Rotter, the separation of man and sheep. He stepped on Ferrari's body, found a point of leverage, and pushed off with both legs, propelling himself and Ferrari in opposite directions. At the same time, Knight Hans also twitched his arm, sending a gray energy arrow-like projectile towards Skull Crusher's head, aiming to take his life in one blow. Skull Crusher saw the blood-red axe light graze the edge of Nice's body, kicking up a cloud of dust, and his anger surged even more. Facing the gray light shooting towards his face, he could only raise his hand to block. After all, it was the full power strike of a great knight, and even Skull Crusher's formidable body couldn't withstand it. Indeed, this blow directly blew a massive hole in Skull Crusher's arm, flesh and blood flying. Got it. That arm was essentially ruined. Knight Hans was now quite excited. After landing 2 heavy blows on the opponent, he finally saw the dawn of victory. He had to thank this unknown sheep knight. Unexpectedly, his strength was extraordinary, far from ordinary. Skull Crusher, who had been difficult for even the royal knights to restrain, had repeatedly neutralized the opponent's attacks and created opportunities. The injury to his arm was already quite unbearable for Skull Crusher at this moment. This arm was heavily injured and temporarily unusable, and the penetrating wound in his side was bleeding continuously. A bad premonition arose within him, sensing the rapid loss of vitality. Was he going to fall here today? So he was not afraid of death, but before dying, his blood-red eyes locked onto Nice. I want to take someone down with me. Upon meeting Skull Crusher's murderous gaze, Nice felt a pang of anxiety. It was clearly someone else who had wounded him. Why was he fixating on me? At this moment, without Ferrari, he couldn't quickly escape the battlefield. Even though Skull Crusher was injured, a wounded beast was even more dangerous. He understood this principle. Skull Crusher did not give him a chance to think and lunged at him again. Hold on, kid. This was Knight Hans's shout to him. Hold on. If you have the ability, come do it yourself. Nice complained inwardly, but the massive axe was already in front of him, and he could only fight. Nice shouted, gripping the sword with both hands, directly clashing against the opponent's attack. Such powerful strength. But it was already weaker than before. Nice barely held on. But blood sprayed more from his arm, and his muscles had reached their limit. Skull Crusher's attacks did not end. One axe followed another in a frenzied, reckless assault. Blood sprayed everywhere. Don't underestimate people. If you want to kill me, I'll fight back. Nice was also stirred by the opponent's attack and felt a surge of killing intent. It was just death, so he might as well fight back. Without regard for whether his body could withstand it, he immediately engaged in a direct confrontation. At this moment, Knight Hans, relying on his remaining arm, continuously inflicted fatal wounds on the Skull Crusher. Feeling the power of the opponent's axe weakening with each strike, it was clear that the opponent was not invincible. Having bled so much and being besieged by so many, it was impossible for him to maintain full strength. With a horizontal slash, a loud clang echoed as the giant sword in his hand lost its force. The Skull Crusher's pupils suddenly constricted, as he saw his blood axe actually being cleaved in two by Nice's giant sword. Looking at the broken axe handle in his hand, it seemed that the last bit of his willpower dissipated along with the broken axe. He turned to look into the valley, and the initial blood-red beam of light had vanished. His heart seemed to calm down, and he began to accept his fate with resignation. One day, the great power of the beast god would surely descend. Chapter 27. The battle ends. Seeing the Skull Crusher's current expression of loss, Nice guessed that the opponent had lost the will to continue fighting. How could he let this opportunity slip by? He had been beaten down for so long, and had not inflicted a single injury on the opponent. With this thought, Nice directly swung his sword upwards, intending to sever the Skull Crusher's head. Be careful. He faintly heard Knight Hans shout in his ear. Nice realized something was wrong, but it was too late to retract his action. He saw the Skull Crusher lean back to easily evade the strike. Damn it, he was still trying to be slick at this moment. As the Skull Crusher lowered his head, Nice was shocked to see the triumphant expression on his face. The Skull Crusher roared, enveloped in a layer of red light. His face filled with determination as he charged at Nice like an enraged bull. The distance was too close to dodge. The only reaction Nice could muster was to brace the giant sword in front of him. It felt like being hit head-on by a train. Nice was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his form like a kite with a broken string, crashing dozens of meters away. His consciousness instantly turned blank, and in the last moment, he seemed to see the Skull Crusher's head being severed by Knight Hans. Then, he fell into a void. The Wildstone Fortress was the administrative center of the Beck family territory, established by Old Beck, originally just a few wooden shacks on a hill. With continuous expansion and population migration, it had developed into a sizable town. At this moment, on the castle wall, Second Prince Eric and Count Beck were taking a stroll. Your Highness, how is Lord Hans's injury? Should I find a few more priests for treatment? Count Beck asked. 5 days had passed since the wilderness battle ended, and both sides suffered heavy losses. The orcs were almost completely annihilated. When they charged into the valley, There was no trace of any other orcs left. But no one cared. A few escaped orcs didn't matter and posed no threat to humanity. However, the second prince felt something was off. As he could sense the lingering, dense magical energy in the air, the residual energy's momentum was quite violent and astonishing. He did not explain, as there was no need to disclose the identity of the mage for now. Of course, he didn't dwell on it too much either, as he needed to focus on the matter at hand. No need, the flesh wounds have healed. With a knight's constitution, there is no danger, the second prince replied. However, he sighed inwardly. Hans's injury was too severe, and it was likely to leave after effects, potentially diminishing his strength. Eric felt regretful. Hans's decline in strength also meant a decrease in his faction's power. Nonetheless, the gains from this battle were not small. The Skull Crusher was a renowned bloodhand general among the orcs, and being able to kill him, along with over 100 elite wolf knights, was no small feat. However, the royal knights did not belong to him. They were directly under the king, and no matter how many died, he wouldn't feel sorry. With such a huge loss, Count Beck could only hope that the king would consider the contributions of the local nobles in this battle. The second prince's report was quite important. As long as he could mention his achievements in front of the king, he could likely make up for his losses and simultaneously expand his reputation within the empire. Count Beck, you should send more priests to take care of that sheep knight. I didn't expect there to be such talent in your territory. The second prince said with rare delight. The unexpectedly appearing sheep knight was indeed a windfall, and Eric had already decided to recruit him. Young but with considerable strength, he managed to survive against the bloodhand, and he might become a great knight in the future. Yes, your highness, rest assured, I will send someone immediately. Count Beck waved his hand, and a servant quickly ran off. The second prince gazed at the distant horizon, his deep eyes filled with confidence and ambition. Why should I be inferior to you? One day, I will make you realize that I have risen to a higher position, looking down on you. Count Beck, watching the satisfied expression on the second prince, revealed a playful smile. At this moment, Nyes had just woken up in the soldier's tent, where a balding middle-aged priest in a white robe was casting healing spells for him. The white-robed priest had a furrowed brow, sweating profusely, with wisps of milky white light emanating from his hands, slowly seeping into Nyes' body. He could feel the white energy gradually repairing his injured body. At this moment, the white-robed priest suddenly stopped. It was as if he had been drained of all his strength, and he gasped several times before slowly saying, I can only sustain treatment for an hour each day. That's it for today. I will come back at this time tomorrow. After making a gesture of blessing, he turned and left the tent. The blacksmith kid is really tough. He is fine after all this. Where am I? You are in Count Beck's Wildstone Fortress, completely safe. The priest just now was sent by the Lord to treat you. Billy was still chattering away, but Nyes had already tuned him out and began to check his body. At the last moment, when the bloodhand was about to crash into him, he had prepared all he could, including switching the enhancement of the golden arrow to the Ferrari enhancement state at the very last moment. This enhancement greatly boosted his physical endurance and some recovery abilities. And since the enhancement hadn't worn off after he fainted, his body maintained the Ferrari enhancement state for the past 5 days, making his recovery ability stronger than usual. At this moment, he still had some internal injuries that hadn't healed, but his external wounds were mostly healed. Suddenly, the tent opened, and a tall figure walked in. Nyes focused his eyes and saw it was Knight Hans. His left hand was wrapped and secured with bandages, and upon entering, he fixed his gaze on Nyes. Seeing Nyes sitting up, he immediately broke into a broad smile and said, Kid, you really can take a beating. I just heard from the priest that you woke up, so I came to take a look. Knight Hans truly was powerful. He almost didn't pull through this time and felt he had escaped with his life. He had to thank Lord Hans for his help at that moment. Otherwise, he would definitely be dead by now, and his life was saved by the Lord. The knowledge of horsemanship from his past life came to him naturally at this moment, without any sense of incongruity. After saying this, Nyes felt a bit embarrassed himself. Haha, you're quite impressive. You're young but exceed our expectations in strength. Someone like you is bound to achieve great things in the future. We hit it off. Why don't you follow me? Hans asked casually. He then quickly added, following me means following the second prince. Your future is limitless. At the side, Billy was astonished to hear that Knight Hans personally came to recruit Nyes for the second prince, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. Nyes hesitated a bit. Although becoming a subordinate of the second prince would be a huge leap in status, it also meant being bound to someone else. This was not his usual style. After all, he had crossed over. Why should he serve as someone else's lackey? Noticing Nyes' hesitation, Hans was quite generous, saying there was no need to decide so quickly. You've just woken up, take some time to recover your body, and we can talk in a few days. Kid, this time, I consider myself indebted to you for saving my life. Chapter 28, Wildstone Fortress. It seemed that Sir Hans was quite a decent person, Nyes thought. In any case, he had indeed saved his life this time. If it weren't for the system's sudden upgrade, the outcome would have been unpredictable. The peril of this battle also exposed him to higher levels of power, and he estimated that he would inevitably be drawn into the conflicts of this world in the future. Only by becoming stronger could he ensure his own safety in this other world. He no longer wanted to experience the feeling of having his life held in someone else's hands. To achieve this, he must enhance his own strength. How to enhance his strength? The system had just upgraded, so it was impossible to consider that in the short term. However, he could start thinking about a third summoned beast. He had been collecting some summoning materials over these days, but now that the system upgrade provided additional enhancement capabilities, he needed to reconsider his choices carefully. Moreover, enhancing his own physical strength was particularly important. If he could possess the strength of a great knight, the current crisis would be much easier to handle. However, he didn't know of any methods to quickly elevate himself to the level of a great knight. But thinking of Sir Hans, who had just left, gave him a glimmer of hope. Billy was still chattering away, merely trying to ingratiate himself with the second prince to achieve some future success. Nyes couldn't be bothered to listen. He was feeling very hungry. Fortunately, they were in Wildstone Fortress, and Billy immediately volunteered to go to the kitchen to prepare a large piece of bread and a big bowl of meat soup, with some shredded meat still visible. Hungry, Nyes couldn't care less and dug in, feeling a bit more comfortable after finishing everything. After eating his fill, he felt sleepy again and turned to continue his nap. In a high tower of Wildstone Fortress, Sir Hans was reporting to the second prince. He just woke up, and there's plenty of time. I believe that a country boy like him has no reason to refuse. Eric stroked the gemstone ring on his hand. How's your injury? Once we reach the capital, I will ask Master Kess for a recovery potion for you. Thank you, Your Highness. Sir Hans felt secretly delighted. With the aid of a magical potion, he would be able to ensure a complete recovery of his injuries. Well, if there's nothing else, you can go, the second prince said. Hans turned and gently opened the door to leave. Once Sir Hans stepped out and closed the door, a scroll appeared in Eric's hand out of thin air. He quickly opened the scroll, and a light swept across the blank parchment, revealing some text. After reading the scroll, the second prince couldn't hide his anger and angrily threw the scroll onto the table. That Duke Darren. Through the magical scroll, the second prince had reported the battle situation to the king in the capital. This type of magic scroll allowed for long-distance communication. Although it had limited uses, it could be used by ordinary people. It was an impressive practical alchemical tool, carried by all royal family members for conveying important messages. Originally, he intended to report the battle situation to gain merits for himself and Count Baker, only briefly mentioning Nyes. However, that old man, Duke Darren, actually suggested that the king confer knighthood to Nyes in the king's name. Although Nyes' contributions warranted knighthood, being granted by the king meant he would be seen as part of the king's faction. Furthermore, placing Nyes in the public eye made it exceedingly difficult for him to recruit him privately. Everyone would then be able to approach him openly. How did Darren know about the situation here? He must be aware of Nyes' impressive performance. Otherwise, there would be no need to suggest such an action to the king. It seemed that the first prince's spies were indeed everywhere, even knowing the details of events in this remote eastern frontier. Eric felt a surge of frustration in his chest. How infuriating. Even such trivial matters were used to annoy him, showing no consideration at all. It was just about recruiting a country boy, and they were trying to obstruct him. Did they really think he needed such a lackey? No, they just wanted to provoke him. Thinking this through, Eric took a deep breath, gradually calming down. All right, the matter isn't over yet. Let's see who laughs last. The next day, after receiving treatment from the priest, Nyes felt that he had mostly recovered. He decided to go out for a walk. Having been in this world for over a decade, he had spent most of his time in the mountains and had never been to a place with so many people. He missed the bustling atmosphere of the society he had come from in his previous life. He left the military camp, and Count Baker should have already made arrangements. So no one stopped him. Moreover, his performance in battle had spread, and everyone knew there was a knight who had fought against an orc of great knight level while riding a goat and had survived. People were amazed, and many secretly came to see what this formidable figure looked like. However, upon seeing him in person, they were surprised and disappointed to find that he was just a relatively young guy. But Nyes no longer cared about that. He walked out of the Lord's castle. Wildstone Fortress was situated on a small hill, surrounded by a large wall, within which were various shops, a church, granaries, and so on. Nyes walked down a stone-paved road, immediately immersed in a lively atmosphere. He strolled leisurely, but the huge sword on his back was indeed eye-catching. He didn't dare leave the sword behind in the camp. After all, it was the most important and valuable treasure he had. No matter how one looked at it, it should be considered a divine weapon in this world. In the previous battle, the giant sword, enhanced with sharp runes and imbued with dark gold and mithril, had clashed dozens of times with the skull-crushing axe before the latter was forcefully severed. One could say that the weapon's breakage dealt a heavy blow to the skull crusher and was also a decisive strike. although it attracted a lot of attention. He had no choice but to keep it on him at all times. After all, using the giant sword was no longer a secret. Nais didn't dare to leave such a treasure in an unfamiliar place. He walked while observing, and people around him made way for him. Not only was the giant sword striking, but Nais himself was tall and strong, standing out in the busy street. However, Wildstone Fortress was merely a town close to the border, and its population wasn't large. Most people were local farmers and hunters. On the bustling street, only the merchants and passing night guards looked somewhat presentable and in good spirits. Most of the poor citizens, on the other hand, appeared timid, their eyes flashing with fear and caution. It was no wonder. After all, it was a feudal society, and life at the bottom would certainly be tough. Chapter 29, Billy's Secret. Nais exited the city and headed straight for a nearby deserted forest. After confirming that there was no one around, he summoned Ferrari. Riding Ferrari again felt quite good, bringing a sense of familiar security. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a leather coat rode in from a distance. There was a black sack on the horse, and it was clear that something alive was struggling inside. Nais's curiosity was immediately piqued. Although he was a bit far away, he empowered himself with the golden arrow, a surge of power flowing through him, instantly enhancing his vision. Nais carefully observed, and the distant objects became incredibly clear, as if they were right in front of him. The man had brought the sack to the side of the cart, seemingly preparing for a handover. The bearded man leading the horse-drawn carriage pulled off the sack, confirmed the target, nodded, and ordered his subordinates to throw the person onto the carriage. He then tossed a small bag to the man in the leather coat and prepared to take the person away. Nais didn't take care at first, but when the sack fell away, he was shocked to find that the bound person was actually Billy, the timid merchant from Stone Town. At this moment, he hesitated, wondering whether to intervene. To be honest, he didn't have much interaction with the guy, and this was clearly going to cause trouble. However, he didn't think too much about it. After all, the previous day, Billy had served him food, and one should have some loyalty in such matters. In the next moment, Ferrari darted forward like an arrow, racing toward the carriage. When he was still about 200 meters away, the group already noticed Nais, and their expressions instantly turned tense, with some even reaching for their sword hilts. In the blink of an eye, the 200 meters were covered, and Ferrari suddenly stopped 10 meters from the carriage, raising his front legs high and kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, everyone saw a tall young knight standing in front of them. What was peculiar was that he was not riding a horse, but a gigantic goat, which was quite strange. Moreover, behind him was an exaggeratedly large sword, leaving everyone a bit dumbfounded. Was this a weapon used by humans? Was it just for scaring people? The bearded leader was the first to regain his composure. He stepped forward, asking with a calm but respectful tone, "Sir Knight, do you have any advice?" This man was cautious, Nais thought with a smirk, and he decided not to beat around the bush. "The person in the carriage happens to be my friend, and I'm planning to invite him for a drink at the tavern later." As soon as he said this, the 5 or 6 people present clearly understood that the visitor was not friendly. Their demeanor changed from cautious to aggressive, and a fierce aura emanated from them, their eyes turning cruel. The bearded leader smiled, yet he remained composed, though his earlier caution turned into a playful demeanor. He paused for a moment, and suddenly said, "The fisherman doesn't he sleep during the day?" Huh. Nais was puzzled. What did that mean? The fisherman doesn't he sleep during the day? What the hell? Nais was baffled by this nonsensical phrase. After a moment, he realized he had encountered some industry jargon. He shook his head helplessly. Seeing his confused expression, the bearded man understood and relaxed further. Not someone from the underworld, speaking so arrogantly. The Black Death Gang is doing business. Unrelated people should get lost. The Black Death Gang? It seemed that was the name of their gang, and they were that arrogant? Nais was starting to lose his patience. He said quietly, "Let the person go. I won't interfere with anything else." The bearded man clearly did not expect to hear someone in the Empire not give face to the Black Death Gang. Disbelief filled his face. "Kid, you probably don't realize who you're going against. I advise you to find another friend to drink with. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die young. Enough with the nonsense. Let him go, and you can leave. I won't stop you." Nais' patience was wearing thin. However, to the others, this sounded like a display of weakness. Instantly, they were eager to try their luck, and a few of them attempted to surround Nais. At this moment, the man in the leather coat, who had been slow to react, suddenly exclaimed, "Be careful, he's a goat rider." Before he could finish speaking, Nais had already made his move. In an instant, he drew the giant sword from his back and swung it with force. As the sword moved, a gust of wind erupted, violently blowing everyone's clothes. Everyone was immediately taken aback. Nobody expected the person before them to be so terrifying. That giant sword was no mere decoration. This was just a brief encounter, and if hit by the giant sword, they wouldn't just lose their bodies. Their souls would likely scatter as well. Nais then executed a circular slash with his sword, and the entire roof of the carriage was instantly split in two, flying far away and crashing heavily onto the ground. With this move, everyone was terrified. And the bearded man crouched on the ground, his heart racing and breath quickening. Who would have thought this young man with black hair was such a terrifying figure? Now without a roof, Nice saw Billy tied up inside the carriage, lying there with a cloth stuffed in his mouth. Upon seeing Nice, Billy began to struggle and twist wildly. You, go untie him, Nice commanded the man in the leather coat. The man reacted quickly, and in a few moments, he had freed Billy. As soon as Billy was freed, he seemed exhausted but still managed to walk in front of Nice, looking up at him and softly saying, "Let us go, time for a drink." Nice was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Billy to be so calm at this moment. Knowing Billy's character, he thought he would be crying and lamenting. Interesting, Nice pondered, but he remained composed and didn't ask any questions. Get lost. At this moment, the group, whether crouching or lying on the ground, seemed to hear a pardon and immediately got up to flee, vanishing at the end of the road in no time. This was an old tavern called the Golden Rose, which had a long history in Wildstone Fort. The tavern was currently bustling with activity. The tavern owner, with a head full of gray hair and a beard, had a catchphrase: "Drink today, get drunk today. Don't care about tomorrow's heartbreak." At this moment, the tavern door was pushed open, and two figures walked in. One was tall and young, carrying an exaggeratedly large sword on his back, causing all the ruffians to lose their desire to cause trouble. The other was a middle-aged man, who was being cautious as if he was filled with worries. 2 mugs of barley beer, the young man ordered. The owner swiftly poured 2 large mugs and handed them over, but it was the middle-aged man who paid. The two took their beers and sat down in a corner. Let us talk. Nice got straight to the point. Billy's face changed several times before finally seeming to make a huge decision. He gulped down a mouthful of beer and said, "Those people are from the Black Death Gang. Do you know the Black King?" "The Black King? Is that a person's name?" "It is a person, to be precise. An extremely terrifying figure." Billy took another sip of beer. "Wherever there are people, there is black and white. In a place like the Empire, the nobles form the white. And naturally, there is a dark side. Isn't it just underground gangs?" Nice was not completely unaware of these things. He had encountered organized crime in his past life as well. This is not an ordinary gang. The Black King is at the pinnacle of the underground forces. His influence extends throughout the entire empire and even beyond to other countries. In a way, his sphere of influence is larger than that of His Majesty King Fliss. Almost everyone in the empire knows him, and those in the underworld know the saying, "Better to offend the king than the Black King." Is he that powerful? Even more powerful than the king? Nice felt a vague sense of trouble brewing from his impulsiveness. Of course, it's not that his visible power is greater than that of His Majesty the King. After all, the king commands hundreds of thousands of troops. However, people like the Black King are like shadows in the sunlight, venomous snakes in the dark. They are hard to eradicate but can strike you with a fatal blow at any time. As Billy spoke, his brow furrowed tighter and his hands fidgeted restlessly. How did you get on the bad side of such a person? Nice was curious, as Billy's personality didn't seem like someone who would stir up trouble. Well, I was once a member of the Black Death Gang in my youth. Nice was somewhat incredulous. He hadn't realized that Billy had also been involved in gangs when he was younger. All right, case closed. It's still greed that caused the trouble. No one else to blame. Was it a lot of money? Is that why they've been hunting you for so many years? It was indeed quite valuable. I regretted it after I took it. Thinking of the Black King's reputation, I was terrified. Billy said while glancing around. No wonder you, a merchant, live in such a remote place like Stone Town, always relying on the caravan to do business within the empire. Nice seemed to finally understand something. I started a business with this money, and after so many years, I thought this matter should be over. I didn't expect that just a few days after arriving at Wildstone Fortress, I would be discovered by the Black Death Gang. After Billy finished speaking, he looked extremely troubled. Although you saved me today, my whereabouts have already been exposed. With the Black Death Gang's capabilities, they will come again until they achieve their goal. Billy helplessly looked up at Nice. Well, you've really caused me a lot of trouble. Nice thought about possibly being targeted by a dark organization and felt a headache coming on. So what should we do now? Maybe I should accept the second prince's invitation. And the Black King will let it go for the second prince's sake? Billy took a sip of beer and said, "The greater possibility is that the second prince will hand you directly over to the Black King. To curry favor with the Black King, your value will be nothing. Not to mention you, if the Black King wants a High Knight dead, there would be absolutely no way for the other party to survive. Without special circumstances, no one is willing to protect each other. Then what do you suggest?" Nice felt a bit helpless and annoyed. He never expected the consequences of an impulsive act to be so severe. After hesitating for a long time, Billy finally spoke. "I have a method that might work." "Let's hear it." "I have an elder in the capital who can protect me. As long as you can escort me to the capital and find my elder, he might be able to resolve this matter." Didn't you say the royal family is unwilling to protect those targeted by the Black King? What kind of powerful elder do you have? Are you the king's illegitimate son? Nyes teased. Billy was momentarily speechless, hesitantly spouting a few words. He is a grand sorcerer from the astrologer's tower. With his status, he wouldn't care about these secular powers. The Black King wouldn't want to make an enemy of a grand sorcerer. A grand sorcerer? Nyes roughly understood that while a grand sorcerer appeared to be on the same level as a high knight, in reality, 10 high knights might not be as esteemed as a single grand sorcerer. Since you have such a strong background, why didn't you seek out this elder from the beginning? This time, Billy fell silent, as if there was something he couldn't say. Perhaps, if I just stopped getting involved in your matters. The Black Death Gang might not make things difficult for me. After all, I haven't harmed any of their people. I don't think the Black Death Gang would want to randomly create enemies for themselves. There's no need for that. Nyes still held on to hope, believing that as long as he did not interfere, the other party would not need to be aggressive. Billy clearly also thought there was some truth to Nyes' words. But now Nyes was his only lifeline. He certainly couldn't easily let go of hope. As if making a significant decision, Billy pulled out a small leather pouch from his pocket. He opened it and poured a simple silver ring into his palm. Looking at the ring in his hand, he said firmly, "As long as you can safely take me to the capital and find my elder, this will be yours." Nyes examined the ring carefully. Its design was simple, but upon closer inspection, there seemed to be many tiny symbols on the silver surface, making it look not very valuable. However, Nyes did not underestimate it, because perhaps others had rarely seen it, but he recognized the material of the ring, mithril. A familiar name surfaced in his mind. And he asked tentatively, "Is this a storage ring?" "That's right, it's a space ring that can be used to store items. It also contains part of my assets. As I said earlier, if you agree, it will all be yours." Nyes felt a surge of excitement. He had long wanted this item, as it was the most practical tool for adventuring in another world. However, he was still conflicted inside. Billy obviously noticed Nyes' eagerness. "If you agree, I can give it to you right now." "I accept." Nyes directly reached out to take the ring and rubbed it in his hand. There's an old saying that goes, "Fortune favors the bold." Being cautious is good, but if the meat is right in front of you and you still don't dare to eat it, then that's just cowardice. Having lived a second life, Nyes didn't want to be a coward anymore. The Golden Rose was as boisterous as ever, with drunken patrons and bartenders shoving each other. The heavily made-up waitresses flaunted their allure, and various secretive deals were taking place. This was the daily life of an ordinary tavern on this continent, filled with the atmosphere of freedom and desire. Seeing this, Billy tactfully left. Chapter 31, Physical Training. Nyes walked over, and right across from him stood Sir Hans the High Knight. "Sir Hans, were you waiting for me?" "Indeed. It seems your injuries have mostly healed," Hans teased. "But drinking affects the recovery of your body. It's fine. It's normal for young people. I came to find you for a matter to discuss." The two chatted as they walked up onto the city wall. The sky had completely darkened. Countless stars filled the night sky, and the late autumn night had a slight chill, but both were indifferent to it. "Have you made a decision?" Sir Hans asked curiously. "I'm really sorry. I'm just a country bumpkin, not very old, used to the wilderness, and I don't like being constrained." Nyes pretended to look apologetic. After pondering for a moment, Sir Hans the High Knight smiled slightly. "It's okay. You are indeed young and have your own thoughts. What are your plans for the future?" Nyes was waiting for this question, and when Sir Hans brought it up, he couldn't wait to voice his doubts. "I want to improve my strength. I almost lost my life this time. If I had the strength of a high knight, I could fully protect myself," Nyes expressed helplessly. "That's right. As a fighter, strength is always your most reliable guarantee." Sir Hans the High Knight showed a playful smile. "You want to ask how to reach the level of a high knight, right?" Upon hearing this straightforward question, Nyes nodded repeatedly. "It's no problem to tell you. After all, I owe you a life." Sir Hans said slowly, "Do you know what a high knight is?" "They can control energy, enhance destructive power, and kill enemies from a distance." Nyes shared his understanding of high knights. These are surface characteristics. The core of a high knight is actually to continually strengthen their body, enhance the energy density of the body. Sir Hans paused, then continued. "Humans are all similar in stature, so why can some people lift boulders while others struggle to lift tables and chairs? Excluding innate differences, it mainly comes from postnatal training. Strength is also a form of energy. The same muscle contains more energy, and thus has more strength, while less energy means weakness. When the energy of the body reaches a certain density, this energy that represents strength will resonate with other energies in the void. At this point, one can guide the energy from the void into their body, using it to strengthen their own body, and can even manifest this energy externally for combat. That is what a high knight is." Sir Hans the High Knight paused, seemingly allowing Nyes to digest this information. "So that's how it is." Nyes felt as if he had gained enlightenment. The principle was actually quite simple. By training the body to a certain level, one could draw energy from the external world and use it to enhance oneself. Do you know about sorcerers? Sir Hans suddenly changed the subject. A little. They use powerful and unpredictable spells to accomplish things that ordinary people cannot. Nais indeed had limited knowledge about sorcerers. Sorcerers manipulate elemental energies from the void, such as fire elements, water elements, wind elements, and so on. There are many types of energies in the void, and no one knows exactly how many there are. The most obvious energy types are water and fire, as well as different types like light, dark, necromancy, rage, corrosion, and so on. Sorcerers rely on strong mental power to sense and guide the energy from the void. The stronger the mental power, the more void energy they can guide. So mental power is always the most crucial aspect that sorcerers continuously refine. This is the key, mental power. The stronger your mental strength, the easier it is to manipulate the energy of the void. Therefore, when you have refined your physical body to a certain extent, it is best to enhance your mental strength as well, as this will greatly increase your chances of becoming a great knight. This is also the reason why many people spend their entire lives unable to step into the realm of the great knights. Even if their physical bodies have reached perfection and their energy density resonates with the energy of the void, their lack of mental strength prevents them from guiding this energy to fully enhance themselves. They remain stuck at this level, and we call such people brute force users, who only possess physical strength without the necessary mental acuity. This revelation finally made Nais understand thoroughly, giving him a clear direction in his pursuit of becoming a great knight. Clearing the fog in his heart, he turned to the great knight Hans and said, "Thank you so much, my lord. Without your guidance, I would have struggled to figure this out on my own. You can say you have saved my life. Having fought alongside each other, we are comrades now. This secret might be one among ordinary people, but there's no need to hide it from you." Nais felt that the great knight Hans was quite a good person, grateful and loyal, and a friend worth having. He quickly expressed his gratitude again. At this moment, the great knight Hans spoke seriously. "I almost forgot the main matter. The king has already learned about the recent campaign against the orcs and the beheading and crushing of skulls. Given your performance, he has decided to confer upon you the title of knight, which is a tremendous honor." A knight? Nais was taken aback, realizing that the king of the empire was already aware of this, which showed how well informed he was. However, he did not have time to consider the pros and cons. It seemed to be good news, so he agreed quickly, assuring Hans that he would attend on time. After chatting a bit more, the great knight Hans left. In fact, Nais still had some questions, such as why the energy from crushing skulls was red while Hans' energy was gray, but he wasn't in a hurry, as there would be opportunities to seek answers later. He also considered the threat of the Black Death Gang, although there shouldn't be much trouble in the next few days. He couldn't stay here forever. His goal was clear, and with so many people around, it would be best to take a route with fewer crowds when bringing Billy to the capital, avoiding the crowds. He aimed to reach the capital quickly and find Billy's elder, the Great Mage. Nais looked down at the space ring on his finger. Since he had accepted someone else's reward, he had to put in some effort as well. Chapter 32, Route and Sailor. The next day, Count Becker sent someone to find Nais, inquiring if he was willing to join the Lord's Guard, offering him an immediate position as deputy captain. Nais declined politely with the same reason, saying he would be leaving soon. He seemed to see a look of relief on Iron Hand's face. Count Becker did not insist, and even gave him 80 silver coins for his journey. Nais thought this was rather stingy. Yesterday, he checked the space ring and found it contained 1,000 gold coins, and with a conversion rate of 100, that amounted to 100,000 silver coins, or 10 million copper coins. Now he truly looked down on this small amount of money. Count Becker mentioned that he would be heading to the capital, as his territory had also contributed significantly and lost quite a few knights. Therefore, he received a reward from the king and would be traveling to the capital at the end of the month, asking Nais if he wanted to go along. Nais actually hoped to travel with him, as being with a lord should be quite safe. However, it was only the beginning of the month, and he couldn't wait that long. He needed to set off quickly. So he lied, saying he needed to find a friend. Count Becker was not overly sentimental, simply saying goodbye until they met again in Fort Furious. After leaving Count Becker, Nais found Billy, replenished their supplies of food and water, and bought a map to study the route to the capital. There was an official road leading west from Wildstone Fortress, passing through several towns before reaching the only city upstream on the Rhine River, Bull City, also known as Deer City. A bunch of well-fed nobles, lacking the courage and strength to go to the battlefield, could only showcase their bravery by displaying the heads of wild deer, boasting and feeling proud. It was truly ironic. From Deer City, one could take a boat directly to the capital, Fort Furious. However, this route was crowded and filled with towns and villages. Nais hoped to reach the capital without attracting attention. He pointed to the area between Wildstone Fortress and Fort Furious and asked, "Isn't it possible to go straight through? Taking a straight line seems a bit risky. This area is the Black Marsh combined with the primeval forest. Generally, few people go there except for adventurers and mercenary groups. The environment is harsh and full of dangers. Billy was not very supportive, but that also means the Black Death Gang won't find us. If what you say about the Black King is true, do you think we have a chance to reach the capital by taking the normal route? Well, maybe if luck is on our side, Billy replied uncertainly. The Black Marsh and Primeval Forest, aren't they filled with all sorts of dangerous beasts? Nye suddenly asked. Of course. Such desolate places are practically the home of wild beasts and poisonous creatures. I think we should look for another route. Then let's take this route and go straight through. Nyes thought it over and decided that he would confirm his third summoned beast on the way. The Primeval Forest sounded like a great place to gather materials. What? Did you not hear what I said? Are you sure you want to reconsider? Billy said with a long face. Think about it. Would you rather face the brutal minions of the Black King or wild beasts? I still have some confidence in dealing with beasts, but who knows what kind of character the Black King will send next time. Billy was not foolish. After thinking it over, he could only nod and then ran out, leaving behind a line. I'll go buy some more stuff. As the sun set, two passers-by slipped out of the city at the last moment before the gates of Wildstone Fortress closed, heading west. The distant imperial capital, Fort Furus, was a massive city, with a population of around 2 million year-round, making it the second largest city on the continent. The first is the capital of the St. Marcy Kingdom, Whitestone Holy City, with a population of 5 million. As the second-ranked city by population, Fort Furus also had its unique characteristics. It was a war fortress, backed by Lake Ryan, with both water and land defenses. On land, there were knight orders, and in the lake, there was a fleet of warships. The central royal city was built on a foundation extending into the lake, with towering walls and countless arrow towers and mechanisms decorating the walls, making it a nightmare for enemies, a typical example of being easy to defend but hard to attack. To the south of the city was a port area filled with various merchant and cargo passenger ships, bustling with people year-round, with a constant flow of visitors. Ships from here could sail downstream to reach the imperial seaport, Himelia Port, and then enter the sea, leading to all directions. At this moment, the southern port was gradually quieting down as night fell. Tired people gathered at the entertainment spots around the port to unwind, with taverns, casinos, and brothels always crowded. The people congregating there indulged freely, some with ulterior motives, some gathering information, and others seizing opportunities for revenge. The only commonality in such chaotic places was the presence of fierce bodyguards and thugs lurking in the shadows. As soon as trouble arose or someone caused a scene, they would rush out, beating the troublemaker and throwing them out. Some unfortunate souls were wrapped in sacks and silently sank into the depths of Lake Ryan, forever becoming fish bait. A bald man hurriedly walked into a casino at this time. He was tall and dressed only in a white sailor's outfit with an open front, a curved dagger hanging at his waist, and his expression was the kind that could scare children to sleepless nights, with a rough stubble on his chin. He headed straight for the backyard of the casino, and the doorman did not stop him but instead greeted him warmly. Good evening, sailor. May you always stay strong. The man, referred to as the sailor, paid them no mind and continued walking, passing through several narrow corridors and crowded rooms until he entered a dark warehouse. There were about 10 people playing cards inside, and they greeted him warmly as well. The sailor let out a quiet sigh. Is the boss in? Yes, waiting for you. With a snap of his fingers, the little brother beside him pulled up a heavy iron chain, and with a huff and puff, the ground opened up a huge entrance, leading down a staircase into the pitch-black depths below. The sailor walked straight down, not knowing how deep he went, until he reached an iron door. Suddenly, a small window on the door opened without warning, and a pair of large eyes peered out from inside. The sailor said slowly, "The black fish has entered the port." After a moment, the iron door slowly opened, and the sailor stepped inside. After walking a few dozen meters, he encountered another large door, which he pushed open directly. Upon entering, a bright light flooded the space, revealing a massive kitchen where dozens of chefs were busily preparing exquisite dishes from top-quality ingredients sourced from all over the continent. The scene felt surreal, but the sailor seemed unfazed as he walked through the kitchen and into the grand room outside. Countless crystal glass chandeliers hung from the tall ceiling, casting dazzling light and shadow, while the walls were adorned with golden classical patterned wallpaper. On luxurious, opulent sofas sat tall, curvaceous, and beautiful women, while a massive gambling table nearby was piled high with gleaming gold coins. Several richly dressed elderly men were surrounded by 3 or 4 young women, gambling fervently at the table. A group of young men, all dressed extravagantly and looking aristocratic, lay sprawled on a large velvet cushion, smoking and seeming to enjoy themselves, as if floating in ecstasy. The sailor passed through this lavish hall and turned into a corridor where a mid-aged, plump woman in exquisite attire was hugging a blond young man, forcefully pouring alcohol into his mouth, her chubby fingers roaming about. The sailor walked past without her even glancing his way. After passing through numerous checkpoints, the sailor finally arrived at the last door, where a bodyguard glanced at him. "He is waiting for you." Chapter 33, The Black King. Upon entering the room, the sailor's expression had also become more serious. The room was a study, quite large, with a bookshelf covering the entire wall filled with various books. In the center stood a massive black wooden desk, behind which sat a figure shrouded in shadow. But it was clear that it was a large silhouette. The sailor stood still, not speaking, seemingly waiting for the figure to speak first. "Hee. You're feeling quite merciful this time, sailor," the figure said, sounding somewhat pleased. The person was indeed quite tall and broad-shouldered, dressed in a luxurious velvet jacket with an extravagant silk shirt underneath. However, the shirt's buttons were undone, revealing a strong chest and a thick mat of black chest hair, creating a striking contrast. He wore a noble black velvet cape, with an unknown animal's black fur wrapped around the top. In short, he was quite a sight. His face was actually decent, with a prominent nose and a wide chin, especially his deep blue eyes, which were very expressive. However, he had an excessive amount of facial hair, with his chin's beard braided into 4 plaits, adorned with gold decorations, giving him a fierce presence. He slowly stepped out, towering over the sailor, resembling a giant black bear. Of course, the boss's horse is the strongest. Winning this championship should be effortless. The sailor timely flattered. "Hee. Let us not talk about that for now. Billy has shown up." "Billy? The one under my command? The one who stole your ring?" "Exactly. One of my men found him at Wildstone Fort. He has been hiding in the eastern wilderness." "Ha, poor kid," the Black King said casually. "Don't worry. I'll handle this. The Black Death Gang has its own rules." The sailor's eyes instantly revealed a fierce intent. "Of course, you can handle it. But I heard that the kid has a bodyguard riding a goat." "Ha, how amusing, a knight riding a goat." The Black King burst into a loud laugh, shaking the entire room. The sailor remained composed, continuing, "Don't worry, no matter what he rides, he only has one way to die. As for that kid Billy, daring to steal from the boss, I will bring him before you. Let you deal with him personally. The stuff he stole doesn't matter. I have plenty of rings. But the book says, a nation has its laws, a family has its rules, and our Black Death Gang has its own damn regulations." The Black King couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, I still don't suit the role of a scholar, do I?" The sailor mused, rubbing the space ring in his hand. With this ring, he had indeed made things much easier. The previously conspicuous great sword could now be stored in the ring and taken out at any time, and food, tents, and other outdoor gear could also fit inside. The space inside was about the size of a shipping container, enough to hold basically anything. Billy was following him on horseback, and the two had already left the main road, surrounded by desolation. They had no worries and moved at a steady pace. In 3 days, they had reached the outskirts of the Black Marsh. Billy was greatly shocked by his behavior. Even knowing he was training, he found it unreasonable. Luckily, he was a businessman. If he had to train like this every day, he would surely collapse. Based on previously gathered information, the Black Marsh posed 2 significant threats beyond its own muddy dangers. One was the marsh lizard, which had huge webbed feet, allowing it to move swiftly across the marsh. Its teeth and saliva contained potent venom, and its scales provided excellent physical and magical defense, along with terrifying regenerative abilities. There were accounts of people cutting off these lizards' tails and limbs, only for them to completely regenerate within a month or 2, indistinguishable from their original state. The other threat was goblins. Some might not understand how these small creatures could be a threat, but goblins, as evil underground beings, often acted in packs and had no moral limits. They possessed a certain level of intelligence, making ambushes, poisoning, luring, and even pretending to be pitiful to attack at the right moment quite common. However, goblins were more afraid of the strong and generally targeted the weak, rarely attacking powerful knights head-on. The two made various preparations and decided to quickly traverse the marsh in 2 days. If luck was on their side, they could directly enter the primeval forest. On a giant oak tree, a treehouse was built, filled with various plant seeds, saplings, and flower seedlings. An 8 or 9-year-old girl was inside, her long hair unkempt and draped over her shoulders, obscuring her face. Her clothes appeared quite old, but were relatively clean. At that moment, she was trying to cast a spell on a small sapling, with a circle of mysterious runes inscribed on paper. The sapling sat in the center of the formation, and wisps of grass-green magical energy slowly rose from it, causing the sapling to sway gently, as if dancing. The girl's eyes were filled with affection, but suddenly, loud crashing sounds came from outside. The girl stomped her foot in anger. It must be those ogres again. The formation left by the teacher is about to give way. If they break in, I'll fight them. Chapter 34, Cleaning Spell. Angrily stomping her foot, the girl then took out a semi-transparent crystal stone glowing faintly blue from a nearby cabinet. She skipped outside the treehouse, where a wooden staff was stuck in a branch. entwined at one end with vines around a dull crystal. The little girl mumbled a few incantations, her fair little arms tracing inexplicable symbols in the air. And then the vines unfurled. She swiftly removed the original crystal and replaced it with a new stone, which the vines instantly wrapped tightly around, causing a green glow to rise around the treehouse. Soon, the sounds of impact from outside began to fade away, and the little girl looked at the dull stone in her hand, muttering to herself, "This is the last magic crystal. From now on, it will have to rely on little Afu." At the edge of the forest, Nyes and Billy were being attacked by 4 or 5 swamp lizards. Just moments ago, they had unwittingly stepped into the swamp lizard's lair, and several lizards charged out immediately. Nyes was not afraid, as long as he was cautious of their venomous fangs. The lizards posed no threat to him. He enhanced the golden arrow and rode his Ferrari straight into the center of the lizard group. These lizards were huge, generally over 3 meters long, with wide-open mouths that emitted hissing shrieks, which was indeed quite intimidating. However, Nyes didn't care. To him, these lizards were simply not worth considering. No matter how tough their scales were, they couldn't withstand his great sword, and blood splattered as he swept through them, severed limbs flying. In a moment of distraction, Billy was chased away by one of the lizards. His horse was bitten, throwing him off, and then it ran off, disappearing from sight. Poor Billy was left to be hunted by this lizard, and he found himself in a perilous situation. Nyes noticed Billy's predicament and immediately rushed toward him. However, Billy had run quite far, and Nyes couldn't catch up in time. Although the swamp lizards were massive, they were agile and quick, with their 4 sturdy claws flying over the ground at a fast pace, and they were about to catch up with Billy. Nyes had already summoned the golden arrow again, preparing to have it dive in to block the lizard. At a critical moment, Billy's mouth moved slightly, and a gust of invisible wind elements gathered beneath his feet, instantly forming a pair of small cyan wings on his feet. With the support of these wings, Billy's speed suddenly increased dramatically. This move stunned Nyes. This guy had been hiding it pretty well. Billy leaped with all his might, his body shooting toward a nearby large tree as if it were weightless. Reaching a height of 4 meters, he grabbed onto a branch that extended out, his swaying body hanging in midair. The swamp lizard below also jumped, but unfortunately, its body structure was not suited for jumping, and it only managed to leap about 2 meters before falling back down. Nyes watched with amusement as Billy hung in the air. The small wings on his feet had disappeared, and he was precariously swaying, shouting loudly, "Catch me! Catch me! I'm going to fall." Nyes did not move, finding it amusing to watch Billy fall to the ground with a loud thud, landing in a heap of dirt and leaves, looking quite disheveled. Billy rubbed his shoulder and stood up awkwardly, realizing that Nyes must have noticed his spellcasting, and he didn't know where to begin explaining. "It seems you're not very honest, Billy," Nyes said, staring sharply at him. Billy immediately became flustered. "No, I didn't mean to hide it," Billy replied helplessly. "Actually, I haven't cast spells in front of anyone for over a decade." Nyes jumped down from the Ferrari, forcefully plunging his great sword into the ground beside him, crossing his arms. "Let's talk properly." Billy awkwardly looked at his hands, pondering for a long time before finally speaking up. "You know I have a magician elder. He is a close friend of my father. Before my father passed away from a serious illness, he entrusted me to him. So I grew up with him. He wanted to train me to become a magician, but I had no interest in it, nor did I have any talent. Instead, I was only interested in making money." Billy paused, seeming a bit embarrassed. Seeing no other expression on Nyes' face, he continued, "All my life, I followed him as his magical apprentice, but lacking talent, I only learned 2 spells over the years, not even graduating as an apprentice. Later, I didn't want to learn magic anymore. I wanted to venture out on my own, but he disagreed. We had a huge fight, and I ran away, eventually joining the Black Death gang to make a living." After finishing, Billy looked at Nyes somewhat uneasily. After hearing Billy's explanation, Nyes felt helpless. The guy wanted to learn magic, but never had the chance. "You had such a powerful magician as a mentor, yet you didn't cherish it. Really? What can you say?" "It's all fate." Nyes then asked, "What other spells can you use?" The previous spell was called, Wind Spirit Boots, which can make the body light and greatly increase speed. I can also cast it on you. This way, you'll be able to run faster. And there's another spell that..." Suddenly, a cool energy enveloped him from above, like water and wind, causing his clothes and sleeves to billow out until his feet. As this cool energy swept through him, the dirt, leaves, and sweat on his face and body were all cleared away. He instantly became clean, as if he had just taken a shower and changed into new clothes. This is called cleansing technique. It's one of the 2 spells I learned and practiced well while being an apprentice, because the old man always made me help him clean. Having these 2 spells saves time and effort. Billy spoke with a hint of pride. Nyes was pleasantly surprised by the Wind Spirit Boots, but the cleansing technique felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing his unrealistic expectations. I should have realized it wouldn't be very reliable. Seeing Nai's expression, Billy thought he wanted to try it too, so he snapped his fingers again, and the cleansing technique instantly enveloped Nai's, cleaning him as well. Afterward, Billy proudly said, "The cleansing technique can also be used to clean rooms. It's even more convenient and useful." Nai's was speechless. At this point, Billy's horse was nowhere to be found. So he decided to walk himself, with the Ferrari obediently following behind him as they moved forward. "Let's go. We're about to enter the forest. The road is still long. From now on, you need to be more vigilant. Use your spells to protect yourself whenever you get the chance, and you can stay close to Ferrari. It can help block some ordinary beasts." Chapter 35, Ogres and Treants. It had been 2 days since they entered the depths of the forest. Nai's and Billy had trekked through mountains and streams, encountering not too many dangers along the way. During this time, Nai's had come across several wild beasts, including a forest giant python over 10 meters long, a ferocious long-armed giant ape, and the most troublesome was the black-striped night blade tiger that attacked at night. However, most of these became their dinner. Nai's current strength, when enhanced, was quite close to that of a brute force warrior, and his power was steadily increasing. One day, after Nai's and Billy had just driven away a group of goblins, they were resting by a small stream when they suddenly felt the ground shake. Nai's cautiously summoned the golden arrow to check the surroundings. The golden arrow flew high above the forest, but the dense trees blocked most of the view. However, along the river's path, he could still see quite a few movements. Not long after, Nai's felt a mental fluctuation from the golden arrow, indicating that it had discovered something. He hurriedly turned around, activated the possession, and personally went to check the situation. He saw a giant oak tree surrounded by 5 ogres, each over 3 meters tall, battling against an even larger treant. The treant was at least 5 meters tall, with arms made of thick trunks and vines, filled with strength and resilience, wildly swinging to fend off the ogre's attacks. The surrounding ogres were a common species on the continent, belonging to the underground creatures. They lived in deep caves and liked to forage on the surface, with various animals and humans being their favorite food. They had low intelligence but were large and strong, making them formidable enough for ordinary humans to avoid. To deal with a single ogre, it typically required 5 or 6 elite warriors. The ogres wielded simple and crude weapons, mostly wooden sticks combined with sharp stones. Although they were quite rough in the hands of the ogres, combined with their size, they were still powerful. At this moment, the treant was wildly swinging its arms, with a range of attack extending to dozens of meters. A strong gust of energy swept through, causing leaves to fall wildly from the trees. The ogres dared not rush into attack, but these creatures, known for their low intelligence and impulsive cruelty, would not easily give up on the assault. Behind the treant, on a massive oak tree, there was a delicate treehouse, and outside the house stood a child with long hair disheveled, obscuring their face, around 8 or 9 years old. At this moment, the child raised both of their small, pink arms, drawing unknown runes, and streams of green energy burst forth from their hands, landing on the towering treant. Some branches that had been injured by the ogre's weapons began to grow back rapidly, and the broken vines reconnected, wrapping around the treant. However, it looked like the treant was struggling and would soon be unable to hold on. At this time, Nai's released his possession, mounted Ferrari, and headed straight for the battlefield. Billy, behind him, still had a puzzled expression. "Where are you going?" "There are people in need of help to the north. You come slowly, don't get too close." "I'll go ahead." Nai's voice echoed from afar. Hearing this, Billy quickly packed his things, drew his short sword, and began to move slowly toward Nai's direction. In recent days, they had developed a tacit understanding. Nai's would deal with dangers in front, while he would observe and support from the back. He noticed that Nai's could always sense danger in advance, even pinpointing its direction with remarkable accuracy, and he knew that Nai's must have his own secrets. Nai's dashed through a dense forest and reached the edge of the battlefield. He jumped off Ferrari, enhancing it onto himself, feeling a powerful energy fill his limbs. Although the strength boost was similar to that of the golden arrow, he could feel his stamina and endurance greatly increased, allowing him to support long periods of combat and running. Especially his legs' jumping ability was dramatically enhanced. At this moment, he felt as if his legs were like springs, capable of leaping to heights of 4 to 5 meters. If the golden arrow was a special enhancement for vision and grip, then Ferrari was a special enhancement for endurance and jumping power. The forest environment was not suitable for Ferrari's hooves to move, so this time he did not ride, but instead enhanced it onto his body. Nai's extended his right hand, and a massive 2-handed sword appeared in his palm. Gripped with one hand, he half squatted on the edge of a tree branch, the great sword hidden behind his back. His body was hunched and tense, muscles coiling in excitement, ready to unleash a powerful strike, exuding the aura of a beast waiting to pounce. At that moment, 2 ogres let out chaotic roars, charging toward the treant from both sides. The ogre's loud shouts attracted the Trent's attention, and it retaliated with 2 punches on either side. The ogres did not dodge and took the punches head-on, crying out in pain, shaking the surrounding leaves. However, after taking the punch, they both grabbed the Trent's arms tightly, greatly restricting its movement. At this moment, another ogre raised a stone axe and laughed maniacally as it charged toward the Trent. The Trent was trapped by the 2 ogres on either side, unable to respond effectively. Its massive body had become a living target. The ogre charged in and swung the axe, creating a significant wound on the Trent's chest, causing branches and leaves to fly everywhere. The ogre continued to swing the axe, excitedly shouting as if yelling, "Chop the tree! Chop the tree!" As he raised the stone axe again, a shadow shot out from a nearby large tree, reaching midair in an instant, targeting his raised arm. With a soft thud, the ogre had yet to react when a massive arm gripped the axe and crashed to the ground. The ogre, still swinging its severed arm, continued to attack the Trent. Foolishly unaware that its own arm had been chopped off, the shadow rolled in the air like a top before landing steadily on the ground, revealing Nai's figure. He utilized his jumping ability to rotate in midair, increasing the force of his strike, easily severing one of the ogre's arms. The ogre finally realized its hand had been chopped off, blood gushing from the severed stump, staining half of its body red. Its murky eyes were filled with terror, and the intense pain drove it into a frenzy of fear. Clutching its severed arm with its other hand, it stumbled around like a wild beast out of control. At this moment, the other 4 ogres and the child in the treehouse all noticed Nais. Upon seeing that the newcomer was just a small human, the ogres shouted in anger, one of them hurling a massive rock toward him. The rock soared through the air, heading straight for Nais. Accompanied by a strong sound of wind, Nais pushed off the ground with force, launching himself like a cannonball and easily dodging this powerful strike. The rock crashed into the ground, creating a large pit and splattering dirt and leaves everywhere. Taking advantage of the chaos, Nais leapt next to one of the ogres, who was desperately clinging to the Trent's arm, unwilling to let go. In the blink of an eye, he found the little person leaping right in front of him. Their eyes locked in a stare. Nais smiled at the corner of his mouth. "Still looking?" Chapter 36, Little Afu. As soon as Nais finished speaking, he swung his sword down. The ogre let out a shriek, immediately releasing the Trent's arm and covering its right eye, blood flowing between its fingers, clearly severely injured. Upon landing, Nais quickly moved to the side, avoiding the ogre's sweeping kick, and then darted away. The Trent, now free of its left hand, swung its fist and struck the ogre on the right side squarely in the face. The ogre was instantly dazed, stars flashing before its eyes, losing 2 teeth, and instinctively releasing its grip on the Trent's right arm. With its hands free, the Trent seized the still dizzy ogre and hurled it toward the 2 other ogres rushing in, causing them to crash into each other in a chaotic tangle. The child in the treehouse could not help but shout in a clear, bright voice, "Well done, Saga." At this moment, Nais faced the furious one-eyed ogre, whose simple mind was filled with rage, vowing to crush this despicable human. However, this human moved with incredible agility, which only fueled the ogre's anger, leading it to swing wildly without landing a single hit. Nais waited patiently for an opportunity, not rushing. The ogre's strength was actually about the same as his at this moment. He could withstand it, but it was unnecessary. Strategy and efficiency were paramount. Reckless brawn was far too foolish and not his style. The continuous wild punches eventually exhausted the ogre's stamina. In its simple thoughts, it felt it should take a brief rest. But this moment of slack was immediately seized by Nais. At the moment the ogre was spent, Nais sprang into action, charging at the ogre. The ogre's only eye caught sight of Nais appearing in its field of vision and instinctively swung a fist. This time, Nais did not dodge. He gathered all his strength and raised the great sword to meet the blow. When fist met sword, the ogre's imagined scenario of sending Nais flying did not occur. Instead, it felt a sharp pain in its fingers as the great sword deeply cleaved into its fist. For thick fingers were instantly severed, and the entire fist suffered a heavy blow, with the sword's momentum unbroken. Nais shouted, exerting all his strength with both arms. With a swish, the great sword cleaved through the opponent's wrist, blood gushing out instantly. His intelligence was not high, but that did not mean he was without fear. However, after just a few steps, his movements came to a halt. Staggering forward a few more steps, his enormous head rolled off his shoulders, and then his entire body crashed to the ground. Nais appeared over the headless corpse, feeling quite satisfied with his current strength. He turned to look at the other side of the battlefield, where the gigantic Trant was now handling 3 ogres much more easily. The Trant, unable to feel pain, showed no fear at all. Its thick arms relentlessly smashed and swung at the ogres. The 3 ogres, seeing one of their companions taken down by Nais, had already lost their fighting spirit. The first ogre, with a severed arm, now lay under a tree, too weak to continue fighting due to excessive blood loss. Nais wanted to continue honing his combat skills, so he charged toward the 3 remaining ogres. At this moment, Billy also arrived at the edge of the battlefield. Nais glanced at him, and he instantly understood, reciting a series of notes while pointing at Nais. Instantly, a circle of azure whirlwinds surrounded Nais, forming 2 small wings at his feet. In that instant, Nais's speed skyrocketed. Billy only felt a blur of shadows pass by, and Nais had already pounced on the nearest ogre. This ogre was preparing to retreat, and just saw a black shadow flash past. He instinctively raised his wolf fawn club to block. Sharp! Nais activated the runes on his sword, and a blue light instantly merged into the blade. A crisp sound rang out as the wolf fawn club split in 2, and a figure shot out from the center, passing through the ogre's body before it could even register the movement. At this moment, the ogre realized that a meter-long gash had been opened in its abdomen, blood mixed with intestines spilling out. But soon, its body shook, stopped moving, and then its massive, ugly head rolled down, with the wind spirit boots enhancing him. Nais's combat power surged. He realized that with the magic boost, his strength had dramatically increased, allowing him to attack however he wanted, while the opponent's deadly attacks became no threat at all. Indeed, in martial arts, speed is unbeatable. At this moment, the treant had pinned down 1 ogre, using its enormous, stump-like foot to keep the opponent immobilized. Lacking sharp weapons, the treant still had a shortcoming in finishing off the fight. As it hammered down on the ogre with its hands, which still had a last breath left, Nais threw his double-handed sword with all his might. It streaked through the air like a meteor, piercing the ogre's temple from a distance of over 10 meters. The entire sword sank in, blood and brain matter gushing from the wound, and in less than a second, the ogre was dead. The last ogre, perhaps the most cowardly, had retreated early and was now far away. It fled desperately, crashing into numerous trees and rocks, startling a large group of small animals that scattered in fright. Nais then looked up at the child in the tree. Nais and Billy were sitting in the center of the oak tree house, and a little girl stood in front of them. Nais could now see that she was actually a girl. How could such a small child be alone deep in the forest? Who are you? The little girl asked innocently. I am Nais, and this is Billy. We are just passers-by on our way to Forest City. We saw you fighting the ogres and decided to help. Nais replied honestly, revealing their names. What is your name? Why are you living alone in this forest? And how did you end up fighting the ogres? The little girl pushed aside her long hair, revealing a pair of clear green eyes, her delicate features slightly chubby, making her very cute. She spoke slowly. Today they barged in, and I wanted to protect my teacher's hard work, so I fought them together with Zagu. I'm glad you came. Thank you. The little girl was very innocent and had no guard against those who helped her. What is your teacher's hard work? Billy, ever the businessman, always managed to catch the main points of the conversation. My teacher's hard work is this. Little Afu pointed at a small sapling in a pot on the table. Well, it looks like just a small sapling, right? There are at least dozens of pots of flowers and plants in this room. What is so special about this? Billy said somewhat dismissively. Hearing Billy's words, little Afu seemed a bit angry, puffing up her cheeks as if not allowing anyone to question her teacher's abilities. I see you also know a bit of magic. How can you be so unappreciative? Little Afu spoke with an air of maturity, as if imitating someone. This is the guardian tree, created by the great life magician Seared Pavis, a masterpiece that combines the essence of life magic and botany. Little Afu's words sounded like a salesperson, and Nais believed she was repeating someone else's words, most likely her teacher, the life magician Seared Pavis. What is the guardian tree? Is it useful? Billy directly asked the question that was on Nais's mind. Of course it's useful. Very useful. It can protect a region, transform the soil, making it full of life. Is that all? Billy showed a look of disappointment at the right moment. It can also bear life fruits. And no matter how heavy the wounds, it can recover. Little Afu said proudly. Then these life fruits are indeed valuable. Oh no, I mean very powerful. Billy immediately revealed his merchant's nature. Is there more? The guardian tree can also protect the creatures within its land, within this range. They will receive the blessings of the guardian tree, continuously recovering their strength and injuries. Even when it becomes strong enough, it can actively deal with invading enemies. Hearing this, Nais couldn't help but marvel. This guardian tree was indeed an impressive magical creation. If there were such a tree planted in one's yard, wouldn't it make the home absolutely secure? The strategic significance would be extremely high. Then how come a few ogres could break through its defenses? Although Billy also felt this treasure sounded impressive, its actual effectiveness was hard to believe. It's still just a sapling. It's in its juvenile stage and currently has no real power. It must continuously absorb life magic energy to grow. Little Afu retorted indignantly. Nais then had no choice but to change the topic. He asked, is Zagu referring to that Tran outside? Little Afu exclaimed excitedly, yes. That's the Tran I summoned. And I named him Zagu. Nais looked at the Tran outside. Zagu had now sat down again, its vine roots sinking into the soil. transforming back into the appearance of a large tree. When it wasn't he fighting, it was indeed a good disguise. Nais recalled Saga's combat form. Its strength was still formidable, and its massive size had already given it a significant advantage in battle. What's the name of your summon? Little Afu curiously asked. Nais didn't he expect her to ask him this question. Did this little girl realize that his Ferrari was a summon? He hadn't he summoned Ferrari in front of her, but had specifically done so in the woods. It was as if saying, see, you're not being honest either. There's also a big bird in the sky. It's yours too, right? What is its name? Little Afu asked another question that made Nais feel awkward. It seemed she could indeed see his summons. Since it had already been revealed, there was no need to hide it anymore. Nais helplessly raised his left hand and waved it beside him. A burst of blue-purple light flashed, and the golden arrow appeared in the room. Its majestic appearance leaving Billy's mouth agape. Its name is Golden Arrow, and the goat below is Ferrari. They are both my, summons. Wow, you're amazing. Little Afu curiously walked over to Golden Arrow. Can I touch it? Nais nodded, and with a thought, the Golden Arrow even lowered its head slightly. Little Afu carefully touched the feathers of the Golden Arrow. At this moment, Billy's eyes were full of mockery. See, I still found out your secret. This kid is actually a hidden spellcaster. Are you also a spellcaster? Billy couldn't help but ask. This is my talent, something I was born with. I have never learned. Billy had a look of disbelief. While Nais seemed indifferent, I don't care if you believe it or not. Little Afu then said, you are a natural spellcaster. Just like me. I can also cast life magic naturally. Billy had been shocked too many times in a short period and was already numb. Alright, you two freaks. I'm just a mortal, you can play together. A natural spellcaster? Nais was a bit curious. The teacher said that there are very few natural spellcasters. They have strong mental power and are naturally close to certain magical energies, so they can master some energy usage naturally, Little Afu explained. Not only humans, but also elves are almost all natural spellcasters. Nearly all elves can cast some earth and plant-type magic. And magical beasts too. They must be naturally able to control certain types of magic. Those that cannot control magic can only be ordinary beasts, while those that can cast spells are called magical beasts. The most famous of these is the dragon, which masters more than one type of magical energy. This explanation greatly broadened Nais' knowledge. He stared at Billy. You've been a magic apprentice for so many years, and you still know less than a little girl. Billy pouted, murmuring, I'm not focused on this. Ignoring Billy, Nais asked his lingering question. How did you find out they were summoned beasts? Because they don't have souls. I am a life magic user, and my perception of souls is very keen. My Zaku is different. Although it's very weak, it has a soul. Now it made sense. Nais didn't know what type the system's summoned beasts belonged to, but from Little Afu's words, he could roughly judge that the summoned beasts of the spirit system only had a body and were not complete creatures. Since both sides had learned quite a bit about each other and established some trust, it was a good time to take a break. Nais was also ready to consider the issue of the third summoned beast. Chapter 38, The Third Summoned Beast. For the choice of the third summoned beast, Nais needed to combine his previous experiences and think more. He currently had quite a few materials in his storage ring. From the fur of the orc riding wolf collected earlier in Stone Town to the claws of the black-striped night blade tiger he had just killed yesterday. Based on previous experiences, the existence of the golden arrow indeed gave him a significant strategic advantage, providing aerial mobility and information that allowed him to understand the surrounding situation in advance. Although this special ability did not directly enhance his combat power, it provided him with important battlefield information. This time, he wanted to summon a beast that could directly enhance his combat strength. In this way, he could ride on Ferrari, with the golden arrow scouting from the sky, and strengthen himself with another beast's power, allowing for both offense and defense. For offensive capabilities, he could mainly choose from the riding wolf, forest python, swamp giant lizard, and nightblade tiger. In terms of strength, the giant python should be the strongest. A muscular giant python can crush the bones of any prey it wraps around with its immense strength. The lizard's characteristic should be its recovery ability. But the priority is to enhance his combat ability. If he can't win, no matter how strong the recovery ability is, it would be a death sentence. So the swamp giant lizard was ruled out first. The riding wolf and nightblade tiger are similar in characteristics. They are both carnivorous predators and very fierce. However, it is clear that the nightblade tiger is superior to the riding wolf in every aspect, so the riding wolf was directly eliminated. That left only the giant python and nightblade tiger. Nais thought for a moment and decided to choose the nightblade tiger. Firstly, the nightblade tiger not only possesses extremely strong muscle power, but also has agile and quick movements, combining both strength and speed as combat elements. Secondly, the nightblade tiger has powerful night vision and keen sense of smell, making it a true killing machine. This somewhat complements the different combat needs. For example, Fighting in dark environments and tracking by smell during a chase would allow him to adapt to more complex combat environments. Of course, there is another very significant reason. The black-striped Nightblade tiger is much cuter than the giant python. Having made a decision, Nice did not waste any more time. He found a flat area nearby and began to draw the summoning magic circle. After about an hour, Billy and Little Affu heard a mesmerizing tiger roar and hurried outside to check. They saw Nice riding Ferrari, accompanied by a tall, strong black-striped Nightblade tiger, which was now obediently following behind Nice. Wow, so amazing, another summoned beast. The Nightblade tiger. Little Affu immediately recognized it. Billy was secretly shocked, wondering how many summoned beasts this kid could summon. Is this what genius looks like? Little Affu bounced over and directly pounced on the Nightblade tiger, unable to resist its soft fur. Nice, have you named the big cat yet? Little Affu's eyes seemed to sparkle. Nice understood her thoughts and said, not yet. You can name it. Wow, really? Then I need to think carefully. Little Affu immediately lowered her head to ponder, her serious expression reminiscent of a student about to take an exam. When Nice had just summoned the Nightblade tiger, he tried to enhance its effects, and indeed, as he had predicted, both its strength and agility were greatly enhanced, and even its body flexibility had a slight improvement. The visual enhancement was also very obvious. He could see clearly even in the dark corners of the forest, and his dynamic vision had greatly improved. The enhancement of his sense of smell was not as much as he had imagined, but it was still several times more sensitive than an average person's nose. How about calling it Black Flash? At this moment, Little Affu excitedly shouted, Black Flash, Black Lightning. Nice thought it was good, so he decided it would be called Black Flash. Little Affu happily jumped up, running around Black Flash, shouting, Black Flash, look over here. 30 miles from Flora City is Bed Town, the closest town to the capital, where it takes only about an hour on horseback to reach the capital. At this moment, the largest tavern in town, the Bounty Hunter's Falcon, was at its quietest time of the day. In a window seat of the tavern, a burly man was lazily half reclining in a chair. A flock of larks circled above the tavern. Occasionally, a few landed on the rooftop of the tavern's second floor. A young man on the rooftop hurriedly ran down after taking a small wooden tube from the lark's feet. He directly approached the burly man in the tavern hall and handed him several wooden tubes in his hands. The burly man glanced with his peripheral vision and extended a hand, palm up. The young man placed the wooden tubes in his hand and quickly left. The burly man slightly moved his fingers, and a burst of silver light shattered one end of the wooden tube. He then poured out several pieces of paper inside. After reading all the information on the papers, he thought, somewhat doubtful, that the other party had already left the city, not taking the main road, and had entered the swamp and forest. They seemed quite cautious. At this moment, he whistled, and instantly a figure jumped over the wall and appeared beside him. Captain, what can I do for you? Send all your men SIs out to keep a close watch on all the passable spots from the eastern forest to the northern main road. I am looking for a knight riding a goat and a merchant-like rat, the captain said slowly. A rat. So it was an unseeing fool who stole the master's things. Don't worry, Captain, I will make sure my brothers keep a close watch. What about after we find them? Once found, bring them to me. The knight can be killed, but the merchant must be alive. The specific appearance characteristics are here. After saying this, he handed the paper in his hand to the newcomer. The man quickly glanced over and confidently patted his chest, assuring the sailor captain, don't worry, I've got this. As long as he is not a great knight, we brothers will make them understand the consequences. Go ahead, this is someone the Black King wants, so make sure to do it well. The sailor added. Hearing the name of the Black King, the middle-aged man shivered. It turned out that this rat was not only taking the sailor captain's things, but even dared to reach for the Black King's possessions. No god could save him now. Thinking about being able to do something for the Black King, he felt a surge of pride. As long as he did well, his status in the gang would definitely rise significantly. Seeing Joker walk out of the tavern, the young man on the rooftop feeding the larks thought to himself, what could possibly require the Joker brothers to take action? The three of them were all brute force types, and it was said that even great knights could only hold them off for a moment. At this moment, deep in the forest, Nice was inquiring with Little Affu. Little Affu, are you sure you don't want to come out with me? It's very dangerous to be alone in this forest. If another ogre shows up like last time, we might not be so lucky. Nice asked. I'm not afraid of ogres, just one ogre, and Zagu can handle it. Plus, I can wake up Zack soon. With Zack and Zagu, I won't be scared. Chapter 39, Bloodfruit and the Joker Brothers. Zack. Upon hearing this name, Nice knew it must be another treeman. Little Affu was impressive, able to summon two powerful creatures at such a young age. With two treemen, there shouldn't be much danger in this forest. Thinking of this, Nice replied, once we go out, we will help you find out about your teacher's whereabouts. If we have good news, we will find a way to let you know. This is for you. Little Afu's hand glimmered, and a small cloth bag appeared. A storage item. It seemed little Afu also had quite a few good things. Nais took the small bag, opened it, and saw 4 dark red little fruits inside. With Nais' mental power, he could feel a slight energy swirling around their surface. What is this? Nais wondered. Body enhancement. Break through your limits. It sounded like a treasure that would be very useful to him, and Nais quickly expressed his gratitude. He thought that it was indeed worth getting involved. And knowing such a lovely little Afu was a significant gain. When he saw Billy's adoptive father, he definitely wanted to help inquire about her teacher's information. Finally, Nais and Billy left the treehouse and set off again. Both of them were in a good mood. Meeting the lovely little witch living deep in the forest had eased their tension considerably. The anxiety they initially felt due to the dangers had dissipated. The two continued to move forward, and Black Flash had already begun to stand guard around them. With Black Flash's protection, there was little danger in the forest that could approach them. Many fierce beasts would flee upon seeing Black Flash. At this moment, Nais took out a blood fruit. Preparing to test its effects, he raised his hand, and the dark red fruit entered his mouth. With a gentle bite, it turned into a bitter juice that flowed down his throat. So bitter, Nais couldn't help but frown. From its appearance, he thought it would be sweet, but it turned out to be so bitter. However, as the bitterness flowed into his stomach, a warm energy began to spread from his belly throughout his body. Instantly, Nais felt his body become hot, as if he were having a fever, and his skin turned red. Billy looked over, worried, and asked, "Are you okay?" I knew this fruit might not be reliable. It might be some wild fruit that Afu picked who knows where. I'm fine. Don't worry. Nais actually wasn't feeling too bad. It just looked a bit concerning on the surface. At this moment, the energy inside began to transform Nais' body, starting with his blood. Nais felt his blood become scalding hot, and under the influence of waves of energy, it became purer, rushing through his body like a raging river. The rapid flow provided each muscle with more energy, and unknowingly, Nais' body was slowly undergoing changes. About a quarter of an hour later, the burning sensation finally faded. Nais felt that his internal strength had directly increased by 10%. The effect was immediate. Moreover, this energy hadn't been completely absorbed yet. The residual energy would continue to strengthen his body in the coming days. Nais estimated that he could ultimately increase his strength by about 15%. Not only did it enhance his strength, but Nais also felt that his physical limit had been raised, like a cup that could hold more water. Now its overall capacity had increased by 10%. This effect was truly astonishing. Just one fruit had such results. Nais decided that the remaining 3 must be used at crucial moments. After walking for 3 more days, they were finally about to exit the forest. Golden Arrow had been correcting their route from high above. Otherwise, getting lost in the dense woods would have been quite normal. Upon exiting the forest, they faced a plain with no large obstructions. Golden Arrow quickly spotted the main road, but for safety's sake, they planned to avoid crowded areas and not ride the Ferrari, as riding a goat was too obvious a target. Thus, they moved parallel to the main road, a few miles away, and continued until they reached a large river. The swift river water was clearly not swimmable. Golden Arrow discovered that the only nearby crossing was at the main road, where people were taking a ferry to the other side. At this moment, Nais thought it might be good to summon a large turtle as his next summoning beast, as that would allow him to control water, land, and air. However, for now, it seemed they could only cross the river at the ferry. When they arrived at the ferry, a considerable number of people had already gathered. They cautiously examined their surroundings, and although there seemed to be no particular danger, they still discreetly paid the fare and sat in the boat to wait for departure. The boat was filled with various people heading to the capital, including farmers, merchants, and what appeared to be adventurers. Adventurers were primarily a profession that relied on undertaking commissioned tasks. They often accepted various employers' requests to fulfill bizarre requirements. Sometimes it involved transporting goods, sometimes protecting someone, and sometimes searching for items. In short, as long as there was money, they would take on the task. Many of these individuals were either desperate or had no other options. They lived for the moment, and when they got paid, they often squandered it all. After waiting for a while, the boat finally set off, and Nais and Billy felt a slight sense of relief. As they got closer to the capital, they became increasingly tense. When the boat reached the shore, they immediately set off, distancing themselves from the crowd and continuing their journey. The sky quickly darkened, and they found a place to spend the night in the wilderness. After a day of travel, Nais was fine, but Billy kept complaining about being tired. At this moment, sitting back against a rock, he let out a comfortable groan. The two had some dry rations and water, and Nais said, "This area is Bedtown. If we set off early tomorrow, we can reach the capital in half a day's walk. This should be considered the suburbs of the capital. Thankfully, we made it here without incident. Yes, after offending the Black Death gang, I've been on edge for over a decade. This time, I'm really going all out, hoping to resolve this matter once and for all." Billy's eyes reflected both fear and hope. That night, the two slept well. The next morning, they prepared to set off again. and as usual, Nais released Golden Arrow to scout the route ahead. We're surrounded, Nais suddenly exclaimed without warning. Billy jumped in fright, and all remaining drowsiness vanished. Before they could make a decision, they saw more than 30 people surrounding them from all sides, and not far away. 3 people on horseback were approaching. Without immediately engaging in combat, Nais still hoped to communicate first, just in case it was a misunderstanding. The crowd quickly surrounded them, and 3 knights in the distance approached. All 3 were strong and tall, and while their attire was not uniform, their expressions were similarly fierce and menacing. As if they were just missing a sign that said I am the bad guy. As the 3 mounted men drew closer, they had similar facial features, round faces, with the one in front sporting a full beard and completely bald head. He approached with a grin, his eyes fixed intently on Billy. Are you the mouse? Chapter 40, The Brute. Billy remained silent, merely biting his lip, as he had probably come to realize that these were all members of the Black Death Gang. Nais was assessing the current situation, with so many of them around. Even if he could fight his way out, Billy, without a mount, would have no chance of escaping. This was quite a headache, and Nais didn't have a good plan. Look at you. Not saying a word means you're just admitting it, Billy. The bearded leader spoke again. He ordered the other 2 knights behind him. Don't worry, big brother, said one knight with a red headscarf and a curved knife at his waist, speaking in a sinister tone. Nais thought the other side had already made arrangements. But since they wanted to take Billy away, they wouldn't be trying to kill him right away, which gave him a chance. However, Nais still said, You want to take him away? No problem, I want to stop you. But this matter has nothing to do with me. So how about you let me leave as well? At this moment, Billy turned his head in anger, his eyes wide and filled with disbelief. Why you didn't think of that? Billy stuttered in anger. Another knight who hadn't spoken until now suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing Nais's words. Ha ha ha, so funny. Big boss. Little boss, this kid has already cowered. Ha ha. Who said he had any skills? The man laughed recklessly, revealing several gold teeth. The bearded leader looked at Nais again. Since our Joker brothers are taking action, we won't leave any survivors. Blame your bad luck. After saying this, he waved his hand, and the henchman surged forward. Nais did not resist, simply stepping aside as several small thugs swiftly grabbed Billy and quickly bound his hands, clearly experienced in such actions. After this, gather at the old spot. The red headscarf and the big gold-toothed man replied in unison, then turned to look at Nais with cruel expressions. The bearded leader rode off with Billy, heading toward the capital, unaware that a large eagle in the sky was watching his route. Back on this side, Nais was completely surrounded, but he felt relieved. With Billy gone, he could fight freely. 4 or 5 small thugs approached, taunting him with foul language while grinning menacingly. Most of them wielding long swords, curved knives, or axes. A rabble. Nais thought disdainfully. He didn't plan to kill them all. He wasn't a murderer. But he wasn't a saint either. He just needed to make them back off. Seeing that Nais ignored them, the small thugs became furious and rushed at him, their weapons swinging toward him. At that moment, Nais flipped his hand, and a massive, exaggerated 2-handed sword appeared in his grip. He held the giant sword with one hand, his body driving his arm as he suddenly spun around. The giant sword whirled, creating a pale arc of light, followed by a series of crisp clashing sounds. The surrounding thugs felt a tremendous force emanating from their weapons, and none could hold on. The powerful recoil injured their wrists. 4 or 5 weapons were sent flying at the same time. Some broke, while others spun away at high speed, causing the thugs on the periphery to hurriedly dodge. It wasn't over. As the weapons were sent flying, the air around him tightened rapidly, whipping up a fierce whirlwind as the giant sword stirred the air. The nearby thugs were hit by the gale, as if they were being thrown by someone gripping their clothes, and they tumbled several meters away, landing in disarray. This single move stunned everyone present. The small thugs showed fear on their faces, and the previously tightening encirclement instinctively loosened. The red headscarf and the big gold-toothed man, however, displayed amused expressions. Nais rested the giant sword on his shoulder, feeling the power of his strike. Indeed, he had made considerable progress since a few days ago. At this moment, he hadn't even enhanced the power of the Black Flash yet, and he felt quite satisfied with his current improvement. The red headscarf and the big gold-toothed man exchanged glances, then dismounted, retrieving their weapons. The red headscarf wielded a round shield and a one-handed warhammer, while the big gold-toothed man carried a long, heavy machete. Everyone else, stand back, or don't blame us for any injuries or deaths. Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly dispersed, watching the 2 leaders' movements from a distance. These 2 actually dare to come forward? After seeing my strike, they still dare to attack me. They must be confident in their abilities, so I need to be careful. Nais believed they wouldn't come to kill him without any support, tightening his grip on the sword. It seems you do have some skill. The big boss was not wrong. It's a good thing we're brothers, otherwise others would suffer. The red headscarf said, not at all nervous, jokingly. Little brother, let me test his strength first. The big gold-toothed man wasted no time and charged forward with his large machete raised. His speed was remarkable, and he generated a whooshing sound as he swung his knife. Let us see if you can handle this blow. Nais also intended to test the opponent's level, so he gathered all his strength to block. With a loud clang, Nais felt immense pressure in his hand. This single blow had power comparable to that of the ogre from before. Brute. The word that the Knight Hans had mentioned flashed through Nais's mind. Hey kid, you have some insight. Since you know our strength, just accept your death. The red headscarf chimed in, immediately raising his round shield and charging forward at high speed. No slower than the big gold-toothed man. Two brutes. At this moment, Nais knew his strength couldn't match theirs. He felt as if the opponents were human-shaped ogres. Their strength and speed reaching the physical limit, that was the brute. Aside from not being able to resonate with void energy, their bodies had been honed to the extreme. Nais didn't overestimate himself. In an instant, the power of the black flash surged within him, and a powerful force erupted from his body. As if he were being reborn, each muscle and cell filled with strength. A fierce aura naturally radiated outward. The two men across from him sensed a slight change but couldn't pinpoint it, so they both increased their strength, aiming to swiftly kill their opponent and complete their task. In a normal state, Nais wouldn't have noticed such subtle changes. But now with his enhanced physical and visual abilities, he easily grasped the momentary difference. Chapter 41, Instant Kill. Nais did not summon Ferrari. The opponent was standing to fight, and he would do the same. Nais took a step and charged toward the upper right position of the big gold-toothed man. Seeing the opponent coming toward his machete, the big gold-toothed man felt delighted, swinging his machete in a crescent arc toward Nais with lightning speed. Nais did not dodge, but instead accelerated. When the opponent's weapon was just a palm's distance away, he suddenly leaned back, bending his body at a 90-degree angle, allowing the machete to narrowly graze past his abdomen. Throughout this, Nais's feet never stopped moving, and his leaning body strangely propelled him forward. Relying on the enhanced flexibility brought by the black flash, Nais instantly dodged the attack from Big Gold Tooth and directly passed through his attack range. Darting towards the red scarf behind him, the red scarf immediately sensed the opponent's strange movement. Although he couldn't see how the opponent did it, his battle instincts kicked in, and he tightened his body, hiding behind his round shield, only exposing his eyes and one arm, holding a one-handed hammer outside the shield's protection. Nais was thrilled that he could make such extreme movements, and he couldn't wait to test this feeling. After returning to a normal stance, he charged in front of the red scarf, swinging his great sword rapidly from behind, carrying the momentum from his previous spin. The red scarf calmly aimed his shield at the direction of the incoming great sword. The great sword swung quickly in front of him, but there was no collision as expected. Instead, it weirdly folded until it was upright. Nais took a large counterclockwise step with his left foot, leading his body into another backspin. The upright great sword was instantly leveled, and as Nais extended his arm, the great sword traced an arc following the rotation of his body. Nais halted his movement, the massive sword now horizontal behind him, his knees slightly bent, his posture harboring a hidden killing intent, as if he could strike at any moment. At this moment, Big Gold Tooth also turned around and caught sight of Nais's final sword swing, his eyes widening in shock and his mouth agape. Time seemed to freeze, and everyone present unconsciously held their breath. It was eerily quiet at that moment. Not long after, the red scarf's body collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, and his shield and one-handed hammer fell beside him. The people around him finally saw that his neck had been sliced open by a sharp blade. Big Gold Tooth let out an angry roar, witnessing his brother being killed right before his eyes, causing him to lose his rationality. It had always been the Chalk brothers who killed, and no one had ever dared to harm them. Since the three of them became brute force users, their status in the gang had risen significantly, enjoying good food and drink every day, living freely. Now, a country bumpkin from who knows where dared to kill his brother. Anger had shattered his reason, and without a care, he charged at Nais like an enraged rhinoceros, raising his machete high, seemingly intent on splitting Nais in two. The crowd around them sensed something was off when the red scarf fell. A brute force user had been killed instantly, and Big Gold Tooth was likely not a match either. As a group of ordinary thugs, they were adept at sensing the wind and shifting tactics. As soon as the situation turned unfavorable, they quickly distanced themselves. This was the survival wisdom of the weak. At this moment, they effectively put their survival experience into practice. Nais had tested the agility and flexibility brought by the new enhancement, and now he wanted to test his strength. Looking up at the charging Big Gold Tooth, he gripped his sword with both hands, the tip touching the ground, ready to unleash his power. In the next moment, the two were close enough, and they both unleashed their strongest power, their machete and great sword clashing violently. Big Gold Tooth felt an unparalleled recoil from his weapon, something he could not withstand. In the final moment, a question suddenly arose in his mind. Could this guy be a hidden knight? Impossible. He was just an ordinary kid. Even if he was also a brute force user, how could the difference be so great? But he had no time to ponder this question. The machete instantly shattered into 2 pieces, and so did Big Gold Tooth himself, blood spraying several meters. Nyes looked at the corpse on the ground, knowing full well that his strength had not yet reached its limit, and he was still not a match for the brute force users. However, his physical limits had already surpassed those ordinary brute force users, and when his body was honed to its peak, he would only be stronger than them. If he added the enhanced strength, even a knight would not be without a fighting chance. Watching the other small thugs scatter in panic, Nyes had no intention of pursuing them. Killing them was meaningless. The golden arrow was still tracking Billy's location and likely hadn't gotten far. With a wave of his hand, Ferrari appeared beside him, and then the great sword disappeared from his hand as he immediately mounted Ferrari and sped off in pursuit. At this moment, the bearded man was riding on his horse, with Billy's hands tied behind him, treated like cargo in front of the bearded man. The bearded man was already fantasizing about the rewards he would receive for successfully completing this task. Perhaps he would even get to see the true face of the Black King, which would be a remarkable honor in the underground forces of the capital. Enough for him to boast about in front of anyone. If he hadn't been unable to resist stealing something from the Black King back then, he might not have had to be so cautious over the years, not daring to expand his business. Otherwise, his dream could have been to become the richest in the empire. He looked up at the sky in frustration, wanting to curse the gods for their unfair fate. But just as he looked up, he noticed a dark shadow following him in the sky, and it looked so familiar. It seemed to be the golden arrow. Ah, yes. It was Nyes' golden arrow. At this thought, the despairing aura around him dissipated instantly, and his mind began to race. Since he had sent the golden arrow to follow him, it meant he hadn't given up on him. The fact that he had just handed himself over to the Black Death gang must have a reason behind it. With this thought, Billy increasingly felt it made sense. Since the other party wanted him alive, it meant they wouldn't kill him immediately. Yes, it must be like that. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that with Nyes' skills, he would definitely resolve the trouble soon and come to rescue him. In a flash, he seemed to see that familiar goat. Chapter 42, Capital. Big Chalk's horse, carrying 2 people, was naturally no match for the Ferrari with its limitless stamina. And with the golden arrow tracking from above, it took less than half an hour for Nyes to catch up to them. When Nyes was about 200 meters away from them, Big Chalk finally noticed Nyes coming from behind. However, upon seeing that it was Nyes, his face was filled with disbelief and anger. Since Nyes had caught up, it meant that his brothers had likely been defeated. He couldn't care less about that. He turned his horse around and, after stopping, hysterically shouted, "You better tell me the truth. What happened to my brothers? They wanted to kill me, but unfortunately, I don't have the habit of being slaughtered. Are they dead?" Big Chalk said coldly. "If they don't come back to life, then they should be dead." Nyes replied helplessly, pointing at Billy and continuing, "If you let him go, I can let you leave, and you can keep your life." In reality, Nyes didn't need to worry about Big Chalk harming Billy. He knew Billy was the person the Black King was looking for, and he wouldn't dare let Billy get hurt, even if it meant hurting himself. But at this moment, Nyes was unaware of this relationship and was concerned that the other party might use Billy as leverage, so he offered a way out. Not wanting to push them into a corner, deep down, Big Chalk wished he could kill Nyes 1,000 times, but at this moment, his rationality firmly occupied his mind, telling him, "Don't act." Since the other party defeated those 2 guys in such a short time and caught up, it meant their strength was beyond imagination. And if he acted, he would likely be killed. At this moment, he could only think of a way to preserve his life. The 2 brothers couldn't die in vain. If he died too, he wouldn't be able to take revenge. As the eldest among the brothers, he had always relied on his more cautious and careful nature than others. "You want me to leave? Do you know what kind of trouble you've caused? How long do you think you can live?" Big Chalk mocked. Nyes replied, "Since you think I won't live long, then there's even less reason to die at the hands of someone like me who is destined to die. If I were afraid of the Black Death gang, I wouldn't have made it this far." Ha ha. Big Chalk let out a loud laugh, just to mask the panic within. This kid wasn't wrong. He is certainly doomed. He has offended the Black Death gang and the Black King, and he won't live for many days. Since he is bound to die, why should I waste my life in his hands now? It's not worth it. At this moment, the brothers' hatred also became a reason to consider, especially since he himself had no confidence in defeating the opponent. He clearly knew the strength of his 2 brothers, and they were killed in a short time. As long as he stays alive, there will be an opportunity for revenge sooner or later. Having made up his mind, the Chiao Ku continued, "You are right. I have no need to fight a dead man. Anyway, you won't live for many days now. Since you killed people from the Black Death gang, you must be prepared for this." Saying this, the Chiao Ku picked up Billy and threw him hard into the distance. Billy spun in the air several times before landing heavily on the grass, and Xiaoku took this opportunity to quickly leave in the opposite direction. Phew. Nice also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't care about whether to confront the opponent, but he was afraid that the opponent would use Billy's life to threaten him. If that happened, he couldn't guarantee Billy's safety while resolving the situation. He was very satisfied with the current outcome. They were already very close to the capital. Since they had been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. The two mounted the Ferrari and sped off, soon reaching for Tree City, where they should be able to find temporary safety. As long as they found Billy's great mage elder, there was still hope. After leaving, Xiaoku ran all the way. Unsure how to face the sailor, one of the four most capable subordinates under the Black King, known for his cruelty and powerful strength. Already possessing the strength of a great knight, the sailor managed the dock business, smuggling, and cargo transportation, owning numerous merchant ships and subordinates, and had heard that he had many connections with pirates from the outer seas. Mr. managed all the finances of the Black Death gang, gambling, lending, etc. On the surface, he appeared cultured and refined, but in reality, he was ruthless and cunning. The lady managed almost all the prostitutes within the empire, and most taverns were her information stations. Well informed, and it was said that she hated all men. Those who offended her often faced tragic consequences. These four individuals were all above the level of great knights, and each was not to be trifled with. Thinking of this, Xiaoku drew his curved dagger and made a deep cut on his arm, causing blood to flow profusely, looking quite tragic. Regardless, the mission had already failed, and he had done his best. Not just him, but even his two brothers had been lost. He hoped that the other party would, in this situation, personally resolve the issue and avenge his brothers. Xiaoku had already thought of his words. At this moment, he harbored immense hatred for Nice, that goat-riding brat, who had ruined his chance for merit. At this time, Nice and Billy had arrived on the hillside outside for Tree City, and the city was fully revealed before them. According to Billy, that was the astrological tower where his elder was located. As long as they could get inside, safety would be guaranteed. Time was of the essence, and the two quickly rushed toward the city gate. From a distance, it didn't seem large, but when Nice reached the city gate, he realized its enormity. The gate was over 10 meters high, the city walls over 20 meters tall, and dozens of fully armed guards were lined up on either side of the gate. These guards wore silver-white armor, holding round shields in one hand and long halberds with axe blades in the other, their eyes scanning the passers-by. Nice and Billy landed a few dozen meters away from the city gate, leading the Ferrari forward. A guard captain blocked Nice's way. "Where are you from? What do you want to do in the city?" Nice directly stated that he was there to receive a title, thinking that such a legitimate official matter shouldn't face any trouble and might even get special treatment. Sure enough, upon hearing that he was a knight coming to receive a title, the captain's tone became friendly. "Oh, a knight receiving a title? It seems you are quite extraordinary." "My brother. Too kind. I'm just a knight receiving a title, purely lucky to have followed Lord Earl Baker and gained some merit." Nice replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Having become a knight, he had at least distanced himself from commoners. With this knightly status, people like him could find a way to make a living anywhere. The captain seemed to be a knight himself without a doubt. Nice was not in a hurry, taking the opportunity to ask more about Fur Tree City, as it was his first time there. "My name is Nice, and this is my attendant Billy. May I ask how to address you, Captain? This is my first time in the capital. Are there any situations I should be aware of?" "Knight Nice, I will call you that for now. Just call me Charlie." "If you want to know about the city, you've asked the right person," Charlie said proudly. "This is the south gate. Once you go in, you'll be in the outer city. If you go further in, you'll encounter the inner city walls, which mainly consist of noble residences and some important facilities. The outer city is 10 times the size of the inner city. The southern area is mainly for commoners, with taverns, inns, shops, workshops, casinos, and brothels. Everything you could want. There is also a commercial dock near the lake, with a vast variety of goods coming and going. You can take a boat to various places. The eastern city is mainly a mixed area for foreigners, where many foreign merchants and ambassadors live in apartments, and many commercial organizations have offices there. The Mercenary and Adventurer Guild is also nearby, and there's an alien street where you can see elves and dwarves. Charlie explained leisurely. Hearing about the dwarves, Nice felt a sense of familiarity. He recalled the mithril badge that the dwarf elder had given him when he left. If he had the chance, he could make friends with the dwarves here. In the northern city is the most famous astrological tower. You must have seen its height from outside the city, right? That is the stronghold of the Empire's Mage Council. However, I advise you not to get too close, as mages are a peculiar bunch, and you might get caught for their experiments. This kind of thing, even the king won't pay much attention to." "Captured. Is that really the case?" Nice asked, a bit incredulous. "Well, that's the rumor. I think it's better for us ordinary folks to be cautious. Don't you agree?" "Yes, that's right. Thank you for the reminder." Brother Charlie. Nice knew that the other party was just expressing a preconceived notion, but many people did indeed have an innate fear and disdain for mages, as if they were a bunch of powerful lunatics. In the northern city, there's the Cathedral of Light and the Tribunal of the Holy See. If you want to pray for the blessings of the God of Light, that's the best place to go. Also, the northern dock is a military port. Don't get too close. Those sailors have bad tempers. Nice suddenly thought of something and asked, "Do you know where the Greyblade Knight Order's headquarters is, Charlie?" Upon hearing this, Charlie paused for a moment, then lowered his head to think for a while. "Fortunately, you asked me, Charlie. Others might not know. The Greyblade Knight Order's headquarters is also in the northern city, near the inner city's Patrol Forest Street. There are many Knight Orders stationed there, all various troops under the royal family. Do you know any characters from the Greyblade Knight Order, Brother Nice?" Nice smiled and said, "I have a friend over there. I plan to go say hello." Charlie's tone became even more cordial, surprised that this young brother knew someone under the second prince, clearly not an ordinary person. Huh? Nice felt a bit embarrassed, saying, "Just an ordinary friend." He was already having difficulty handling Charlie's enthusiastic attitude. Having learned what he needed, he prepared to leave. Billy quietly stepped forward, slipping a few silver coins into Charlie's hand, and quietly said, "Please take care of us in the future." Charlie was even happier now, unable to stop saying, "Don't worry, my brother. I'm here at the South Gate every day. Come by for a drink whenever you have time." Haha. Nice also casually responded a few words, and then they finally entered for Tree City. As soon as they entered the city, they were greeted by bustling streets filled with people coming and going. The houses on both sides of the street were densely packed, and the countless alleys branching off made it easy to get lost, not knowing how long it would take to find their way back. Fortunately, Nice had the high-altitude positioning system, Jinjian, which allowed them to overlook the city from above, guiding them through the streets and alleys without going in the wrong direction. Their current destination was the astrological tower, and without any hesitation, they headed directly towards the North City. Nice guided Jinjian to fly towards the North City, eager to see what this magical astrological tower looked like up close. However, as soon as Jinjian entered the North City area, far from the astrological tower, they were locked onto by a strong mental fluctuation, preventing them from advancing even an inch. Frightened, Nice quickly instructed Jinjian to steer away, and the lock-on slowly faded away. It seemed that Jinjian's identity as a summoned beast had been noticed, and no one was allowed to peep at the astrological tower. Indeed, the wizards were not to be trifled with, and they would need to be extra cautious in future dealings. Nice could only keep Jinjian away from the North City area, but fortunately, the towering astrological tower was very conspicuous, so they wouldn't get lost. The closer they got, the more they could feel the tower's grandeur. Finally, after crossing a street, they arrived at a vast square that was completely empty, with the astrological tower standing tall in the center. Upon closer inspection, the tower was constructed of white stones, all uniform in size and color, as if produced by a standardized factory. The stones were tightly fitted together, completely airtight. At the top of the tower was a spherical space with large windows resembling colorful glass, reflecting dazzling light under the sun, compared to the lively streets behind them. The vast empty square felt surreal. However, the two had no choice but to step into the square and walk towards the astrological tower. Their actions immediately attracted the attention of all the passers-by, who seemed to be sizing them up. "Did these two take a wrong turn?" said a young man. "They don't look like wizards." "That young man has a weapon. He is clearly a warrior," a plump woman curiously remarked. "Look at that goat. It's obvious they're not ordinary people. Who rides a goat, anyway?" An older man pointed out sagely. Amidst the chatter, Nice and Billy reached the base of the tower without any incident, but they soon realized there was no entrance. Nice walked around the base of the tower and confirmed there was indeed no door. He could only say to Billy in confusion, "There's not even a door. Let alone any people. We can't have come all this way just to look from the outside, can we?" Nice observed this strange scene and lamented that none of these wizards seemed normal. After waiting for a long time without any response, Nice couldn't help but question Billy, beginning to doubt whether Billy truly knew anyone inside. Just then, a flash of blue light appeared on the originally pristine tower wall, revealing a large bronze door, which slowly opened to reveal a pitch-black interior. Chapter 44, Master Murphy. The two exchanged glances. Since the door opened on its own, there was no reason not to enter. However, the absence of any visible inhabitants was indeed peculiar. Were the wizards really that afraid of being seen? The two cautiously stepped inside, leaving Ferrari at the entrance. The moment they entered the door, the darkness before them instantly brightened, revealing a large hall that appeared to be even bigger than the entire footprint of the astrological tower. Surrounding the hall were a dozen or so doors, leading who knows where, while no doors were visible from the outside of the tower. Nice thought to himself that this must be the result of some spatial magic, as the interior of the astrological tower had a much larger space than it appeared from the outside. Truly, it was magic. Nice marveled internally while maintaining a calm exterior, still observing the surroundings. The entire hall was empty, echoing with silence. Just as they were puzzled, one of the doors opened, and a black bird flew out, heading straight for them. Before they could identify the bird, it transformed into a cloud of smoke, from which a thin, short figure emerged. Upon closer inspection, Nai saw that the person was wearing a large blue robe, with very sparse hair on an aged face full of wrinkles. He was not tall, but his small eyes sparkled brightly. One hand stroked his white beard while he scrutinized the two. After a long pause, the old man spoke. "Oh, do you know my name? I am called Murphy." The wizard's voice was sharp. "I remember you. You've put on quite a bit of weight since then." "Well, that was over a decade ago, so I have gained some weight," Billy replied somewhat awkwardly. He then asked, "Is Master Hawkins here?" Billy's anxiety was palpable as he pressed further. Billy suddenly felt deflated, his spirit waning as the lifeline he had hoped for seemed out of reach, leaving him in despair. He was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling overwhelmed. If he couldn't find Master Hawkins, he would have to continue facing the threat from the Black Death Gang, which had its stronghold in Forest City. There was no way he could escape their surveillance. The more he thought about it, the more desperate he became, and he began to sweat. "We want to ask if we can stay here for a while to hide from those pursuing us," Nai's couldn't help but voice. At that moment, Billy seemed to grasp a lifeline, and Murphy's words suddenly brought clarity. Yes, they didn't necessarily need Hawkins to be present. As long as they could stay in the astrological tower, they would be safe. No one would dare to target the tower. "You can stay here, but he cannot." Murphy pointed at Nais. "No, it's very dangerous for him to go outside. Let him stay here. I assure you he won't disturb anyone." Billy immediately panicked upon hearing Murphy's words and pleaded. "Unfortunately, that's the rule. He is not one of us at the astrological tower and cannot stay here. Do you have any other business?" "I am indeed very busy." Murphy reiterated the same point. Billy trembled with anger but felt powerless. Wizards were often eccentric, and while they were still able to converse amicably, there was no telling what might happen if they disturbed them. He and Nais could be thrown out of the astrological tower in an instant. Murphy, the great wizard, was clearly becoming impatient. At this moment, Nais calmly said from the side, "It's fine. He can stay here, and I don't need to remain." Billy looked at Nais in shock, as if his eyes were saying, "You'll definitely die if you go out." "It's fine. I can still find a way to contact Sir Hans. He owes me a life and won't stand by idly." Nais seemed to know what Billy was thinking. "Moreover, I have good luck. Staying together makes me feel restrained. Since they want to deal with me, I'm not just going to be a wooden puppet," Nais said firmly. He had originally been angered by the Black Death Gang targeting him, and since they wanted to play, he would gladly join in their game. "Have you made a decision?" Murphy, who had been waiting impatiently, finally spoke up. Just then, Murphy could no longer contain himself. With a wave of his left hand, a door opened in the distance, and Billy was uncontrollably lifted and thrown inside. Only then did Murphy turn to look at Nais. "Is that goat outside yours?" Nais hadn't expected Murphy to suddenly ask him this question and instinctively nodded. "From your appearance, you're a warrior, yet you're also a natural spellcaster. Your mental strength seems quite good. Although I can't break the rules to keep you here, I can give you this. It might be useful," said Master Murphy, waving his sleeve. Suddenly, a flash of light dazzled Nai's eyes, as if the world was upside down, or like black and white were alternating. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing outside the astrological tower, with Ferrari watching him from the side. Billy was gone, and when Nais looked down, he found a rune stone in his hand. The stone was smooth and warm to the touch, adorned with countless tiny runes that glimmered softly as they swirled. Nais didn't know what it was, but at that moment, he heard the voice of Archmage Murphy in his mind. "Teleportation rune stone. It can release a shield in a critical moment and teleport you to the astrologer's tower. You must be within 30 miles of the tower, otherwise." The voice gradually faded, and the latter part was unclear. However, Nais was still delighted as he looked at the rune stone in his hand. With this life-saving stone, his safety had another layer of assurance. The urgent matter was to find Sir Hans. Chapter 45, The Greyblade Knight Order. Based on the information he learned from Charlie, Nais inquired and explored his way to the Northern Patrol Avenue. Soon, he found the base of the Greyblade Knight Order. Nais approached the guard at the entrance, announced the names of Sir Hans and himself, and the guard went inside to report. Before long, Nais spotted the familiar figure of Sir Hans approaching from afar. "Brother Nais, you really came. How have you been these days? Have you been training well?" Even from several meters away, the voice of Sir Hans reached him. "Of course, I haven't slacked off for a day." Nais was also very happy. In a sense, Sir Hans was one of the few friends he recognized. Although he was a subordinate of the second prince, it didn't affect Nais's acknowledgement of his character. The two embraced briefly upon meeting, and Sir Hans invited him inside for a drink. When it came to drinking, Nais was more than willing and immediately agreed. It had been a long time since he had a good drink since leaving the dwarven village. Along the way, the soldiers they encountered saluted Sir Hans, their eyes filled with respect and envy. The Great Knight was considered one of the most powerful figures in the hearts of ordinary people. Most soldiers viewed the Great Knight as their ultimate goal. A knight order's strength was often symbolized by whether it had a great knight. The two soon arrived at a hall where 3 people were already standing. 2 men and 1 woman, all dressed as knights, clearly belonging to the Greyblade Knight Order. Sir Hans introduced them. These 3 are the captains of the Knight Order. First captain, Pagnus, a tall, burly man nodded at Nais with a bearded face. Second captain, Becky. A tall middle-aged man beside him also nodded in greeting. Third captain, Lia, the last one, a red-haired woman with a slim and athletic figure, had a hint of pride in her eyes and didn't show much expression. Nais smiled slightly and didn't mind. This is Knight Nais. He is the one who slayed the Cranium Crusher with me. Don't be fooled by his young age. His strength is not weak. Upon hearing this, the captains displayed incredulous expressions, perhaps mixed with a hint of disbelief. However, at that moment, the subordinates brought in food and drinks, and they all sat down. Nais raised a mug of wheat beer and spoke first. Thank you for your hospitality, Sir Hans. This is my first time in Floor City, and I hope you all will take care of me in the future. Saying this, he downed the mug of beer in one go, no matter where one was. Alcohol was an important lubricant for social interactions. After a few drinks, everyone grew more familiar with one another. Brother Nais, now that you're in the capital, where are you staying? Pagnus asked. Hearing Nais's words, Sir Hans chimed in. In that case, why not stay at my place? I happen to live alone, and it's quite boring. Once you're familiar with life in Floor City, you can find a house you like in the inner city to buy as your residence. After all, you will be a noble knight. You can't live in the commoners area outside the city. Nais didn't mind the distinction between nobles and commoners, but at this moment, with the threat of the Black Death gang looming, he didn't mind borrowing the protection of Sir Hans. That would be too much trouble. Besides, houses in the inner city are beyond my means, Nais humbly replied. It's no trouble at all. Just right, I live alone. And it's rare to have someone to drink with. I can also guide you in your training. As for the inner city house, don't worry. Once you have your knight title, the Empire will grant you a sum of gold each year. Moreover, you can't buy a house in the inner city without a noble title. Many minor nobles have bought houses there as their home in the capital. A home in the capital? Do you have another home? Nais asked in confusion. Haha, let me explain, Brother Nais. Pagnus laughed heartily, taking over the topic. For example, Sir Hans here, he actually holds the title of Viscount. His family comes from the second prince's fief, so they have a territory in Devon County, which is his ancestral home. I see, Sir Hans is actually a Viscount, Nais realized. That's right. Once you are knighted, perhaps Count Becker will also grant you a village as your territory, Sir Hans said with the demeanor of someone who had been through it. Lia stood up, ignoring the others, and walked straight out. Once she was far away, Sir Hans explained a bit awkwardly. Don't mind her. Lia has that kind of temperament. She doesn't mean any harm. Humph. She just thinks her father is a marquis and looks down on us minor nobles, acting all high and mighty. Second Captain Becky couldn't help but chime in. In the Empire, nobles were ranked as king, duke, marquis, earl, viscount, baron, and knight. Among them, the titles of baron and knight could not be inherited and were usually obtained through military merit. Other titles were hereditary, and the noble inheritance system was basically primogeniture. The title and territory were inherited by the eldest son. If the eldest son died, the inheritance would go to his son. If the eldest had no son, it would go to the second son, and if there were no male heirs, the closest male relative would inherit. Therefore, in the Empire, among noble offspring, the eldest son usually inherited everything. The second son served in the military, and the third son generally went to the church for clerical duties. Women mainly focused on marriage. And the dreams of these noble girls were to become countesses, marquises, or even princesses and queens. However, the second daughter of Marquis Wells was different. She had loved horseback riding and swordplay since childhood and was unmanageable, determined to become a knight, even joining the Greyblade Knight Order through her father's influence. Thus, the personality of third Captain Liao Wells was indeed different from that of ordinary people. She couldn't blend into the circle of noble ladies and couldn't connect with the stinky knights either, making her an alternative figure. Listening to these gossip about the noble circle, Nais, based on his life experience from his previous life, found it understandable for a woman like Lia. However, this world was still a feudal society dominated by men, where women had a hard time controlling their freedom unless they were exceptional. Therefore, he felt differently about Lia. Being able to ignore others' opinions and strive for her goals and freedom made her worthy of respect. Chapter 46, Master Muralov. This was a standalone villa with 3 floors. The first floor had the living room and kitchen garden. The second floor had bedrooms, and the third floor was the study. Sir Hans's so-called living alone actually meant that there was a butler and a cook in the house, both residing in the basement. As soon as they arrived home, the butler served iced water and fruit, then began to tidy up Nais's room. It was Nice's first experience of such a life with someone serving him, a treatment he had never enjoyed in his previous life. Today, he got to experience it. Sir Hans, however, looked down on it, bluntly stating that it was quite simple. He promised to take Nice to other noble gatherings next time to broaden his horizons. Early the next morning, Nice got up early to exercise in the garden. His training mainly consisted of strength and weight-bearing exercises, drawing from his previous life experiences. When Sir Hans came down, he saw this scene and walked to the side to observe. This training method is quite interesting, constantly squatting with heavy weights on your back. Where did you learn it? Sir Hans asked curiously. I just practice on my own. No one taught me. Nice had to come up with a vague excuse. He certainly couldn't say he learned it at a gym he had paid thousands for, but only visited twice. It seems this method of training is quite effective. You are a successful case. Nice was curious about how Sir Hans usually trained, so he asked, My lord, how do you usually train? Sir Hans smiled and walked over. Speaking slowly, archery, as the name suggests, mainly trains arm strength and accuracy. Swordsmanship requires a teacher, focusing on combat. Sir Hans explained one by one, which Nice could understand. As for mounts, his was a Ferrari, which could be said to have long been a fusion of man and beast. He didn't know much about archery, but understood it required strong arm strength and long-term training. He was very interested in swordsmanship and wanted to ask Sir Hans for advice, to which Sir Hans readily agreed. Sir Hans used dual swords. One of his short swords was destroyed in his last battle with Skullcrusher, so he took 2 long swords from home. He then asked Hans, What weapons do you use? A slight smile appeared on Nice's lips as a huge 2-handed sword appeared out of nowhere in his hands. Sir Hans was momentarily taken aback by the sight. You kid, you really are a bit mysterious. You even have a storage ring. Nice chuckled. I picked it up in a ruin by chance. I thought it was worthless at first and almost threw it away. He casually fabricated a reason to brush it off. Training in swordsmanship had given Nice a certain understanding of basic sword techniques, but his 2-handed sword was too massive for the fixed techniques to suit him. However, it did give him a basic impression of the swordsmanship he might encounter in the future. Sir Hans's new swords were being reforged, and today was the day to pick them up, so Nice went with him to the blacksmith shop in the east of the city. The two rode their mounts to the exotic street in the eastern part of the city. Sir Hans led the way, weaving through the streets until they reached a fairly large blacksmith shop, where several massive furnaces were burning brightly, and dozens of dwarves were busy around them. This was the dwarven blacksmith shop Nice had intended to visit. The dwarven flame blacksmith shop could be said to be the best in the imperial capital. Master Malaf came from the Northern Federation of the Dwarven Kingdom and was highly skilled. Many nobles, and even royal family members specifically came here to have weapons forged. Sir Hans introduced to Nice. This is the dwarven flame blacksmith shop. Nice was already drawn in by the familiar sound of hammering and couldn't help but dismount and walk closer. Seeing his excitement, Sir Hans suddenly realized, how could I forget? This kid's old profession is a blacksmith. As a great knight, the dwarves at the dwarven flame blacksmith shop recognized him immediately, and a dwarf had already gone inside to notify Master Malaf. Dwarves generally had straightforward tempers and never treated pompous noble youths well. Many noble young men who came to ask for weapons had been turned away. In contrast, powerful individuals like Sir Hans, whose strength the dwarves respected, were treated with courtesy. The strength of a great knight was equivalent to that of a champion warrior among the dwarves, earning him great respect. At this moment, Master Malaf emerged. His physique was clearly strong and solid. Though not tall, his broad body was like a block of steel, exuding a sense of power and authority. His gray beard was trimmed short, held together by several metal ornaments that clinked together as he moved. A prominent nose was standard for dwarves, but his eyes were particularly striking, with rare deep red pupils that seemed to hide a burning flame. Years of blacksmithing had honed his body to its limits, and at over 150 years of age, his spirit was indomitable and his will firm. Thus, this dwarven blacksmith master was also a true champion warrior, even stronger than Sir Hans. Therefore, Sir Hans treated him with great respect. Dwarves lived longer than humans, generally reaching around 300 years of age, and their longer lifespans allowed for more time to train and enhance both body and spirit, increasing the likelihood of becoming powerful among the elite. At this point, Hans had already approached Nice. It's been a few days. Master Malaf still looks as spirited as ever. Sir Hans spoke first. Enough flattery, Hans. I know exactly what you're thinking. You can't wait to see your sword. Malaf replied, his voice loud and steady. Haha, well I can't wait to see the sword. I'm even more excited to see a friend. TSK, too hypocritical. Malaf scoffed. Then, a wine pouch flew up, and Malaf's eyes brightened as he caught it, uncorked it, and sniffed it, instantly smiling. Not bad. Good wine. You still have some heart. Come in. Your sword is ready, he said, drinking as he turned to walk inside. Sir Hans smiled, signaling Nice to follow him in. They passed through a room and followed Master Malaf into a large warehouse inside. Upon seeing a young man beside Sir Hans, Master Malaf looked somewhat displeased, mistaking Nice for one of those noble youths who cling to Hans, wanting to ask for weapons. Although a careful observation would reveal that Nice's attire and demeanor were not those of a noble, dwarves generally didn't bother with such superficial matters. On the other hand, Sir Hans, being meticulous and having worked under the second prince for a long time, had developed a keen ability to read people. He then spoke up. "This is my new acquaintance, Nice. Don't be fooled by his age. His strength is quite impressive. Together, we just managed to take down that skull-crusher guy." Upon hearing this, Malaf showed some interest. If what Hans said was true, this kid was quite intriguing. Moreover, Nice was also a blacksmith. And bringing him here was to let him witness the master's craftsmanship and broaden his horizons. Hearing that Nice was a blacksmith, Malaf officially turned to size him up. Chapter 47, Dwarven Forging Techniques. Malaf's eyes scrutinized Nice from head to toe. "As a blacksmith, your physique is decent. As a colleague, I must warn you. Don't expect to learn even a hint of our dwarven forging techniques from me. Over the years, too many have tried to learn. But our dwarven forging techniques are not something just anyone can master. Don't worry, Master Malaf. I'm just here to observe," Nice replied helplessly. Fully aware of the dwarves' straightforward nature and their lack of friendliness towards those they did not trust, the three entered the warehouse, where shelves were filled with various forged products. From armor to weapons, and even protective gear for mounts, as well as massive cast sculptures and bells. Malaf walked to the side and took out a one-handed sword, which was about the same length as the short sword Sir Hans had before. Hans took the sword and removed it from its sheath. Instantly, a cold gleam burst forth from the blade, which was 4 fingers wide, of moderate thickness, and had the classic one-handed sword design. Sir Hans eagerly drew his other long sword, skillfully twirling both swords in a few flourishes, then assumed a dual sword stance. Immediately, a sharp aura emanated from him. With faint gray energy flickering on the blade, Nice could distinctly feel the intense pressure surrounding him. He sensed that Sir Hans was even stronger now than he had been during the fight with Skullcrusher. "Not bad, Hans. It seems your strength has increased again. Congratulations," Master Malaf said. "Haha, this sword is excellent. Its weight and balance are perfect. The key is that it pairs perfectly with my other sword and feels incredibly comfortable to wield. Thank you so much, Master." It is clear that Sir Hans is very satisfied. Saying thank you would be too polite. "Just bring more wine next time." "That's easy," Hans readily agreed. At this moment, Murav turned his gaze to Nice and asked, "Little brother, what do you think of my work here?" Seemingly not expecting such a straightforward compliment, Murav was momentarily stunned, then proudly said, "The forging skills of dwarves are naturally the best on the entire continent, and even those self-proclaimed elves have to admit it. I was commissioned by the Dwarf King from the far northern Ice Diamond Kingdom to go to the human realm for cultural exchange, to showcase the unparalleled skills of dwarves to everyone." Seeing that the other party began to boast, Nice followed suit and said, "I have long admired the skills of dwarves. I truly want to visit the Ice Diamond Kingdom one day. It would be an honor to see the Dwarf King in person." This compliment did not provoke Murav. As the saying goes, 1,000 holes can be poked, but flattery can't be pierced. Murav had no choice but to speak up. "Since you are also a blacksmith, do you have any of your own works? In light of Hans's reputation, I can give you some advice." Hans was very pleased. Receiving guidance from Master Murav on forging was a great honor and opportunity, so he quickly urged Nice to present his work for Murav's advice. Nice felt a bit helpless. He really didn't have any works to show. The only two-handed sword he had was not made by him alone, but crafted together with the Greystone dwarves, and he wasn't sure if he should present it. However, facing Master Murav's gaze, he decided to trust the dwarven race this one time. So, with a flash of light, the two-handed sword appeared in Nice's hand. The enormous and exaggerated sword immediately captured Murav's attention, and his expression shifted from shock to disbelief, then to careful examination, revealing the great turmoil in his heart. After a long silence, Nice didn't speak, and Sir Hans couldn't help but ask, "Master Murav, what do you think?" "Well, Hans, I need to discuss some trade secrets with Brother Nice next, and you may not be suitable to be present. Please step outside and rest for a while." Murav's tone was unusually serious, lacking his usual warmth. Sir Hans glanced at Nice and then at Master Murav. Nice gave him a reassuring expression. Sir Hans had no choice but to turn and leave alone. After Sir Hans left, Master Murav closed the door, walked to a corner, and turned a hidden mechanism. A weapons rack in the wall behind him instantly opened, revealing a dark passage. "Follow me," Master Murav said. Nice felt inexplicably at ease and did not think the other party would harm him. He quickly followed him inside. Through Nice's eyes as a blacksmith, he even noticed several items made of mithril. Master Murav walked to a large table in the center of the room and gestured for Nice to place the two-handed sword on the table. Nice complied. And then Master Murav finally spoke. "Where did you get this two-handed sword?" Nais seemed to have anticipated this question. I forged it, to be precise. I forged it together with a group of friends. Lying. Master Murav instantly became a bit angry, then calmed down. This is clearly dwarven forging. You don't think I can't tell, do you? Which dwarves? Which clan? Master Murav immediately asked. The Greystone clan from the Eastern Wilderness. They claim to be descendants of the Rex Empire. Nais accurately provided the relevant information. So how did a human like you come to possess a weapon forged by dwarves? He still had his doubts, thinking perhaps Nais had obtained the weapon through improper means. Well, I was abandoned in the wilderness when I was 8. And it was the Greystone clan that took me in. I grew up with the dwarves, so I also know some dwarven forging techniques. Nais revealed his background. Moreover, this sword was custom-made for me. The design was created by me. You should be able to tell that such dimensions would not even be suitable for the biggest dwarven warriors to wield. And the design of the sword body differs from the traditional dwarven style. Master Murav stared intently at the two-handed sword. Naturally, he could confirm what Nais said. Nais was not lying. Such dimensions and design were indeed not made for dwarves, but the forging technique was dwarven. How can you prove that what you say is true? Master Murav asked uncertainly. Nais extended his right hand, and a faint light flashed in his palm, revealing a mithril insignia. Chapter 48, The Prophecy. This insignia was the size of a maple leaf, with designs of mountains, hammers, and ram horns on it. The texture was warm, although it was metal. It was not cold, and it was extremely light, with a layer of deep luster flowing slowly on it, mesmerizing to behold. Upon seeing this, Master Murav immediately recognized it as a mithril product. From the material and forging techniques, it was indeed a dwarven insignia, a token that could only be obtained by the most trusted friends. Seeing this insignia, Master Murav finally set aside all his doubts. A friend of the dwarves is a friend to all. Master Murav relaxed at this point and said to Nais, since you are a friend of the dwarves, it is naturally different. From now on, in this Flora City, this will be your second home. You can come anytime. We must not let the Greystone clan look down on our hospitality. Haha, not bad. Quite interesting. No wonder you are a friend of the Greystone clan. How is the current situation of the Greystone clan? Master Murav asked. The Greystone clan is small in number. There are only about 300 of them, living in the barren mountains of the wilderness, with very little interaction with the outside world. Nais actually felt a bit worried. Only 300 people? That situation is indeed not good. It's really not easy for so few to hold on until now. Master Murav sighed. After the glory of the dwarves, their kin scattered across the continent. How many once powerful dwarven kingdoms have disappeared? These kin struggle to survive. Now, the only dwarven kingdom is within the Northern Federation. The Ice Diamond Kingdom of the Dwarves, the Barbarian Tosbaf of the North, and the Starry Sky Alliance of the Northern Humans form the Northern Federation. The Federation is governed by the Supreme Council composed of the leaders of the 3 countries, and the Dwarf King has been sending dwarven envoys across the continent. For example, I am one of the dwarven envoys sent to the Empire, and one of the important tasks is to contact the dwarven remnants everywhere, and if they are willing, assist them in moving to the Ice Diamond Kingdom. Nais understood that Master Murav meant that whether the Greystone clan would be willing to migrate to the Northern Ice Diamond Kingdom was something Nais might not yet be able to determine. However, ever since the elders unearthed the ruins of the Rex Empire, they would not choose to leave. After all, the Greystone clan has regarded this as their mission, believing it signifies their responsibility and honor as remnants of the Rex. So he said, well then, being able to find a clan is always good. I will write to the Dwarf King to inform them of the existence of the Greystone clan and have those guys in the library recorded in the archives. Master Murav said solemnly. At this moment, Nais remembered something and asked, Master, do you know about the Black Death Gang? Now that the dwarf in front of him was someone Nais could trust, he wanted to inquire about the Black Death Gang's details. Master Murav frowned upon hearing this name. The Black Death Gang is the leader of the underground forces in the Empire, the Black King. He is also the peak figure of underground forces across the continent. Known as the Dark Twin Kings of the underground world, alongside the Dark King of the Southern Elan Duchy. This information was the first time Nais had heard of it. It was no longer just within the Empire, but had reached the level of the entire continent. This made him feel even heavier in his heart. It was not a big deal. I got caught up in someone else's grievances and ended up killing 2 people chasing me from the Black Death Gang. Nais said helplessly, looking as if he didn't want to be involved. Master Mu thought for a moment and said, if it's not a serious matter, I can sell some face. After all, I've had some contact with them, and maybe the Black King won't hold it against me. Is that okay? I can't let Master Mu fall into danger. Nais was clearly worried. It's okay. The Black King wouldn't attack me for no reason, and he wouldn't casually offend us dwarves. Although we dwarves are currently in a weak position, our ability to hold grudges hasn't changed, Master Mu said nonchalantly. The two chatted in the room for quite a while, getting to know each other better, almost forgetting that Sir Hans was still waiting outside. Sir Hans was also quite curious, thinking, Master Mu has always had a bad temper. He wouldn't get into an argument with this kid nice, would he? Should I go check? Just as he was about to get up to take a look, he saw the two of them walking out, laughing and chatting, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Nice and Master Mu came out together. And Master Mu happily said, I didn't expect to chat for so long that I almost forgot my little brother Hans was waiting outside. However, I didn't expect that by communicating with this young lad, I would gain some new insights into forging skills. Haha, that's truly something to celebrate, Master Mu, Sir Hans said, clearly unable to believe it. A young blacksmith, and yet he could provide new insights to the top Master Mulaf. The people nearby had already brought over the horse and the Ferrari. When Master Mu saw the Ferrari, his pupils shook again, and he seemed to tremble slightly as he looked at Nice and asked, Is this your mount? Nice was already used to it. The Ferrari always surprised some people. Yes, this is my mount. It's called Ferrari. Master Mu muttered the name Ferrari, suddenly looking up with a determined gaze, and loudly announced to Nice, from today on, I will take you as my disciple. You will come here to learn from me. The information in this statement shocked everyone around them. Even the dwarves who were working had their mouths agape in disbelief. Nice also had a face full of disbelief. They hadn't talked about this at all. So how did Master Mu suddenly announce it in front of everyone? The young man has good talent. We are fated. You must work hard to learn, or you'll laugh. Won't spare you, Master Mu said seriously. At this moment, only Sir Hans felt genuinely happy for Nice. To become Master Mu's disciple was a dream for many, and this reputation and skill would be a lifelong wealth. He quickly said to Nice, Congratulations, little brother Nice. This is a great thing. Nice was also taken aback by this, but he thought perhaps Master Mu had other plans, and it would certainly not be a bad thing for him. So he immediately agreed. When Master Mu saw Nice nod, he said, Then you can move over to the blacksmith shop tomorrow to learn with me. There's still a lot for you to learn. Okay, Master Mu. Nice didn't think too much and agreed first. It wasn't until a long time after the two left that a distracted Master Mu muttered to himself, Is the prophecy about to come true? The Human Giant Sword Goat. Chapter 49, Harvest Festival. There were lively parades, various noble banquets, and finally, the much-anticipated night tournament. The night tournament was organized by the royal family, and the participants were young non-nobles. The competition consisted of traditional one-on-one night duels. After determining the top 30, there would be a 30-person melee, and rankings would be decided based on how long they remained in the arena, with the last person standing being the champion. The top 10 would receive rewards such as wealth and treasures, and they would also be knighted by His Majesty the King after the tournament, creating a new batch of nobles. This was also a channel for class advancement provided by the empire. Otherwise, the eternally rigid noble system would hinder the empire's development. At the same time, it would also select talents for the empire. These promising young knights would either enlist directly to accumulate military achievements or be taken under the wing of some great nobles, thus ensuring a bright future. Such a highly anticipated competition naturally attracted a lot of underground betting, with many nobles participating and turning the event into a large-scale gambling affair. Many factions also sent their prepared contestants, hoping to share in the spoils. After all, Master Mu's strength was at the level of a great knight, significantly stronger than Sir Hans. Indeed, ever since Nice moved to the Blazing Forge, the Black Death Gang seemed to have disappeared. Their previously aggressive momentum had vanished, and they had not come to trouble him at all. Nice enjoyed the peace and spent every day studying forging techniques and physical training with Master Mu. Master Mu's method of training was to forge, which was an extremely physically demanding activity. Although Nice was originally from a blacksmithing background, hammering steel continuously all day long left him with sore back and legs by the time he went to bed. Moreover, the tool Master Mu used for training him was not an ordinary blacksmith's hammer, but a weapon of Master Mu's, the Hammer of Flames, which was heavier and larger than a regular hammer and extremely difficult to use. During this time, Nice also took another blood fruit, and the effect of the upper limit increase was still evident, but this time it only increased his strength by half a degree. Perhaps because his physical strength limit had already been significantly raised. He had also asked Master Mu about this, and after Master Mu's explanation, he learned that there were indeed some treasures in this world that could enhance a person's physical limits. When a person broke through to become a great knight, the stronger their body was, the more benefits they could gain from the energy reinforcement after the breakthrough. This benefit was a one-time occurrence, so it was better to have stronger physical strength before reaching the great knight level. Because of this, Nice further understood the preciousness of the blood fruit, and decided he would have to thank little Afu properly in the future. Sir Hans also often came to see Nice, and the three of them frequently drank and chatted together. Sir Hans still hoped that Nice would join the second prince's camp, but Master Mu disagreed and advised Nice not to easily get involved in the royal power struggles, as there were too many schemes and calculations involved, and once one entered, they often found it hard to extricate themselves. The empire's eldest prince, William Fries, was the only son of the late queen and the king's eldest son. Even so, anyone with discernment could understand that the beloved young princess of the Holy Kingdom, allowing her to travel to the empire, already represented the trust and recognition of the eldest prince, which greatly enhanced his prestige and image. Compared to the eldest prince, the second prince's previous achievement of leading a team to slay the orc skull-crushing general became insignificant. This made Eric furious at home, demanding his subordinates to search for more promising young people to join him, insisting that they must win the championship in this night tournament to defeat the eldest prince. This was also one of the reasons why Sir Hans stayed with Nice. He had high hopes for Nice's strength. Although Nice Knight title was already a done deal, not needing to participate in the competition to gain the opportunity for noble advancement, he still hoped that Nice could represent the second prince in the tournament. This way, when he performed brilliantly, he could also make a name for himself in the noble circles of the capital. However, Sir Hans was reasonable and did not force Nice to agree, always respecting Nice's decisions, which made Nice feel a bit embarrassed. He thought that if the Black Death Gang didn't make any moves, it wouldn't matter if he represented the second prince in the competition in the end. He could just consider it a way to repay Sir Hans's kindness. For now, he was focusing more on his own training. This made the docks even more lively these days. On an inconspicuous large merchant ship, the Black King was listening to reports from his subordinates. Boss, 2 of the Joker brothers are dead, and Big Joker was injured. Billy actually hid in the astrologer's tower, but then that kid with the mountain goat came out. And he seemed to have a good relationship with Sir Hans. The next day, Master Mu from the Blazing Forge announced he would take him as a disciple. The sailor reported carefully on Billy and Nice's whereabouts, and the failure of the mission made him quite unhappy, so his report was filled with resentment. Boss Mu and we still have some friendship, so I haven't taken action for now. How do you think we should handle it? The Black King, with his massive frame, lay lazily on a huge chair covered with the fur of an unknown animal. The golden and black fur shimmered in a beam of sunlight coming through the window, and most of the Black King's body remained hidden in the shadows. A deep voice sounded. The astrology tower, the second prince, and Boss Mu. How interesting. Billy's matter is just a small issue. No need to take it to heart, sir. Handle it in your own way. All right, boss. A soft voice came from the side. At this moment, a man walked out from the side. He was dressed in a well-fitted deep brown suit, his hair neatly combed in one direction. He was actually quite handsome, but a bit effeminate, lacking a bit of masculinity. The sailor saw him and couldn't hide a trace of disgust in his eyes. This man was Mr. Financial Officer under the Black King, and he pushed up his monocle with his right hand, speaking leisurely. I have always believed that violence is not the best way to solve problems. After saying this, his gaze seemed to casually glance towards the sailor. The sailor clenched his fists in anger, but in front of the Black King, he didn't have the courage to act impulsively. He could only say, boss, I can handle it, as long as I go personally. No need, I have some new ideas. Let Mr. handle it. You help me gather the horses. We're going on stage soon, so get ready. The Black King's words left no room for discussion. Yes, go take care of your own business. The people in the room quickly left. At this moment, the Black King seemed to address the air. Has that place you mentioned been confirmed? Is there really something you need? The surrounding shadows seemed to twist slightly, and a vague voice emerged. It has been confirmed. Once I obtain it, I can repair my damaged soul and mental strength, not only restoring my original power, but also advancing further. The voice was slightly hoarse, yet it belonged to an old one. The astrology tower is also planning, but it doesn't matter. We will think of a way. A rare smile appeared on the Black King's face. Do I really have to dress like this? Nye said helplessly in front of a large mirror. Several tailors were measuring him nearby. Of course, for the Marquis' ball, you need to dress appropriately. You won't even be allowed in wearing your battle suit. Hans explained from the side. Actually, you look quite good in this. I'm just not used to it. Will it be a bit tight? You'll get used to it after a few times. Let me take you to see it, and Master Mu received an invitation as well. The dwarves might dress even more extravagantly. Hans spoke as if he were an experienced person, seemingly very accustomed to it. The ball hosted by Marquis Vanderback would see attendance from almost all prominent figures in the imperial capital. The Marquis was one of the few neutrals, never taking sides in politics. This was thanks to his family's long-standing heritage and family teachings, as well as the enormous wealth that served as his backing. Because of this, he had always been keen on making friends from various circles and maintained good relationships with all factions. Guests would gladly attend any ball he organized, and over time, he became a mediator and intermediary in the imperial capital, earning respect from all sides. As night fell, the city of Fleuries lit up with lights. At this moment, the grand villa of Marquis Vanderback was brightly lit and bustling with people from various industries in the imperial capital. Countless noble ladies were whispering to each other, discussing which young masters were handsome and heroic, and which young masters would inherit noble titles. People formed small circles, drinking and discussing their own topics. At the front were the major nobles of the empire, all dressed elegantly and speaking with grace, discussing the empire's power and interests. Outside of them were ambassadors and military and political ministers from various countries, discussing their political views and perspectives on the continent's situation. Next were the young second-generation nobles. Both men and women clustered together, laughing and joking. At the outermost layer were various local small nobles, junior officers, and businessmen, all enthusiastically expanding their social networks. Nais and Hans were in this area, attending a noble ball for the first time, and Nais could only put on a serious expression. Although he hadn't participated before, he had seen enough in his previous life as television dramas. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. At this moment, he and the great knight Hans were chatting with a group of officers. Nais had thought that great knights were rare, but at this ball in the imperial capital, various elites of the empire gathered, and he felt that there were at least 40 to 50 great knights present. Most of them were from the military system, including private knight groups of the Crown Prince and the Second Prince, as well as knight groups from the military and the Emperor, with almost all group leaders being great knights. How do you distinguish the strength among great knights? Nais couldn't help but ask Hans. The nearby officers heard this, and a slightly older, burly officer spoke up. Brother Nais, you're young and indeed don't understand the differences yet. This man was the leader of the giant knight group, also part of the Second Prince's private armed forces. He continued, great knights have already resonated with energy and enhanced their bodies. The subsequent training mainly focuses on increasing the enhancement effect and controlling the energy. Nais actually knew a little after becoming a great knight. If physical strength was assumed to be 100, continuing to enhance oneself with energy could raise strength to 200, 300, or even higher. Generally, when enhanced to the limit, it was said that strength could reach around 10 times, which would be 1,000. Reaching this level would mean touching the legendary saint level. And if one could cross that threshold, they would become a legendary figure. This level of enhancement is not something most people understand or categorize. We great knights have our own set of judgment standards. Enhancing to the limit means a 10-fold enhancement, which is the 10th level. And each reduction in a fold decreases a level. So, during the period of being a great knight, there are 10 ranks. Another knight leader, who was slightly shorter and sturdier, spoke. His knight group was called the Teton Knight Group, also belonging to the Second Prince. At this moment, the great knight Hans continued. This is just a basic classification. Among them, the control of energy, which greatly affects combat power, is also crucial. Controlling energy for long-range attacks is basic, but it actually consumes a lot and lacks refinement, belonging to low-level applications. A step further is to attach energy to weapons, which greatly increases energy usage efficiency and enhances power. Exactly. The leader of the giant knight group took over the conversation. Long-range attacks are used for group attacks, mainly against weaker enemies or distant foes, while attachment to weapons is mainly used for combat against opponents of similar strength. Above this, when your energy control ability becomes even stronger, you can use energy to defend your entire body, forming an indestructible armor. You can also use energy to assist your various movements, giving extra boosts to actions like moving and jumping. Great knights at this level have far surpassed most great knights, and their bodies are generally enhanced to at least the 6th rank or higher, which we call divine might knights. Nais took a breath. For the first time, he learned about such classifications among great knights and couldn't help but ask again. And the group leaders? Everyone understood Nais's meaning and didn't mind. As a knight, not wanting to understand the strong would be shameful. The great knight Hans gently cleared his throat and spoke. Both the leader of the Teton Knight Group and I are at the 2nd rank, while the leader of the Giant Knight Group has already reached the late stage of the 2nd rank. A newly promoted Great Knight is at the 1st rank, with a strength of 100, which is equivalent to Hans the Great Knight having a physical strength of around 200. The leader of the Giant Knights is already close to 300. Generally, the limit for ordinary brute force users is around 80. While Nice currently has a base strength of 60, and with the enhancement from Black Flash, it has reached about 90. If paired with weapon runes, he is already very close to being a 1st-rank Great Knight. Nice understood this and immediately showed a look of admiration. The several knight leaders smiled, as with their strength, they didn't need to pay too much attention to Nice. However, through Hans the Great Knight, they learned about Nice's potential. Not to mention that Nice is still Master Mu's disciple, and they would still need to rely on him in the future. Nice then asked, so what was the level of the Skull Crusher General back then? Just luck. If I hadn't received timely treatment afterward, I would have already died, Nice humbly replied. But it wasn't completely modest. At that time, he was severely injured and unconscious from the impact of the Skull Crusher, and without subsequent bandaging and the priest's healing spells, he might not have made it. It was also after this battle that he firmly resolved to strengthen his own power and take control of his destiny. I know what you want to ask, haha. You want to know who has reached the level of a Divine Might Knight, right? Nice nodded vigorously. Divine Might Knights are indeed rare, but you're very lucky. There's one right here. Nice immediately looked around, seemingly expecting the Divine Might Knight to be glowing. Haha, stop looking. He's chatting with the Marquis at the front. It's Raphael, the vice captain of the Royal Knights, a true genius knight, and he is now a 6th-ranked Divine Might Knight. He wields cutting energy. Energy? Cutting energy? Nice heard another unfamiliar term. Haha, you really are a novice. Such a wonderful age. Captain Tidon laughed and explained. When everyone breaks through to become great knights, the resonating energy is different. The void is filled with countless types of energy, and depending on your physique and talent, the resonating energy attribute often varies. For example, I have earth element energy, Knight Hans has vibration energy, and the leader of the giant knights has pure strength energy. Nice understood. He had always wondered why the energy colors of the Skull Crusher and Knight Hans were different. It turned out that Knight Hans's gray energy is of the vibration attribute. Although the banquet was quite boring, encountering so many great knights and having discussions allowed Nice to gain a lot, thinking that he really needed to see more of the world. He couldn't just stay in his own world. Even if he practiced hard, he would lack a long-term direction like a headless fly. At that moment, a servant approached and quietly said to Nice, Mr. Nice, Ambassador Muraf requests your presence for a talk. Nice noticed that the other party referred to him as Ambassador Muraf, indicating that Master Mu was attending the banquet as the resident ambassador of the Ice Diamond Kingdom. He immediately excused himself from Hans and the other great knights, signaling for the servant to lead the way. The servant guided Nice through several corridors and into a small outdoor garden where there was no one else. Only Master Mu and an unfamiliar noble nearby. Upon seeing Nice arrive, Master Mu gestured for him to come over. Nice stepped forward and nodded to show his respect. Master Mu then spoke. This is Sir Gurko, who specializes in weapons and military equipment business, and we have collaborated quite a bit. He heard that I took on a disciple and wanted to meet you. Good evening, Sir Gurko, Nice politely greeted. Although the title of Sir belongs to the nobility, it is not part of the official noble ranks of lords, barons, and knights. It is a special title bought by ordinary people with money. Although it ranks equivalent to a viscount, the title cannot be inherited by children. To maintain their noble status, they must either achieve military merit or repeatedly purchase titles through money across generations. Among the official noble circles, it is the least respected title. However, many merchants are eager for it, as the limited titles of Sir are still in high demand, making it their only way to join high society. At this moment, Sir Gurko spoke. Knight Nice, although you haven't been titled yet, I want to congratulate you in advance. I was quite surprised to hear that Master Mu has taken on a disciple. He has never done so in all these years, and I had to see it for myself. Indeed, he has an extraordinary demeanor and boundless prospects. You're flattering me. Just a few days ago, I was still just a country boy. Nice did not lie. Not long ago, he was still a blacksmith in a remote small town, worrying about what to eat and drink each day, carefree. Master Mu then said, Gurko, if you have something to say, just say it. I don't know you well. Gurko chuckled. What is wrong with that? I can't come over just to congratulate my brother Nice and you for receiving such a good disciple. Pure? If you're pure, then I'm just a naive little boy. Master Mu teased back. But since you asked, I actually don't have anything for myself. But I have a friend who really wants to meet Knight Nice. As he spoke, his eyes turned to a dark corner of the small garden. A tall figure slowly emerged from the shadows, dressed in a deep brown suit with a white lace shirt underneath, his hair neatly combed to one side, and a delicate face framed by a monocle. He walked out slowly, lightly clapping his hands a few times. Knight Nice, I have long admired your name. The Black King asked me to send his regards to you, and of course, to Master Mu as well. Although the man's voice was soft, his words shocked everyone. The first to react was Master Mu, who slightly sidestepped to shield Nice. Who are you? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the gentleman. Upon hearing the title, Master Mu's eyebrows raised. It turned out to be the gentleman, one of the 4 pillars under the Black King, a name he had long heard. He just didn't know why he was sneaking into this banquet. Did he intend to make a move here? Master Mu misunderstood. With so many experts gathered, making a move here would be disastrous for him, especially since he knew he couldn't compete with Master Mu's strength. The gentleman remained calm and unhurried. I always respect my opponents when I do things. I'm not like those foolish sailors. I value win-win situations. Chapter 52, Divine Might Knight. Nice also reacted. What was meant to come had finally arrived. He just didn't expect the Black King's subordinates to sneak into such a high-level banquet and choose to appear at this time. He spoke up. What do you mean by win-win? Seeing Nice ask, the gentleman adjusted his monocle. I always advocate that cooperation is better than conflict. Killing each other benefits no one. So I have a proposal. Master Mu's expression became serious as he said, speak your mind. We know that Brother Nice has tremendous potential. Not only can he kill brute force users, but he has also befriended the Astrologer Tower and the Second Prince. and now he has become Master Mu's disciple. It would be even better if we could be friends. However, the Black Death Gang has had tens of thousands of members over the years, relying first on the absolute deterrence of Lord Black King and second on the gang's rules. The so-called grievances are not important, but the rules must not be broken. That brat Billy took something that doesn't belong to him. The gentleman's gaze shifted to Nice's finger, smiling. Now that you're wearing something from the Black King and have killed 2 of our members, who were cultivated with great effort, no one can just leave without paying a price. Otherwise, where would we put the face of the Black Death Gang? How can we give orders in the future? And who would still believe in the promises of the Black Death Gang? Nice sighed inwardly. That guy Billy actually used the stolen goods as a reward for himself, clearly intending to drag him down with him. He thought about how to teach him a lesson next time they met. So what do you want? Nice questioned. I won't just give in. I will fight with all my might. Nice challenged. Haha, fighting with all your might. If you really can give it a try, that would be great, but unfortunately, you lack such strength. Even Master Mu, along with the second prince's subordinates, and even the people from the astrologer's tower. If Lord Black King is willing, no one can protect you. This statement carried a murderous intent, filled with a confident demeanor, evoking various legends about the Black King. The rumored Hermann Marquis family, a powerful family with a heritage of hundreds of years, born from military prowess, with numerous members and great strength. Over a decade ago, the last member of the Hermann family committed suicide by jumping into a river, and the residents of the empire speculated on how a family that was once strong and well-established gradually collapsed and disappeared from history in just 4 to 5 years. Ultimately, the rumors pointed to the Black King, with tales suggesting that he was once a servant of the Herson family and had irreconcilable conflicts with them. After this incident, the name of the Black King echoed throughout the empire, and despite his high profile, the royal family and the Church of Light turned a blind eye, allowing him to grow stronger. It cannot be denied that the Black King's abilities are indeed unfathomable. Master Mu snorted heavily. We dwarves are not afraid of any Black King. At this moment, the expression of the gentleman changed, from one filled with murderous intent to one that was gentle and warm. He smiled and said, I apologize for saying that I don't like to solve problems with violence. How about this? 1 ring, 2 lives. As long as you agree to help the Black King with 3 things, our grudges will be wiped clean. What do you say? The gentleman pointed at Nice. Nice was also taken aback by the request and questioned after a brief thought. Are you saying I have to comply even if it means my death? Am I to go and indiscriminately kill innocents? Haha, of course not. Such things we are quite good at ourselves. It doesn't need to fall to you, the gentleman mocked. What I need you to do is something of greater value to us. If you can't accept this condition, then there's nothing more to discuss. I can only have the Black King arrange for someone else to handle this matter. Trust me, you won't like the alternatives. Sir Gurko remained silent on the side, but a faint smile lingered on his lips, making it clear to anyone that he was merely a pawn of the Black King. Master Mu's eyes were filled with vigilance, ready for battle at any moment. If Nice refused, he would not hesitate to act at the slightest movement from the other party. Suddenly, a layer of dark red, stone-like energy gradually solidified, forming a huge glove that enveloped Master Mu's right hand and forearm. Bright and hot red energy flowed slowly beneath the cracks of the stone, giving off a dangerous aura reminiscent of a volcano about to erupt. I agree. Nice spoke up at this moment. Upon hearing this, the energy in Master Mu's hand gradually dissipated. He looked at Nice seriously. Have you thought it through? Don't worry. Most things in this world will not develop according to one's wishes. You can only crush any difficulties encountered. There is no other way. Nice replied to Master Mu. Clap. Clap, clap. The gentleman began to applaud again. Very well said. I didn't expect such high awareness at such a young age. With such willpower, I believe nothing can defeat you. Don't dawdle. Tell me, what do you want me to do? The first thing is, we need you to participate in the Knight's tournament. No matter what method, at least ensure that 3 designated individuals obtain the title of Knight. The Knight's tournament. Nice did not expect the gang to be involved in the selection of nobles. Were these 3 people pawns of the Black King or targets he was betting on? For a moment, Nice could not reach a conclusion. I agreed. What about the second thing? Nice continued. First, let's focus on the first task. We will inform you of the other matters when the time comes. The gentleman finished this sentence and turned without hesitation, walking towards the door, quickly blending into the night as if avoiding something. Only a hoarse voice seemed to directly enter Nice's mind. Remember, the White Knight alternates. Darkness endures. A magician. Nice had to think of this layer, which gave him a new understanding of the Black King's strength. At this moment, a white figure entered the small garden. Nice looked closely and saw that the newcomer was a young man, around 27 or 28 years old, with a face as cold as ice and a resolute jawline that gave him an unapproachable aura. His silver long hair flowed elegantly tied behind his head. He approached, glanced at Master Mu, and spoke. So it's Master Mu. I just sensed a strong energy fluctuation here and came to see what happened. Deputy Commander Raphael, I didn't expect my demonstration of energy use for my disciple to attract your attention. You truly deserve to be called a divine might knight. Master Mu casually provided an excuse and revealed the other party's identity. Nais then realized that this was the Raphael mentioned by the leader of the Giant Knight Order, the Deputy Commander of the Royal Knight Order, a 6th-tier divine might knight. He didn't expect someone so young to have such great strength. Hearing Master Mu's words, Raphael finally turned his gaze towards Nais. Oh, so you are Master Mu's disciple, the goat knight who was chasing the orcs in the wilderness with the second prince. Chapter 53, Night Tournament Preliminary. Upon hearing this, Nais sensed a hint of sarcasm in Raphael's words, perhaps because the royal knights had lost dozens of lives, while the second prince and he had garnered the most credit, which made Raphael, the deputy commander, feel unfair and somewhat displeased. Nais could understand the other's feelings. So he said, the royal knights are indeed the most courageous and noble knights I have ever seen. Their performance is worthy of the name knight in times of crisis. It was the brothers of the Knight Order who helped us buy time and exhaust the enemy's strength. If possible, I wish they could all survive. Upon hearing Nais's words, Raphael's expression stiffened a bit, as if he had punched a cotton ball, finding no reason to cause trouble. Judging from Master Mu's energy fluctuations just now, it seems that the energy has already begun to take shape. It looks like a breakthrough to Divine Might Knight is not far off. With such strength, your disciple must be no weakling either. I suggest he should participate in the Knights Tournament. It's a great opportunity for training. Raphael spoke without courtesy, clearly dragging even Master Mu into the matter without reason. Don't worry, I will participate. Nais could no longer hold back. It was one thing for him, but it was also impolite to Master Mu, which made him a bit angry. How could the deputy commander of the Royal Knight Order be so petty and narrow-minded? Nais felt a bit upset. He had just been coerced by the gentleman under the Black King and was now being sarcastically treated by this divine might knight. The root of it all was still his weak strength. In the following days, after signing up for the Knights Tournament, Nais trained frantically every day. The remaining 2 blood essence fruits were also used up. Although each increase in strength became smaller, it still provided a significant boost to his physique. Nais's strength was now very close to that of a brute, but he felt there was still a considerable distance from the limit, which should be attributed to the effects of the blood essence fruit. It raised the upper limit of his body, and the enhancement effect would be better when breaking through to Great Knight. Master Mu meticulously crafted a full set of armor for Nais for the Knight Tournament. This armor was similar in style to Ferrari's Battle Sheep armor, forming its own set with a strong dwarven style. The various heavy angles made fully armed Nais look like a terrifying steel machine. According to Nais's idea, the armor was painted in a black and red mix, exuding a dangerous aura. It is well known that the Knights Tournament mainly relies on 3 treasures. One is armor, the second is mount, and the third is the rider's strength. Good armor can help the rider absorb impact, protect the rider, and maintain balance on the mount. A good mount goes without saying. Faster speed and agility. A taller mount allows the rider to charge down from a height, giving the knight the upper hand in both momentum and collision. The skills of the knight themselves are also crucial. Under the premise of hitting the opponent's effective area, getting the opponent to hit a secondary release point, or even missing entirely, will ultimately determine the outcome of the battle. A knight who is knocked down can choose to continue fighting if they still have the courage. However, after taking a powerful charge hit, most knights are already unable to fight back. Yet, there are rare instances where knights have continued to fight and achieved victory after landing. Nais is also about to participate in the preliminaries. Due to the large number of participants this time, the preliminaries started 5 days in advance. The competition venue is the Glory Arena in the Eastern City. It is said that this used to be a gladiatorial arena, a place where slaves and beasts fought. But hundreds of years ago, the then emperor deemed gladiatorial combat too barbaric and backward, completely abolishing all gladiatorial matches. It was transformed into the Glory Arena, specifically for large gatherings and competitive tournaments. At this moment, a straight track has been drawn in the center of the arena, with a knight standing at each end of the gate. The sunlight is exceptionally glaring, illuminating the massive arena, and the stands are already filled with the citizens of the imperial capital, men and women, old and young, eager not to miss the most exciting competition of the year. The appearance of the 2 knights ignites the emotions of all the spectators, with cheers rising higher and higher, as people seem to vent all their daily frustrations here. One knight rides a tall and handsome yellow horse, adorned in exceptionally splendid armor, with various exquisite patterns embedded in his armor and shield, painted in gold, making him look like a golden knight, extravagant and ostentatious. His opponent rides an ordinary brown horse. His armor, though intact, looks old and worn. He is not tall, and his presence is far inferior to that of his opponent. Many lower-tier noble knights have no fiefdom, and the titles of the older generation of knights cannot be inherited, leaving their sons to squander their inheritance after their fathers die. Often, the only remaining family assets are an old horse and a set of old armor. The fallen knight's descendants reluctantly chose the path of knightly tournaments, traveling thousands of miles to the imperial capital, betting everything on this one shot. However, the vast majority are incapable weaklings, often becoming mere supports for others. At this moment, the referee at the side rings the golden bell beside him. Ding! The crisp sound resonates. The two knights release the reins and charge at each other with all their might, the wind howling past their ears. The cheers of the audience surrounding them, and they themselves are ignited by this atmosphere, filled with a sense of determination to face death. As they rapidly approach each other, about 20 meters away, both knights level their lances, the elongated wooden lances slicing through the air, pointing directly at their opponent. The two figures quickly cross paths, and with a loud bang, both lances strike each other, instantly shattering and breaking, splinters flying everywhere. The knight in the old armor feels as if struck by lightning, his body jolting violently, and he falls to the ground, rolling 4 or 5 times before he can no longer get up. Meanwhile, the golden knight, despite being hit and swaying, ultimately steadies himself. Seeing his opponent fall, he excitedly circles the arena, and the audience in the stands generously cheers and praises him. Some even throw roses onto the field. At this moment, one side is basking in cheers, praise, and glory, while the other has no one paying attention. Only 2 young men quickly entering the arena to drag the injured knight away from the center. After a round of cheering, the golden knight finally leaves the arena satisfied, and the crowd begins to discuss his performance, as he happily imagines that tales of his heroic moment will circulate on the streets tomorrow. At this time, it is Nice's turn to enter. He adjusts his armor, and the blacksmith shop has closed for the day to watch his match. Master Mu said that if he cannot even pass the preliminaries, it would be too embarrassing, and he should never let anyone know he is from the Flame Blacksmith shop. Nice puts on his helmet and rides Ferrari straight into the center of the arena from the preparation room. A few seconds later, the entire arena falls silent, as if witnessing the most peculiar sight. Chapter 54, The Goat Knight. Everyone is staring at Nice, or more precisely, at Ferrari, and soon the murmurs grow louder, like a swarm of bees buzzing throughout the venue. Ha! Which rural place did this shepherd boy come from, riding a big goat to compete? A young man laughs loudly. Don't underestimate him. Look at that black and red armor. It's not something an ordinary person could wear, said an older man, squinting, his life experience allowing him to observe more closely. Goat Knight, I support you. Many spectators begin to rally around him. Some young women are discussing. Does he not have enough money for a good horse? This goat might be his pet. He wants to compete with his pet. One girl starts to fantasize. However, Nice pays no mind to these discussions. Ferrari will be discovered sooner or later, so it's better to reveal it early. His attention is now focused on his opponent, whose identity is quite obvious, a member of the Royal Knights. The distinctive armor and green cloak of the Royal Knights stand out. Many lower-ranking members of the Knight Order have participated in this tournament to accumulate military achievements, which takes time and luck, perhaps by the age of 40. They still haven't accumulated enough. However, if they can place in the top 10 of the Knight tournament, they can directly earn the title of Knight, avoiding the need to fight on the battlefield. From then on, they will receive a monthly stipend from the Empire, ensuring a worry-free life. This Royal Knight is clearly here for that purpose. Perhaps they have heard of the battle between the Second Prince and the Orc Skullcrusher General, and have some understanding of Nice, the knight riding a goat. However, it seems that this understanding is mostly negative, and Nice feels the killing intent from his opponent upon being recognized. Indeed, before breaking through to the Great Knight level, many believe their strength is not inferior to others. And regarding Nice, they think he is just a lucky fool who stumbled upon an opportunity. If one were to earn the title of Knight, it should logically be a member of the Royal Knights who has fought through numerous battles. Since they meet in this arena, it is only natural to knock the opponent down to uphold the honor of the Royal Knights and prove to the Emperor that the Royal Knights are the ones truly deserving of trust. Before the match even begins, Nice has already become a thief in their eyes, having stolen a knight's spot that belongs to the Royal Knights. Nice feels somewhat helpless, as if he has killed their entire family. However, it doesn't matter, regardless of who his opponent is. His goal is to enter the top 30 and ensure that the 3 from the Black King enter the top 10. The charge begins suddenly and swiftly. Both riders start to accelerate wildly. Ferrari's physique is exceptionally strong, with greater weight and impact, and coupled with Nice's mental connection with Ferrari, it feels as if Ferrari is his forelegs. Nice does not use Black Flash to enhance himself. He believes that in this preliminary round, relying on his own strength is sufficient, and it also serves as a form of training. His physicality is already quite close to that of an ordinary brute, and as the competition does not allow for great knights to participate, If he can't win even this, it can only be said that his opponent's strength is quite profound. The short sprint of less than 100 meters feels both long and short. Bang! A loud collision sound as Nice's lance successfully hits the armor on his opponent's chest. While his opponent's lance narrowly misses Nice's chest armor due to his quick dodge, the powerless touch of the lance makes the Royal Knight instantly realize his mistake. And internally he shouts, "Not good." Before he can finish his thought, a massive force comes from his chest, even through the armor. He can feel the impact, making him momentarily breathless. The immense force that suddenly struck him caused him to fly into the air. And only then did the pain in his chest begin to surface. He fell heavily to the ground, unable to catch his breath before losing consciousness. Nice himself was unscathed, having easily dodged the opponent's thrusts due to his integration with the goat. The stands erupted with huge cheers, ignited by Nice's victory. Countless people shouted, "Goat Knight! Goat Knight!" Nice mimicked the other knights, circling the arena twice without removing his helmet. As many knights do not take off their helmets early on to maintain an aura of mystery. This was a way to promote his own fame. For instance, Nice's knightly name seemed to have been established, Goat Knight. Some asked what would happen if he didn't place in the later rounds and was eliminated early. In that case, he could just shield his face and pray not to be recognized for his true identity. The failure of the Royal Knights only made the origins of the Goat Knight more mysterious. The Royal Knight Order was well known throughout the imperial capital, consisting of knights with impeccable strength, experience, and courage. The deputy commander, Raphael, was already a 6th-tier divine knight at a young age. The commander was even prouder to the public, known as one of the Empire's twin pillars, Hadi Davis, an 8th-tier divine knight. The other pillar of the Empire was the leader of the Black Wind Knight Order, Andres Lear, who was equally renowned and also an 8th-tier divine knight. Such a formidable Royal Knight Order, with members who were the best of the best, had been defeated by the oddly shaped Goat Knight in the first round of the preliminaries. This news would surely spread throughout the city quickly, becoming a hot topic alongside the gossip of the aristocrats' private lives, turning into conversation fodder for various noble ladies. Nice was still unaware of this. He looked at the Royal Knight being dragged from the arena and instantly felt a wave of undisguised hostility from the waiting room across the way, where 4 or 5 Royal Knights were glaring at him fiercely. Well, this grudge was formed, and Nice could only helplessly accept this fact. He was also a bit angry. Why did they all treat him as a soft persimmon? One day, he would make these guys respect him. After the match, Master Mu had already left. Other dwarves said he had left halfway through, apparently confident in Nice's strength. After all, Master Mu was powerful, a 5th-tier champion warrior. And last time Raphael mentioned, he was not far from the 6th tier. Nice had also specifically inquired about Master Mu's energy attribute. And Master Mu said it was lava, which unleashed waves of heat that could deter many from approaching, as ordinary weapons could not withstand it and would break easily under heat. Nice envied him and began to fantasize about what type of energy he would resonate with when he broke through to become a great knight. The subsequent matches were quite ordinary, with no particularly stunning figures, though a knight in fiery red armor caught many people's attention. Everyone could tell at a glance that this knight was a woman. Women had participated in competitions before, but they were extremely rare. This female knight not only participated but also defeated a member of a knight order, causing quite a stir. However, as she did not remove her helmet, no one knew her identity, and she was referred to as the Rose Knight. Chapter 55, Undercurrents. In the following days, the tournament became increasingly intense, with many talented and powerful knights showcasing their abilities. Many participants were under the command of the second prince, among whom the most notable was a knight known as Rachel, a skilled fighter found in Cayenne City. The Rachel family was also within the second prince's territory, similar to the great knight Hans, with the entire family relying on the second prince. Rachel had served in the military for over 10 years, with almost impeccable combat experience and personal strength. As a brute force warrior, his physique had been honed to the limit, and at just over 30 years old, he had a high probability of breaking through to become a great knight. If he obtained the knight title before breaking through, he would have reason to expect a promotion in nobility after becoming a great knight. In the Empire, as long as one broke through to become a great knight and was willing to serve the Empire, they would generally receive a promotion in title. As the second son of his family, Rachel could not inherit his father's title and had to rely on his own efforts. This time, being chosen by the second prince to represent his faction in the competition came with promises of land and wealth, all easily attainable if he made it into the top 10. His strength was indeed formidable, winning his matches decisively in just one strike, earning him the title of Iron Wall Knight, indicating he had no flaws or weaknesses. Another knight who stood out was called the Eagle Knight, clad in platinum armor with a helmet decorated with an eagle in flight, and his strength was also top-notch. He won match after match effortlessly, displaying proper etiquette towards both his opponents and the audience, clearly a well-mannered noble. Another favorite was the Black Knight, known as the Slaughter Knight. Clad in all black armor and riding a black warhorse, his stature significantly taller than average, with a steed that was also much larger than normal horses. His opponents either ended up dead or severely injured in their encounters with him, progressing through the rounds amidst brutality and bloodshed, and later on. Some opponents even chose to forfeit when facing the Slaughter Knight. The matches were intense and brutal. Merely advancing was not enough. If one was injured, even if they advanced, it would be difficult to win in the next round, requiring one to defeat the opponent while remaining unscathed. By the third day, the remaining knights were no longer competing in one-on-one eliminations. Due to the high number of participants this year, the remaining 60 knights entered the final round of melee combat. After a day's break, the finals would take place the day after tomorrow. The next day, Great Knight Hans arrived and sought out Nai. Brother Nai, I really don't understand why you're unwilling to join us. There are 7 knights from the second prince entering the finals. If we band together, we have a good chance of making it into the top 10. This doesn't mean you have to join our faction. It's just a collaboration. And there's no harm to you. You can also state any demands you have. Great Knight Hans earnestly persuaded Nai, believing that since Nai had entered the competition, he must want to make it into the top 10, and collaborating with the second prince would be beneficial. Nai felt helpless. He couldn't directly say he had made an agreement with the Black King, and he knew the second prince still wanted to win him over. Collaborating with the second prince, even temporarily, would make him appear as part of the second prince's faction in the eyes of others. Nai could only smile wryly. Brother Nai, just give me a straight answer. Have you already reached an agreement with another party? Great Knight Hans still held out some hope. Nai looked at his face, realizing that to make him give up on persuading him, he could only nod slightly. The hope in Great Knight Hans's eyes instantly vanished. He finally understood why his repeated efforts to persuade Nai had failed, because Nai was already part of someone else's faction. Nai watched as Great Knight Hans walked away, feeling a bit pained inside. Great Knight Hans was the first person he had met after coming out of the wilderness, and their relationship was both teacher and friend. Although he was not interested in joining the second prince, he still admired someone like Great Knight Hans, who had his own principles and loyalties. Don't feel sad. A true warrior cannot betray his own heart to please others, Master Mu said as he walked out from behind. Moreover, this is indeed not the time to get involved in royal disputes. The reputation and strength of the eldest prince far exceed those of the second prince. But the second prince is patient, and his mother, Princess Catherine, is still alive, while the birth mother of the eldest prince passed away early. The situation remains unclear. Master Mu slowly analyzed the current situation. In the imperial capital, there are still many old-timers who have yet to choose sides, all waiting for the right moment. Although His Majesty the King is advanced in years, he is still in fairly good health. The power of the empire remains firmly in his hands. Without his nod, no one can truly feel secure. It is indeed correct for you to firmly refrain from choosing sides at this moment. After listening to Master Mu's analysis, Nai also came to a clear understanding. The situation is too ambiguous right now, and choosing a side carries too much risk. The only way forward is to continuously strengthen his own power and increase his influence, so that regardless of what happens in the future, he will have the right to make his own choices. Not long after Hans left, several groups of people came to Wu Nai's. Although he did not remove his helmet, those with keen eyes could naturally discern his identity. Among them were forces from the Grand Prince, forces from other knightly orders, some noble alliances, and even private individuals seeking to ally with him. Nai politely declined them all, simply waiting, yet he had yet to see the main figure, the Black King's subordinates. To this day, he still does not know who the Black King's people are. However, Master Mu advised him not to rush when the time comes. The Black King will naturally let him know. In the palace of King Floris, before the large floor-to-ceiling window, the aged king of the empire stood gazing at the entire city before him, with starlight flickering in his eyes. So, how is the competition this year? A subordinate of the Grand Prince reported. 1 from the Grand Prince, 7 from the Second Prince, 11 from the old nobles, 15 from the new nobles, 4 from the royal knights, and 3 from that individual. The rest are all free agents. Oh, the Grand Prince has only one person. It seems he is determined to win this year. Just one person gives him such confidence? This knight from the Holy Kingdom should not be weak. There was a hint of expectation in the king's words. The second prince has 7 people this year. He is not without opportunity. Those new nobles are quite ambitious. Good. The old nobles should feel a bit of pressure now. That person, relying on my tacit approval, is he starting to reach into the noble circle now? Let him play. When I have the chance, I will make him regret it. In the distant dark basement, the Black King, who was eating melon seeds, inexplicably sneezed. Which bastard is talking bad about me? Chapter 56. The competition begins. Boss, the Goat Kid has already entered the final round. According to our agreement, he will help us secure 3 spots. A man next to him spoke at this moment. Heh, does he have such great ability? His opponents are not weak. The Black King's voice was extremely muffled, like a thunderclap. It doesn't matter. Just a casual move. Let us see this kid's potential. Finally, the day of the finals arrived. This time, the competition was set outside the northern city because the arena was not large enough for all the knights to engage in a free-for-all. In the outskirts of the northern city, a large circle with a diameter of 100 meters was surrounded by wooden fences. This was the venue for the final competition. Numerous wooden platforms had already been built around, and in the center stood the highest platform, decorated with various flags and flowers. This would be the position for His Majesty the King and other high-ranking dignitaries. Many citizens had already arrived early. Some set up tents, as if on a picnic, while others rode horses, playing and chasing each other. Some had already moved closer to the venue to secure their spots. In short, it was a bustling crowd. As more and more people gathered, all the contestants filed in, and waves of cheers and shouts rose higher and higher. Nyes looked at the knights on his left and right. On his left was a knight clad in spiked armor, riding a large red horse, wielding a shield in one hand and a battle axe in the other. On his right was a knight in white horned armor, adorned with black decorations and a cloak, wielding a rare steel trident. At this moment, a high-pitched horn sounded, and finally, the king and queen made their entrance. The king of the empire was dressed in black and gold silk clothing, wearing a shining crown. George Flores was not young anymore, with long silver hair cascading naturally behind him, and his weathered face bore the marks of time. However, he appeared quite well, walking with his head held high rather than stooping like an ordinary elderly person. Entering alongside the king was Queen Catherine, the mother of the second prince. Her golden hair flowed gracefully down her back, and although she was nearly 50, she looked well-maintained and had a good figure, embodying the charm of a noble woman. Upon seeing the king and queen, the audience erupted into huge cheers, and His Majesty frequently waved to acknowledge the crowd. Next came the Grand Prince, William Flores. It was Nyes' first time seeing the Grand Prince. He had a well-proportioned figure, neither too tall nor too short. His flaxen hair was said to resemble that of the late queen. He walked in enthusiastically, accompanied by a beautiful young girl. The girl, around 18 or 19 years old, wore a white dress, exuding youthful vitality with a delicate and cute face, blended with the unique shyness of a girl. She walked in slowly, like a beam of pure white moonlight, and was none other than Princess Mary, the little princess from the Holy Kingdom, visiting the empire. The audience erupted into a new wave of cheers upon seeing the beautiful little princess. Following closely behind was the second prince, dressed in a dark velvet robe, looking relaxed and confident. Next, various nobles of the empire entered the stands on both sides, and the grand competition was about to begin. An announcer rode into the center of the venue. He shouted loudly, "The rules of the competition. All contestants may engage in free combat. Anyone who falls outside the boundaries will be eliminated. Other contestants cannot pursue eliminated players. Injuries and deaths do not count. The last 10 remaining will earn the title of knight, with additional rewards for each rank achieved. The final champion will receive a special reward. Wishing everyone good fortune in battle." After the announcer left the arena, the surrounding guards raised their horns, emitting a loud and distant sound, and the competition officially began. The audience's emotions instantly surged. Nyes felt as if he was in the midst of a noisy battlefield, surrounded by shouts. At this moment, most people began to take action. First were those who had secretly allied before the competition, now finding their partners and forming alliances for mutual support. Some isolated knights had already been besieged by these groups, outnumbered and forced to flee in embarrassment, driven out of the arena. Soon enough, someone was eliminated. Nyes had originally planned to watch the show, but he suddenly saw the two knights on either side charging towards him at the same time. Nyes thought to himself, "Goodness, are these two in cahoots?" To avoid being surrounded, he quickly darted forward. Sure enough, the two knights adjusted their direction and continued towards him, seemingly having set their sights on him. Nyes was puzzled as to why he was targeted from the start. However, he was not someone who would not fight back. His double-handed sword was already gripped in his hands, ready to counterattack at any moment. The entire arena was now in chaos, with shouts, the whinnying of battle horses, and the clashing of weapons all mixed together, along with clouds of dust rising, as if a real war was underway. The two knights attacking Nyes had closed in to about 10 meters from him. Nyes charged towards the knight in the horned helmet, planning to take them out one by one. As he focused on the opponent, getting closer, the great sword in his hand was ready to cleave through the enemy. Just then, a deep voice came from under the horned knight's visor. "White Knight transition." Before Nyes could react, the spiked knight behind him lowered his voice and said, "Eternal darkness." That phrase sounded so familiar. Nais quickly realized it was a line that had suddenly entered his mind the day of the banquet after Master Mu left. White Knight transition, eternal darkness. It turns out to be the Black King's signal, so these two must be the people the Black King wants to protect. Speaking of which, the Black King is quite capable, having arranged for these two to be right by his side. Thus, Nais dared not act recklessly. He watched as the two approached him, slowing their pace. The three riders gathered together, and the Horn Knight spoke in a deep voice. Since we're all on the same side, there's no need to pretend. Our goal is the top 10, so we can enjoy the show for now. We'll wait for those weaker competitors to be eliminated before we make our move. What if some foolish guy comes looking for trouble? The Spiked Knight's sharp voice came from beneath his helmet. Nais was a bit curious. Shouldn't there be another knight? Shouldn't they go find him first? Hearing this, the Spiked Knight and the Horn Knight exchanged knowing smiles. That guy should be venting right now. There's no need to worry about him. It's best to wait until he has done venting before we go find him. Chapter 57, The Killing Knight. Your Highness, let me introduce you, the second prince said as he walked over to Princess Mary, eagerly explaining the situation in the arena. He took the initiative to explain to the princess. Then I must thank the second prince, a soft and gentle voice replied, floating into the second prince's ears, making him feel a bit lightheaded. In contrast, the first prince stood by quietly, merely watching the distant competition with a faint smile on his lips. Let me introduce you to a few of the popular figures in this competition. Right in front of us is the hotshot known as the Iron Wall Knight, who has previously dominated all his matches. The title Iron Wall Knight symbolizes his flawless technique and lack of weaknesses. He is currently accompanied by several teammates, making them one of the strongest teams in the arena. I believe they have championship potential. The second prince spoke confidently, immediately starting to boast about his subordinates. Princess Mary, not fully aware, looked at the opponents and thought they indeed seemed powerful, her big eyes blinking as if she had already begun to believe him. The first prince then interjected, winning the championship isn't so easy. This statement instantly provoked the second prince. Oh, are you saying the Iron Wall Knight isn't strong? Who else do you think has the potential to win the championship? The third prince turned his head to glance at the second prince before addressing Princess Mary. To the left, there's a team of 10 knights, led by the Blue Rhino Knight, who wears blue armor and a unicorn helmet, known for his strength. His weapons are a lance and a one-handed sword. He has also won every preliminary match. On the right, there's a group of over 10 knights, led by the Golden Lion Knight, who wears full golden armor and a lion head helmet. He is exceptionally strong and skilled in wielding a two-handed greatsword. His team currently has the largest number of members. In the center, there's a lone Black Knight, one of the favorites, the Killing Knight. He rides a black horse and is larger and stronger than the average warrior. His weapon is a massive warhammer. He is currently rampaging, hunting down any opponent within sight, having already defeated 4 or 5 people since the battle began. At this moment, both the second prince and the princess were watching the Black Knight's frenzied slaughter in the arena. The strong steed carried the Black Knight as he chased down others, and nearby spectators quickly moved aside, no one daring to confront him directly. The Killing Knight's warhammer often left enemies with no chance of surrender, delivering crippling blows whether it struck a body or a steed, squashing any thoughts of resistance. Such a formidable opponent made the second prince lose the confidence he had earlier. The third prince continued, however, I believe there is someone who can stand up to the Killing Knight. Who is it? Princess Mary couldn't help but ask, her innocent heart wishing for a noble knight to defeat the terrifying monster. The Eagle Knight from the north. Since the competition began, he has remained stationary, not rushing to eliminate opponents, and no one has dared to bother him. The Eagle Knight has crushed his opponents in the preliminaries, never needing a second strike. His strength is unfathomable, and he is also alone, quite confident in his abilities. I believe he has the highest probability of winning the championship, and only he can defeat the Killing Knight. Hearing this, Princess Mary's eyes filled with anticipation. Princesses tend to favor handsome knights like the Eagle Knight rather than those terrifying ones like the Killing Knight. At this moment, Princess Mary spoke again. Over there, it looks like there's a knight riding a goat. How strange. She raised her hand, pointing to a corner of the arena. Everyone followed her finger, and even His Majesty the King turned to look. The second prince confidently stated, that's also a talking point from the preliminaries, the Goat Knight, who rides a horned goat from the eastern wilderness. He is a newcomer who has recently risen to prominence. Speaking of which, he fought under my command before. I tried to recruit him several times, but this country bumpkin didn't appreciate it and chose to ally with someone else. No matter what faction it is, he has made an enemy of the second prince, and I won't let him have an easy time in the future. At this moment, Nais and the 2 Black King Knights beside him were also watching the chaotic battle in the arena. In this short period, more than 10 people had already been eliminated. The most terrifying of all was, of course, the Killing Knight in the center, who was madly pursuing others. Nais saw that this person's strength had surpassed that of ordinary brutes. His massive build was almost that of a half-giant, making him unbeatable. The enormous warhammer swung like a battering ram, unstoppable. At this moment, 4 or 5 knights attempted to surround him, trying to knock him off his steed. These knights threw out a chain between each pair, and the 4 knights pulled on 2 chains each, wrapping the Black Knight tightly from different directions. The knights urged their steeds forward, the chains pulling taut with a creaking sound, binding the Black Knight in place. Immediately, one knight raised his lance and charged at the Black Knight, aiming the sharp tip at his chest, intending to deliver a heavy blow. At this moment, the killing knight was immobilized, presenting a perfect opportunity. Many spectators, both inside and outside the arena, were drawn to this central battle. Could the terrifying killing knight really be eliminated like this? The opponents, armed with chains as unconventional weapons, seemed to have planned this in advance to deal with such a powerful knight using their numbers. The lance drew closer to the Black Knight, and at that moment, he lowered his head and uttered a few words before raising his head and roaring, "Eternal Knight." Upon hearing this, Naze instantly recognized the identity of the Black Knight. He looked at the 2 knights beside him, who showed no signs of nervousness, as if they already knew he could never lose. At this moment, the Black Knight dropped his warhammer, which crashed heavily to the ground. The killing knight stretched out his arms, his massive hands reaching out to grasp the chains. Before anyone could react, he let out a loud shout, and with a sudden burst of strength, he yanked his arms inward. In an instant, all 4 knights were yanked off their steeds and pulled toward the Black Knight. A series of thuds echoed as the 4 knights were brought down to the ground by the Black Knight's sheer strength, the chains falling loose. Now freed from his bindings, the Black Knight swiftly swung the chain in his right hand toward the knight charging at him from several meters away. The chain whistling through the air with a series of afterimages as it whipped toward his opponent. Before the chain even reached him, the knight felt a chill run down his spine. The sound of the chain slicing through the air was deafening, and he was struck by an unstoppable force, followed by a sound like shattering steel. The knight, along with his steed, was sent flying, a gruesome wound appearing on the horse's neck. Flesh and armor exploding apart as the neck was instantly shattered to pieces. The fallen knight, rolling to a stop, was a tragic sight. His body was in a twisted position, and the tattered iron armor wrapped around his corpse looked like it was covering rotten flesh, with crimson blood oozing from every seam. All the spectators knew he was beyond saving, and for a moment, they were stunned by the scene, as if the arena had eerily frozen in place. Chapter 58, Clash of Titans. After a brief silence, a more fervent cheer erupted. The surrounding spectators were not frightened. Instead, it awakened their primal, savage instincts. And many shouted excitedly, vividly recounting the earlier scene while grabbing each other's hands. At this moment, the black-armored knight leaped off his warhorse, landing on the ground to pick up the large hammer, looking ferociously at the 4 knights who had fallen and had yet to recover. A series of agonizing screams followed. As another 4 knights lost their lives, the title of the killing knight was indeed not just for show. Some timid individuals had already voluntarily left the arena, abandoning the contest. After all, no reward was worth risking their lives. The black-armored knight, having abandoned his mount, seemed to thrive even more on foot. As riding had hindered his full potential, it appeared he was originally a warrior skilled in foot combat. As he saw the surrounding knights retreating, none daring to approach him, the black-armored knight laughed wildly. What a bunch of pathetic knights. Not a single one has the guts. Come and fight me if you dare. After his provocation, still, no one stepped forward. The largest groups on the field were the Blue Rhino Knights and the Golden Lion Knights. But neither took action against the killing knight at this moment. Others kept their distance. The killing knight turned to lock onto one knight, ready to charge in and take him down. At that moment, he felt a strong battle intent rising behind him. He grinned menacingly and turned to face the knight who dared to challenge him, not knowing who he was. This knight was clad in platinum armor, with a helmet resembling the wings of an eagle. He was alone, facing the killing knight, and spoke eloquently, cruel, evil, tyrannical, to slaughter innocents at will, unforgivable. I must judge you on behalf of the gods. The Eagle Knight's words carried a strong sense of justice. Ha! Who is this little brat? You want to judge me? Let's see what your gods can do. The killing knight exclaimed, eagerly charging at the Eagle Knight, his massive form thundering forward, making heavy footsteps that were surprisingly as swift as a galloping horse. The surrounding crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing a strong opponent had come to restrain the mad killing knight. Otherwise, who knew what havoc he would wreak? Some secretly mocked the killing knight, thinking he was making enemies everywhere and wondering how tragic his end would be. On the platform, everyone turned their attention to the duel, both contenders being popular championship candidates. A clash of strong wills was inevitable. At this moment, the Crown Prince's eyes were filled with confidence and anticipation. Seeing the opponent charge, the Eagle Knight remained unperturbed. He squeezed his horse's belly, and the steed galloped forward with him. The The Eagle Knight raised his long sword high, pointing it at his opponent, and they charged at each other. This scene also attracted the attention of many knights present, all curious about who would emerge victorious. As they drew closer, the killing knight swung his hammer violently, aiming it directly at the warhorse, with nowhere to evade. He intended to take them both down in one blow, wanting to see this arrogant knight fall hard. The hammer was powerful and fast, cutting through the air with a tearing sound. At that speed, the opponent was almost certain to collide with this devastating strike. The Eagle Knight, however, was not flustered. He pulled the reins, and the warhorse, as if given a command, did not slow down or dodge, but instead accelerated toward the foe. Then the steed let out a neigh, its hind legs pushing off powerfully, leaping several meters high to evade the killing knight's hammer strike from above. The warhorse soared over the killing knight's head, and at that moment, a brilliant flash of sword light surged, aimed straight for the killing knight's head. At this point, the killing knight had just swung and missed. Surprised that his opponent launched an attack from above, his reaction was quick. Following the momentum of the hammer, he ducked and turned to the left, narrowly avoiding the perilous sword strike. You've got some skill, not bad. That makes me even more excited. The killing knight ceased his chatter, fixating on his opponent as he began to swing his hammer rapidly, generating a fierce wind around him. He spun the hammer in a whirlwind, charging toward the Eagle Knight. At that moment, the killing knight transformed into a black vortex of death, charging destructively at his opponent. Seeing this, the Eagle Knight swiftly dismounted. He patted his horse's neck gently, and the steed obediently left the area, showcasing the Eagle Knight's superb horsemanship. Without his horse, the Eagle Knight seemed to fully unleash his capabilities. His sword glittered in the sunlight like a sacred blade. He stood firm, awaiting the whirlwind's arrival. The death vortex rushed in, and before it even got close, a gust of wind mixed with pebbles and sand struck the Eagle Knight's armor, creating a cacophony of cracking sounds. At this moment, the Eagle Knight made his move. The sword flashed, and a tremendous sound of steel clashing erupted, causing the death vortex to come to an unexpected halt. The onlookers were stunned, witnessing the Eagle Knight's sword tip resting against the side of the hammer, perfectly timed as the hammer's force was exhausted. This blow miraculously halted the killing knight's movement. Many high-level knights on the platform expressed genuine admiration. Impressive. To accurately find the weakest point in an attack amidst such chaos is no easy feat. This not only requires rich experience, but also confident skill and endless courage. A genius. This kid's swordsmanship talent is truly remarkable. Several knights praised the Eagle Knight's performance highly. Raphael, standing nearby, remarked, "If we could recruit him into the Royal Knights, that would be a great choice." After saying this, his gaze unconsciously shifted to a middle-aged knight beside him. This knight had short red hair, a very capable appearance, and a rugged face with a shallow scar running across his left cheek. His bright blue eyes sparkled with a hint of divine light, as if containing the entire starry sky. This was Hardy Davis, the commander of the Royal Knights, an 8th-tier Great Knight, known as one of the strongest knights and a pillar of the Empire. Chapter 59, Knightly Chaos. The 8th-tier Great Knight spoke, indeed, a fine seedling. His body has been honed to its limits, and his mental strength is ample. He can break through the limitations of a Great Knight at any time, and it's no problem to call him a quasi-Great Knight. The crowd turned their attention to Commander Hardy, rarely hearing such high praise from him. However, do not underestimate his opponent. If I am not mistaken, the Black-Armored Knight is also a quasi-Great Knight. While his martial skills may not be as refined, his physical strength exceeds that of his opponent, which is also part of his talent. If he breaks through to a Great Knight, the enhancement will be even greater. In a sense, he is also a genius. Upon hearing this, many realized that the Killing Knight was also a quasi-knight with extraordinary physical strength. At this moment, the Killing Knight grinned widely and laughed heartily. "Great. How long has it been since I've faced an equally matched opponent? Today, I won't stop until I crush you underfoot." As soon as the words were spoken, the war hammer struck again. Its speed increased by twofold. The Eagle Knight raised his sword to block, deflecting the assault. However, this was just the beginning. Hammers rained down like a storm from all directions. The Eagle Knight bravely thrust his sword forward, engaging in a fierce battle with his opponent. A closer look revealed that the Killing Knight relied on immense power and speed, while the Eagle Knight continuously used exquisite techniques to dissipate force and evade, entangling himself with the opponent, resulting in a stalemate. Observing the fierce battle in the center of the arena where no victor was emerging, those around began to stir. The Golden Lion Knight addressed his companions, saying, "These two madmen won't decide a winner anytime soon. Let's deal with our opponents first. Once they finish, regardless of who wins or loses, we just need to wait and strike when they're exhausted. We all bear the heavy responsibility of our family's revival. One glory for all. One loss for all. So what is our target?" A knight asked. The Golden Lion Knight turned, his sharp gaze piercing through his helmet's visor, fixating on a team of about 10 people across the way. Nearby, the Azure Rhino Knight also sensed the malicious gaze and spoke in a low voice. Those country bumpkins seem to have set their sights on us. It's time to show them our strength. Everyone, it's time to uphold our family's honor. Let's show them what true heritage is. In an instant, everyone was riled up, cracking their knuckles. Not far away, Nais also heard the shouts of this group. He looked over and saw that the armor of the Azure Rhino Knights group was luxurious and noble, clearly belonging to wealthy families. Their equipment was top-notch, and many weapons were masterpieces from the Blazing Forge. At that moment, a knight in full red armor caught his eye. Wasn't this the red armor knight he saw on the first day of the preliminaries? It turned out she had also made it to the finals. As the only female knight on the field, she was surrounded by 3 or 4 flower-protecting knights, aptly named the Rose Knight. And she was now among this group of 10. The 2 Black King's knights beside Nais were different from the others. They showed no particular desire to attack, but merely hung back at the edge of the arena, coldly observing the situation. They appeared to be waiting for an opportunity. But clearly, many shared this mindset, lingering around the arena's edge, their eyes calculating, a group of opportunists, lacking the demeanor of knights. However, Nais was similar. He felt a bit uncomfortable attacking others proactively. During this time, a few unwise challengers approached him, thinking he would be an easy target because he rode a Ferrari. Yet, within a few exchanges, they were all knocked off their horses, fleeing the battlefield, crying for their mothers. Nais had not yet entered his enhanced state, but his strength was already close to that of a brute. In a competition without high-ranking knights, relying solely on his strength, few could guarantee victory over him. At this moment, the Golden Lion Knight and the Azure Rhino Knights teams were engaged in fierce combat. Although the Golden Lion Knight had a slight numerical advantage, their average strength and armor equipment were somewhat inferior to that of the Azure Rhino Knight's side, which even boasted several pieces of magical armor that shimmered with energy and remained almost unscathed under the opponent's attacks. The battle was intense and stalemated for a time. Meanwhile, the Iron Wall Knights under the second prince were driving off scattered participants. With his strength, most could only count themselves unlucky. At this point, chaos reigned on the field, with numbers rapidly dwindling. Many knights who exited the battlefield were still exhilarated, happy just to have survived. They jogged around the battlefield, removing their helmets and accepting the cheers from the surrounding crowd, reveling in the fame. For them, victory or defeat was not the most important thing. They were all scions of noble families, born into wealth and privilege, and simply striving for a reputation was enough. Why not enjoy it? The battle had entered a fever pitch, and the spectators on the high platform exchanged their views. The emperor turned to the middle-aged man in white beside him, asking, "How's the situation over there? Be cautious. Don't reveal our position. There are a few promising young talents this year. They might be of use." Yes. At this moment, the situation on the field changed. The Iron Wall Knights and the Golden Lion Knights unexpectedly united into a single force, launching a pincer attack on the Azure Rhino Knights team from both the front and back. The situation shifted dramatically. The Azure Rhino Knights team was thrown into disarray, and he himself found himself surrounded by the Iron Wall Knight and the Golden Lion Knight, while his subordinates were cut off and encircled, losing several companions in an instant. The Rose Knight was being pursued by 3 of the Golden Lion Knight's subordinates, and her helmet had fallen off during the battle, revealing a proud and beautiful face. Nais immediately recognized her. Wasn't she Lia, the 3rd captain of the Greyblade Knights? Why was she not in the second prince's team? Perhaps the second prince was unaware she was participating in the competition and had no interest in recruiting a female knight. Nais had previously learned that Lia was the second daughter of Marquis Wells, which seemed to align more with the noble style of the Azure Rhino Knights team. At that moment, as Lia was caught up, the pursuers recognized her identity as a woman and refrained from using excessive force, instead resorting to verbal taunts. A noble lady like you would be better off at home, taking care of kittens or having tea with friends, don't you think? Let the men handle things like horseback combat, right, Miss Lia? Haha, I think it's best for ladies to find a strong man to marry. Which of us 3 brothers do you prefer? Hee. Miss Lia, you might as well withdraw. We are gentlemen who cherish women and don't want to harm a lady. Chapter 60, Knight to the Rescue? Lia was filled with shame and anger after hearing their words. She had mustered immense courage to participate in the competition, and being fortunate enough to reach the finals was already quite an achievement. In a way, she had resolved her own issues. However, each of their statements struck at her most vulnerable points, causing her to lose her composure in an instant. She raised her longsword and charged at the 3 men. The 3 were taken aback by her audacity, surrounding Lia and attacking her from several directions. Lia immediately found herself on the defensive, and there was no time to escape. She could only barely fend them off with her shield and sword. I say, isn't it a bit dishonorable for several men to gang up on one woman? Nais could no longer stand by. Since it was happening right before him, and Liao had shared a meal with him, he felt it was his duty as a man to intervene. When the three saw someone approaching, they halted their attacks. The leading knight spoke. Of course we should be gentle with ladies, but since you want to intervene, we have no choice but to go all out. He signaled. And the other two knights immediately understood. The three turned and charged at Nais, still relentless in their taunts. Where did you buy that goat? I bet he raised it himself. Maybe he's just a shepherd. Ha. Nais was too lazy to engage in banter with such people. He swiftly grasped his oversized sword, and its exaggerated size startled the opponents. Their previous contempt faded away. The ability to wield such a massive weapon indicated that he possessed significant strength. Although they were frivolous, they were not foolish. Most of these individuals were newly minted noble scions who usually ran rampant in their territories, indulging in excess, yet had not yet learned the refined lifestyle of old nobility. However, this mentality also fills them with ambition and a sense of competition. This time, 15 members of their new aristocracy have reached the finals together, which is an indirect proof of their capabilities. Therefore, when facing Nai's challenge, they will not easily admit defeat. With a surge of aggression and ferocity, they raise their weapons towards Nais. They do not care about the life or death of someone like Nais, who has no background. However, Nais must consider the others' well-being. Before the competition, Master Mu had advised him not to kill these noble young men, as he is currently at a disadvantage and should not create too many enemies. Although the competition does not restrict life and death, it mainly serves as a tradition of the competition system. It is meant to remind everyone that there is a risk to life in the competition, and those who participate should be mentally prepared. If there is no danger of death looming over them, then this night tournament would simply become a game of mutual benefit. Historically, emperors have not wanted to see such a situation. They prefer the nobles to resolve personal grudges here and discover some talented young people, making the night tournament meaningful. At this moment, 3 people have rushed nearby. Nais clamped Ferrari's belly, and it instantly started. Nais also swung his great sword horizontally, holding back some force, and struck towards the few people. These individuals are not too weak, but there is still a significant gap compared to Nais. Currently, Nais' own strength is already close to that of a brute force user, and as this sword swung over, the intense wind pressure made it hard for people to breathe. The massive sword caught several of them off guard, and they were unable to dodge it or resist its power. Slap! The crisp sound of strikes echoed, and the 3 were knocked off their horses, each one clutching their arms and shoulders, wailing. Ferrari walked up to them. Lucky I'm not that madman, the killing knight. Hurry and get lost. Nais pointed his sword at the few on the ground. The young men did not say anything harsh. Being knocked down on the field only proved their weakness. They were satisfied to have made it this far, helping each other as they left the arena. This scene was watched by Liao nearby. The moment Nais appeared, she recognized him. After all, who else could be the goat knight? She was not particularly happy. She was merely saved by another man. Whether defeated by a man or saved by one, there is no essential difference. However, due to her noble upbringing and etiquette, she still rode over to Nais and said, "Thank you this time." Nais understood her thoughts and replied, "No need to thank me. As a female knight, you've done well to come this far. Keep going. I believe one day you will reach your goals." This statement did not belittle her, but rather affirmed her achievements as a woman and expressed belief in her potential to go further. After saying this, Liao felt a bit shy. Her initial guard had loosened, and she sensed that Nais was different from other men. Her face flushed slightly, and she quickly covered it up. "I owe you a favor this time. I'll repay you later." After saying this, she moved aside, fearing being seen by others. Nais didn't mind. But all of this was observed from a distance by the Golden Lion Knight. According to the second prince's information, this goat knight has some strength. He originally did not want to engage him so early, but since he has attacked our people, he cannot be overlooked. However, at present, he and the Iron Wall Knight have surrounded the Blue Rhino Knight. Once they eliminate the opponent, they will have no worries. Among the remaining people, they already hold an absolute advantage. In less than 5 minutes, the Blue Rhino Knight was knocked to the ground. The Golden Lion Knight marveled at the Iron Wall Knight's strength, undoubtedly a brute force user, and his combat experience and techniques were very proficient. He easily defeated the Blue Rhino Knight, knowing that his strength was about the same as that of the Blue Rhino Knight. At this moment, he looked at the Iron Wall Knight with a hint of respect. Fortunately, they had teamed up with the second prince earlier. According to their agreement, as long as the second prince's people could make it into the top 10, they would reserve a few spots for them. At this moment, the Blue Rhino Knight was already on the ground, removing his helmet in frustration. "Hogan, if you have the ability, let's have a one-on-one. What is the point of getting help?" The Golden Lion Knight also took off his helmet and laughed. "Marcos, there's no rule against forming alliances. If you didn't seek help, you can only blame your own foolishness. Now that you've lost, you've embarrassed Duke Faline. Will you leave on your own? Or should I force you out? That will only bring you more shame. This won't end like this." Marcos failing angrily threw the blue Rhino Knight's helmet to the ground and limped out of the competition area. Essentially, the competition among these noble youths is still a game. In this circle, they see each other often. Even if there are grudges, they won't escalate conflicts in such a setting, risking lives and creating an unending feud. Both the new and old aristocrats are subtly aware of this balance. However, aside from one person at the center of the arena, he is a complete madman, attacking without any restraint, and several people have either died or been severely injured at his hands. Chapter 61, Berserker. As the dust settled, two figures slowly emerged. After a fierce battle, the Killing Knight and the Eagle Knight were both somewhat disheveled, but neither had sustained serious injuries. The Eagle Knight spoke, "I must admit, your strength is quite impressive. I didn't expect to encounter an opponent like you in the Empire." The Killing Knight remained silent, removing his helmet and tossing it aside. Underneath was an unexpectedly young face, probably only around 23 or 24 years old. He had a wild mane of deep gray hair, and his deep-set eyes held a pair of dark green pupils, with thin lips pressed tightly together beneath a prominent nose. He then took a deep breath and shouted, "I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve. Today, I must crush you." The Eagle Knight casually threw off his helmet, revealing a head of golden hair that shone brilliantly in the sunlight. His skin was fair, and he was very handsome, with eyes like sparkling blue sapphires. Instantly, countless young women and noble ladies were captivated by him. He had a face that women could not resist, and men would envy. He smiled slightly and said, "Kevin Shios." Upon hearing his name, the Killing Knight grinned, "My name is Valens. To crush you, I'm about to get serious." Hearing this, Kevin cautiously fixed his gaze on him. Valens let out a low, indistinct growl from his throat, his muscles tightening all over. His green pupils gradually turned red, and the thick veins under his skin bulged, emitting pain from within his body. At this moment, the Grand Commander of the Royal Knights, Hardy Davis, also let out a light exclamation. "Oh, this seems to be the barbarian bloodline of Torsbath from the Northern Alliance. It looks like he's about to go berserk." Many people around displayed expressions of curiosity. Hardy continued to explain, "Torsbath, a barbarian tribe from the north, is now part of the Northern Federation along with dwarves and humans. Barbarians are naturally large and strong. And even more terrifying is their bloodline talent. Berserk. Warriors with high talent can awaken their inner berserker bloodline, enhancing all their physical abilities and rendering them impervious to pain and fear. Even if their limbs are broken, they will not stop attacking." Many people gasped at this explanation. Meanwhile, on another platform, Master Mu was also explaining to the nobles and envoys from various countries beside him. Under the frenzy, Lady Bastoff is called the Berserker. Bastoff has a Berserker Legion, with a strength of 10,000, said to be unstoppable, killing gods and demons alike, incredibly terrifying. However, once in a frenzy, it is hard to regain consciousness automatically, and afterward, one will enter a weakened state. Moreover, excessive frenzies will reduce Lady Bastoff's lifespan. The people around were amazed, feeling this trip was worth it, as they could witness the Berserkers' battle. Master Mu secretly sighed, knowing that once in a frenzy, it is impossible to stop easily. The Eagle Knight opposite is in danger this time. As he spoke, Valens had completed his frenzy, gasping for air like a wild beast. With the reason in his eyes vanished, leaving only a desire for mad combat. Immediately, the knights on the field were intimidated by his momentum. And the Iron Wall Knight Rachel also spoke up. "Not good, this is a frenzy. His strength has increased again. The Eagle Knight probably won't be able to withstand it. If he is defeated, our people will be in danger too. This madman never cared about others' lives, and now in a frenzy, he will only become more insane and cruel." The Golden Lion Knight immediately asked, "What should we do? We can't talk about knightly courtesy of one-on-one fights now. Call our best fighters. We must solve this trouble with the Eagle Knight first." The Golden Lion Knight immediately nodded and summoned 3 or 4 top fighters. 5 people directly surrounded Valens. At this moment, Valens exuded a dangerous aura. Opposite him, the blonde Kevin's face was serious, not daring to underestimate the opponent. The surrounding audience was also closely watching the center of the battlefield, knowing that such intense combat would be rare in their lifetime. And today's match would surely be sung by bards throughout the Empire. Roar! Valens made his move. He charged at Kevin with explosive power, crushing the ground beneath him. His figure became a massive black shadow, darting several meters towards his opponent in an instant. Kevin immediately took a defensive stance, and a brilliant light flashed in his hand, creating a large golden shield out of thin air, with a golden cross on it, and a faint halo shimmering on its surface. Magic equipment. This enchanted gear possesses special abilities that ordinary equipment does not have. Sometimes it offers powerful defensive capabilities, sometimes it has strong attacking power, and other various special abilities. Just as the shield appeared, the frenzied war hammer was already upon him. The golden light flashed on the shield, raising a layer of golden shield shadow. And at that moment, the hammer struck the shield violently. A strong light erupted between the golden shield shadow and the hammer, and in less than a second, the shield shadow shattered into countless starlight, but it also consumed quite a bit of the hammer's power. The remaining force hit the shield, producing a massive crashing sound. And Kevin was shaken back. Both he and the shield were sent flying back several meters. Although Kevin was pushed back, his stance remained unchanged. Still holding the shield in front, his legs left long scratches on the ground. After stopping, he slowly lowered the shield, revealing the body and eyes behind it. At this moment, he felt an incredible shock. What kind of immense power is this? It was nearly indistinguishable from that of a great knight. The holy magic shield on the shield could only offset about 30% of the force. At this moment, he felt the numbness and soreness in his arm, very real. He looked at Valens opposite him. After this strike, it seemed he had finally unleashed all his power, and his momentum surged even higher. However, he also noticed that 4 or 5 knights were approaching Valens. It seemed everyone had realized that such a dangerous madman, a killer, must be dealt with first. Otherwise, allowing him to take them out one by one would ultimately lead to a significant loss for themselves. Since that is the case, they would rely on numbers to wear him down. As long as they could hold out until Valens exhausted his stamina, the frenzy would naturally subside. Clearly, this was also the Iron Wall Knight's idea, to use numbers to restrain the opponent and exhaust him. At this moment, he picked up a shield from the ground and charged at Valens. Valens's current thinking was very simple, to fight and take down the golden-haired knight. Just as he was about to pursue and eliminate his opponent, another knight charged in from the side, and he impatiently launched an attack at him. With a loud bang, the Iron Wall Knight was also sent flying several dozen meters, tumbling on the ground, but at least he had taken this blow. He was shocked by the opponent's strength. This further solidified his belief that this mad opponent must be dealt with first. "You guys, restrain him from the side." He shouted out the command. Immediately, those knights charged at Valens from several directions. However, this time, they did not succeed in restraining him, as 2 unfamiliar knights appeared before them, blocking their path. One was covered in spikes, and the other wore a horn helmet. "Damn it, does this madman have helpers too? Then I will handle it myself." The Iron Wall Knight stood up again, preparing to attack Valens once more. But when he looked up, he saw a knight riding a goat blocking his way. "Sorry, it seems I can't let you pass." Chapter 62, Iron Wall Rachel. Seeing Valens enter a frenzy, Nyes was also shocked. This guy already had formidable strength. And now with the frenzy, his power had increased again. However, before he could ponder further, he noticed the Iron Wall Knight starting to send people to prepare for an assault on Valens. He remembered his agreement with the Black King. Valens must enter the top 10. If he was taken down now, Nyes' mission would fail. He glanced at the other 2 subordinates of the Black King not far away, and they clearly had the same thought. So the 3 of them unhesitatingly stepped forward to block others from intervening. At this moment, Iron Wall Rachel looked up and realized that this strange goat knight was blocking him. He had heard the second prince's subordinates chatting about this. The goat knight was originally someone the second prince wanted to recruit, but ultimately failed, so it seemed he and this berserker were likely in cahoots. "Do you know what you are doing right now?" Rachel took the initiative, trying to pressure the opponent with the name of the second prince. Nyes helplessly replied, "If you let them duel it out themselves, I won't stop you." Rachel flung his deformed shield aside. "He is already in a frenzy. If this continues, he will take us all down. You saw it. He shows no mercy." Nyes could only say, "The rules of the competition allow for life and death battles. The Empire needs warriors who are unafraid of death, not a bunch of noble second-generation kids playing house." "You." Rachel was infuriated by Nyes' words, his face contorting with rage. "Do you know how many people you're offending like this?" "I know, but maybe I'm saving them instead. If you're afraid of dying, you can withdraw now. That would be the safest for you." Nyes retorted sharply. "Interesting, words are pointless. It seems you are determined. So let's see how much strength you can rely on." The sharp tip of the spear shone dazzlingly in the sunlight, with intricate patterns carved on its dark body. At this moment, the second prince on the high platform also noticed the situation here. When he saw that it was Nyes who was blocking Rachel, his eyes widened in anger. "This country bumpkin, unappreciative and daring to ruin my plans." He struggled to calm himself. Finally, calming down, he thought, "Let Rachel teach you a lesson, so you can understand your own identity." Seeing the opponent's spear, Nyes became serious. In his past life's memories, the spear was the king of weapons, the ruler on the battlefield. Those who wielded spears were generally seasoned warriors, with will and strength not to be underestimated. Nyes also dismounted from the goat, gripping his double-handed sword tightly. This would be the strongest opponent he faced alone so far. Rachel did not think much. His combat experience was rich, and with a change in his footwork, he charged towards Nyes. The advantage of the spear lies in its length. allowing one to attack from outside the opponent's range and maintain an undefeated position. Rachel was well aware of this. His spear struck with the cunning and speed of a venomous snake, delivering 3 or 4 thrusts towards Nais from a distance. Nais felt the intensity of the assault, but could only raise his great sword to block in front of him at that moment. Fortunately, the broad blade of his sword acted like a small shield, successfully defending against the attacks. However, with each thrust, he could feel the opponent's strength was indeed formidable. The physical power of this brute seemed even stronger than that of the Jock brothers he had encountered before. After this initial contact, Rachel also sensed that the opponent's strength was slightly inferior to his, which instantly bolstered his confidence. His spear launched a relentless series of attacks aimed at various parts of Nais' body. Nais seemed forced to defend continuously. His great sword had become his defensive weapon, and his figure darted behind the sword, looking quite ragged. The second prince, witnessing Nais' predicament, felt a sense of satisfaction, wishing that the Iron Wall Knight would eliminate him on the spot. Master Mu, your disciple seems to be in trouble, someone reminded. Master Mu, hands on his hips, replied nonchalantly, don't worry, the battle has just begun. Just watch. Seeing Master Mu's confident demeanor, everyone seemed to believe that Nais still had tricks up his sleeve. Although Nais appeared to be in a dangerous situation, he was actually managing quite well. The seemingly cumbersome great sword was being suppressed by the agile spear. Unable to get close, but this was all part of Nais' strategy as he waited for the right moment. Rachel had already launched dozens of thrusts, each one powerful enough to deliver a chilling result if it landed. However, this also consumed a lot of stamina. Such ferocity couldn't be maintained indefinitely. Moreover, overusing the same techniques would render them less threatening, leading to openings and vulnerabilities. Nais, appearing to hide behind the great sword, was actually observing the opponent's attack patterns and habits, using the sword's size to minimize his movements to evade and block attacks, conserving energy while waiting for an opportunity. Fortunately, the chance soon arrived. The Iron Wall Knight missed a thrust, creating an opening for the next attack. Without hesitation, Nais executed a vertical slash with his great sword, propelling his body forward in a sudden charge. This brought him into close range with the opponent, who reacted quickly, hastily pulling back the spear to block. The great sword struck the shaft of the spear, producing a shower of sparks. However, Nais did not stop. Having closed the distance, he quickly pressed the attack. The great sword created a whirlwind of air, producing a series of tearing sounds as it advanced towards the opponent. True to his name, the Iron Wall Knight did not panic or act recklessly. Each of his movements perfectly countered Nais' attacks. He did not retreat indefinitely, but maneuvered within a circular area, evading and repositioning. Instantly, the area was filled with the shadowy forms of spears and swords, enveloped in a violent current of air. Many other knights could only watch from a distance, unable to intervene. Meanwhile, 2 of the Black King's subordinates were also showcasing their strength. Both were brutes, executing ferocious moves, often engaging in life-or-death struggles, leaving a group of noble young men devoid of any fighting spirit, as none wanted to risk their lives for a mere competition. In a moment, the side with greater numbers was scattered by the 2 knights, with several knights injured and directly conceding defeat as they fled the arena. By this time, more than half of the competitors had been eliminated, leaving primarily the alliance of the second prince and the new nobles, some of whom were entangled with the remaining old nobles. The stronger ones were held back by Nais and the other 2 knights. The Killing Knight and the Eagle Knight were still locked in fierce combat at the center of the arena, creating an impressive spectacle that deterred anyone from approaching. However, there was also a noticeable team of 4 Royal Knights, part of the famous Royal Knight Order of the Empire, with 4 knights having reached the finals. Their actions were crucial at this moment. Captain, who should we target? A young Royal Knight asked his captain. According to the Grand Prince's instructions, while our Royal Knights don't need to form alliances with anyone, we can provide some assistance to the Grand Prince's subordinates if the situation allows, the captain said, his small eyes sparkling with shrewdness. However, we don't need to directly assist the Eagle Knight. That would be too obvious in terms of motivation. Let's eliminate those companions of the Berserkers. This way, the Iron Wall Knight can free up his hands to deal with the Berserkers. Chapter 63, 1 against 5. The battle in the center of the arena had escalated to a fever pitch. The frenzied Valens exhibited incredible combat power, with each movement creating intense gusts of wind along with terrifying screams as he relentlessly pressed the attack against the Eagle Knight. The Eagle Knight, on the other hand, was clearly struggling. After a series of heavy strikes, he no longer possessed the composure and calm he had at the beginning. His dazzling golden hair was covered in dust, and his platinum armor was marked with scratches and dents. Most severely, his left arm was injured. One blow had caused severe swelling and internal bleeding, even damaging the bone. At this moment, his left arm hung limply at his side, relying solely on his right hand to wield his sword in defense. Those around seemed to foresee the outcome. The Eagle Knight's defeat was merely a matter of time. If the Eagle Knight fell, who could stop this raging beast? Nyes was not worried. Since the Black King had sent him to participate in the competition, there must be preparations in place. Perhaps the two knights had the key items to control the berserkers. The Royal Knights? These guys really know how to pick their moments, having held back until now, and finally couldn't he resist any longer? Distracted, Nyes exerted too much force with his great sword, making it difficult to retract. Experienced Rachel seized the opportunity, his eyes flashing with a glint of excitement. He would not let such a good chance slip by. Transitioning from defense to offense, he twisted his body, the spear's tip roaring towards Nyes' face like a giant dragon. However, despite his admiration, Nyes' body instinctively moved to evade. At the same time, he twisted, turning his head aside. The spear tip barely missed him as it roared past. At a critical moment, Rachel flicked his wrist, causing the spear shaft to shift left and right due to the immense force and inertia, transmitting this force to the spear tip, which began to whip violently. Nyes felt a slight burning sensation on his left cheek as he immediately retreated, escaping the opponent's attack range. He could already feel blood trickling down his face. This made him break out in a cold sweat. The Iron Wall Knight was indeed steady and experienced, remaining calm and unhurried. The earlier barrage of attacks was to make him lower his guard and underestimate the opponent. As soon as he showed a weakness, Rachel would strike hard. You reacted quickly, but you won't be so lucky next time. Rachel stood holding his spear, addressing Nyes. He also noticed several members of the Royal Knight Order approaching. A Royal Knight removed his helmet and called out to the Iron Wall Knight from a distance. Rachel, it's been 3 years since we last met in Kain City. Rachel recognized the speaker as Captain Dakos of the Royal Knight Order, pleasantly surprised to see him. What brings you here? The Eagle Knight is not in great shape. Falling behind. How about we brothers help you hold off this Goat Knight? Only you can restrain the Berserker at this moment. Rachel looked at Dakos with interest, then at Nyes, and relaxed his expression, saying, no problem. Your suggestion sounds good. Hearing the opponents openly strategizing in front of him, Nyes felt a surge of anger. Damn it, these guys were treating him like air. He couldn't let Rachel support the Eagle Knight. Valens had been fighting for so long, and his Berserker state might not last much longer. If he was caught in a pincer attack now, he could very well be eliminated. Thinking of this, he no longer held back. With a thought, the power of the dark flash surged out from within him, instantly enhancing his entire body. The overwhelming sense of power gave Nyes immense confidence, causing his momentum to surge dramatically. This sudden change seemed to catch the attention of Rachel and the Royal Knights, who all looked over at Nyes with questioning expressions. Nyes grinned and said, you five should come at me together and see if you can stop me. Just as Dakos was about to mock him for being overconfident, he saw Nyes' figure blur and transform into a series of afterimages, charging towards the nearest Royal Knight with terrifying speed. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he shouted, be careful, this guy is dangerous. Before he could finish his sentence, Nyes had already swung his sword towards the opponent. He didn't want to make an enemy of the Royal Knights, so he held back and didn't strike to kill. This attack was reminiscent of a baseball swing, with the giant sword acting as a bat, aiming directly at the opponent. The knight barely had time to react. Seeing Nyes charge at him, he could only raise his shield to block one side of his body. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Royal Knight's body spiraled away like a kite with a broken string, trailing a mist of blood, creating a shocking scene. Dakos saw that the fallen knight was not in life-threatening danger, but his arm was clearly broken, half of his face swollen and bleeding. Lying on the ground and howling in pain, clearly out of the fight, his anger surged from his feet to his head. This goat bastard not only stole the glory of the Royal Knights, but also hurt our knights multiple times. This grudge must be avenged. The Royal Knights, under his command, began their attack. Without waiting for Rachel to respond, he issued the command. With the military discipline of the Royal Knights, they immediately sprang into action, and the remaining 3 knights began to surround Nyes from 3 different angles. Rachel was also shocked by Nyes' sudden attack. This kid seemed like a different person. Could it be that he was hiding his strength earlier? Impossible. Unless he was a great knight. Below that, a brute force user had already reached the limits of human ability. As the Royal Knights advanced, he didn't hesitate, raising his spear and charging towards Nyes, wanting to use his own hands to verify the opponent's strength once more. Watching the 4 of them attack, Nyes' blood boiled with excitement. Come on. Show you all that you underestimated me. Deep down, Nyes had been influenced by his past life, often ignored by others. Whether in work, love, or family, people perceived him as submissive and mediocre, lacking the courage to stand out. Internally, he always wanted to prove himself, but things often went against his wishes. After being reincarnated in this new world, he still wanted to show everyone that he was not a nameless nobody. Nyes swung the giant sword, causing his body to spin. and a blue light seamlessly merged into the sword, while the surrounding air began to spin wildly, stirring up sand and dust like a small tornado. This unusual scene instantly attracted the attention of many, shifting their focus from the one-on-one duel to this battle of one against many. Chapter 64, Holy Light. Master Mu was closely watching Nai's figure, murmuring some unintelligible words. The second prince coldly watched Nais in the arena and said with resentment, "If you can't serve me, then you shall be destroyed here." His icy words came out of his mouth. With the enhancement from the summoned beast, Nai's strength had now approached or even reached that of a first-tier Great Knight, but he could not use the Great Knight's signature resonance energy. However, in terms of strength and agility, he was no weaker than a Great Knight, even stronger than the current berserker, Valence. The three royal knights moved in unison, surrounding Nais. Much like when they had surrounded the Shattered Skull General, Nais didn't expect to enjoy the same treatment. But this time there was no Great Knight lurking nearby to ambush him, allowing him to fight freely. The three royal knights attacked simultaneously, targeting different parts of Nais's body. However, Nais danced his giant sword with such precision that all attacks were met with the heavy sword at the moment they got close. The two knights were taken aback. Feeling an incredible force, their weapons sent flying dozens of meters away, and their wrists twisted painfully. Only Dakos managed to keep his sword in hand, but his hands trembled, and blood seeped from the position where he gripped the sword. He questioned in disbelief, "This is impossible. With such strength, how are you not a great knight? Nothing is impossible. You've never seen it before. Today I'll show you," Nais replied excitedly. He continued to swing his sword at the three knights. And upon seeing the fate of the first knight, the other two lost their weapons and had no choice but to turn and flee. Dakos didn't blame them, but he wouldn't retreat. For the honor of the royal knights, he could not back down. However, there was no miracle. When his body made contact with the giant sword, he realized that the opponent had actually held back a lot. Otherwise, he could have been killed outright. Rachel soon arrived, and he was also shocked. In less than 10 seconds, several royal knights had already fallen to the ground. He was confident in his own strength, but it was impossible to defeat 3 royal knights in such a short time. He couldn't believe it. Could this kid have already broken through to being a great knight? But there were clearly no signs of energy on him. In an instant, he had no time to think. He raised his spear and charged, the tip as powerful as before, rushing towards Nais with a whistling sound. Nais saw the spear coming and didn't dodge this time. Instead, he directly swung his sword to slash at the spear. His follow-up attack was faster and stronger than before. Before the spear could stab him, it was already cleaved by the massive blade. With a crisp sound, Rachel felt as if his spear had struck a mountain, an irresistible force rebounding into his hands. Had he not been mentally prepared, he would have lost his grip on the spear. At this moment, the giant sword, combined with immense power, truly showcased its terror. Most ordinary weapons could hardly touch it. Upon contact, they would be sent flying. But Nais's assault was far from over. His speed had increased significantly, and the giant sword traced a crescent-shaped glow as it slashed again. Rachel could only rely on instinct to keep his spear up for defense, his body retreating repeatedly. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, the massive sword tip was already pointed at his neck, stopping just a fist's distance away. An icy coldness emanated from the giant sword, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Those watching the battle couldn't believe how quickly it had ended. The strength of this goat knight seemed to have surged in an instant, overwhelming the Iron Wall Knight and several royal knights, making their combined assault look like a joke. The second prince's eyes were also filled with shock, followed by an even stronger rage rising from his heart. How could such a person not have been utilized immediately? Leading to the current situation? Just as everyone was captivated by Nais's strength, a ferocious and unmatched aura erupted from the center of the battlefield. Roar! At this moment, Valens let out a thunderous roar, his massive form leaping high into the air, the huge warhammer in his hand radiating a terrifying might. His figure resembled a black meteor, crashing down towards the injured knight Kevin, who looked in bad shape, his face pale, unable to lift one arm, his golden hair disheveled and flying wildly. The Grand Prince stood up nervously, not saying a word, his lips tightly sealed, and his eyes fixed on the center of the battle without blinking. One can only imagine how tense he was inside. Although Sir Kevin was in a dire situation, he remained calm, his eyes still filled with determination and confidence. He murmured to himself, "God of light above, grant me the power of holy light." As he spoke, a golden halo emanated from his body, forming a hazy golden shield around him. "Holy light protection," Sir Kevin shouted. Immediately, black meteors fell to the ground, causing a tremendous roar. Dust and smoke rose, compressing the nearby air inward before violently expanding outward, lifting countless stones and gravel, temporarily obscuring the battlefield. Commander Hardy revealed a playful smile, finding it somewhat interesting. Others, including Nais, were also drawn to this fierce strike, stopping their actions. Everyone was waiting for the smoke to dissipate, and as time passed, the center of the battlefield became unusually quiet. Gradually, through the blurred vision, a golden shield first emerged. This golden energy was pure and dazzling, with a gentle and holy energy flowing over it like ripples. Not far away, a massive black figure also appeared, wielding a warhammer with a frenzied look in his eyes, seemingly filled with a hint of caution. When this scene appeared before everyone, various exclamations arose. The Great Knight. The Eagle Knight has broken through. No, that should be magic. Someone speculated. At this moment, His Majesty the King also quietly asked, "Is this holy light?" "Holy light protection, the protective magic of the paladins, Your Majesty," explained a middle-aged man in white beside him. At this time, Kevin's figure also became visible. Under the golden holy light shield, he was entirely bathed in gold. He opened his mouth and said, "I originally didn't plan to use the power of holy light, but since it has been activated, you have no chance." Divine healing. Kevin raised his longsword and pointed to the sky. Chapter 65, The Paladin. Immediately, a golden beam of light descended from the clouds above, pouring down from Kevin's head. Kevin's entire body was instantly enveloped in golden energy. The wounds on his arms healed in an instant, and the bones and internal injuries within him disappeared without a trace in a short time. As the light faded, Kevin had returned to peak condition. This scene left the surrounding crowd astonished. Is this the power of holy light? Truly the holy light of the God of Light. It's incredible. It's simply a miracle. God of Light above, I am your devout lamb. Sir Kevin waved his longsword, pointing at Valens. God of Light above, grant you mercy. If you surrender and pray devoutly, I may spare you. The massive warhammer tore through the air, crashing down towards Sir Kevin. The invisible golden shield lit up at this moment. The warhammer struck directly against the shield, creating ripples upon it, but the shield did not budge, like an impassable wall protecting everything inside. The frenzied Valens did not stop attacking, roaring as he wildly swung the warhammer in front of the shield. One hammer after another. The warhammer sliced through the air with a shrill whistle, visibly leaving faint white lines in the air. The momentum seemed as if it wanted to destroy everything in front of him. The golden light on the shield flickered wildly. Sir Kevin looked up. What a violent barbarian. As he spoke, a golden light instantly gathered in his palm. He raised his hand and waved, sending out a cross-shaped holy light slash towards Valens outside the shield. The cross slash was very fast. Valens was completely unprepared. He instinctively tried to dodge, but still got grazed on his calf, causing blood to spurt out. The holy slash flew out, cutting deep grooves into the ground several meters away. Valens ignored this attack, showing no concern for the wound on his calf. Adjusting his posture for another strike, shaking the shield with a powerful blow. No wonder he's a renowned berserker on the continent. Nothing can stop a berserker in a frenzied state. They will never cease their attack until they fall. Master Mu exclaimed. The people around him couldn't help but ask, Master Mu, who do you think will win now? Master Mu squinted. Although the berserker is incredibly fierce, he has already been fighting for so long. After all, a berserker is still human and has limits. Moreover, this berserker is still young. If he were a high-level Great Knight berserker, his stamina could support him to fight endlessly for an entire day. So you mean the Eagle Knight on the opposite side will win? Someone continued to ask. The knight on the other side is using the power of holy light. It's clear that he is a paladin of the Supreme Church. It is said that all paladins are devout followers of the God of Light, training their physical strength while also practicing holy light magic. However, unlike ordinary mages, they practice a type of prayer magic. Prayer magic? What is the difference? Mages cast spells by utilizing their powerful magical and mental energies to manipulate void energy. Whereas prayer magic is essentially praying to the God of Light, obtaining divine recognition through one's devout will to be granted the right to use holy light. So that is how it is. Many people showed expressions of realization. Dear Princess Mary, see, I told you Kevin would win the championship. After speaking, he glanced lightly at the second prince beside him. At this moment, the second prince's face had turned pale with anger. He had united the most forces, over 20 knights, yet found himself in a completely uncontrollable situation. That guy, the Golden Lion Knight, had also started to back down, fighting for themselves and scrambling for the remaining rankings. The Iron Wall Knight had also been defeated by that Goat Knight. Hey, where's the Goat Knight? At this moment, he noticed that the Goat Knight had disappeared, while the Iron Wall Knight had freed his hands. Thankfully, he had a clear goal. Everything was for the final ranking. He gathered the remaining 2 or 3 knights and began to clear out the weaker opponents. Even if the strong continued to fight fiercely, they wouldn't be foolish enough to provide a bunch of weaklings with an opportunity. At this time, the remaining knights on the field were few, and he still had a good chance of making it into the top 10. The second prince no longer dared to hope for the championship. After witnessing the strength of the Berserker Paladin, he had completely given up. The battle in the arena continued, and at this moment, Valens found himself at a disadvantage. With numerous wounds covering his body, blood was gushing from the wounds, yet he still relentlessly attacked. At this rate, he would collapse without needing his opponent to kill him. Nyes had long noticed this problem. He had previously sought out the Spiked Knight and the Horn Knight, who had also recognized the issue. The guy in the horned helmet had now removed his helmet, revealing a middle-aged man with a completely bald head and a bushy beard. He pulled out a small bottle from his pocket. Use this, pour it on his head, and it will help him regain consciousness. He urgently told Nyes. Nyes glanced at the battlefield, thought for a moment, then replied, "Give me the potion, I'll pour it on him, and then you guys take him away from here." "What about you?" the Spiked Knight questioned. "It's fine, I have a plan." He waved his hand, and Ferrari immediately rushed over. He mounted Ferrari, caught the potion thrown by the bald knight, and dashed towards the two battling. Kevin, illuminated by the golden light, watched as the berserker grew increasingly weak, his attacks becoming more feeble. He murmured to himself, "Poor heretic, this is your tragic fate." He swiftly thrust a sword into Valens's abdomen. A strike that could not be avoided, especially since Valens's mind had lost the concept of evasion at that moment. Just as the long sword pierced forward, a terrifying force surged from the side. Kevin's long sword was violently deflected by a massive two-handed sword. He felt a surge of immense power in his hand, forcing him to dodge to the side. A black and red armored figure flashed past him, and a vial of potion was instantly splashed onto Valens's face. Valens, splashed by this potion, froze for a moment, his frantic thoughts becoming hazy, everything slowly fading away. At this moment, two knights charged out from behind, one on the left and one on the right, grabbing Valens and running away. During this time, Valens's consciousness gradually returned, realizing he was being carried away by two people. "Be careful, my butt hurts." Chapter 66, Rankings. The bald man shouted at him angrily. "Do you know you almost lost your life? Your recklessness could jeopardize our mission." Another piercing knight urgently added, "If we don't complete the mission, Lord Black King will be angry." Valens, who had initially been unconcerned, became calm upon hearing the name of the Black King. The three rested on the side. The potion not only awakened Valens from his frenzied state, but also slowly healed his internal injuries. Valens sat on the ground, motionless like a black rock, while the two knights beside him were ready, taking out bandages to help him dress his wounds. Many people, although seeing him injured, kept their distance, intimidated by his previous might and unwilling to approach and provoke him. At this moment, standing in front of Knight Kevin was Nyes, who was seeing holy light magic for the first time. He curiously asked, "Have you broken through to become a great knight?" Upon hearing his words, Kevin realized he lacked understanding of great knights and temple knights. He replied calmly, "I have not broken through. This is holy light magic. The great god of light grants us temple knights his protection." Holy light magic? Nyes was puzzled. Can knights learn magic? However, he quickly dismissed this thought. No one had ever told him that warrior knights couldn't learn magic. His spirit summoning system, in the eyes of little Afu at the astrological tower, was also a form of summoning magic, so it seemed he had fallen into a trap of his own thinking. "What do you want? Do you want me to just let you go?" "Of course, that would be best. I can refrain from competing for the championship. Let's first eliminate the irrelevant people and take the rankings." Nyes appeared very pragmatic. The temple knight frowned. "You interrupted my sacred judgment of the heretics. This cannot be forgiven. I can clear out the others first, but you must stay and continue to accept my judgment." Kevin looked at Nyes as if confirming whether what he said was true. After a moment, he finally turned and walked toward the others. What followed was simple. Under the active clearing of the strong, people continuously withdrew from the competition, and soon only 10 remained on the field. Aside from Nyes and Kevin, there were also Valens and his 3 companions, Iron Wall Knight Rachel, Golden Lion Knight and one of his subordinates, Rose Knight Lia, and a personal contestant. Nyes did not expect Lia to make it to the end. Perhaps due to the noble character of the Temple Knight, he did not deliberately drive away the female Rose Knight. The only personal contestant realized he had made it to the final ranking and was overjoyed, happily exiting the field first. Then the Rose Knight also withdrew, fully aware that she was already very lucky to have reached this point. If she were to overstay, she would only humiliate herself. At this moment, there were 8 people left. The Golden Lion Knight said something to his subordinate, who exited the field first. After that, he strode out of the arena. As a representative of the new noble faction, they had achieved their goal of obtaining 2 noble titles. In contrast, the old nobles suffered heavy losses, with the Greenhorn Knight Marcos eliminated early, and in the end, it was an unexpected gain that the Rose Knight Lia helped the old nobles retain a bit of face, since they had decided to exit the competition. Golden Lion Knight Hogan faced the youngest and most promising future nobility of the empire, and being ambitious, he had begun to recruit, leading to his earlier remarks. On the field, with schemes and ruthless actions. Once out, all that mattered were interests, and changing faces was done without any sense of discomfort. As if it were perfectly natural. He seemed to be a person of considerable depth, capable of bending and stretching. At this moment, there were still 6 people left. The Iron Wall Knight glanced at Valens not far away, and upon meeting Rachel's gaze, Valens, who had been sitting on the ground, stood up. He straightened his back and provocatively locked eyes with the Iron Wall Knight. The 2 knights beside him also tightened their grips on their weapons. Rachel thought for a moment, but then decided to take the lead and step outside to see. For him personally, he had completely achieved his goal. As a veteran of 10 years in the military, he had joined as a youth for this moment. After obtaining the knight title, as long as he smoothly broke through to a great knight, he would likely be promoted to baron, with the second prince as his backing. Many opportunities awaited him in the future. However, the unexpected turn of events this time, not being able to bring more people to achieve rankings, left him somewhat frustrated. Next, only Kevin Knight, Nyes, and Valens were left on the field. The bald man signaled to Nyes. Wasn't the current situation a 4-to-1 advantage? The circumstances were very favorable. Even if Valens's combat power was diminished, it was still much better than facing the opponent alone. Nyes certainly understood the current situation. But such a thing was not very honorable. He felt a bit unable to do it. Glancing at Kevin, he saw no expression on the latter's face. As if he was prepared for everything. Nyes shook his head at Valens, his meaning very clear. Valens seemed to just realize this and cursed. We should withdraw. Isn't it too embarrassing to act now? They didn't take advantage of us while we were down. But, the bald man wanted to say something. No buts. Let's go. I've already lost. Why stay here and embarrass myself? Valens said firmly, seeing that both Valens and Nyes were unwilling to proceed in this manner. They could only reluctantly exit the arena. Before leaving, Valens glanced deeply at Nyes, as if thanking him and also asking Nyes to help him take revenge. Finally, this night tournament reached its climax. Actually, I also admit defeat. You are the champion. Nyes did not feel confident about defeating the other, and for him, the Black King's agreement had already been fulfilled. He had obtained a ranking and was unharmed, which was already a great profit. First or second place was just a matter of reputation. Moreover, he always believed that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. And years of workplace experience made him well aware of the saying that the wood that stands out gets blown down. So second place was already perfect. Kevin's handsome face showed no expression at this moment as he spoke. I said, you interrupted my sacred judgment. Do you think it can just end like this? Surrendering is also an option, as long as you kneel and repent to the God of light for your sins, vowing to serve him forever. Then you can withdraw without a fight. Damn, how dare you give me such an insult? Nyes cursed inwardly, although he had no intention of competing for the championship. A man of dignity should not be easily insulted. Kneel and repent. Chapter 67, The Final Battle. In a flash of light, a massive sword appeared in Nyes' hand. He smiled and said to the other party, unfortunately, my knees have an old problem. I can't kneel. Seeing this, Kevin Knight said nothing. In a flash of light enveloped him, a golden shield emerging. Holy light protection. The golden shield reappeared, causing Nyes to furrow his brow. Previously, he had witnessed Valens's frenzied attacks being ineffective against this thin shield. The spectators in the stands were also puzzled. Captain Hardy, are the Temple Knights really that powerful? A nobleman asked in confusion. The Temple Knights, as the direct military force of the Supreme Church, usually recruit boys no older than 15, training them to become steadfast believers. It is said that only after undergoing brutal training and the baptism of holy light can one meet the standards of a Temple Knight. Their strength is naturally greater than that of ordinary knights. Captain Hardy pondered and continued, the average person's energy and talent are limited. They can only focus on training either their body or magic. Physical training is accessible to all, while practicing magic requires extraordinary talent. Temple Knights, while honing their physical prowess, can also wield magical power through the strength of their faith, making them truly extraordinary. So they are invincible? The nobleman pressed. Not invincible per se, but they are indeed much stronger than the average person. The current Eagle Knights have reached, or even surpassed most of the newly promoted Great Knights, truly achieving cross-level challenges. Many were curious about how the Temple Knights could participate in the Empire's Knight Tournament. At this moment, Archbishop Philip, who had been silent beside them, spoke up. Let me explain. Archbishop Philip is the highest authority of the Church in the Empire, now 68 years old, and has held the position for 13 years. The famous Cathedral of Light in the capital is the Church's hub in the Empire. The headquarters of the Supreme Church is located on a distant western island, entirely under the Church's domain, which is founded on the faith of the God of Light, establishing its own religious nation on the island. The Church's followers are spread throughout the continent. Initially, the Church sent various priests and evangelists to preach in different regions every year. As the number of believers grew, The church negotiated with various countries to establish branch churches and dispatched archbishops to manage religious affairs in each nation. The Temple Knights serve as the protective force sent by the Supreme Church to various national churches, demonstrating God's mercy and majesty to the faithful. Within the Empire's Cathedral of Light, there is a permanent contingent of around 500 Temple Knights. The archbishops dispatch them as needed to address evil events or handle heresy. Since they do not interfere in the internal affairs of nations and only address faith-related matters, the church has maintained harmonious relations with various countries, gradually becoming a local institution in each nation. Over the past century, the church's influence has grown stronger, and various heresies and evil events have mostly disappeared. The public rarely sees the Temple Knights on missions, often encountering priests and clerics instead, making it normal for them to be unfamiliar with the Temple Knights. After this was said, many astute individuals began to speculate whether the church and the Grand Prince had made some kind of agreement. Even in an empire that is not particularly steadfast in faith, believers are not to be overlooked. Unlike the neighboring kingdom of St. Marcy, where the entire nation reveres the God of light endlessly, even the royal family collectively worships the God of light. However, this also indirectly confirms how strong the Temple Knights are. According to Captain Hardy, Knight Kevin's current strength can rival that of a great knight. Many in the crowd were skeptical of Nye's, feeling that his fate was already sealed as a stepping stone for Knight Kevin to claim victory. Aside from Master Mu, who clearly knew that Nye's strength barely reached that of a brute, he nonetheless felt inexplicably confident. At this moment, in the center of the arena, Nye's decided to fight with all his might, regardless of the outcome. Kevin's handsome face began to appear irritating in his eyes. With a thought, the power of black lightning instantly enveloped his body, significantly enhancing his agility and strength. Confidence surged from the depths of Nye's heart. No matter how formidable the shield was, it couldn't be invincible. Since it was magic, there must be a limit. Then let us break its limit. Knight Kevin also sensed Nye's change and smiled slightly. You really have been hiding your strength. Hide your sister. Before the words finished, Nye shot out like a cannonball, his figure leaving only an afterimage to the naked eye. The distance of dozens of meters was closed in an instant, raising a cloud of dust along his path. Knight Kevin did not expect the opponent to strike immediately, but filled with confidence in his holy shield, he did not dodge. He raised his hand, and another beam of golden light shot out, slashing towards Nye's figure. The cross slash came with incredible speed, seemingly about to hit Nye's. Nye's already blurry figure twisted, as if his body had become incredibly flexible, like an agile big cat. This twist was instantly different from Valens's approach. Valens favored the most direct and forceful tactics, preferring to crush everything before him with absolute power. Nye's approach, however, was coarse yet refined, with a wild strength that also carried a delicate side. The cross slash brushed past Nye's body, having little effect on his speed. In the next moment, Knight Kevin had already entered Nye's attack range. On the enormous sword, a red and a blue light flashed by, causing Master Mu in the distant stance to raise his brow, as if he had discovered something. The great sword slashed down from above, its ferocious momentum seemingly splitting the world in two, a white line like a meteor striking the golden shield. A muffled impact echoed in everyone's hearts, causing a violent tremor among the audience. In the next moment, a powerful air current spread from the center of the two, producing a terrifying tearing sound. Nye's helmet was blown off, and the wild air flow made his hair dance wildly. At this moment, Kevin within the shield widened his eyes. The force of this strike clearly surpassed Valens. The golden shield rippled at the point of contact with the great sword, even pushing the shield and the Knight Kevin within it back by 4 to 5 meters. In disbelief, Knight Kevin stared intently at Nye's face, murmuring involuntarily behind the golden shield, "How is this possible? You actually..." Chapter 68, Judgment of Light. Nye's did not care about the opponent's shock. He hoped to break the shield in one blow, giving the opponent less reaction time. Delays lead to changes, cut through the chaos. Although his full power strike did not break the shield, it confirmed to Nye's that the shield was not unbreakable. His figure instantly retreated, tracing an arc. Like a satellite orbiting the shield, each time he approached the shield, he would leverage his speed and strength to unleash powerful attacks. In an instant, the arena resonated with roaring sounds, and ripples erupted from different positions of the shield. The force of the attacks was comparable to that of the previous berserkers. Even more intense. Knight Kevin was the most shocked. His feelings were clearly displayed on his face. After a while, he finally regained his composure. Returning to his previous aloof demeanor, he conjured a staff out of thin air, holding a sword in one hand and the staff in the other, appearing as if he had suffered a great humiliation and wanted to eliminate Nye's entirely. He raised the golden staff, and a circle of golden light flashed around it, instantly merging into the void. Upon seeing the staff appear, Nye's became alert. Any weapon that could still be summoned at this point should not be underestimated. Nais kept a close eye on every move of his opponent. As soon as the circle of light appeared on the staff, Nais realized it was a magical weapon, and his mental state and focus heightened sharply. A terrifying and murderous aura faintly emanated from above his head. He did not look up, but instead used all his strength to lunge to the side and forward. Nais half-squatted, turned around to look behind him, and saw strands of golden energy slowly dissipating. The ground had been violently blasted out, leaving a shallow pit, as if the entire surface had been scorched, with the blackened soil still emitting waves of intense heat. This was the judgment of light. Archbishop Philip exclaimed in surprise. It was a high-level holy light magic, powerful enough that only a high priest or above could cast it. With Kevin's magical abilities, it was impossible for him to perform such a spell. It seemed the reason lay in that golden scepter, which must be a divine weapon, blessed by the god of light, granting the ability to unleash light spells. In the coming year, in the next 5 years, today's battle would be talked about throughout the Empire. Nais was drenched in cold sweat. Such an attack would definitely cripple anyone hit by it, and there was no way to survive a second round. However, he didn't have time to think too much at that moment. A flash of golden light flickered around the scepter in Kevin's hand. Without hesitation, Nais dodged immediately. If it weren't for the enhancement from Black Flash, his body wouldn't have had such incredible agility and flexibility. In this situation, he was even subconsciously guided by a sixth sense to start evading early. Thus, he barely managed to avoid the ruthless strike of the scorching light beam behind him. Seeing Nais dodge 2 attacks in a row, Kevin was filled with rage. He no longer stood still but charged towards Nais. However, compared to Nais' speed, his was far too slow. Feeling relieved that his opponent was no longer using that terrifying scepter, Nais took a slight breath. The other party actually wanted to engage in close combat, which was exactly what he wanted. If the opponent continued to use that kind of magic from a distance, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. With a forceful push off the ground, Nais' figure turned into an afterimage, rushing towards Kevin, and in an instant, he approached the opponent's light shield. Kevin continued to slash out a cross-light strike, but this move had a clear trajectory and was completely ineffective against Nais, whose speed had reached its peak. Instead, the light shield was once again struck directly by Nais' great sword, and Kevin almost forgot how strong Nais' power was. He was pushed back along with the light shield, barely stabilizing himself, but Nais' next strike followed closely. Suddenly, the arena was filled with booming sounds and dazzling golden light, creating an astonishing destructive force. Master Mu was now tense, his massive fists clenched tightly, wishing he could jump into the arena to show off. Captain Hardy couldn't help but look at Nais with newfound respect. This Goat Knight was actually stronger than the previous Berserker. It seemed he had found some way to enhance his physicality. Now, his physical power had surpassed that of an ordinary Great Knight, and remarkably, his body's agility and flexibility were so comprehensive, perfect physique. On the side, Deputy Captain Raphael appeared somewhat displeased, sneering, "No matter how strong he is, he's just a brute. He hasn't mastered resonant energy, so he can't counter the current holy light magic. Look at him. He can't take a hit, and is just dodging. If he gets hit once, he's done for." Captain Hardy shot a glance at Raphael and said in a mocking tone, "It seems you have some opinions about him? In the past, when encountering such people, you would only want to recruit them into the team." Raphael replied irritably, "It's him. We lost nearly 50 lives because of him. And yet he is to be awarded knighthood." The captain calmly said, "This is the mission of the Royal Knights. From the day we became Royal Knights, we swore to forsake our lives and everything for the glory of the Empire. Honor is a mere illusion. As Royal Knights, we should not be bound by such things." Raphael couldn't deny that. "I just feel it's unfair for those fallen brothers. At least they died in battle. That is the highest honor for a Royal Knight." Looking at Hardy's resolute face, Raphael felt that the captain's figure seemed to grow even more majestic. Meanwhile, the Emperor of the Empire watched the battle unfold with a thoughtful expression, pondering if the Church truly intended to interfere in the Empire's affairs. Wanting to turn the Empire into the next Holy Kingdom? The Crown Prince was still young, but this Goat Knight was not one of that person's subordinates. Instead, he was helping those people. "Interesting. Carl, get me the information on this Goat Knight." King George murmured with interest. "Very interesting. Let us see who the champion of this match will be." Chapter 69, Caught Off Guard. The battle in the arena continued, but both sides had already exhausted a significant amount of stamina. Kevin was gasping for breath, while Nais was doing somewhat better. His enhanced body had considerably improved his endurance and stamina, as Kevin had not yet reached the standard of a Great Knight physically. Nais was almost certain that the Judgment of Light spell had a limit on the number of uses. Until now, Kevin had been relying on his light shield and cross-light strike to deal with him, while the scepter was lying in wait for an opportunity. Nais felt he must eliminate the threat posed by the scepter, otherwise, he would always be in danger. In the next moment, Nais tried desperately to dodge a light strike. But his calf was not completely evaded. He let out a muffled grunt as his body tilted, losing balance and falling to one side. Excitement flickered in Kevin's eyes. He had finally found an opportunity. Raising the scepter in his hand, a golden circle flashed. Judgment of light, he shouted, his eyes fixed on Nais's face as if expecting his opponent to turn to ashes before him in the next moment. But what he saw was Nais's cunning smile. Something's wrong, Kevin instantly realized. He saw Nais's body tilting to one side, twisting significantly, and instead, he executed a sideways dodge, disappearing from his original position just as the searing light beam arrived, pouring forth with wildly violent energy before Kevin's eyes. Damn! This goat knight was even more cunning than the previous berserker. Normally, the speed of casting Judgment of Light was incredibly swift against most people, and he had never heard of anyone being able to dodge magic attacks at such an extreme level. The Light Scepter could only unleash the Judgment of Light 5 times, and 3 had already been wasted. Kevin forced himself to calm down. Fortunately, the Holy Light Shield was sturdy enough. The Holy Light Shield was specifically designed to counter physical attacks, with a very high resistance to such attacks. If it couldn't be broken in one hit, it could only be slowly worn down. Kevin began to think about how to respond. Nais also realized that since he had tricked the opponent into using the Judgment of Light once, no matter how many flaws he showed or how many feints he performed, the opponent would no longer fall for it. Indeed, the other party was not foolish. Who would fall for the same trick repeatedly? He just couldn't determine how many more times his opponent could cast that spell, and before that, he had to be extremely cautious. Nais continued to fiercely attack the Holy Light Shield, which was clearly dimming. He believed that as long as he held on a little longer, once the shield was broken, the opponent would have no chance of winning. The great sword, enhanced with sharp runes, glimmered with an almost imperceptible blue light along the blade. This glow not only made the great sword sharper, but also protected it from being easily damaged. Otherwise, in such a high-intensity, prolonged battle, ordinary weapons would either break or get chipped, yet his great sword remained intact. Just as he struck the shield again, Kevin spoke up. I admit you are indeed strong. Among the young people, I have never seen anyone like you. Haha, be arrogant. Let me show you the fate of opposing the God of Light. Kevin suddenly laughed loudly. Something's wrong. Nais instinctively prepared to retreat. He saw Kevin's outer golden shield suddenly swell, exploding in an instant. He had actively given up the shield. Didn't he know that without this layer of protection, he had no chance of winning? Before Nais could understand, the shattered energy barrier surged towards him, and the all-encompassing energy wave struck him in an instant. A powerful shockwave hit Nais, causing his body to involuntarily fly outward. Although this energy impact was strong, it couldn't possibly harm Nais's enhanced body. He just needed to wait until he landed. Landed. Too late. Nais looked at Kevin, seemingly understanding the other's intentions. The night Kevin raised his staff, the familiar golden halo flickering. But there is no remedy for regret in this world. He watched as the golden halo in front of him grew larger, the dazzling golden light filling his vision. It's over. This is the judgment of the gods. Kevin watched coldly from a distance as the light pillar loomed. The overwhelming energy and intense heat continuously bombarded everything inside. Master Mu suddenly stood up, poised to rush into the arena, while the masters and dignitaries from various countries around him looked at him helplessly, all thinking that Nais was doomed. What a pity. Raphael watched the light pillar with glee, his expression unchanged, only observing Kevin's staff with a thoughtful look. Sir Hardy showed a regretful expression, lamenting. With his physique, if he could break through to a great knight, he might directly rival a tier 2, but now even if he survived, he would likely be crippled. What a pity. Archbishop Philip chanted a prayer and then said, the soul of a lost lamb is cleansed and reborn. All is the will of the gods. Many nobles voiced their regrets, and many had already planned to befriend Nais after the match, with some small nobles even planning to introduce their daughters to him, seeing potential in Nais for the future. Look, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone looked up at the arena again. The magical energy gradually dissipated, the surrounding scorching heat still enveloping the area, and the air appeared slightly distorted in the heat. A tall black and red figure slowly appeared in place. Nais was also astonished, realizing he was unharmed. Just as the golden light pillar was about to descend, he felt that some settings on his armor had activated, and blue protective armor automatically rose from his arms, hands, and chest, shielding his whole body. At this moment, the blue light had not completely faded, only becoming exceedingly thin, and it was this layer of blue armor that kept him unharmed. He was already holding the rune stone that Master Murphy had given him, ready to teleport to the astrological tower to escape this fatal blow if necessary. Nais looked at the blue armor on him, then turned to the stands, where Master Mu was smiling confidently. Impossible. Kevin roared in anger, unable to accept that his painstaking attack did not eliminate his opponent. What was that layer of blue light on him? Why did he still have such magical equipment? Nais felt more relaxed, the blue light dissipating as he spoke. Did I disappoint you? Do you still want to continue? You're quite good, but I just realized I don't even know your name. Night Kevin finally calmed down completely. Just call me Nais. Nais thought, it's finally over. Giving you the championship is fine. Why fight to the death? He walked over directly, shook Kevin's hand, and looked into his eyes. Kevin's eyes were calm, but beneath that calmness lay a burning fervor. Nais found it a bit strange, then realized that his hand was tightly grasped by Kevin, as if he was afraid he would run away. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Kevin raise his staff with his other hand, the golden light dazzling. I'll take you down. Chapter 70, Mutual Destruction. At this moment, those outside the arena saw Nais withstand the first strike, and a blue halo ultimately protected him. Then Nais and Night Kevin came together to shake hands, and everyone thought the two had finally ended their battle, one side politely withdrawing from the arena while the other accepted the cheers of the crowd. When suddenly another golden magical light pillar fell from the sky, engulfing both figures. Who released this light beam? It looked exactly like the previous one. And amid the audience's questions and speculations, the magical light finally began to fade, and everyone craned their necks to look. In the final moment of their handshake, Night Kevin activated the judgment of light again, using himself as bait, willing to perish together to attack Nais. Nais could not understand. Kevin seemed like a madman. What deep hatred could he have for him that warranted such a desperate attempt to kill him? He clearly met Kevin for the first time, and the other should also be seeing him for the first time, not even knowing his name before. With countless doubts and confusion, Nais summoned his Ferrari to enhance his physique and recovery. As the flames slowly dissipated, the blue energy armor reappeared as expected, but it could no longer completely block this strike. In the final moment, the armor shattered, and the scorching flames poured directly onto Nais's body. The intense burning sensation and pressure made Nais feel the power of this force. His skin burned, as if a flame sought to enter his body from the outside, purging him from within. Fortunately, this energy was already at its limit, coming quickly and leaving quickly, soon disappearing. However, in that brief moment, Nais had already sustained serious injuries. His entire skin burned and filled with a stinging sensation. At this point, he weakly knelt on one knee, while across from him, Kevin Knight was in no better condition. Perhaps even worse. Nais estimated that Kevin must have some magical damage resistance items. Otherwise, he would be worse off. Kevin Knight was also kneeling on the ground, unable to move, his eyes vacant. Nais did not know the reason behind Kevin's desire to kill him, but regardless, since someone wanted to kill him, he had to eliminate this threat. He must kill him today. At this moment, severely injured, Nais slowly raised one hand, pointing towards Kevin Knight. All the spectators were clueless about his intentions, including the dignitaries in the stands. At that moment, two blue-purple lights flashed in the void beside Nais, and a massive Nightblade tiger and a huge golden ring eagle appeared out of thin air. Gasps erupted from the crowd. What was this? Some people recognized that this was summoning magic. Summoning magic. Could it be that Nais was also a magic knight? Countless hearts were filled with curiosity. Nais himself had exhausted all his strength, using his powerful will to summon the golden arrow and black flash. He had to take Kevin's life. He no longer cared about revealing his summoning ability, as others would find out sooner or later. Those with stronger abilities could see at a glance that the Ferrari was not a real creature. But at this moment, he had to kill his opponent. The Nightblade tiger let out a low roar, and the golden arrow spread its wings, instantly flying into the air. Then both charged towards Kevin Knight. And anyone with keen eyes could see that Nais intended to kill him directly. Your Majesty, Archbishop Philip suddenly warned sharply. With that shout, the Archbishop pushed out his hand, and two golden orbs instantly flew out from his chest, vanishing into the void in a flash. Then, two orbs of light appeared in the void beside Nais and Kevin, quickly expanding to envelop both of them. The black flash and golden arrow were also blocked outside the orbs, as they were merely ordinary beasts, too weak to break through the magic. Your Majesty, I see that both of them are the new stars of the Empire's future. It is truly unnecessary for them to continue fighting to the death at this moment. The loss of either one is a loss for the Empire. Philip's words came too late. The aging king stared at Philip with a faint gaze, as if trying to see through his heart. Everyone around was also watching the Archbishop, well aware that he just wanted to protect his own paladin. Otherwise, why didn't he step in to protect Nais when he was attacked? Enduring the unkind glances around him, Archbishop Philip continued, I represent the Kevin Knights and concede. This young brother's strength is indeed formidable. The king's face revealed nothing of his thoughts. But everyone knew Philip had risked a lot for the Kevin Knights, disregarding the rules. At this moment, the injuries of the two in the sphere of light were healing at an astonishing speed. Nais's skin was rapidly regenerating, with burned and damaged skin being replaced by new, soft skin. Even his singed hair and eyebrows were quickly regrowing. If this is a miracle, then this is truly a miracle. Finally, the king spoke, Archbishop. Your consideration is truly thoughtful, as expected of the most merciful servant of the light god. Let it be so. The match is over. Upon hearing this, Philip finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the king had been relentless, it would have been difficult for him, but this old fox must have some bad intentions. Kevin, what are you doing? The archbishop did not understand Kevin's motives, but as the son sent by the Supreme Church, he had to protect the other party. Although the other party's strength was still insufficient, their talent was strong and was recognized as one of the chosen ones by the Pope. Both sides were received by their own people in the background, and the match ended. Nyes had fully recovered, with not a single scar left on his body. Even old wounds had completely disappeared. It was truly a miracle, and Master Mu stared at him for a long time, amazed. Based on Master Mu's speculation, this sphere of light should be an extremely high-level healing magic, and the Archbishop's move indeed astonished everyone. It had been years since they had seen him take action. His first display was such a stunning recovery magic, proving that he was not just a charlatan who only spoke of the light god. Nyes was also pleasantly surprised by Master Mu's armor. Initially, he did not know that the armor had such protective magic. Under Master Mu's guidance, he discovered that on the inner side of the armor was engraved a protective rune. Nyes recognized it at a glance. This was also a dwarven forging rune. He instantly understood that Master Mu had recognized the forging rune on Nyes' greatsword right away, but did not press Nyes about it. It seemed he needed to have a good chat with Master Mu later. On the other side, Philip was questioning the Kevin Knight. Do you know? I don't have many holy rebirth magical items. They are all granted by the Pope. This time, I used up 2 for you. He angrily threw 2 dull little crosses from his sleeve. What on earth are you thinking? Why fight to the death with the other party? Kevin's face was icy. And at this moment, he had returned to a calm demeanor, completely unrecognizable from his previous frenzied state. He must die? The Kevin Knight's gaze met the Archbishop's, without flinching. The Archbishop looked at his serious expression and was silent for a moment. He didn't ask anything further, only slowly said, that must be considered carefully. Chapter 71, Titles and Fiefs. The final conferral ceremony began. At the center of the high platform stood the king and queen, the eldest prince, the second prince, and a large group of nobles on either side at the next level. The crowd gathered below to watch, enviously looking at these noble lords on the high platform. While the surrounding guards stood with serious expressions, the king spoke first, standing up, and the surrounding crowd instantly fell silent. Behind him, the white-clad Carl conjured a transparent sphere of energy, which then spread out. This was a simple magic to amplify sound. Ladies and gentlemen, the king's voice was indeed amplified, and everyone present could hear him clearly. Thank you all, thank the gods. Next, we will reward the winners of the night tournament. Nyes and the other 9 stepped out from one side and stood in the center of the arena. During this time, Nyes fixed his gaze on the Eagle Knight Kevin, who seemed to have forgotten his earlier intent to take Nyes' life, instead not even glancing at him, as if he had never known him. Unfazed by Nyes' gaze, Nyes felt a strange sense of danger. The more he pretended to be indifferent, the greater the underlying problem seemed. However, Laya shot Nyes a grateful look, and the way everyone looked at Nyes changed. Indeed, strength was the most convincing. The conferral ceremony began, with the king standing on the high platform, and the people being conferred standing in a row below, kneeling on one knee. The king drew his ceremonial sword, a magnificent long sword adorned with red gems and intricate golden patterns. In the name of the king of the Hiss Empire, I require your loyalty. In the name of your father, I require your justice. The king's sword touched each of their shoulders in turn. In the name of your mother, I require your mercy. In the name of warriors, I require your courage. In the name of heroes, I require your justice. The king finally walked in front of Nyes, the sword tip gently resting on his shoulder. In the name of the gods, I require you to protect the weak. Knights of the Empire, rise. Upon saying this, everyone stood up. It was evident that many were excited, such as the Golden Lion Knight, the Iron Wall Knight, the Rose Knight, and others. Receiving this knight title marked the best start for their future. As long as they could break through to the Great Knight level, they would surely be promoted to Baron, thus gaining hereditary noble status. Some others appeared rather indifferent, mainly the rogues under the Black King, whose rough appearance could not hide their bandit-like aura. At this moment, they simply looked around, seemingly unaware of the world, causing the noble ladies nearby to stifle their laughter. Nyes and Kevin, however, wore indifferent expressions. The animosity between them had not yet dissipated, both seemingly burdened with heavy thoughts. At that moment, the ceremonial band behind them began to play solemn music, and the audience below erupted in cheers, seemingly celebrating these newly promoted knights. After everyone retreated, the king gently called out, Eric. The second prince immediately stepped forward, Your Majesty. Previously, you pursued the orcs and killed their general. Well done. What do you wish for? The king's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. As a prince, this is what I should do, but this time it was not my achievement alone. If it weren't for Count Beck's help, and the brave fighting of Knights Hans and Nais, the losses would have been even greater. The king stroked the ring in his hand, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Count Beck, Great Knight Hans, and Nais were all there. Then, King George slowly said, I previously promised that these people would receive their due rewards. As for Knight Nais, he has just earned his knight title through his bravery, so I will directly promote him to Baron. At this, everyone present looked astonished. Directly promoting to Baron, though not uncommon, was indeed rare for a powerless commoner. Nais felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. With noble status, he had a certain foundation in this other world. Count Beck, Baron Nais is from your territory. What land do you think would be suitable to grant this newly promoted Baron as his fief? The king inquired. Count Beck thought for a moment and immediately replied eagerly, Baron Nais hails from Stone Town. I believe it would be most appropriate to make Stone Town Baron Nais's fief. The astute Earl of Becker had already realized that His Majesty the King intended to forcibly elevate Baron Nais. Although he was unclear about the reasons, as an ambitious lord, he understood that it was wise to comply with the king's wishes at this moment. Oh, Stone Town, how many people live there? The king casually asked. The Earl of Becker seemed to have thought of something and continued, although Stone Town is small, with only a few hundred residents. I believe we can include all the lands east of Stone Town into Baron Nais's territory for unified management. Only then can Baron Nais's talents be fully utilized. Many nobles in the audience internally mocked. Who doesn't know that east of Stone Town is nothing but wild desert, desolate, and uninhabited? Although it's imperial territory, it's utterly worthless. This cunning Earl of Becker, giving away a small border village of a few hundred people along with a heap of useless wasteland to someone else, is truly stingy. His Majesty the King pondered for a moment, and then looked at Baron Nais. Baron Nais, do you accept this? Thank you, Your Majesty and Lord Earl. I am very satisfied. What could Baron Nais possibly be dissatisfied with? He being given good territory, and wouldn't he dare refuse. So many eyes are watching. It's good to be far from the Emperor. Finally, I can help the Grey Dwarves with something. Then it's settled. Enjoy the banquet tonight. His Majesty the King seemed a bit tired. He turned and left his seat, with the Queen and a middle-aged man in white closely following behind him. As the King left, many nobles immediately surged toward Nais, introducing themselves by name and title, eager to invite Nais to their estates. Nais suddenly couldn't remember so many names, and could only casually deflect, feeling a bit dazed. Had he really become a lord? Why didn't he feel like a lord at all? What does a lord do? He slowly regained his senses as Earl Becker led him away. The Earl held his hand and said, Thank you, Lord Earl. I will certainly do my best wherever you need me. No need to be so polite. As fellow lords of the East, we must work together and help each other. At this moment, Master Mu found Nais and gave him a nod. Sorry, Lord Earl. I have something to attend to. Please excuse me for a moment. Chapter 72. The Black Death Gang. Master Mu took Nais away from the crowd to a corner where Nais saw the familiar figure of his teacher. You arrived quite quickly. The Black King's subordinates really are efficient, he remarked. Upon seeing Nais, the teacher clapped his hands and said, Congratulations, congratulations. Baron Nais, you've kept a low profile. Impressive. Not only did you fulfill our agreement, but you also won the championship title. No need for congratulations. Are you here to inform me about the second agreement? Are you in such a hurry because you're afraid I'll run away? The teacher was not angry. Instead, he said earnestly, Run? Where can you run to on this continent? Honestly, your performance has exceeded my expectations. The Black King wants to see you. The Black King. Nais didn't he expect the legendary Black King to personally request to see him? Should he agree? Nais turned to look at Master Mu, who nodded at him. If he wanted to harm you, he could have acted directly. There's no need for a meeting. Don't worry. Master Mu then said to the teacher. There is one condition. I want to accompany him to meet the Black King. The teacher glanced at the dwarf master and smiled. Master Mu, we are honored to have you join us. Inside a luxurious room in the bright cathedral, Archbishop Philip was questioning Knight Kevin. I need a reason, Kevin. Even if you are the son, acting so recklessly could disrupt the church's plans in the empire. I can only report the matter completely to the Pope. Kevin showed no signs of emotion, saying, I will personally report this to the Pope. What you should know, you will know in due time. What you shouldn't know, don't inquire. It won't do you any good. I am the son. I have my own supreme mission. You have tasks you can assign to me, and I will complete them, but please do not make unfounded assumptions about my mission, nor obstruct my actions. Knight Kevin showed no sign of backing down. I will report this to the Pope and let him handle it. Although the Archbishop was angry, he did not dare to directly confront Kevin, as he was the son sent directly from the Supreme Church, and his status was not lower than the Archbishop's. Knight Kevin acted as if nothing was wrong, and continued. I need to break through to a Grand Knight, and require a promotion ceremony. Please prepare it for me as soon as possible. The archbishop's beard bristled with anger. He had never encountered such an impudent young man. However, he had no reason to refuse, as training the son was also his responsibility as the archbishop. Knight Kevin showed no outward signs. His thoughts seemed to be elsewhere, and no one knew what he was thinking. In a huge hall in a basement in the south of the city, Nice and Master Mu were both present, curiously observing the hall. There were 10 massive stone pillars on both sides of the huge hall, and apart from the throne in the center that resembled a bed and a chair, there was no other furniture. Although the hall was large, it had very little light. Only a beam of bright light shone from the ceiling directly into the center of the hall, just in front of the throne, where the two stood in the sunlight. They had been blindfolded and led around the city of Flores, going up and down without knowing how many circles they had turned, finally arriving at this place. Upon arrival, the guide left, and they could no longer see anyone else, so they could only wait in place. Master Mu, have you ever seen the Black King? No. Although I have had some dealings with them before, I have never seen the true face of the Black King. I am also curious what the king, renowned throughout the underground world, looks like. They didn't wait long before footsteps were heard, and the familiar teacher appeared first, accompanied by a bald, muscular man in a white shirt, who was glaring at Nice with a fierce expression. Following behind was a massive figure. Nice felt as if he were facing a gigantic black bear approaching him, and the overwhelming pressure made his breathing quicken. This figure was huge, but walked silently, like a cautious black panther, demonstrating the Master's absolute control over himself. Master Mu's body tensed. He could sense the immense power of this figure, which he could not match, and unconsciously assumed a defensive posture. The massive figure stepped out of the shadows, and Nice stared intently at him, sunlight shining on his face. It was a face full of wildness, unrestrained and free. Yes, it was freedom, a quality unbound and ungoverned by anyone. The Black King had a thick, black beard, with dense facial hair tied into several clusters with metal ornaments scattered across his chin. The entire person exuded a fierce and wild aura, differing greatly from Nice's previous imaginings. He had always thought the Black King would be a sinister, cunning figure, with a gloomy and shrewd appearance, but to his surprise, the first impression of the Black King was that of a massive brute. The Black King grinned widely and laughed wildly several times. You are the Goat Knight. More agreeable than I imagined. His voice was booming, causing Nice to involuntarily frown. After interacting with nobles for too long, he was used to the soft and slow noble tone. Suddenly hearing such wild speech was refreshing, and he found himself thinking positively of the Black King, feeling that he was a straightforward person. Good. So, you took down 2 of the sailor's subordinates? And they were both brutes? The Black King pointed at the bald man in the white shirt. So this person is the sailor. He is the boss of the Jock brothers? No wonder he seemed eager to fight from the start. It's like this, Nice explained. I never intended to kill anyone, but they blocked my way. I even handed over Billy, yet they insisted on killing me to silence me. I had no choice but to defend myself, and ended up killing both of them. In this situation, I had no options. Nice words are all facts, but he also concealed part of his motives. For instance, handing over Billy was just to facilitate my actions at that moment. Black King chuckled. What you said isn't wrong. Those who go to kill others end up being killed themselves, and that's nobody's fault. Boss, the sailor beside him was a bit restless. Black King shot him a glance, and the sailor felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, realizing he had interrupted Black King, and immediately fell silent. Did that kid Billy think he was absolutely safe hiding in the astrological tower? Did he really underestimate me, Black King? Black King turned around and slowly sat on his throne. However, since the gentleman has already made an agreement with you, the previous matters are naturally wiped clean. The main issue now is our agreement. Another set of footsteps approached, and 3 people emerged from behind. Nice recognized them as the 3 from Valens. They walked up, saluted Black King, and quietly stood aside. Chapter 73, The Dragon King's Ruins. Nice saw that these 3 were indeed Black King's subordinates, and had now become newly promoted knights. Seeing the 3 arrive, Black King slowly spoke. I didn't plan to have you intervene. Valens should be able to handle it himself. But a temple knight showed up and disrupted my plans. Luckily, the gentleman had an agreement with you beforehand. Otherwise, I would have lost money again. The more Black King spoke, the more excited he became, laughing heartily as he stroked his thick black beard. You little brat are hiding quite deep. You can even summon magic. Interesting. But the stronger you are, the more convenient it will be for my future actions. Black King revealed a cunning smile, his teeth shining white against his beard. Sir, it's your turn to introduce. At your command, Black King. The familiar feminine voice of the gentleman rang out. Baron Nice, you have perfectly fulfilled our first agreement. Next, I will tell you the second thing you need to do. The gentleman paused, and then continued. Recently, a lost Dragon King's ruin will be opened. There are no real dragons left in this ruin, but many magical creatures still dwell there. The entire Dragon King's ruin is protected by a high-level dragon language barrier cast by the ancient Dragon King, making it inaccessible to humans. The gentleman paused to let Nice digest this information. The Dragon King's ruins. From Nice's limited knowledge, he judged that the Dragon King was basically one of the strongest levels beneath the gods. They were even stronger than the legendary holy level. And their ruins must be remarkable places. A considerable amount of power has gathered, and they managed to open a stable passage to enter the barrier. But high-level mages and knights above the second rank cannot enter. Therefore, they can only send warriors below the second rank of great knights to explore. Hearing this, Nice roughly understood the other party's intention. You want me to go in? The gentleman nodded affirmatively. We need you to go in and help us retrieve something. Nice curiously asked, what is it? You will know when the time comes. The key is to get what we want and bring it out safely. The gentleman did not directly tell Nice the answer and then pointed to Valence. They three will also enter, and you can continue to team up then. Nice turned to look at the three not far away, and they were also staring at him. Just as he was about to speak, Master Mu's voice rang out. How can your excellency the Black King be sure they can all enter the ruins? According to the gentleman, the entrance must have already been occupied by the Royal Astrological Tower and the church. Do you have another way to enter? Master Mu was thorough in his consideration. However, we have received confirmed news that the king will soon send people to enter this ruin, and they should come to ask for your opinion as the champion shortly. Just giving you a heads up so you don't refuse confusingly later. Unexpectedly, even the internal news of the royal city could be obtained by the Black Death Gang. Truly worthy of the Black King, the leader of the underground forces is indeed not a hollow title. Master Mu also praised. But what dangers are involved? When the gentleman heard Master Mu's question, he replied, danger? Naturally, it is everywhere, but exploration is like this. Besides dangers, there are also treasures inside. As long as we get the specified item, any other treasures you find will belong to you. Nice then spoke up, don't worry, Master Mu. I have no reason to refuse. Since I have promised the other party 3 things, I will fulfill them. Haha, not bad. At this moment, Black King spoke boldly. A man just needs to do it. No need to hesitate. Since you are going to that kind of place to help me, I'll give you this. After saying that, Black King waved his hand, and a black light shot straight at Nice. Nice raised his hand to catch it, and when he focused on it, he found a gray-black little grass in his hand, with white dots on the leaves that seemed to be slowly rotating like a starry sky. This is starry grass. When crushed and applied to the skin over the heart, it can increase physical strength. I see you haven't reached your physical limit yet. This is a good thing, and it's the last one I have. Black King explained. Nice would not be polite. Any item that could enhance his strength was very important in his eyes. Moreover, since he was helping the other party, it was reasonable for the other party to offer some benefits. Seeing Nice immediately put away the starry grass, Black King laughed a few times. All right, I will notify you when there is news. A small piece of starry grass applied to the chest emitted an incredibly strong energy, which was absorbed by the heart and then spread throughout the body. It took Nice half a day to fully absorb it. Perhaps it was the first time using starry grass. The final effect was very noticeable, even stronger than the first time using blood fruit. His overall strength increased by about 10%, and his physical limit rose again. Now, Nice's physical strength had truly reached that of an average brute. But he had not yet reached his limit, simply because he had used many items to enhance his physical strength. Under the state of self-enhancement, Nice's power basically overwhelmed a first-rank Great Knight. If combined with the runes on his giant sword and armor, his overall strength could already rival that of a second-rank Great Knight. During this period, Nice finally had an open and honest conversation with Master Mu. Master Mu first admitted that the runes he used were indeed dwarven forging runes, which is the highest core craft of the dwarves today. In the Ice Diamond Kingdom, only a few top masters can master it, and it is not shared with outsiders. As the only remaining dwarven kingdom on the current main road, the Ice Diamond Kingdom still retains a bit of the ancient dwarven craftsmanship crystallization. Among them, there are only 9 kinds of dwarven forging runes. 8 of them are armor runes, and only 1 is a weapon rune, and the protective one is one of them. That is the blue energy armor from the competition that day. In the case of a fatal attack, it will automatically generate armor to protect the opponent from harm. At that time, Master Mu recognized at a glance that the runes on Nice's great sword were dwarven forging runes, but he did not make it public. Because this information is too important and belongs to the core secret of the dwarves, he did not dare to speak it out casually. It was not until Nice took the initiative to inquire that he revealed these secrets, which is also one reason why he viewed Nice differently. Nice also asked a question that had been on his mind for a long time, which was why Master Mu was so good to him. Not only did he take him as a disciple upon their first meeting, but he also let Nice stay at the blacksmith shop, providing close protection from the harassment of the Black Death Gang. He even faced the Black Death Gang together with him later, not caring about the trouble and danger it brought him. Moreover, He crafted for him a set of armor using the dwarf's core craftsmanship, according to Nai's own feelings. He didn't believe that a clan emblem of the Greystone clan could allow the other party to reach such a level. Master Mu was silent for a long time, and in response to Nai's question, he said one sentence. Do you know the prophecies of the dwarves? Chapter 74, Prophecy and the King. Prophecy. Nais was puzzled and could only shake his head. In the ancient dwarven kingdom, there were people who specialized in observing the stars, rivers, and the earth. They studied the connections and laws between these different things, thus creating a field of predictive scholarship. Initially, they predicted the weather and crop yields, but as they delved deeper, they began to predict human destinies and the outcomes of events. Until one day, they prophesied the destruction of the dwarves. Nais felt deeply shocked. Wasn't this just fortune-telling and divination? Not quite. Divination uses the magical power from the void, while dwarves use the intrinsic laws among existing things, drawing conclusions from complex deconstruction and rigorous reasoning. Although the results may seem similar to divination, their essence is different. Fine, Nais didn't care about the process. He just wanted to know what happened later. At this point, Master Mu's eyes were also filled with helplessness and despair. However, just before the final destruction came, the greatest dwarven scholars gathered together and made their last prophecy. They inscribed the results of their predictions on the cold, eternal, frozen ice of the north. This is also a prophecy that the Ice Diamond Kingdom has been protecting. Through the long darkness, the voice of clan revival, the steel torrent forging swords, the spirits of all things as bodies, the black eyes, the goat's horns, the lost land forever present, the song of light and darkness everlasting. Uncle, you don't think it refers to me, do you? Master Mu's eyes burst with brilliance. What do you think? Do you feel it's you? I think the possibility is rather low. Nais didn't dare to completely deny the other party. After all, those two lines did resonate with him. Master Mu gradually calmed down. Of course, I can't be 100 sure, but even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance, as a dwarf, I must seize every possibility. Nais understood Master Mu's feelings, as well as those of all dwarves, and sincerely said. Master Mu's eyes were a bit red, and he quickly raised his voice to cover it up. I knew it. I knew it. Haha. Tonight we drink. Drink until tomorrow morning. Drink until we can't walk. Drink until we can't tell men from women. Days passed like this. And one morning, a luxurious carriage stopped at the blacksmith's door. An elegantly dressed official stepped down and immediately asked for Nais. Nais was doing his morning exercises. His training was more rigorous than before, with high-intensity workouts every day without fail. Master Mu had specially crafted a huge iron rod for him, with a massive iron ball at the top. The entire iron rod was incredibly heavy. Even Nais could barely lift it at first, managing only 10 minutes at most. Gradually, he could endure longer, which was a visible improvement. The official claimed to be sent by King George to summon Nais for questioning. Upon hearing this, Nais had a hunch that it might be related to the ruins that the Black King had mentioned before, so he said to the official, "Please wait a moment while I change my clothes, and then I'll go with you." It was Nais's first time entering the royal city. The tall city walls and dense arrow towers and watchtowers greatly expanded his horizons. Passing through several layers of defensive walls, he was immediately greeted by a vast garden, with dense vegetation, neatly trimmed lawns and branches, and armed guards standing in every corner. The entire royal city was quiet and peaceful, with melodious music faintly wafting through the air, and a huge open-air fountain endlessly spraying white water, refracting colorful light in the sunlight. The atmosphere here was worlds apart from the outside city. Nais was led into a large room, where a servant asked him to wait. As a huge, ornate door opened, Nais entered the room where the king was. It was a study, presumably the king's office. At that moment, His Majesty King George was sitting behind a desk. Upon seeing Nais enter, he nodded. Nais saluted and said, "I have met your majesty." "Good. I've wanted to chat with the newly appointed baron for a few days now. Unfortunately, some matters have delayed it until today." The king appeared quite amiable. "No specific orders, just a chat. I hear you were born in the eastern wilderness?" "I'm not even sure where I was born. I only know I was abandoned in the eastern wilderness as a child and don't know who my parents are." "Oh, is that so?" King George feigned surprise. "It's indeed not easy. I heard from Eric that you participated in the orc pursuit mission with him and even beheaded the orc general." Nais's heart stirred. This old fox was probing into his relationship with the second prince, trying to determine if he was connected to the second prince. The orcs are too strong. The situation was perilous at the time. All the men had to fight with swords. To survive, I had no choice but to battle the orcs and by chance achieved some military merit. "Oh, is that so?" It was indeed extremely dangerous. The king continued playing along. Nais spoke half-truths, framing his involvement in the second prince's battle as a coincidence, a necessity for self-preservation, thus distancing himself from the second prince. Though he wasn't directly associated with the second prince, he feared that someone might draw connections. The king seemed satisfied and continued, I see you can also summon magic. As soon as you entered the city, you headed straight for the astrological tower. You must have been taught by a magic master, right? Nais couldn't help but curse inwardly. This old man wouldn't stop, trying to test his connection to the astrological tower, truly cunning. My summoning magic is nothing to speak of. I can only summon some ordinary beasts, and I wouldn't dare to associate myself with a true magic master. I merely have a friend who knows a master in the tower. I brought him there. According to the master, I am what is called a natural spellcaster. Natural spellcaster? That's quite rare. I heard you're the new apprentice of Master Mu. Quite promising. To avoid being questioned further, Nais had no choice but to continue. I am just a country blacksmith, all alone, having lived my life in the eastern wilderness. By chance, I was able to come to a big city like the capital. See your majesty's true face, and receive a reward. It is already the greatest honor of my life. His Majesty the King watched Nais with great interest. As if seeing into Nais's heart, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, you have both strength and intellect, and you cherish your reputation. I have high hopes for you. There is indeed an opportunity now. Chapter 75, Buying a House. In that instant, King George's demeanor changed dramatically, transforming from the kind grandfatherly figure into a cunning old man with deep cunning. Nais pretended to be confused and said, I'm not clear on your majesty's meaning? King George smiled slightly. Do you understand the current situation? I am getting old, and some people are getting restless, eager to make a move. The first prince and the second prince are both immature, and there are the church, old nobles, new nobles, and even that self-proclaimed king. They all want to take a share of the pie. As King George spoke, a flash of anger ignited in his eyes, quickly fading, and then he spoke slowly again. The orcs in the south are very restless. I think they will soon reach their limit. I have a premonition that this time it won't be so easy. The king looked at Nais and said, I need some clean people, at least those from outside this circle. Let me ask you, are you one of the Black King's people? After saying this, the old king's eyes were sharp and piercing, staring intently at Nais as if trying to see through his heart. Nais felt a jolt all over. Did the king know about his meeting with the Black King? Thus, Nais looked up and decisively said, I am not. George looked into Nais' eyes, and after a moment, he chuckled, relaxing his entire demeanor. I can see something in your eyes. Someone like you wouldn't be a subordinate of the Black King. That means I can talk to you about the upcoming deal. King George slowly spoke these words, and Nais was taken aback. A deal? In half a month, a ruin will appear. And I need some trustworthy people to help me retrieve some items. If you can complete the task I assigned to you. Nais focused his mind, only to hear the other party say, you can set your own terms. Nais' heart surged. To set his own terms was unexpectedly generous. What should he ask for? Money? Territory? Or people? But soon, Nais came to his senses, realizing how quickly he reacted. Serving your majesty is our duty. How could I dare to ask for anything? Nais was not worried about the other party going back on their word. After all, as the king of the empire, he couldn't afford to lose face. Even if he wanted to go back on his word, there was nothing Nais could do but endure. It would be better not to ask for anything, thereby putting the other party in debt to him. King George was a bit surprised and then burst into laughter. The goat knight. Interesting. Their conversation did not last long. When Nais came out, it was still before noon, and he already had tasks from two kings. He couldn't help but sigh at how he had turned himself into a worker. However, there were some benefits. After leaving the royal city, Nais thought to himself that the so-called Dragon King's ruins would have many valuable treasures inside, aside from the dangers within. Although there were no living dragons anymore, it shouldn't be difficult to find dragon bones, dragon scales, and other materials, which are excellent crafting materials. In dwarven forging, there is a classification for using materials from magical creatures to create armor and weapons, which often enhances the item's capabilities. There is even a specialized category for forging with dragon materials. Moreover, this ruin would have a wealth of treasures. Dragons are notoriously fond of collecting shiny trinkets. The Black King and His Majesty looked down on treasures, but for a newly appointed lord like him, money was still very important. Master Mu had talked to him about this. To become a qualified lord, the first issue to face would be money. You would find that everywhere requires spending, and countless people are waiting for you to support them. Whether building castle walls or training troops, the expenses are enormous, unless you manage everything alone without any helpers. But then, are you still a lord? Nais thought carefully and realized that being a lord surprisingly felt like having a mortgage to pay each month, which sent a chill down his spine. Therefore, one of the goals this time was to collect as many treasures and resources as possible. Of course, many people would enter this time, and although everyone might seem friendly outside, anything could happen inside, especially after the previous incident with Knight Kevin. Nais and Master Mu had developed a deep wariness towards the church and had to be cautious. If they still approached Nais with a murderous intent this time, the danger level of this trip would increase significantly. Knightlia, do you need something from me? Nice entered the reception room to see Knight Lia in a tight-fitting dress that looked like riding attire, convenient for movement and horseback riding, yet luxurious and exquisite, very beautiful. Her wine-red hair was loosely tied back, appearing casual yet somewhat alluring. Coupled with her perfect figure, Nice couldn't help but be stunned. Since coming to this other world, Nice had little contact with women. In Stone Town, he only encountered older women, which did not interest him. Upon arriving in Fleece City, he had been on guard against the Black King, his biggest worry, and was preparing for the night tournament, leaving him little time or energy to think about such matters. Now, Lia's arrival relaxed him quite a bit. I specifically came to thank you for your help during the tournament. Otherwise, I know I wouldn't have been able to earn this title by myself. Lia said sincerely to Nice. Oh really? Nice replied, not quite understanding this humility, wondering if she was overthinking it. But soon, she reacted, curiously asking, have you been living in this blacksmith shop all along? Ah, yes. Nice also came to his senses. I'm Master Mu's disciple, so I've basically been living here since I entered the city. Lia blinked her big eyes. You're a baron now. It's not quite appropriate to still live here, is it? No way. You are now a baron of the empire. Living on this street of outsiders in the northern city, it just doesn't look right. Nice felt a bit embarrassed. He also thought it felt a bit like he was living off his parents, crashing at Master Mu's place without contributing anything. Although the dwarves didn't mind these things at all, his habits from his previous life made him feel uncomfortable. What should I do? I don't have anywhere else to stay right now. Sir Hans hasn't contacted me since the tournament. And I know the second prince probably has some opinions about me. That's easy. I'll take you to buy a house. Chapter 76, Baron will buy a house. Nice was taken aback. Of course. What is strange about that? Many nobles have bought their own residences in the imperial capital. After all, both they and their families need a place to be active in the capital. As Lia spoke, she pulled him outside, and Nice felt a bit helpless. Don't worry. My father knows someone who does this business. I'll take you to him. You'll definitely find something satisfactory. After some back and forth, Nice and Lia arrived in the inner city. Nice didn't expect that the dream of buying a house from his previous life might actually come true in this land. It felt a bit magical. The streets of the inner city were wide but had few people. The passers-by were all elegantly dressed noblemen and women. The surrounding street scenery was also specially designed, with neatly trimmed grass, and trees and flowers that were well-maintained and vibrant. The life of the wealthy was indeed different. Nice thought to himself. Lia added, once we buy a residence, you'll also need a butler, 2 cooks, and 3 servants. Don't worry. Baron Will is an expert in this area. He can handle everything. Baron Will. Nice looked at Lia and asked. Well, Pierre's. Their family is considered an old family and has lived in the capital for a long time. By the time it got to his generation, they didn't have much other ability, but they specialized in arranging business among the nobles. Whatever the nobles want, he is very familiar with it and has connections. You can't go wrong looking for him. Look, we're already here. Nice looked up and saw a villa that resembled a garden, with intricately designed metal fences surrounding a plot of land over 1,000 square meters. The surrounding area was filled with grass and flowering shrubs. And in the middle stood a white 5-story villa, both luxurious and full of noble air. The carvings and decorations on it looked like they had aged, giving off a sense of heaviness. When they reached the front door, a servant came to greet them. Miss Lia, are you here to see our Lord Baron? Yes. Is Baron Will in? Lia asked directly. All right, please wait a moment. Lia seemed unbothered, and Nice had to follow her into the villa. The servant arranged for them to sit on a sofa, and soon brought over a pot of tea. Nice noticed that it looked like black tea but had no milk or sugar added, avoiding any strange combinations. The whole room was filled with paintings, sculptures, and numerous decorations, like wooden carvings, gems, and some armor and swords, even some beautiful bird specimens, making it feel like a museum. See, I told you he loves buying and selling these things. He displays them in this living room to showcase his merchandise. If you see anything you like, you can ask for the price directly. Lia seemed very familiar with Baron Will. Before long, a voice came from the other side. It is a great honor to have the newly appointed Knight Lia visit. A plump figure soon appeared in Nice's line of sight. This man was in his 40s, with noticeably thinning hair on his head, yet he stubbornly used hair gel to style it neatly to the side. His small eyes sparkled with light, and his little mustache was also well-groomed, dressed in a loose suit that gave him an innocuous appearance. Baron Will entered and continued speaking. How has Marquis Wells been lately? Lia responded nonchalantly. Father is still the same, only knowing how to fiddle with his books. The Marquis is a noble person with pursuits, naturally different from us common folks. At this moment, Baron Will had noticed Nice. Oh, is this the champion knight with the most fame and glory in the imperial capital lately? The so-called invincible, bane of the holy light. The goat knight, who kills like mowing grass. Baron Nice. Upon hearing this, Nice wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was too embarrassing. Just a few days had passed. What rumors were these? He felt shy. Leah found it amusing and, seeing Nice's embarrassment, helped him out, saying, "Stop with the nonsense. Baron Nice is here to buy a house." Upon hearing this, Baron Will's expression became serious. "Buying a house is no problem at all. Just leave it to me. Is there a house in Flora City that I don't know about? I can joke about other things, but when it comes to the business of buying houses, I dare say I'm second to none." In that instant, Nice looked at Baron Will's chubby face and had a sense of déjà vu of a real estate agent. Truly, the cycle of life was ironic. Nice's request was for a quiet place, less disturbance, and a location closer to the northern city. He wanted a relatively large yard, and everything else was fine. As for housekeepers, cooks, and servants, he temporarily declined, saying that just cleaning up was enough. He wasn't used to living with strangers yet. He decided to consider these things later. The price of the house would be deducted from the subsidies given to nobles by the empire, and after 10 years. Once it was paid off, the house would officially belong to Nice. Alright, it's just like a mortgage. It seems there's no escaping the day of paying a mortgage anywhere. With this arrangement, Nice realized that the monthly subsidy would leave him with only a few copper coins. He already felt the pinch of lacking money. There were still 2,000 gold coins left in his storage ring. Aside from the 1,000 gold coins Billy initially left and the 1,000 gold coins awarded for winning the night tournament. For now, he could sustain himself with these, but he would have to think about making money sooner or later. After leaving the home of Night Will, it was already getting late. Nice thanked Night Leah, but she merely replied that it was nothing, as it was her way of repaying his earlier help, which made Nice feel a bit awkward. Having lived 2 lives, Nice naturally sensed Leah's subtle feelings, but he hadn't yet settled down himself, and soon he would be going on an adventure in the Dragon King ruins. If things went poorly, he might not come back, so he really had no mind to consider matters of the heart. In the following days, Nice continued to ensure his training every day, even increasing the intensity, hoping to improve his physical strength a bit before entering the ruins. Master Mu was preparing to modify his armor, adding a forging rune based on the previous design, and Nice participated fully in the process. Since forging runes required mithril to function, and the two had limited mithril on hand, they could ensure a maximum of 2 forging runes on the armor. After careful consideration, Master Mu and Nice decided to add a swiftness rune. Once activated, this rune could provide a significant boost in speed and agility for a short time, useful for both offense and defense, and could have remarkable effects in critical moments. After several busy days at the forge, they finally completed the work, and Nice's strength was steadily improving. At this time, some information also came from the Black King's side. Chapter 77, Billy's Thoughts. The first piece of news was that Valens had broken through to become a Grand Knight, with a rapid increase in power. A Grand Knight level Berserker was already very formidable. The enhancement of ally strength meant that Nice's tasks and safety were more assured, which was good news. The second piece of news was the general composition of the personnel entering the ruins. First was the Empire's forces, comprising 50 royal knights led by 5 Grand Knight level captains. Additionally, there were 2 Imperial mages and some knights from the night tournament, mainly Nice and Valens. The Iron Wall Knight and Golden Lion Knight were not participating in this operation. Such an unknown exploration was filled with uncertain dangers, and often just one misstep could lead to total annihilation. For the well-fed and well-to-do second-generation nobles, there was indeed no need to take such risks. Next were the people from the Astrologer's Tower. They were few in number, but not to be underestimated, consisting of 5 capable mages and a small number of apprentices. And they undoubtedly had their own goals. Finally, there were the church members, who organized a team of over a dozen people, composed of temple knights and high-ranking priests. One piece of bad news was that the leading figure was the Eagle Knight Kevin, who had reportedly also broken through to the Grand Knight level. Upon hearing this news, Nice felt immense pressure. This guy was indeed here, and he had also advanced to Grand Knight, making him even harder to deal with. This caused Nice to feel a great deal of anxiety about his own strength. At this moment, he had not yet broken through to Grand Knight. Although his physical strength had surpassed that of a typical brute and his power had increased in enhanced states, allowing him to match second-tier Grand Knights in a test of strength, facing the equally abnormal Knight Kevin. The barrage of holy light magic from him was a headache for Nice. The enhancement of physical limits made it impossible for Nice to break through to Grand Knight in the short term. While it was indeed a good thing in the long term, it was also restricting his improvement at the moment. He had to make more preparations. Nice thought to himself. Before entering, he could still enhance some of his own power. There was nothing more to optimize in terms of weapons and equipment. He couldn't expect a system upgrade in the short term, so Nice pondered deeply. Astrologer's Tower. Nice remembered that Billy was still there. Now that the Black King was no longer hunting them, he could try to contact him. Perhaps there would be a different turning point. Just then, the door slowly opened, and a figure walked out. Nice looked and saw it was Billy, who was now wearing a dark robe and appeared to be in good spirits. Upon seeing Nice, He immediately ran over happily. Nice, it's really you. I haven't heard from you for so long. I was so worried inside. The Black King didn't do anything to you, right? Billy immediately inquired as they met. This isn't a good place to talk. Let us go inside. Billy cautiously looked around to confirm that there were no suspicious people before pulling Nyes into the door. Walking through the door, the two arrived back in the hall Nyes had seen before, still surrounded by a dozen different doors. Billy led Nyes directly to one of the doors, appearing very familiar. When they reached the door, Billy took out a bronze key and inserted it into the lock. With a turn of his hand, there was a sound of mechanical movement from the lock. After a while, the noise stopped, and Billy pushed the door open. Nyes curiously looked up and saw a white light inside, making it impossible to see what was specifically there. Billy entered first, and without hesitation, Nyes followed him in. Everything around turned white. Apart from seeing Billy in front of him, he could see nothing else. However, soon the blinding white light began to weaken, and Nyes suddenly discovered that he was in a large room. The room was very spacious, with bookshelves against the walls filled with various thick books. A huge desk was placed next to the fireplace, where dark red coals were burning, radiating a warm heat that slowly spread to every corner of the room. This environment is quite nice. Nyes couldn't help but exclaim, while I'm out fighting for my life, you're enjoying yourself in here. Nyes was not polite and directly sat down on a large sofa. Billy couldn't wait to ask about what had happened these days. So that's how it is. I didn't expect so much to happen. You've already become a baron. The entire Stone Town is your territory now, so I should start calling you Lord. Billy was slowly digesting this information and finally reacted. What Lord or whatever, I still don't know how to handle these matters. It's a complete mess. Nyes complained. Then wouldn't I just be a hands-off Lord, not caring about anything? That's too irresponsible. I still want to expand Stone Town, so that the dwarves in the wilderness can come and trade frequently. When Billy heard Nyes' words, he was slightly taken aback. You mean you still want to be a good lord and develop the territory? Of course, Nyes said firmly. I'm not the kind of person who only knows how to enjoy life. Billy chuckled. That's not impossible. How about you hire me to manage the commercial development of Stone Town? Billy had an eager expression. Nyes thought to himself, well, the cat is out of the bag. I knew this guy had his own ambitions. That's not impossible, but to what extent can you achieve? For a territory to prosper, it must have people. Places like Stone Town have too few people, so the first step is to find a group of people to migrate there. Billy said passionately. Chapter 78, The Grand Mages. Where would you find so many people? Besides, who would be willing to migrate to such a remote place? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Billy's eyes. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't want to, but there are always some who don't care. Nyes curiously asked, oh, what kind of people? First, there are prisoners of war and criminals. These people have lost their right to live and work in the most dangerous places in the empire, always on the brink of death. As long as you can give them a little hope, they will be willing to follow you. Secondly, there are refugees, whether due to war or famine and plague. As long as you can provide them with food, you can buy their lives. Finally, there are slaves. You can directly buy people with money. Once you own them, their lives are yours, and naturally, they will go wherever you want them to. Billy spoke eloquently. When the territory develops to a certain extent, it can attract others to come voluntarily, and that would already be a preliminary success. After hearing Billy's suggestions, Nyes realized that he indeed hadn't considered anything and was completely clueless about how to become a lord. Looking at Billy's confident demeanor, he thought it wouldn't be bad to let him give it a try. You make it sound easy, but what if it doesn't go well? Nyes continued to ask. It's not easy, of course. It's a very challenging job, but I'm quite interested. If it doesn't go well, Billy seemed to react. If it doesn't go well? You mean you want me to do it? Nyes nodded. At this moment, he really needed a helper to handle some matters he wasn't familiar with. No one else could be trusted. Only Billy was relatively trustworthy, and he was from Stone Town, with his home there, making him the most suitable for this role. Thank you, my lord. Billy immediately got into character, seemingly already starting to plan the next steps. In theory, as a 3-star Grand Mage, he shouldn't encounter any unsolvable problems. Nyes comforted him. Don't worry. He might just be dealing with something tricky and is momentarily unavailable. Billy casually said. But recently I heard Master Murphy say he might be trapped in some place, and the astrological tower will soon send someone to check it out. Some place? Nyes' heart stirred. Do you know what place? I think it's called the Dragon Ruins or something like that. The Dragon King's Ruins? Nyes asked casually. How do you know about the Dragon King's Ruins? Billy asked curiously. So you're also going? Billy exclaimed. Keep your voice down. Yes, since that's the case. Could you introduce me to the various masters? Nyes chuckled. They all gathered around Nyes, and the leader was Master Murphy, whom Nyes had met before. This short old man was now sizing Nyes up. I heard you are also going to the Dragon King's Ruins? From Billy's previous introduction, he learned that Master Murphy was an established 3-star Grand Mage specializing in arcane energy. He is also the leader of this group. I see this kid's strength isn't that impressive. Murphy, is it really necessary to come all the way here to meet him? The voice came from a tall, thin man beside him, who wore a thick coat and had disheveled hair. The most distinctive feature was the thick mechanical glasses perched on his nose, the frames constantly rotating and focusing as if trying to analyze the person in front of him. This man was Master Quentin, a 2-star alchemical summoner. Hearing Master Quentin's words, Nyes felt he had to demonstrate his strength. Otherwise, he would be practically invisible among this group of mages, ignored by others. Therefore, the power of the black flash instantly strengthened, and a transparent giant sword appeared in his hand, a red light flowing from the sword's body into Nyes' being. His muscles became even more robust, as if containing inexhaustible power. Not satisfied, he raised his hand, and a golden arrow appeared out of thin air on his arm. His sharp eyes fixed on everyone present. This move indeed caught the attention of several mages present. At this moment, Quentin excitedly said, "What kind of summoning magic is this? It's quite interesting. It resembles my alchemical summoning to some extent, and the body enhancement function is indeed very effective." At this time, the mechanical glasses on his nose spun even faster, as if constantly scanning his physical data. "I see, but this summoned beast is a bit too weak. It's just a robust beast, and its combat power isn't strong at all." Quentin continued to speak. "Why not try my newly developed enhancement alchemical potion? It will definitely have miraculous effects." "Enough. Stop pushing your disgusting potion." A strong female voice interrupted Master Quentin's words. Nyes turned his head. The speaker was a silver-haired woman who looked to be in her early 30s, but her hair was silvery white. What was most striking were her eyes. In her blue pupils, it seemed that lightning was constantly rolling, and the other mages instinctively kept a certain distance from her. "I know you. Recently, the city has been talking about the Goat Knight. You defeated the church's paladins and won the Knight Tournament Championship. With such strength, it's not surprising. Otherwise, His Majesty the King wouldn't have invited you to participate." Nyes didn't expect his name to be known even among the mages in the astrological tower, and he humbly said, "It's all luck. I nearly lost my life." Then a slightly magnetic middle-aged male voice rang out. "But you are still alive, which proves everything. Our purpose this time is to gather information about Master Hawkins. Having one more friend means one more clue, and I think that's good." The voice came from Master Pedinance, a 2-star protective array mage who is skilled in arranging magic arrays and protective spells. He gave Nyes a friendly smile. Nyes sighed inwardly. Finally, a mage who looked normal. It wasn't easy. Master Murphy took over the conversation at this point. "Since that's the case, I think it's fine. What about you, Orson?" After saying this, Master Murphy looked at a tall man at the back. This man was cloaked, and his entire face was shrouded in the shadow of the cloak, with long hands and feet, giving a very agile impression. From Billy's previous introduction, Nyes knew that this Master Orson was a 2-star forest druid, capable of casting healing and restraining spells, and could transform into a ferocious beast form to participate in combat. Orson the mage raised his head, and his chiseled face made one involuntarily exclaim how handsome he was, with slightly pointed tips on the tops of his ears. However, Master Orson was not an elf, but a half-elf. Chapter 79, Chimera and Dragon. Half-elves are the mixed-blood descendants of humans and elves. They have a longer lifespan than ordinary humans, living around 500 years, but they still fall short compared to pure elves who can live for thousands of years. However, half-elves possess some advantages. They inherit certain physical traits from elves and can even have stronger affinity and control over magic than ordinary elves. At this moment, the half-elf Orson slowly raised his head and looked at Nyes. "Sir Knight, why do you wish to ally with us? Are you representing yourself? Or is it the will of His Majesty the King?" Seeing the question posed, Nyes straightforwardly expressed his thoughts, as honesty was required at this moment. "I come representing myself. In fact, I initially just wanted to take a chance. But since I am fortunate enough to meet you esteemed mages and have learned that Billy's master may be trapped here, as Billy's lord, I feel it's necessary to propose a suggestion for cooperation." Nyes paused and continued. "Of course, facing such an unknown danger, having more companions is safer than being alone. Different teams can also exchange various information, which is beneficial for exploring the unknown." At this point, Grand Mage Murphy interjected. "So you mean we are companions? Then who is the enemy?" Murphy's question hit the nail on the head. "I won't hide it from you. Besides the dangers of the ruins themselves, the church might have some thoughts about me." As he said this, a fierce glint erupted in Nyes' eyes. He continued, "I don't need any promises from you. I just need everyone to maintain understanding, share information, and provide assistance within your capabilities." Orson looked at Nyes. "What kind of assistance can you provide us alone? It's hard to say for now, but it's a two-way street. If you find me of no value later, you can naturally choose not to help." "That's part of the understanding," Nyes replied. Orson pondered for a moment and said, "For the sake of Billy and Lord Hawkins, I will tentatively agree to your suggestion." But if you wish to use us against the church, I assure you, you will regret it. Deal. Although the last word seemed quite rude, that wasn't the point. Grand Mage Murphy also spoke up. In that case, here is a communication crystal. Activate it with mental power, and you can directly contact me within a certain range. He handed over a small purple stone. Nyes held it in his hand. Its texture was smooth and warm, like amber. He carefully stored it and gave a grateful look to Grand Mage Murphy. Be careful not to use it casually. It has a limited number of uses, and once the energy is exhausted, it cannot be used again. Grand Mage Murphy reminded. Understood. Thank you, Master. This trip to the astrological tower unexpectedly helped Nyes find some support. Thanks to his connection with Billy, he got to know a group of seemingly strange mages. And he certainly didn't expect that Billy's master, Grand Mage Hawkins, was also involved. The most interesting part was that afterwards, Mage Quentin sought him out, insisting on testing his alchemical potion on Nyes' summoned beasts. At first, Nyes firmly disagreed, but as Quentin explained, he learned that this potion was specifically designed to enhance the physical abilities of summoned beasts. This actually had some practical combat value for Nyes. Currently, Ferrari was merely a mount, and Golden Arrow had only some scouting utility. It must be said that Mage Quentin, who appeared eccentric, indeed produced potions that had a good effect on summoned beasts. The summoned beasts that consumed the potion increased in size by about 50, and their physique and strength doubled. Ferrari transformed into a true bulldozer, evolving from a goat into a rhinoceros. Golden Arrow also became more fearsome. Its current strength could easily lift a human into the sky, and its wings spread overhead like a small bomber, exuding a sense of momentum and pressure. Black Flash also became incredibly terrifying, with both strength and speed significantly enhanced. Truly as swift as lightning. With its massive jaws, it could bite a person in half in a single snap. The most excited was Mage Quentin, as it was the first time he tested his potion on another summoned beast, and it surprisingly worked perfectly. It is important to note that his research direction was alchemical summoning, and his summoned beasts were, to some extent, chimeras synthesized using alchemical arrays. The term chimera in alchemy specifically refers to artificially synthesized biological entities. Mage Quentin summoned a massive three-headed beast to demonstrate. This beast had the body of a lion but sprouted two additional heads on either side, one resembling a bull and the other a wolf. With a tail like a giant python, vigilantly watching its surroundings and hissing, sending chills down Nyes' spine. Additionally, the strong front claws were covered in numerous blue scales, with three massive sharp claws measuring half a meter long, making one imagine the tremendous lethality of those claws in motion. The entire chimera stood nearly 3 meters tall and measured 5 to 6 meters long. Anyone who saw it could not deny that it was indeed a terrifying monster. Upon seeing this creature, Nyes understood just how powerful these mages were. No wonder they dared to enter the ruins with such a small group. These eccentric individuals were bold due to their high skills. However, Nyes also understood why Cecilia referred to Quentin's potion as disgusting. Judging by the chimera's appearance, it indeed left a somewhat uncomfortable impression. For a woman, even a powerful mage would inherently feel repulsion towards such an ugly creature. As Nyes exited the astrological tower, he felt a bit more confident about this operation. With Valence, a berserker who had already broken through to the Great Knight level, being cautious should ensure his safety. The key was the tasks from the two kings. The Black King required a gem known as the Dragon Soul Crystal, which typically only appears in the death grounds of giant dragons, generated by absorbing the powerful soul energy of dying dragons. According to the Black King, such places as the Dragon King's ruins would have a dragon's tomb, an area where dragons await their demise, and it was highly likely that such gems would be found there. The requirement from King George was simpler: dragon eggs. He sought dragon eggs, which are typically laid in places where dragon species live in solitude. However, locations like the Dragon King's ruins are rare communal habitats for dragons. Communal dragons place their eggs in dedicated incubation halls, continuously nourished by special magical energy, which can then be taken out for individual hatching when needed. Dragons hatched in this manner not only possess greater strength than those hatched alone, but also grow faster, often reaching their youth phase within 10 years, boasting considerable combat power. However, His Majesty the King estimated that the Church of Light would also be after these dragon eggs, which are nearly the most valuable treasures in the ruins. A young giant dragon's strength generally starts at the 9th tier, Great Knight level. As they age, they only become more terrifying. Throughout the thousands of years of war history on the Aeon continent, countless dragon knights and dragon mages have left behind great legacies, each well-known and accompanied by numerous classic tales. As time passes, giant dragons have become increasingly rare, and often people can only hear various ethereal rumors. Over time, many have forgotten the terrifying power of the giant dragons. Chapter 80. Each with their own thoughts. His Majesty the King did not place all his hopes on Nyes. Nye's was merely a backup plan he had prepared. Due to the restrictions of the ruins, figures at the level of great knights could not enter. So he had to choose from those around the first or second tier of strength. At this moment, King George was standing high above the royal city, looking at the distant city of Fleris, and asked Carl behind him, "Are your men ready?" Carl, as the king's personal guard, stands faithfully behind the king wherever he goes. As a 3-star Grand Mage, he not only protects the safety of His Majesty the King, but also handles various affairs for him, earning the title Shadow of the King from everyone. He is described as being inseparable from the king, like a shadow. At the same time, he is one of the king's most trusted individuals. Yes, but is it really necessary to involve that goat knight? The Shadow of the King asked in confusion. He is just a troublemaker. I don't know why, but I can see that the church's holy son has a murderous intent toward him. He can help us attract the church's power. Besides, he has no real influence. Neither the princes, the nobles, the astrologer's tower, nor even the Black King would truly take action for him. It's rare that he has some ambition. It's best to keep such a person under control. Since everyone is using him, I have no reason not to. The king let out a soft breath, thinking that if he could survive, he would have more value and more bargaining rights. Otherwise, the two fell silent for a moment, and the king suddenly asked, "How is Captain Hardy doing?" "Almost there. In at most half a year, he will be able to break through the 9th tier limit," Carl reported. "This world is about to undergo a great change. Everyone will find it hard to protect themselves. Hardy is the last hope of the Empire. Those hypocritical guardians, always talking about rules and destiny, are just trying to evade their responsibilities. I don't need them. I will control the fate of the Empire myself. As long as we can obtain the dragon egg this time, the Empire will have a chance." Carl looked at the aged king, feeling a sense of desolation in his heart. The docks in the southern city were still bustling, with goods and people flowing in and out. In the vast underground palace, the Black King sat in his enormous chair, lazily leaning back against the chair's backrest, playing with a gold coin in his hand. The coin bore the king's portrait on both sides, and the Black King stared at the coin before suddenly speaking. "What do you think that old king is really thinking?" A dark shadow slowly emerged from the darkness, followed by a rough, hoarse voice. "He is preparing. Chaos will arise, and the entire empire will find it hard to escape. But after all, he is too old. He is no longer a young king. The two princes are useless, and that is why he wants to trade with us." The Black King turned his body, happily saying, "I don't care about that much. I just want to be unrestrained myself. Once you recover, I can relax a bit too." The shadow floated and said, "You are still the same, not caring about anything. Is there nothing that concerns you?" "I only care about my own enjoyment. Whoever doesn't let me enjoy, I won't let them enjoy. I don't want to be like that old king, worrying about his son at such an old age." The Black King scoffed. "Stop pretending. Don't I know you?" Recently, traces of spies have been found near the Ross Monastery. The Black King's expression changed instantly to one of coldness upon hearing this. A chilling and murderous aura emanated from his massive body, causing the temperature in the entire hall to drop. "What is the other party's identity?" His words seemed to hide boundless killing intent and anger. The Black King suddenly stood up, creating a gust of wind with his massive body. He said fiercely, "Does this guy really think I'm afraid of him? Don't be impulsive. After all, the other party is a figure of equal status to you. He is even more hidden and cunning than you. The priority is to consider the follow-up." The shadow advised, "That's also fine. At least you are cautious in your dealings, so I can feel more at ease." After a moment, the Black King finally calmed down and slowly returned to his usual demeanor. "The Goat Knight is quite interesting. He is actually getting along well with the old king and that group of oddballs from the astrologer's tower. This kid is also a variable, but he hasn't yet come to fruition. For now, we can make use of him. It's better to keep him as a backup." "Master Murphy, is Master Hawkins really in that ruin?" Cecilia asked. "Last month, I received an energy signal he sent out. The signal was very weak. I personally went to investigate based on this signal and found the ruin, but the entrance has already been occupied by Imperial Knights," Master Murphy said, stroking his beard. "Could it be the Empire's doing? We cannot confirm whether this is a trap." "It shouldn't be. I have talked with Master Lucius. As the head of the Court Magic Legion, he revealed that they discovered this entrance only about a year ago and have been unable to enter because of a powerful dragon language barrier surrounding it. This is also the reason they invited the astrologer's tower to participate. Relying solely on their own power, they cannot open such a passage in a short time. However, for some reason, the church's fanatics also seem to have learned about it and are meddling." Cecilia frowned. "If that's the case, we must not abandon Master Hawkins. Of course, I've been friends with him for many years. I know he is always cautious and wouldn't take risks without reason. There must be some secret in that ruin that is attracting him." Chapter 81, Preparing to Depart. On the continent of Ian, the mages, in pursuit of more profound magical knowledge and principles, established an organization called the Mage Council in ancient times. The Mage Council is composed of highly respected archmages, generally numbering 9. Whenever someone steps down, a new member is elected to take their place. The Mage Council is a loose organization with no strict rules. Its primary purpose was initially just for the exchange and exploration of magical knowledge. As more and more mages joined, it evolved into a body for collaboration and dispute resolution among mages. Some mages studying evil spells, such as necromancy or alchemical research on human bodies, were refused entry. The Mage Council also has the responsibility to clean up these evil mages to prevent malignant incidents. After a long period of development, the prestige of the Mage Council grew higher and higher. Thus, many astrologers' towers were established in various places as centers for local mages to communicate and collaborate. In addition to having resident mages, the astrologers' tower serves more like a hotel specifically for mages. Traveling and idle mages can stop here to study, replenish, exchange information, etc. They can also post bounties, trade items, and find partners. All mages can seek help and mediation from the astrologers' tower, not just those who are members. Therefore, the astrologers' tower, as an unofficial organization, is spread across all major city hubs on the continent, becoming a symbol of the Mage Council's authority. At this moment, Master Murphy rolled up an ancient magical scroll and placed it in a corner of his desk. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. His intuition told him that this journey would not be so simple. And this scroll, which directly connects to the higher-ups of the Mage Council, is the final guarantee. Time passed quickly. During these days, Nice's house had been purchased and tidied up, and he invited the dwarves from the blacksmith shop to stay for a few days. Master Mu had a face full of disdain. He still wasn't used to the exquisite decorations, and frankly said that the sturdy style of dwarves was the most pleasing to the eye. Every day, many people came to see Nice, most of them boastful noble young masters and scheming merchants. Annoyed, Nice called Billy over to handle these people. While he focused on training and preparing, Billy was excited to take on this task and got along very well with these noble merchants, almost wanting to call them brothers. Billy quickly began to take on the role of a major steward, helping Nice select chefs and maids, and even starting to look for sources of population for the future territory. Soon, the agreed day arrived. News had already come from His Majesty the King that the assembly in the royal city would be the day after tomorrow morning. Early that day, a dedicated servant came from the royal city, leading Nice through the city and directly to a square. By this time, there were already quite a few people in the square, primarily dozens of court mages who were gathered around a massive magic circle etched into the ground, discussing something. The mages from the astrological tower also arrived, led by Grand Mage Murphy. Following him were mages Quentin, Cecilia, Pedinins, and Orson, along with 5 mage apprentices, 4 males and 1 female, making a total of 10 people. Upon entering the square, they greeted many court mages, most of whom were members of the Mage Council and were familiar with each other since they were in the same city. Grand Mage Murphy pretended to glance at Nice casually, and Nice understood the hint. Soon after, Valens arrived with 2 others. After not seeing him for over 10 days, Valens had clearly changed. He had broken through to the Great Knight level, which transformed his overall aura and demeanor. Nice felt that Valens had grown taller and stronger, exuding an explosive sense of power and pressure. Upon arrival, he walked straight towards Nice. "Goat Knight, you actually came quite early. Shall we have another match now? This time, you surely won't be my opponent." "Haha." Nice could only helplessly respond. Competing with a Great Knight? That's not fair. At that moment, around 50 royal knights marched in, their golden armor and green capes shimmering under the sunlight. The leading knights were all Great Knight-level warriors, their strict discipline and training making them appear serious and silent upon arrival. The last to arrive was a group from the Church of Light. Nearly 20 people enveloped in a golden holy light as they approached. "Damn, it's those bird people again." Valens scoffed upon seeing their formation. After all, having been beaten by the holy light before, it was natural for him to find them unpleasant. Nice, however, focused on the leading knight Kevin. According to reports, he too had broken through to the Great Knight level, but at that moment, his aura was restrained, making him seem unremarkable. Knight Kevin did not even glance at Nice, as if he did not exist. Yet, the more he ignored Nice, the more Nice felt that he was deliberately hiding something. This unsettling feeling lingered in Nice's heart, and even now, he was unsure of Kevin's intentions towards him. Was it because he had affected Kevin's performance? Most of the church's group consisted of temple knights, all wearing platinum armor, carrying shields and long swords. There were also 5 or 6 clerics holding golden cross scepters, appearing indifferent. Although no one spoke at that moment, everyone had their own thoughts, and the atmosphere grew tense. Thankfully, it did not last long before a court mage stepped forward, loudly addressing the crowd. "Everyone, the teleportation magic circle will soon be activated. Please stand inside the circle. On the other side, our personnel will be waiting for you, so there is no need to panic." During the activation of the circle, please remain calm and do not run around. Nais and Valens had never experienced a teleportation magic circle before, and they both walked into the circle with a mix of curiosity and tension. The location of the ruins was certainly not near the imperial capital, as the area was densely populated and had already been extensively developed. If there were any unknown ruins, they would have been discovered long ago. Additionally, they did not want the location of the ruins to be easily exposed. Directly teleporting people to the site meant others would not know the exact location afterward. As all the court mages began casting spells, the magic circle on the ground emitted a blue glow. An invisible pressure constantly piled onto everyone, the blue light growing stronger and the pressure increasing. In an instant, the surroundings became blindingly bright, and the pressure on Nais reached its limit, making him feel as if his body was being twisted like a pretzel. At the very last moment of the teleportation, Knight Kevin's gaze finally fell on Nais, revealing a chilling coldness in his eyes. Chapter 82. Entering the ruins. When Nais regained consciousness, he found himself standing on unfamiliar ground, surrounded by a cacophony of voices. He turned to look around, realizing he was clearly in a military camp, with dozens of tents neatly arranged around. Soldiers wielding weapons and mages in long robes were scattered everywhere. Damn, I almost threw up my breakfast. Nais recognized Valens's voice complaining as he slapped his own face. My face feels a bit numb. Nais ignored him and continued to survey his surroundings. Not far away was a massive mountain wall with a gigantic round entrance supported by a bronze door frame. Countless intricate runes were carved into the bronze pillars, and for some reason, Nais found them somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen them before. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a luxurious mage robe approached. Before he got close, Nais felt a powerful pressure enveloping him, as if all his strength had been sealed, making his limbs difficult to move. Nais was alarmed. This person was too strong. The newcomer had an average build, but his eyes were filled with spirit, seemingly containing multicolored light. His hair was neatly combed back, and he sported a well-groomed short beard, exuding an aura of authority. When he spoke, his voice seemed to directly enter Nais's mind. Everyone, I am Lucy, the leader of the Imperial Court Mage Corps. You are about to enter the ruins, and I believe you are all aware of the precautions. I must inform you that the passage can only be maintained for a short time. It will reopen in 3 days. Please be sure to exit on time. If you do not, we can only say sorry. After saying this, Grand Mage Lucy turned and walked towards the bronze giant door. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed in Nais's mind. This person is Grand Mage Lucy, a 5-star mage. Also known as the Star Mage, a being more powerful than a divine knight, comparable to the Royal Knight Commander Hardy. Nais recognized the voice as belonging to Grand Mage Murphy, immediately understanding that he was being informed about Lucy's information. And he couldn't help but cast a grateful glance at Murphy. A 5-star mage. A star mage. This was Nais's first encounter with one. No wonder he felt such pressure just being near him, truly a top-tier powerhouse. Not long after, the surrounding mages began casting spells together, channeling a massive amount of energy through a magic circle. Gradually, countless azure air currents began to swirl around Grand Mage Lucy, lifting him slowly until he floated above the magic circle. Immediately after, the magic circle emitted an invisible wave. A visible burst of multicolored magical energy erupted from the center of the circle, all entering Lucy's body, illuminating him brilliantly. In the glow, Mage Lucy extended his hands, and a powerful azure energy surged forth, striking the bronze giant door. Instantly, energy radiated outward, gradually enveloping the entire door, with various unknown runes composed of energy dissipating into the air. Everyone watched intently as the 2 doors trembled, a rumbling sound echoing continuously. The bronze doors began to move slowly, opening, and an ancient, heavy, and dangerous aura wafted out from the gap. Nais's clothes fluttered wildly, and the interior of the door was pitch black. Royal Knights, charge ahead. With a command, the knights rushed towards the half-opened door, disappearing the moment they entered. The members of the Church of Light were also eager, following closely behind as they entered. Ness and Mage Murphy exchanged a glance, and with their respective groups, they moved simultaneously, entering through the large door one after the other. The only words left in everyone's ears were from Mage Lucy. Remember, 3 days from now. At this time and place. As they passed through the door, Ness found himself in a massive corridor. The surrounding walls were meticulously crafted, clearly man-made. The group cautiously advanced forward. After about a quarter of an hour, they suddenly found themselves in a vast square, where the royal knights and church members who had entered earlier were gathered. Ness's heart tightened instantly, silently reminding the others to be on guard. On the other side of the square was still a huge mountain wall, but above it were neatly arranged several massive passageways, each entrance flanked by dragon-shaped statues. Ness quickly understood the reason. They needed to split up. since they didn't know which path led to the center of the ruins most directly. If everyone took the same passage, safety was guaranteed, but if they chose the wrong one, it would waste too much time. The Royal Knights acted quickly, swiftly dividing into 5 teams and selecting 5 different passageways to enter. Seeing the Royal Knights' actions, the church also divided into 2 teams, and after a brief discussion, they chose 2 passageways to enter. The mages from the astrologer tower, however, were not in a hurry. They all chose the same path, with Mage Quinton summoning his 3-headed chimera to lead the way. Its massive and terrifying form shocked the 3 members of Varens for the first time. However, as subordinates of the Black King, they quickly calmed down. Does this monster need to eat? Varens, the rough man, voiced a strange question. The others expressed their confusion about how his mind worked. At that moment, Ness asked Varens, "What mission are you on?" Varens, upon seeing Ness's inquiry, grinned. "Just like yours." "Just like mine?" Ness retorted. The bald man then spoke up. "The Black King only wants the dragon soul crystals. Everything else we find belongs to us. But he advises us not to be too greedy. If we lose our lives, no treasure is of any use." Ness felt the Black King was absolutely right. No matter the mission, his own life was the most important. Thus, the 4 of them immediately chose a passage to advance. Along the way, Ness summoned Black Flash to lead the way. Black Flash's vision was advantageous in the dark environment, almost like it was daytime. No movement escaped its eyes. Ness chatted with the others while following Black Flash. It turned out Varens was an orphan picked up by the Black King in the Northern Federation and had been with him since he was a teenager. As the Black King's enforcer, he had previously been stationed in the Northern Federation and had only recently arrived in the Imperial capital, immediately requesting to participate in the Knights' Grand Tournament. The bald man with a beard was called IGG, and he was also a member of the Black Death Gang in the Northern Federation, serving as one of Varens' deputies. He used to be a hunter, possessing excellent tracking and survival skills. Being slightly older, he was relatively calm and could control Varens' impulsive nature. The quiet, long-haired man always had his hair disheveled over his face, so Ness had yet to see what he looked like. He simply introduced himself as Finley Mander, a warrior and a 1-star soul mage, practicing the rare soul magic. The Black King had sent him over this time because of his special perception ability regarding soul power, making it easier to search for the dragon soul crystals. Indeed, they were all hiding their talents. Just as Ness was about to say something, a sudden wave of energy surged in his mind. Be careful, something is coming. Chapter 83, Lizardman Attack. The group instantly entered a combat state. A flash of black light appeared before Varens, and the familiar giant warhammer was already in his hand. His muscles tensed, clearly in battle mode. IGG raised his rare trident in front of him, while Finley also lifted his shield and battle axe, preparing for defense. Ness instantly enhanced Black Flash. A surge of fierce power welled up from within him, and importantly, his vision also strengthened instantly, his pupils expanding like a cat's, making the originally dark corridor clear in his eyes. This enhancement of night vision was indeed practical for combat. Finley realized the surroundings were too dark and hurriedly took out a fire starter to ignite it. The weak light could only illuminate a few meters around them, with anything further shrouded in darkness. However, this little bit of light allowed them to see the approaching enemies clearly, significantly boosting their combat effectiveness. Ness looked up at the corridor. Calling it a corridor was an understatement. It was about 10 meters high and nearly 10 meters wide, which made sense for the convenience of dragons passing through. In such a spacious area, Ness summoned Ferrari and rode it directly, since this operation involved using a teleportation array. No one was on horseback. Varens looked at Ness on Ferrari with envy. "Hey, can I ride your goat someday? I've never ridden a goat." Varens was still in the mood to joke. "Shut up. Be careful. Focus on what's in front of you first." Ness scolded helplessly. At that moment, numerous shadows appeared in his field of vision, moving swiftly toward them. "They're coming, and there are quite a few." IGG asked nervously. "Did you see clearly what they are?" As the shadows drew closer, Ness's night vision revealed the enemy's true form. The creatures, nearly 2 meters tall, had huge mouths filled with sharp triangular teeth. Their bodies were covered in scales, with long tails behind them. They ran upright on powerful legs, with sharp claws on their feet, wielding various rusty weapons, all exuding a fierce and bloodthirsty aura. "Lizardmen, at least 20 of them," Ness warned loudly. Ness charged out first, his giant sword flashing with a blue light as he swung it toward the nearest lizardman. The lizardman showed no fear, not even trying to dodge or block, but clumsily swung its long knife at Ness. With a clang, the rusty long knife shattered instantly, and the lizardman opened its mouth wide to bite at Ness. But what awaited it was a massive 2-handed sword. With a whoosh, the lizardman's head was severed in half, its body collapsing helplessly to the side. However, this did not deter the other bloodthirsty lizardmen, who charged forward. Ness unleashed his full power, with every swing of his giant sword. A series of blood splatters and severed limbs followed. Behind him, Varens and the others were also attacked up close. Varens let out a roar, the madness rising within him. As his warhammer danced around him, creating afterimages, emitting a tearing sound as it cut through the air. The approaching lizard men were struck back as if they had hit a wall, sent flying several meters away, some having their skulls crushed in a single blow, while others had their spines broken, writhing and howling on the ground. Ness and Varens had blocked most of the lizard men, while a few rushed towards IgG and Finley. The two of them backed up against each other for mutual protection and faced little danger. Before long, all the lizard men present were killed, and the group put down their weapons. IgG spoke up, "Lizard men. Such brutal creatures are rare nowadays. The lizard men are notorious for their bloodthirsty cruelty and are usually social creatures. Generally no different from wild beasts, but they possess a hint of low intelligence, can use weapons, and coordinate their attacks." Finley continued to explain. "It doesn't matter. I'll kill as many of these pests as come my way." Valens maintained his usual arrogant demeanor. Nyes looked at the corpses of the lizard men and suggested, "We should hurry. We need to get out of this passage to feel safe." Before he could finish, a rustling sound suddenly erupted from both ends of the passage, and Nyes took a closer look, instantly feeling a chill run down his spine. "Run. They're coming again. Too many to kill." Upon hearing this, the other two disregarded their earlier bravado about killing as many as came and grabbed their weapons, sprinting down the passage. At this moment, countless lizard men appeared at both ends of the passage, densely packed, numbering at least several hundred or even 1,000. They hissed ominously, sending chills down one's spine. Nyes dismissed Ferrari, wielding his sword with both hands, and swiftly spun the massive blade like a steel windmill, charging forward. The lizard men in front seemed to encounter a meat grinder, blood splattering everywhere in a gruesome scene. Valens brought up the rear, swinging his war hammer rapidly. Any lizard man that got too close was smashed away by his ferocious strength. The other two were killing the stragglers in the middle, and the four of them exchanged no words, simply swinging their weapons and advancing rapidly. Fighting in place offered no hope. They could only charge forward, as only by breaking out of the passage would they have a chance. The situation in the other passages was similar. The church's team was enveloped in golden light, and no matter how many lizard men there were, they could not break through this layer of golden barrier. The priests raised their staffs, and a brilliant white light burst forth from the tips, illuminating the area ahead. Any lizard man that came into contact with this white light had their skin scorched, emitting a sizzling sound like roasting meat. "Go to hell, filthy, evil creatures. Turn to ashes under the glory of the God of Light." Many of the temple knights cursed. The lizard men at the front desperately dodged this white light, allowing the church's team to advance safely and appear unhurried. Meanwhile, the astrologer's tower's team was also facing a large number of lizard men. Master Murphy released a massive blanket from his spatial ring, and a complex purple magic circle appeared in his hand, slowly rotating. He casually tossed it onto the blanket, which instantly absorbed it. The entire blanket then floated up lightly, stopping at knee height for everyone. "Everyone sit tight. It's a bit cramped, but it's enough," Master Murphy said to the others, then nodded at Mage Pedinus. Everyone quickly sat on the flying carpet, which rose slowly, 7 or 8 meters off the ground, out of reach of the lizard men below. Master Pedinus then placed his hands on the blanket, causing a faint blue circular magic circle to appear beneath it, slowly rotating and vanishing into the void. Seeing that everyone was settled, Master Murphy snapped his fingers, and the flying carpet quickly soared toward the front of the passage. The group ignored the enraged hisses of the densely packed lizard men below, who occasionally threw weapons at them, but they never got close to the flying carpet, blocked by a layer of blue light that caused no harm. Chapter 84, The Primitive Valley. The situation for the Royal Knights was much bloodier. Although the Royal Knights were all powerful, most of them were warriors who could only fight their way forward with real swords and guns. The strongest knight captains led the charge, while the other Royal Knights followed in a neat formation. Although there were many lizard men, they found it difficult to breach the tightly formed lines of the Royal Knights. However, in one passage, the situation of the Royal Knights was somewhat different. These knights were not only strong, but each one was at the level of a great knight, and all were shimmering with various colors of light. Enhanced by these lights, their strength far exceeded that of ordinary great knights, advancing swiftly as if the lizard men were mere obstacles, easily crushed. As the battle in the passage reached a fever pitch, the mages from the astrologer's tower rushed out first. As they emerged from the passage, the flying carpet was suddenly met with a powerful force of suppression. "There's a floating prohibition here. I must lower our altitude," Master Murphy reminded, and as soon as he finished speaking, the carpet began to descend rapidly, finally flying just half a meter above the ground. "Great. The lizard men are retreating." A male apprentice couldn't help but cheer. "Don't celebrate too soon. The lizard men might be retreating because there's a greater danger here." Mage Cecilia's words interrupted this wave of relaxation. The group turned to observe their surroundings. The sparse trees here were mostly withered and decayed, and the air was thick with fog, severely limiting visibility. They could barely see beyond a few dozen meters. And a stench of decay and rot filled the air. Mage Orson closed his eyes and after a moment spoke. I sense a rotten aura of death from the surrounding plants. At this time, the church team led by Knight Kevin also burst out of the tunnel. They arrived at a canyon with steep rock walls on both sides, forcing them to continue advancing along the gorge. Knight Kevin looked at the steep cliffs on both sides and swung his sword twice, unleashing two dazzling golden rays that swiftly sliced into the rock wall behind them. Several massive rocks shattered and crashed down from both sides. The lizard men bursting out of the passage were just in time to be struck by the falling debris, letting out a chilling scream and hiss. Many lizard men were crushed and killed. The rocks slightly obstructed the exit, temporarily blocking many lizard men at the entrance, with only a few able to jump over the rubble and continue their pursuit. However, these few lizard men no longer posed any threat to them. And as the team exited the canyon, the lizard men gave up the chase. Knight Kevin looked at the dense forest ahead. His wrist flashed with light, and an ancient-looking staff appeared in his hand. This staff, made from an unknown wood, had several large fangs surrounding a round gemstone at its top. He handed the staff to a high priest behind him, saying, Chief Judge Leonis, please sense the source aura yourself. The high priest known as Chief Judge Leonis took the staff with both hands and began to meditate. Nyes, after cutting his way through, finally saw the end of the passage and shouted, We're almost at the exit. A bit faster. Nyes increased the strength in his hands, and the surrounding lizard men couldn't get close at all. He was like a meat grinder, clearing a safe path ahead. As they got closer to the exit, the lizard men around them became more dispersed. Nyes summoned Ferrari, using its charging power to break through a gap, and with a few people, they instantly burst out of the encirclement. As soon as they broke free, they accelerated toward the outside. The light ahead grew closer, and they finally exited the long passage. However, the hissing sounds behind them had not faded. The lizard men, with their mouths wide open and red tongues flicking in the air, clawed and chased after them. Nyes released his body enhancement and summoned Black Flash as well. Get on. The other three were surprised to see Black Flash, but did not stop their movements. Valens and Igor jumped onto Black Flash's back, gripping its fur tightly. Nyes and Finley also jumped onto Ferrari's back, and their speed instantly increased. The two mounts carried the four of them running quickly, and the lizard men behind them were quickly left far behind. Finally free from the lizard men, the group let out a sigh of relief. Although the lizard men weren't particularly strong, their sheer numbers posed a life-threatening danger if the fighting continued. Fortunately, they had escaped. Valens touched the smooth fur and strong muscles of Black Flash beneath him. Your summoning skills are truly enviable. He openly expressed his affection for Black Flash. Nice. Dismiss your summon, and don't get any ideas about my summoned beast. Come over here. It was IG calling to them. Nyes walked over, and their current position was on a higher slope of the mountain. Before them lay a vast valley. The valley was filled with trees, exuding the essence of a primeval forest. However, a faint mist lingered, evoking a sense of death and decay. Nyes summoned a golden arrow to scout ahead. But as soon as the golden arrow flew a short distance, it was met with immense resistance, unable to rise no matter how hard it tried. It seems there's a flying restriction here. Any unrecognized flying objects are forcibly suppressed, Finley analyzed cautiously. Narrowing his eyes for a closer look, Nyes indeed discovered something. I see it. In the deepest part of the valley, there are several large palace-like structures, but they are already overgrown with plants. It seems no one has lived there for a long time. Then what are we waiting for? Let's head over. Valens said without hesitation. This time, I actually agree with you. Nyes rarely showed agreement. But since they were here to find the Dragon King's ruins, it was only natural to check out structures that resembled ruins. The group descended from the slope to the foot of the mountain and began making their way into the depths of the forest. After a tough battle, most of them had passed through the passage, with the Royal Knights sustaining only minor injuries, which weren't significant. However, that special Royal Knight team moved the fastest. They seemed to have a clear direction and kept advancing without pause. The 10 of them glimmered with light as they sped ahead, showing no signs of stopping. Chapter 85, Undead Creatures. Valens, I know you've broken through to the Great Knight level. What attribute energy did you resonate with? Nyes asked curiously as they walked. I won't tell you. You'll find out soon enough. Valens replied confidently. What's there to hide? I can't steal it. Nyes gave up on asking. After walking a few steps, Finley suddenly said, There's an ominous aura in this forest. I sensed it carefully just now. It should be the scent of the undead. Undead creatures. The term was very familiar to Nyes. Necromancers are adept at resurrecting the dead and controlling numerous undead to attack while hiding behind the scenes. making them a very troublesome enemy. IG also said nervously, "Are you sure? You didn't make a mistake?" "No mistake. My own soul magic has many similarities with necromancy. I can't be wrong about this feeling. Everyone, be cautious." Suddenly, the group felt an inexplicable chill. "Was it this cold just now?" Nais asked. Before he finished speaking, they heard a strange creaking sound. Following the sound, they saw a rotting tree revealing a terrifying lizardman head from its hollow. Half of the head had already decayed, and the eye sockets were empty. It stiffly crawled out of the hollow, its body showing severe decay, even with maggots wriggling on it. The lizardman then limped towards the group. It was the first time they had seen such an undead creature, and they were understandably shaken, their brows furrowing. Valens took a step forward, swinging his arm as his war hammer arced through the air, instantly shattering the decrepit lizardman. The head, body, and limbs flew in different directions. What bad luck. This disgusting thing. Valens cursed loudly. Looking at his war hammer, he seemed a bit disdainful for having used it to strike down these filthy, undead creatures. Living people are often filled with fear and disgust towards the dead. Regardless of where they are from, people have zero tolerance for necromancers who desecrate corpses, who can accept their loved ones and friends becoming puppets controlled by others. Finley shouted, "Be careful. The necromancer might not be far from here." Just as he finished speaking, strange sounds erupted all around them. One by one, skeletal arms burst from the ground, and soon countless skeletons and corpses stood up, their vacant eyes filled with a terrifying hissing sound. The group quickly drew their weapons as the swaying skeletons charged at them, wielding the weapons they had used in life. "I'll find the necromancer." Nais immediately mounted Ferrari and began searching the surroundings. In this situation, it was only meaningful to find and defeat the source, the necromancer. Otherwise, these undead creatures, even if missing limbs or heads, could stand up again given time, truly becoming undead beings. Nais rode Ferrari and summoned Black Flash again, starting to search for the necromancer's presence. However, as he expanded his search radius, his heart sank further. More and more undead creatures were rising around him. Some looked like they had been dead for many years, while others seemed to have just died a few days ago. And there was no sign of the necromancer at all. As the undead continued to multiply, Nais noticed that besides the lizard men, there were also small goblins and some familiar figures mixed in. Those were dwarves. There was no need to distinguish further, as Nais was too familiar with the dwarven-style armor. These dwarves had been dead for a long time, yet their armored bodies still stood, raising their war hammers and battle axes to charge at the group. Although these undead creatures were quite fragile, their sheer numbers and inability to be directly killed were overwhelming. Often, bodies that were shattered would still crawl on the ground with their hands, relentlessly attacking all the living. Such mental exhaustion was the greatest disadvantage when facing the undead. Facing enemies that could not be killed was the most despairing situation. They could not find the necromancer, but the number of undead around them was increasing. They had to move forward. An arrow whizzed past Nais' eyes, and he saw several undead holding bows in the distance. They had to retreat now. The group fought while advancing in one direction, and at that moment Nais realized why the lizard men in the passage had not pursued them further. It turned out there was an even more terrifying danger in this forest. Meanwhile, the advancing church team also encountered an attack from the undead. Undead creatures? This ruin still hides such an evil mage. Divine providence. The Church of Light will purify this land. A paladin shouted. Die, ugly, evil creature. The priests and clerics continuously unleashed the holy light from their hands. This holy light seemed to be the nemesis of the undead. The undead creatures trembled and fell to the ground under the golden light, releasing strange black-gray energy from their bodies, which then dissipated into the air. The bodies that had been purified by the holy light no longer stood up, seemingly having truly found rest. Night Kevin looked at the seemingly endless undead rushing towards them, frowning. "We can't stay. Keep moving forward, everyone stay alert, and don't get separated." He commanded the team to continue advancing. At this point, many teams were under attack. The number of undead creatures in the forest was unknown, seeming endless, as if they had all been activated, crawling out from every dark corner. Nais and his group continued to push forward, occasionally encountering a few undead, and the light in the sky was growing dimmer. It was almost dark. The last ray of sunlight was blocked by the distant mountains, and the entire valley plunged into darkness. Fortunately, Nais had summoned beasts, and Black Flash was continuously clearing out the undead around them, detecting enemies in the darkness ahead. At this rate, it seemed like they wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Valens was still considering getting some rest. "I advise you to speak less and conserve your energy," said IG. They were not far from the ruins. As long as they could find a way inside, they might be able to avoid these undead. Nais was encouraging everyone, but in reality, he lacked confidence himself. The ruins might already be occupied by the undead, but for now, they could only think positively. Meanwhile, A special team from the Royal Knights had already reached the area beneath the ruins at the fastest speed. The leading man was tall, with curly chestnut hair, wielding a long sword stained with the blood and limbs of many undead. "Ross, which building is that?" he asked. A soldier behind him stepped forward, holding a golden disc that was glowing softly. The soldier named Ross looked up and pointed to a medium-sized building in the distance. "That one over there. The relic shows their energy from dragon eggs there." Chapter 86, Dwarven Ruins? While fighting and moving, Nice and the others finally saw the shadow of the ruins after several hours of effort in the darkness. Upon entering, they realized how massive the ruins were. Although the specific shapes were unclear in the dark, the scale and outline conveyed a sense of oppression. "Quick, see if there's an entrance," Nice shouted. IG and Finley immediately began searching for an entrance with their torches, while Nice and Valens continued to fend off the endless stream of undead around them. After circling around several times, the two of them finally shouted in frustration, "We didn't find an entrance. It's all stone walls. There's just a huge stone door ahead, probably meant for giant dragons to pass through." "Damn it," Nice cursed, feeling quite down. "We're against this massive building but can't find an entrance. Isn't that ridiculous?" "Let me try," Valens said, raising his warhammer and smashing it against the wall of the ruins. The warhammer struck the wall with a rush of air. The expected scene of bricks crumbling didn't occur. Instead, a flash of golden light appeared, blocking the warhammer and instantly absorbing the impact, creating only a small ripple on the surface. "This is so strange. I don't believe it," Valens said defiantly. He bent his knees, suddenly exuding a ferocious red energy from his hands. Then he yelled, swinging the warhammer around him, stirring the air, and a strong gust spread outward. The warhammer crashed into the outer wall of the ruins like a meteor. There wasn't a loud explosion. The golden halo flashed by, completely absorbing the furious power. Although the force of the blow was impressive, it was no different from the previous strike, leaving not even a trace on the wall. Valens felt a bit embarrassed. After holding back for so long to show his newfound strength, the result was fruitless. Just as he was about to attack again, Nice stopped him. "No need. This isn't a defense we can break. Save your strength." "What do we do then? Just wait to die?" At that moment, Finley suddenly shouted, "Look over there. Someone's coming." Everyone turned to see several lights of fire appearing on the other side of the ruins, clearly indicating that someone was also fighting. The other party had noticed them and was moving closer. With the enhancement of Black Flash, Nice could see it was a team from the Royal Knights, about 20 people. "Let us go over." When the two groups met, a captain of the Royal Knights asked, "Did you find an entrance?" "No, we've searched everywhere. And this damn wall can't be broken," Valens replied irritably. The captain instantly felt a bit disheartened and said, "Let us find other teams to regroup. There should be more teams coming." After merging, both groups backed against the ruins for defense, as undead creatures continuously rushed out from the surrounding dark forest relentlessly. Sure enough, not long after, another team arrived, also from the Royal Knights, but there were only 2 members, both heavily injured. There was a gigantic monster. "We lost several people before we could even see what it was," one of the injured knights said. "We couldn't withstand a single blow and were heavily injured. We could only escape, and by the time we got here, it was just the 2 of us." Everyone exchanged glances. This news was terrifying. While ordinary undead were weak, everyone could still maintain confidence. But now, with the appearance of this mysterious monster, even the great knights couldn't withstand a hit. This showed just how terrifying the opponent's strength was. The 2 injured Royal Knights were taken away for treatment, while the others could only observe their surroundings more cautiously, fearing that any moment a monster might charge out. This made everyone's nerves tense again. However, it wasn't long before a team from the church also appeared, their surroundings shining with holy light. The undead began to smoke and were purified in the holy light as they approached. Seeing this, the Royal Knights felt as if they had found a savior and immediately sent someone to guide them over, introducing the situation of the ruins. The church personnel did not refuse to help, and with their addition, the situation finally became more manageable, allowing injured individuals to receive timely treatment. Nice and the others remained vigilant, observing the church's actions, as he still hadn't seen Sir Kevin's team. If there was anything he was most concerned about in this exploration, it was definitely the Knights of the Holy Temple led by Kevin. However, Nice didn't have to wait long. Kevin soon arrived with another team from the church beneath the ruins. The holy light shone brightly, illuminating a certain area, causing many Royal Knights to feel instantly relieved. Nice and Valens fixed their eyes on Sir Kevin, who glanced at them as he passed by. While Valens deliberately made a fierce expression, Kevin ignored him, a slight smirk of disdain appearing on his lips. The morning sun finally shone over the entire valley. It had been a tough night, but fortunately, the church members were present, allowing everyone to rest in shifts. Nice felt puzzled that the astrologer's tower hadn't arrived yet. With their strength, getting here should have been easy, right? Something must have happened. This thought made Nice feel somewhat uneasy. As daylight broke, the ruins finally revealed their true form in the sunlight. A massive trapezoidal structure, over 100 meters tall, with countless reliefs and patterns carved into the walls, appeared to be coated in a layer of gold, shimmering brightly. There were 3 such buildings arranged in a straight line, the middle one being the largest, while the 2 on the sides were slightly smaller. At this moment, everyone stood at the foot of the main building. Nice looked at the enormous structure and felt a wave of familiarity rise within him. Why did this building's style resemble that of dwarfs so much? Aside from the difference in size, it looked just like a dwarven building. He also recalled the dwarven undead they encountered on the way. It was clear that dwarves had once existed here. Dragons clearly wouldn't construct such magnificent and intricate buildings themselves, with their massive claws. It would be impossible for them to lay bricks. So this structure was most likely built by dwarves, but he wasn't clear on the specifics and lacked critical information. Just as Nice was pondering this, a group of people suddenly burst out from the distant forest and ran quickly towards them. Nice focused and saw it was the people from the astrologer's tower. He felt a sense of relief in his heart. At least they were still alive. However, he soon noticed that many of them looked unwell, and several had sustained serious injuries. Chapter 87, Undead Legion. At this moment, Master Murphy's face was also filled with seriousness as he brought the people from the astrologer's tower to Nice. Nice eagerly asked what had happened and why it was so serious. The people around also gathered to understand the situation. The leader of the Royal Knights, named Pawnee, a second-tier Great Knight, spoke up. It seems they encountered that monster. At this moment, everyone recalled what the 2 surviving Royal Knights had said earlier about an unknown monster. Master Murphy did not keep them in suspense. Indeed, it was a skeletal dragon. A skeletal dragon. Upon hearing this information, everyone was instantly shocked. Any creature with a dragon is not easy to deal with. This is a common consensus among the people of the Ian continent. As the most powerful creatures in history, every type of dragon is formidable, and an adult dragon's strength generally starts at the holy tier. So, hearing that the opponent was actually a skeletal dragon made everyone tense up. Ancient dragons, as undead beings summoned using necromantic magic, are indeed weaker than normal dragons, but even the weakest among them possesses the strength of at least a 7th-tier Great Knight. Master Murphy introduced to everyone. Coupled with the skeletal dragon's strong magical resistance and enormous size, it truly is a difficult enemy for us to handle. Nice looked at the people from the astrologer's tower and guessed that the absence of 2 male magic apprentices indicated what had happened. Where did the skeletal dragon go now? Knight Kevin quietly moved to the outskirts of the group and voiced his question. We were entangled with it for a while, and the 2 apprentices unfortunately lost their lives in the process. We combined our powers to trap it with magic and hurriedly left the area. At that time, there were countless undead creatures around, and I believed we could not force a fight. The most crucial thing is, Master Murphy's eyes were filled with caution. The necromancer behind has not yet revealed himself. Everyone's expressions changed as they realized that the mastermind had still not shown up, and they had already suffered considerable losses. At this moment, Half-Elf Master Orson said, to be able to summon an undead creature like a skeletal dragon, the opponent's strength must not be weak. Just then, a terrifying shriek echoed through the forest. The sound was sharp and urgent, and as the noise fell, the entire jungle seemed to boil, emitting horrific and eerie sounds everywhere. Everyone immediately became tense. Defensive formation. Captain Pawnee shouted loudly, and all the Royal Knights formed 2 rows, instantly preparing a defensive stance. Nice and Valens also had their weapons in hand. At this time, Master Quentin's hair was a bit messy. He paid no mind to that and clapped his hands together. Purple summoning magic arrays surged from his palms, and then he pressed the magic array onto the ground. The purple light surged, and immediately, night puppets walked out from the array. These puppets appeared to be made of bronze, reflecting metallic light, and were engraved with various runes, with purple energy flickering in the gaps of their armor. One after another, a total of 8 night puppets emerged, each wielding great swords, war hammers, and spiked clubs, instantly dispersing to the front of the formation, facing the direction of the forest. Nice was just curious why the huge chimera was not summoned earlier when Master Pedinins also made his move. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and several runic gemstones floated in front of him. His hands made unknown gestures in the air, and before long, a blue magic array began to take shape, with the gems flying towards several key positions of the array. Immediately, Master Pedinins spread his arms wide, and the blue magic array instantly expanded. It quickly enveloped an area of several dozen meters. A blue light screen rose from the ground, soon closing into a hemispherical barrier, enveloping everyone inside. Master Murphy silently recited incantations, conjuring 4 half-height stone pillars at the edge of the magic array, which floated in the air, each with a rotating stone ring on top. These are automated attack defense crystal pillars. I estimate that the enemy's main force is about to arrive. Master Murphy warned, everyone needs to be cautious. The next moment, countless figures rushed out from the edge of the forest, including lizard men, goblins, dwarves, and some undead beasts. Their hollow eyes combined with their stiff bodies charged towards everyone. The numbers were dense, practically endless. Everyone felt a cold sweat. Faced with such numbers, individual strength was indeed limited. Nyes had already enhanced the power of the Black Flash. At this moment, he was riding on Ferrari, which was also clad in exclusive battle goat armor, protecting the critical areas. Master Orson looked at Nyes, and a surge of green energy rose in his hands. Waves of green energy floated out and landed on everyone. The green light entered their bodies, and Nyes felt invigorated. All fatigue swept away, along with a surge of confidence. Many who had previously shown despair now rekindled courage in their eyes. At this moment, Master Orson let out a low growl. His body suddenly twisted and expanded, and with a slam of his hands on the ground, he instantly transformed into a massive brown bear. This giant bear stood nearly 3 meters tall, its round body filled with a wild sense of strength, roaring loudly as its enormous paws slammed into the ground, cracking and collapsing it. At this point, the undead army had approached. The defense crystal pillars reacted first, and a fireball condensed in the stone rings at the top, quickly launching. The fireball directly hit a zombie lizard man, and flames instantly erupted around it, engulfing its entire upper body in flames. Within seconds, the lizard man fell to the ground, leaving only a charred corpse still emitting smoke. The 4 crystal towers fired continuously, and fireballs scattered, turning the undead in the front row to ashes. Nyes and the giant bear, transformed by Master Orson, charged out, with Valens following closely behind them. The surrounding bronze knight puppets were the first to encounter the undead's assault. The rotting sharp teeth and claws and rusty weapons could only leave shallow white marks on the knight puppets. In contrast, each strike from the knight puppets shattered one or even several opponents. The strength of these puppets was nearly at the level of a brute, and their defense was extremely powerful. They lacked speed and agility, but in this situation, agility had become irrelevant as enemies surrounded them. The giant bear pounced on the enemy, instantly crushing 7 or 8 undead warriors, and the surrounding undead turned to attack it. The giant bear roared, and from its massive paws emanated waves of yellowish light, which it then slammed into the ground. A wave of yellow shockwaves expanded instantly from Master Orson, knocking down enemies within a 10-meter radius. Master Orson swung his giant paw, and the surrounding undead were torn apart. Chapter 88, The Church of Light. Nyes charged wildly on Ferrari, which, clad in heavy armor, was also lethal to these physically weak undead. Often in a single charge, only severed limbs and broken arms were left behind. Nyes swung his great sword, hacking left and right. Utilizing Ferrari's agility, no matter where the pressure was too great, he could quickly provide support, clearing the surrounding enemies with a flurry of strikes before swiftly retreating. Before long, everyone on the battlefield understood that there was such a goat knight. Master Cecilia, having been injured in the previous battle, was advised by Master Murphy to rest and recover, so she did not act hastily. Master Murphy, on the other hand, raised his hand to unleash several firewalls, dividing the battlefield. Countless undead that stepped into the range of the firewalls were turned to ashes. But it was clear that everyone was still holding back, not launching a full-scale attack, as they did not know how many enemies remained or what their backup was. Especially the terrifying bone dragon and the necromancer behind it have yet to show themselves. At this moment, the church's team slowly moved to the side, gradually separating from the main force and standing in front of the ruins entrance. Several high-ranking priests joined forces to set up a holy light barrier, enveloping all church personnel within it. This layer of holy light barrier was both defensive and offensive, capable of blocking the undead's attacks and inflicting great damage to any undead that came into contact with it. The other paladins were fully covered in holy light, lined up in formation, swinging their long swords and cutting down rows of undead, with the power of holy light severely wounding these undead creatures. Knight Kevin wielded his longsword, unleashing golden cross slashes that could travel over 10 meters, killing all enemies in his path and preventing them from recovering under the power of holy light. Although the church's numbers were not large, perhaps due to the restraining relationship between the power of light and necromantic energy, they attracted an enemy force comparable in number to that of the Astrological Tower and the Royal Knights Alliance. This garnered quite a bit of goodwill towards the church, as they drew much of the enemy's attention, coupled with the fact that they had been on high alert throughout the night without rest. Everyone was now facing issues with fatigue. Nyes was doing relatively well. After enhancing his Shadow Flash, his stamina and endurance were far superior to that of an average person, and the spells cast by Mage Orson earlier were rapidly restoring his stamina and mental energy. Although he was not tired, He felt uncertain inside, staring at the undead legion before him as if it would never end. Master Murphy, think of a way to see if we can get into the ruins. Just staying outside is not a solution. Nyes shouted at Master Murphy. I've already checked. We are powerless. This ruin is enveloped in a defensive barrier. At least a holy level spell, and our abilities cannot break through. Master Murphy shook his head. Unless we have a relic that shares the same origin as the dragon. Then we could use the same source of power to open the door, or a dragon itself comes to open the door. Upon hearing this, Nyes felt helpless. Where could he find a dragon's relic? If such a treasure existed, wouldn't it have been taken out already? And as for a dragon, that was even more unlikely. At that moment, Nyes noticed the carvings and symbols on the ruins, and a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. Meanwhile, inside a slightly smaller ruin, a team of royal knights was cautiously walking through a passage, fully alert and emitting a faint multicolored glow. Boss, it seems very noisy and chaotic outside, a crew-cut man said, puzzled. The curly-haired leader frowned, his face serious. Don't worry about that. Our mission is to find the dragon egg. This is His Majesty the King's highest order. As members of the Empire's Blade, completing our mission is our highest duty. Ross, how much further? The curly-haired man asked. The whole team must remain alert. If we encounter traps, do not panic. Understood. At this moment, the battle outside the ruins was reaching its most intense point. Although the night golems were resilient, they could not withstand the continuous energy drain, having fought for several hours already, and their internal energy was nearly exhausted. The number of those unable to continue was increasing, and crucially, there was no sign of the enemy's numbers decreasing. Many had begun to feel despair. At this time, the collapse of woe was more lethal than physical fatigue. A huge roar echoed. Everyone looked up, searching for the source of the roar. A massive black shadow appeared in the distance. It was coming, the undead bone dragon. Its huge body gave an immediate sense of oppression. Although it had no skin or muscles, its sturdy bones still conveyed its former majesty. A cold aura shimmered within its giant hollow ribcage, and countless blue-black energies emanated from the dragon's chest, wrapping around its entire body. Finley felt a chill in his heart. That blue-black energy was pure soul power, most likely a dragon soul crystal. It seemed someone had summoned the bone dragon using the dragon soul crystal as a medium. However, it appeared nearly impossible to obtain the dragon soul crystal now. The bone dragon approached with huge strides, carelessly crushing countless undead beneath its massive claws into piles of debris and rotten flesh. Each of its steps made the ground tremble, and the tremors raised the anxiety of everyone present. Knight Kevin squinted as he watched the enormous body of the bone dragon draw closer and said, Now is not the time to confront it directly. We need not worry about others. Judge Leonis, open the door. The judge beside him showed a hint of dissatisfaction upon hearing Kevin's command. A young brat, relying on his status as the son of light, issuing orders without considering his position as the head of the tribunal, treating him as just a subordinate. However, grumbling aside, he still executed Knight Kevin's command. The dragon-tooth staff was taken out by Leonis. He held the staff with both hands, and waves of golden light rose from it, emitting a subtle dragon pressure. Master Murphy and several mages from the astrological tower turned their heads, as they seemed to sense something unusual. Finally, the staff was charged with energy, and a golden beam instantly shot out from the staff, hitting the massive door of the ruins, with the golden light entering the door. Just as everyone wondered what was happening, a distant sound seemed to echo from within the great door, and then, to everyone's surprise, the tightly closed door opened a crack. As the church personnel quickly turned and dashed inside, everyone finally realized what the other party intended to do, and curses were just about to escape their lips. But the great door slammed shut once again. Damn you, church scum. Chapter 89, The Dark Door of the Ruins. At this moment, everyone realized that the church had entered the ruins on their own, revealing that they had always had a way to get in. Many people's goodwill towards the church plummeted, and they began to curse and complain. It seemed even their confidence dissipated along with the church's abandonment of them. Captain Pawnee looked at his subordinates and spoke loudly. This is all a struggle for interests. Others are under no obligation to help us. As a member of the Royal Knights, should we place our lives and honor in the hands of outsiders? The more he spoke, the louder he became, and the surrounding Royal Knights turned their gazes toward him. Moreover, we haven't even reached the final step yet, and you're already complaining about others? He glanced around. Remember your identities. You are Royal Knights, the shield of the Empire. Lives may be sacrificed, but we must not lose our honor as knights. As he finished speaking, the Royal Knights seemed to awaken. The light and pride in their eyes returned. At this moment, Master Murphy also spoke. Indeed, everything is still uncertain, and everything could change. Valens looked around, scanning for Nyes. At this time, Nyes was at the wall of the ruins, knocking and tapping. With his understanding of dwarves, such a large structure could not possibly have only one entrance. Although dwarves were simple, they were not foolish. Sometimes they were extremely shrewd, and it was impossible for them not to leave themselves an escape route. Having grown up with dwarves, Nais had some understanding of their traditional runes, and at this moment, he carefully observed the runes on the wall. Finally, he discovered the familiar symbol from his mind, which was specifically used by dwarves to mark entrances and exits. At this time, the undead bone dragon was getting closer to everyone. Its huge body was now clearly visible to all. Within the bone dragon's eye sockets, a blue-black flame of soul fire danced wildly, and its body suddenly stopped, raising its head as a terrifying energy began to brew. Master Murphy saw the movement of the skeletal dragon and shouted to the side, "Penitence! Defend!" At this moment, Penitence had already begun to act. A flash of light appeared as he took an ancient staff from his storage space, one end of the staff adorned with a massive, deep blue crystal. With a loud shout, Penitence unleashed a wave of blue light from the crystal, instantly enveloping everything around them in a dazzling halo. Soon, a light blue magic array appeared above the wizard Penitence's head, rapidly expanding. Master Murphy also raised his arm. An arcane energy surged from within him, forming a purple energy shield above the blue magic array. At this moment, the skeletal dragon finally completed its charge, suddenly lowering its head and opening its large mouth, unleashing a torrent of blue flames that surged directly towards the group, spanning hundreds of meters. This breath of the blue dragon did not feel hot. Instead, it exuded a chilling aura, making the surrounding air seem to freeze. Suddenly, a thick purple lightning bolt flashed above everyone's heads, pouring down like a runaway wild horse. The dazzling lightning, as thick as a water barrel, struck the blue breath in an instant, causing the two powerful energies to collide in midair. The point of impact emitted a blinding flash and a shockwave. Only then did everyone realize that their own wizard, Cecilia, was hovering in midair, her entire body radiating with purple lightning, with countless arcs dancing around her. She released a strong current from her hands, her eyes flickering with the power of thunder. "Cecilia!" shouted the transformed wizard Asen, clearly anxious in his eyes. However, just a few seconds later, the fierce lightning abruptly ceased, and Cecilia's body became rigid, falling towards the ground. Asen took a step forward and quickly caught her, enveloping her in a green glow filled with life energy. Before anyone could react, the blue-black dragon breath surged towards them again, having been weakened by the electric energy, but still advancing without stopping. Captain Pawnee shouted, "Royal Knights!" All warriors who had reached the Great Knight level raised their weapons, beginning to gather their strength. Valens also sank his legs, endless red energy surging in his hands, growing increasingly intense. In an instant, the dragon breath was close to the heads of everyone. Captain Pawnee and many Great Knights swung their weapons, launching 7 or 8 beams of various colored energy towards the dragon breath. Valens swung his warhammer, and the violent red energy shot out rapidly. A series of explosive sounds erupted, creating several energy storms in the sky. The dragon breath was weakened once again, but still not completely dissipated. The remaining cold dragon breath finally arrived. 2 light screens, one blue and one purple, appeared simultaneously, blocking the dragon breath outside. The collision of the two energies produced a tremendous roar, and a strong energy storm raged around, blowing sand and leaves into the air. The purple shield began to crack, and after holding for a few seconds, it shattered with a loud bang, turning into countless sparkling dots that gradually disappeared. The blue shield became the last line of defense for everyone. Wizard Penitence poured his entire magical power into the staff in front of him, which emitted pure energy to continuously replenish the shield's consumption. Everyone's expressions were tense. If this last defense was broken, they would have to rely on their bodies to withstand the blow. Fortunately, the power of the dragon breath was not infinite, and it eventually ran out, gradually dissipating into the air. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wizard Penitence also turned pale, as if he had exhausted all his strength. However, everyone's hearts were still not at ease. This was just one attack from the skeletal dragon. Who knew if it could launch such an attack again? "Everyone, come here!" came the urgent shout from Nais. Nais was standing at a corner of the ruins, and somehow a large door had opened in the wall. The door appeared hexagonal, not seeming to be the result of forced destruction. "Quick, everyone get inside!" Nais shouted again. Finally, everyone reacted. "Hurry! The ruins are open!" Everyone rushed in. Even Master Murphy could hardly believe it, but his words did not slow down at all. "Asen, quickly take Cecilia inside." Everyone prepared to retreat into the ruins. No one had time to ask how the door opened. At this moment, they focused solely on retreating into the ruins. The skeletal dragon raised its neck and head once more, gathering the same energy again. The faces of those who had not yet entered changed drastically, and they instinctively quickened their pace. Finally, Everyone entered the ruins, and Nais, as the last person, quickly slipped inside and closed the door behind him. The closing hexagonal dark door rotated a few times on the wall, and the surrounding ruins flashed before disappearing, as if the door had never existed. At that moment, the dragon breath finally arrived, crashing heavily against the ruins, with a golden shield flashing, leaving the ruins intact. Chapter 90, The Golden Dragon King. At this moment, outside the ruins, on the back of the skeletal dragon, an unremarkable figure revealed itself. He was wrapped in a black robe, with only two eyes glowing with undead fire visible beneath the hood. He did not speak, and endless loneliness and hatred enveloped his entire being. The surrounding undead creatures were increasing in number, surrounding the ruins and sealing them off completely. The undead army did not act, merely surrounding the ruins and waiting quietly. In the center of the massive ruins, Knight Kevin was leading the first members of the church to advance through a corridor. Fortunately, we prepared this dragon-tooth staff in advance. I didn't expect the ruins to be so well preserved, lamented Chief Justice Leonis, holding the dragon-tooth staff. At this moment, Knight Kevin spoke up. The all-knowing and omnipotent God of Light sees everything. As his followers, we must dedicate all to the God of Light to obtain eternal redemption. Leonis nodded in agreement, but inwardly scoffed. What all-knowing and omnipotent? Only these headquarters people can be so fanatical. He controlled the staff in his hand, constantly sensing the route. The interior of the ruins was very complex. The massive corridors were clearly meant for dragons to pass through. The entire ruins were much larger than what appeared from the outside, with the underground portion being even more expansive. Everywhere were dragon statues and decorations made of huge stones and metals, and Leonis could clearly feel that this could not have come from the hands of dragons. According to legend, dragons are creatures that love shiny metals and gems, not only collecting them, but also plundering the wealth of others. Some powerful dragons even enslave other creatures as their servants. Dragons prefer to live in palaces, but do not build them themselves. Sometimes they attack human cities to occupy treasures and palaces there. Other dragons force their servants to build palaces and nests for them, demanding they collect treasures as if they were brutal kings. Since this Dragon King's ruins clearly housed a large group of dragons, it was highly likely that the undead goblin dwarves encountered earlier were servants enslaved by the dragons, serving them. The grand ruins were likely also the handiwork of the dwarves. As Leonis thought, he spoke again. We're almost there. After passing through the hall ahead, we should be close to our target. As everyone turned a corner, a large hall suddenly appeared before them. Knight Kevin slowly walked forward, and in the center of the hall, in the most conspicuous position, stood a huge golden statue. A massive golden dragon with its wings poised for flight, exquisitely crafted. Just as Knight Kevin approached, a loud roar exploded in everyone's mind. Thieves! Bandits! You will not take my treasure. Die, greedy bugs! As the voice fell, a visible and intense mental wave swept across the entire area. Everyone, including Knight Kevin, was instantly stunned and frozen in place. After entering the secret door, Nais discovered they were in a massive room, and everyone felt a sense of survival. Casting grateful glances at Nais, how did you manage to open the door? Valens was the first to speak up. This was the question all were curious about. Even the great Mage Murphy looked at Nais with interest. Nais, seeing everyone's gaze, said, "It's actually quite simple. I realized early on that this is a relic built by dwarves, and it's not surprising that they left a secret door for themselves." Great Mage Murphy smiled and said, "I also noticed this is a dwarven relic. It's common for giant dragons to enslave some races to build their palace nests. The key is, how did you determine there was a secret door and find it?" "I searched several times with magic and found nothing." Everyone nodded in agreement and turned their heads towards Nais again. Nais didn't keep them in suspense. "I grew up in a dwarven village, so I'm very familiar with their character and habits. Based on that, I deduced they must have left a secret door. Additionally, I know some traditional runes of the dwarves. The runes on the walls of the relic actually indicated the location of the secret door. It turned out so. Many people nodded secretly and connected this to Nais's identity as a disciple of a dwarven blacksmith master, making everything reasonable. Captain Pawnee spoke up. "In any case, it was indeed the Goat Knight who saved our lives this time. The Royal Knights will remember this. If we can get out, we will definitely repay you." Nais hurriedly declined. "We all help each other. It was also thanks to the Royal Knights blocking the undead and the mages from the astrological tower. If they hadn't held on with all their might, the door wouldn't have opened, and we would have all been finished." Upon hearing this, everyone agreed, and immediately expressed their thanks to the mages of the astrological tower. Everyone engaged in some small talk and pleasantries since entering the relic. They finally felt a sense of cooperation. "How is Mage Cecilia?" Nais inquired. Mage Orson stood up and said, "She was injured earlier, and just now she used all her strength to cast spells, exhausting her body. She is very weak now and needs to rest." From Mage Orson's tense expression and concerned tone, Nyes guessed that he had a special relationship with Mage Cecilia. Pedonance has also exhausted too much energy and needs to recuperate. I suggest everyone rest here to recover, and then we can set out together to explore the interior of this relic. Great Mage Murphy suggested. No one objected. Indeed, many royal knights were already exhausted and had taken some injuries, while the mages of the astrological tower also needed to meditate to recover their magical power. Conversely, Nyes and a few others were still in relatively good condition, so Nyes stood up and said, "I'm not injured. I'll scout the area nearby first." At this moment, the members of the church were controlled by a powerful mental force, unable to move, as the strong consciousness in their minds continued to roar. "Thieves. I hate thieves the most. I am the great Golden Dragon King. What do you think this place is?" The consciousness's thoughts were somewhat chaotic, constantly repeating certain phrases. "I will crush you. Crush you." Suddenly, there were two soft sounds. Two paladin knights immediately collapsed to the ground, blood flowing from their nostrils, ears, and eyes. In an instant, they lost their lives. Everyone was instantly thrown into a panic, but their brains were controlled by the invisible consciousness. And their bodies were unable to react at this moment. All energy and magical power could not be mobilized. This was clearly the residual consciousness of the golden dragon left in the golden statue, from the other party calling itself the Golden Dragon King. It was clear that in life, its power was at least above the saint level, possibly even stronger, now, even as just a remnant consciousness. It was more than enough to deal with these people. It was indeed a crisis moment. One misstep could lead to everyone's demise. Chapter 91, The Pope Appears. At this critical moment, a dazzling holy light radiated from Kevin's chest. A powerful mental force rose slowly from Kevin's chest along with the holy light. With the emergence of this mental force, it instantly lifted the Golden Dragon King's restraint on everyone present. Suddenly, everyone squatted on the ground, gasping for breath as if they had just escaped a great disaster. Leonis looked up in terror at Kevin, who was emitting golden holy light. At this moment, a majestic figure gradually took shape within the holy light. Above the golden statue, a mass of mist gathered, and then a huge dragon head appeared within it. As soon as the dragon head appeared, it let out a roar. The stench of holy light. "It's you." The already terrifying face of the dragon twisted with ferocity and hatred. "Liars. Traitors. Despicable holy light. Shameless god of light. Shut up, you reptile." At this moment, the shadow opposite spoke, directly interrupting the Golden Dragon King's curses. Knight Kevin had already regained his ability to move. He slowly stepped back and then knelt on one knee. "We welcome the arrival of His Holiness the Pope," he said, uttering words that shocked the entire hall. Leonis immediately reacted and also knelt on one knee. "The Imperial Church Leonis welcomes the arrival of His Holiness the Pope." Other paladins and priests from different churches, seeing this scene, followed suit and knelt down to pay their respects. The golden figure was indeed the Pope of the Supreme Church, though it was just a manifestation of mental power. Looking at the furious Golden Dragon King, the Pope spoke, "Since you are already dead, just disappear completely." As soon as the words fell, the Pope's shadow waved a hand, and a large amount of air around seemed to be compressed, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. The dragon head above the statue was subjected to even greater pressure, instantly emitting a terrifying roar. The dragon's shadow was constantly being squeezed, as if a force was trying to crush it. "Liars, all lies. One day, you will all face retribution." Retribution. The voice grew fainter and gradually became inaudible, and after the last bit of light dissipated, it completely fell silent. The chaotic air in the hall gradually calmed down, and everyone looked at the figure hovering in the holy light, not daring to make a sound. It was as if the giant dragon's mental power that had just appeared had never existed. The Pope's figure spoke again. "Son of the holy light, Kevin, I will soon disappear. This mental body will not last long. Remember not to disappoint my expectations. Rest assured, Your Holiness." The shadow turned around. Facing the statue in the center of the hall, "I will help you one last time." Suddenly, the shadow quickly condensed into a beam of translucent pure energy, shooting directly towards the center of the statue. With a dull crashing sound, the golden statue instantly shattered into pieces from top to bottom. Huge golden chunks fell heavily to the ground, and several church knights hurriedly dodged aside. Dust accumulated over countless years was instantly blown away, filling the entire hall. And Leonis quickly covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, as dust filled the air. Nyes walked out along the passage. Since this was a secret door built by dwarves, it would naturally lead to some special areas. He observed the patterns and carvings on the walls as he walked. And ahead was another hidden secret door. He had previously concealed from others that although the secret door was found through the method he described, he had not revealed the key items needed to open it. He took out the secret silver emblem of the Greystone clan from his spatial ring and gently pressed it against an inconspicuous indentation on the wall's relief. As a subtle silver light flashed, a secret door quietly opened beside him. Nais cautiously peeked out and saw a vast passageway, clearly designed for the passage of dragons. And from here, he could enter the main corridor of the ruins. Nais swiftly stepped out. The passage was not dark, as countless lights softly radiated from above, and the air in the corridor was slightly flowing, indicating that the entire ruins had excellent ventilation and lighting techniques. After walking less than 100 meters, he came to a separate hall. Upon entering, Nais noticed numerous dwarf symbols carved on the walls. He followed the symbols and eventually stopped in front of a huge mural. The mural depicted the appearance of the ruins, with countless dwarves surrounding it, holding weapons and shields, while the sky was filled with the silhouettes of dozens of giant dragons, their massive forms casting countless shadows on the ground. It seemed to narrate the scene of the dragon's arrival, exuding a sense of tragic and helplessness, allowing one to imagine the despair of the dwarves when faced with these evil dragons. At the bottom of the mural, there was another indentation. Nais glanced at the emblem in his hand and pressed it against the indentation again. Instantly, a wave of dizziness hit him before he could react. The scenery around him changed dramatically, and his mind was left in chaos. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself no longer in the original place. Still holding the emblem pressed against the indentation on the wall in front of him, Nais quickly checked his surroundings. It was a small room with a huge round table in the center, surrounded by 9 stone chairs. Curious, Nais walked over. Archmage Murphy was examining the injuries of everyone. Most people had nearly recovered, and even Cecilia had regained most of her strength with the help of life magic. At this point, Igor also felt something was off. They had been gone for quite a while. Valence, on the other hand, appeared indifferent, likely unable to think about such matters. Should we go check it out together? Igor still felt uneasy. Everyone had rested enough, so it would be safer to act together, suggested Archmage Murphy. All right. Knight Kevin looked at the hall after the dust had settled. The base of the statue had been shattered, and a golden light was now floating up from the base. The source of the dragon. Knight Kevin's face lit up with excitement. This was precisely their goal for this operation. The so-called source of the dragon is a primal power of dragons. It is formed from the accumulation of time spent by dragons, representing their heritage. It is well known that dragons are incredibly robust creatures, standing at the pinnacle of all beings, possessing top-tier strength, speed, and defense. However, the terror of dragons does not stop there. Their bloodline inheritance is also immensely powerful. As dragons age, they can awaken the dragon language magic within their bloodline, the most typical being the dragon's breath. This is a powerful offensive magic capable of incinerating metal. There are various other types of magic, such as the barriers surrounding the entire ruins, which is a form of dragon language barrier magic. Different types of dragons have different bloodline magic. For example, fire dragons can unleash a fiery domain, while shadow dragons possess magic for concealment. The source of the dragon is the core that contains this bloodline magic. Chapter 92, The Magical Gold Dwarves. The source of the dragon can continuously enhance and strengthen the power of bloodline magic within dragons. If passed down to the offspring of dragons, it can allow young dragons to activate their bloodline early and gain powerful dragon language magic. The key point is that other races can also absorb and fuse with this pure source core, thereby acquiring magical abilities beyond their own race. In fact, as a magician, there is not much need to fuse with this core. The human magical system is complex and complete, with various magical studies dedicated to different directions. As long as one wants to learn, they can. This source core is more of a valuable material for academic research for pure magicians. Knight Kevin looked at the golden source before him, his eyes filled with hopeful light. I want to fuse with it now. Keep watch around me. No one should disturb me, Knight Kevin ordered. Leonis immediately commanded everyone to defend the surroundings to prevent anyone from causing trouble. A golden holy light surged in Knight Kevin's hand, and without hesitation, he grasped the similarly golden source of the dragon. Instantly, a powerful mental impact surged into his brain. Various frenzied, bloodthirsty, and greedy thoughts relentlessly assaulted Kevin's spirit. Endless roars, endless destruction. This was the lingering consciousness of the dragon within the source. If he could not withstand this final mental attack, even if the fusion succeeded, he would become an idiot. At this moment, Knight Kevin's body trembled continuously. He furrowed his brow, straining to resist this surge of energy. Nais approached the round table in the center and saw an ancient notebook on it. Curiously, he picked it up to examine it. A thick layer of dust covered its surface, indicating that it had not been touched for a long time. Nais brushed off the dust and opened the ancient notebook. The writing was ancient, but still legible, although it was an ancient dwarf script. Nais had learned it in the dwarf village since childhood, so he could understand most of it now. My kin, the noble kin of the magical gold clan. The evil dragon has descended, and everything has been destroyed. The once grand civilization, the great cities, all are no more. My proud kin, reduced to slaves of the evil dragon, forced to associate with ugly goblins and eat alongside uncivilized lizard men. Noble warriors of the magical gold clan. In the name of the dwarf king, I vow, we will not fall, we must seek revenge. The 9 strongest warriors among us vow in the name of dragon slaying. We will slay the evil dragon, bathing in dragon blood, strengthening our dwarves. In the name of the dwarven god, we forge, gathering all the efforts, knowledge, precious dark gold, secret silver, and all the beliefs and fighting spirit of the dwarves. 9 weapons represent all our hopes. Slaying the evil dragon, not tarnishing the dwarven name. We failed. We still failed. The evil dragon, ha ha ha. We were all deceived. The other 8 have perished. Only I remain, a remnant soldier. My kin, turned to ashes in the flames, shattered under the claws. There is no hope. Let it end like this. This is my burial ground. No, I should not die here. This is not the resting place of a warrior. I will lock the weapons in the treasure chest. One day, perhaps one day you, who holds the emblem of the dwarves, cannot forget the hatred of the dwarves. After drinking this last cup of wine, I will go to search for my kin. Nyes looked at the last line, noticing a large empty wine cup at his feet. He seemed to see the lonely dwarf's figure charging towards the evil dragon without hesitation. The magical gold clan. This was indeed a dwarf clan, perhaps even a dwarven kingdom. Everything was destroyed by the suddenly arriving evil dragon. Nyes got up to check other areas, putting the notebook into his spatial ring. He would have the opportunity to hand it over to the current king of the dwarves. He would not let the name of this clan of dwarves fade away into the dust of history. At the back of the room, there was also a stone door, possibly sealed for a long time and aging. Nyes used all his strength to push it open. The moment the door opened, dazzling lights seemed to flash before Nyes' eyes. He quickly focused and looked. Good heavens! This was a warehouse, half of which was filled with the so-called rarest metal, secret silver. Piles of secret silver emitted a dazzling halo. The key point was that in one corner of the room, there was also a large heap claimed to be even rarer and more precious than secret silver, dark gold. At that moment, the undeniable brilliance radiating from within made Nyes' brain almost short-circuit. He finally understood the origin of the name of the Moken clan. Nyes glanced at the shelf by the door, where a row of 5 exquisite space rings was placed. Curiously, he picked one up and put it on. With a slight sense, the internal space was as enormous as a castle palace. Compared to this, the space ring he currently possessed was simply not worth mentioning. Nyes put on the other rings, and the internal space of each ring was incredibly vast. One of the rings even contained numerous books and scrolls, filling a space the size of a room. As Nyes flipped through them, he found they were ancient dwarven texts, including astronomical calendars, historical records, and knowledge spells. Many of the books had burn marks, and some had been more than half destroyed, indicating that the dwarves had rescued these ancient texts from flames. This should be the most important treasure for the dwarven race today, with a value even surpassing that of dark gold and secret silver. Nyes used the space ring to store the piles of secret silver and dark gold in the room, clearing out the warehouse, revealing a circular platform. Curious, Nyes walked over. Mage Murphy and the others followed Nyes' path, but only found the open secret door, with no trace of Nyes. They stepped out from the door into the corridor, but Nyes' figure was nowhere to be seen. Where did this guy go? He didn't run away, did he? Valens complained impatiently. That shouldn't be the case. We are already inside the ruins. There's nowhere to run. Let us not forget there are countless undead creatures outside. Mage Pedinance speculated. Everyone. I think we should split up here, said Captain Pawnee. I believe everyone has tasks and goals to accomplish. We don't have much time. We can't delay any longer. The Royal Knights acted decisively. The Royal Knights all saluted in unison and, under Captain Pawnee's lead, turned to walk down one side of the corridor. What about the 3 of you? Do you want to join us? Mage Murphy looked at Valens. Then we'll leave first, find the Goat Knight and inform him that the agreement is still valid. Chapter 93, Dragon Eggs and Dragonmen Puppets. Mage Murphy led the astrologers away. At this moment, within his storage space, a silver amulet was flashing with light. Sensing the faint signal emitted by the amulet, Mage Murphy gradually had a rough idea of Mage Hawkins' location. Mage Hawkins specialized in earth element magic and was an expert in the study of various minerals and gemstones. This amulet was made using a special gemstone that allowed them to sense each other's positions. Now that the amulet was emitting signals, it proved that Mage Hawkins was not far from them. He immediately communicated with the others. I have confirmed Mage Hawkins' location. Speed up. Meanwhile, within the ruins, the earliest team of Royal Knights was currently battling several puppet warriors. These puppet warriors were made of special metals and resembled dragon men. Dragon men are a fantasy form of dragons imagined by the people of the Aeon continent, resembling lizard men but stronger, with wings on their backs. They have been depicted in many ancient texts and murals, but in reality, Dragon men are not a real race, and dragons cannot transform into human form. However, at this moment, this fantasy creature had been made into puppet warriors, powered by magical crystals, wielding massive weapons as they fiercely fought against the invading royal knights. Not long ago, Jones, the captain of the Blade of the Empire, led his team to finally find the so-called Dragon Egg incubation chamber. In the vast incubation chamber, tower after tower stood, with each tower's top designated for storing dragon eggs. Although most of the dragon eggs had shattered and lost their signs of life over time, leaving only weathered shells or empty incubation spots, they still found 3 dragon eggs showing signs of life among nearly 100 eggs, which was indeed rare but exceeded Jones's expectations. 3 dragon eggs. One was white, with a faint silver glow swirling around it. One was red, surrounded by a steamy heat. And one was blue, with invisible air currents swirling around it from time to time. Everyone was filled with excitement as the mission objective lay before them. Perhaps due to the passage of time, most of the hundreds of Dragon Man puppets guarding the dragon eggs had become unresponsive, but ultimately, Dragon Man puppets were activated. The bodies that had not moved for thousands of years were once again filled with energy. And the ancient puppets began to fulfill their mission from long ago, to guard the dragon eggs. The Blade of the Empire. As a secret force of the Heist Empire's royal family, trained all personnel from a young age, with strength above that of great knights and impeccable discipline and obedience. The reason the Blade of the Empire could operate independently within the knight system was due to their unique training method. 5 people formed a team, and each member of the Blade of the Empire learned a unique royal magic called resonance technique from childhood. This magic is essentially a spell that enhances physical abilities. Children who could not learn this magic ultimately could not enter the Blade of the Empire. This enhancement magic does not significantly amplify the casteress abilities and does not provide unique enhancements in any one aspect. Instead, it offers a comprehensive enhancement of strength, agility, defense, and recovery, etc. For an individual, this enhancement might not be obvious, as the strength is evenly distributed across various dimensions, resulting in no outstanding ability. However, the most special aspect of this magic is that it can stack as the number of casters increases. With 5 people, the enhancement energy can stack 5 times, greatly increasing the strength of all 5 individuals. 10 people provide the most effective stacking with the highest cost-performance ratio. Stacking beyond 10 leads to a significant decrease in enhancement effects. Thus, the Blade of the Empire operates in teams of 5 and larger units of 10. The leader of this Blade of the Empire team is Jones, and the vice captain is Ross, the man who previously operated the artifact to find the dragon eggs. The light on the 10 individuals stacked together, and at this moment, everyone's strength had reached around the 3rd or 4th tier of Great Knights. While Jones's strength was comparable to that of a 5th-tier Great Knight, just a step away from becoming a Divine Knight. The strength of the 4 Dragon Man puppets was also formidable, had it not been for the long passage of time leading to their energy depletion. These puppets would have been even more terrifying. Even so, every movement of the Dragon Man puppets generated strong gusts of wind, their power and speed rivaling Jones. Jones shouted. Blue pure energy surged in his hands, and the surrounding air temperature instantly dropped, a bone-chilling cold covering his longsword. He thrust his sword, striking the puppet's thigh. The icy energy immediately eroded the puppet's body, but this power, which would be unbearable for an ordinary human, had greatly diminished in effectiveness against the Dragon Man puppet. The puppet's speed hardly decreased, and it paid no attention to the frost on its body, swinging its giant axe fiercely. A colorful light flashed on one of the team members, who swiftly dodged the puppet's attack. Their physical and magical resistances are so strong. Captain, these guys are too unreasonable. One team member couldn't help but exclaim. Do not let your guard down. The material of these puppets is very special, and they are hardly affected by any type of attack. Jones analyzed. If we really can't destroy it, we can only drag it out and exhaust its energy. They also have their limits. They led them to the outer room. If the battle affected the dragon egg, our mission would fail. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began to move outside, preparing for a prolonged battle. At this moment, if Nyes were here, he would recognize that most of the materials used for these puppets were made from priceless mithril. Meanwhile, Nyes looked at the circular base before him, which clearly had a depression for placing a dwarf emblem. Without hesitation, Nyes placed the emblem in the depression, and soon the stone lid on the circular base split in half and slowly opened. Nyes glanced inside and saw a brilliant red light filling his vision. This pure red seemed to contain boundless magic and power, continuously attracting Nyes' attention. The entire base opened to reveal a circular pool filled with an unknown red liquid. Crystal clear, with every drop seemingly containing countless sparkling lights. Nyes' nose twitched as he sensed a fishy sweet smell. This hint of aroma instantly entered his body. and every cell in Nai's felt as if a sponge had met water, rapidly absorbing this essence, spreading a pure energy throughout his body. A warm sensation enveloped him, as if his muscles were relaxed after intense exercise. In just a moment, Nais was shocked to find that his physical strength had slightly increased. Chapter 94. The Resurgence of Dragon Might. At this moment, a phrase flashed through Nais's mind. Bathe in dragon blood. Strengthen my dwarves. Could this be dragon blood? How could that be? A substance like dragon blood couldn't possibly be preserved for so long. But then again, maybe not. The magic gold dwarves might have other ways to preserve it. Perhaps this base was specifically a container for storage. When Nais had chatted with Mage Quentin earlier, Quentin had mentioned that dragon blood was a treasure containing immense power. Since ancient times, any plant watered with dragon blood would eventually grow into what is known as dragon blood grass or dragon blood fruit, which are precious herbs that enhance physical strength. Creatures that inadvertently consume dragon blood would undergo significant transformations, becoming what are referred to as dragon beasts. Ancient texts recorded a mouse that consumed dragon blood and became a terrifying dragon beast, losing its sanity, ultimately needing to be dealt with by a holy knight. History also recounts many dragon-slaying heroes who bathed in dragon blood after slaying dragons. These heroes ultimately became legends and epics in stories. In short, dragon blood is a supreme treasure for physical enhancement, and it would not be an exaggeration to say it is the best treasure for strengthening the body. In ancient times, dragon slayers fought tooth and nail for the treasures on dragons, which included dragon eggs, dragon blood, and the essence of dragons. These three were the most valuable treasures on a dragon, and obtaining any one of them could greatly enhance one's strength. At this moment, Nais looked at the blood before him, radiating a splendid red light. At first glance, it didn't look like blood, but rather like a liquid ruby. Through the dragon blood, Nais noticed some black shadows at the bottom of the pool, as if many things were submerged at the bottom of the blood pool. Curiously, Nais extended his finger and dipped all 5 fingers into the dragon blood. Sure enough, the blood was instantly absorbed into his skin, and a stronger, purer energy flowed into his body, with every cell frantically devouring this energy, continuously strengthening itself. At this point, Nais no longer hesitated. He wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He took off his armor and clothes, standing bare-chested at the edge of the blood pool. Taking a deep breath, Nais decisively sat down in the blood pool. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying energy enveloped Nais's body, seeping into him through every pore. Nais's body greedily devoured this energy. The sensation was incredibly comfortable, like soaking in a hot spring. Nais closed his eyes and began to focus on absorbing it. At this moment, Knight Kevin felt his soul continuously growing, like a baby rapidly maturing, gradually becoming a youth, then growing into a man. This change was not only in his physical size. The man's brain was also filled with knowledge and experiences absent in a baby. Time passed, and the golden light in Kevin's hand merged with his own golden light, bathing him in a golden glow, resembling a holy angel. Everyone was shocked as they watched Knight Kevin in the light. He still had his eyes closed, but a faint yet uncontrollable aura began to emanate from him. This aura instilled an inexplicable feeling of wanting to submit and bow down in everyone's hearts, and under the intimidation of this aura, their bodies even dared not make any extra movements, carrying a natural suppressive force. Kevin's soul continued to grow, and this powerful feeling was truly wonderful. He felt the powers emerging in his mind, and confidence surged within him. What Baron Eyes? What the Goat Knight? This time, they would surely die at his hands. He wished he could rush out now, find the Goat Knight, and humiliate him, letting him suffer and die before his eyes. However, the essence's power had not yet been fully absorbed. The essence of the Golden Dragon King had now shrunk to the size of a bean, and with a little more time, he would be able to fully merge it. The last bean-sized essence also dissolved, transforming into a wave of thoughts rushing into Knight Kevin's mind. Madness. Violent emotions instantly washed over Knight Kevin's soul, and the cold, murderous intent and frenzied thoughts sought to invade his soul. In an instant, his mind transformed into a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, seemingly filled with the Golden Dragon King's lingering resentment, merging into Knight Kevin's soul along with the essence's power. Kevin's face contorted in a terrifying grimace as he struggled to suppress these thoughts. He knew that if these thoughts merged with his soul, they would cause unpredictable changes to his character and consciousness. Thus, he exerted all his will to block the Golden Dragon King's thoughts. At this moment, Leo Nis looked at Kevin, who suddenly broke into a sweat and turned pale, sensing the danger within. His ambition was not great. The power in his hands was enough for him to enjoy a lifetime. He did not crave strength and success like the young. This time, he was unexpectedly assigned a mission directly from the Supreme Church, and the Imperial Bishop temporarily dispatched him to assist the son. It was also due to his insufficient ambition that led to his inadequate strength. Many other priests who joined the church around the same time had already surpassed him. As he pondered these thoughts, he failed to notice that Knight Kevin had already opened his eyes. His originally handsome face bore a hint of arrogance, and the gold in his pupils gradually faded, followed by an aura much more powerful than before radiating from him. This aura pierced through the ruins, sweeping across most of the valley in an instant. Countless lizard men trembled under this aura, some even collapsing in fear, as a long-lost bloodline suppression re-emerged. Outside the ruins, in the forest, on the back of a massive bone dragon, the black figure shuddered. This familiar aura caused his hollow, lifeless eyes to erupt with overwhelming killing intent and hatred. He lifted his head, seemingly roaring silently, and the bone dragon beneath him seemed to sense his emotions, letting out a terrifying roar, its massive bony wings flapping wildly. A fierce whirlwind suddenly swept through the surroundings, lifting countless trees and skeletal soldiers into the sky. In one part of the ruins, this aura swept by forcefully, causing the people at the astrological tower to pause their steps. Sensing the fury and pride contained within this aura, Mage Pedinans exclaimed, "Dragon might! Impossible! Could there still be a living dragon here?" The expressions of the others were filled with solemnity. "It's not a dragon. This dragon aura isn't pure. If it were a true dragon, it would be 10 times more terrifying." Mage Ausen deduced through his own senses that it is the source of the dragon. It has been absorbed by someone. I suspect it's those church folks. They've been prepared for a long time. The one speaking is Grand Mage Murphy. Chapter 95, Thousand-Eyed Illusion. Everyone fell silent in an instant. From the beginning, although the church had not directly opposed them, their actions had left everyone with a bad impression. At this moment, thinking that the other party might have obtained the source of the dragon made everyone uncomfortable. Mage Cecilia stepped forward and spoke. "Now is not the time to consider this issue. Mage Hawkins is still waiting for our rescue. Indeed, we are very close. The signal shows that Hawkins is in the room at the end of the passage." Grand Mage Murphy said firmly, "We have been searching forward all the way. Based on my judgment, we should have left the main ruins and arrived at one of the 2 smaller ruins we saw outside. The underground parts of these ruins are actually connected." Mage Ausen also began to analyze. "Rescuing people is the priority," Mage Pedinans also said. Then he raised his staff, and a large amount of elemental energy immediately gathered at the top of the staff. With a gentle lift of the staff, this elemental energy instantly fell upon everyone, enveloping each person in a thin blue protective shield. "This is my newly improved elemental shield, which provides good protection against physical and magical attacks." Grand Mage Murphy also spoke, reminding everyone to be careful when entering the room and to protect themselves first. In the room ahead, it was enormous, stretching endlessly. It was more like an underground space than just a room. The ceiling was dozens of meters high, with specially designed light openings allowing sunlight to pour into this space. At this moment, it was filled with various dense plants, completely different from other places. When the members of the astrologer's tower entered, this was the scene they saw. "So many plants?" Mage Quentin questioned. Mage Ausen immediately crouched down, placing one hand on the ground, and began to sense using the forest priest's professional talent. After a while, he stood up. "These plants are very ancient. Based on my sensing, there should be a monster present here, seemingly having existed for a very long time. Everyone must be careful. We may have already been discovered." Just as Mage Ausen finished speaking, a wave of invisible mental power quietly enveloped the crowd. The defensive shield cast by Mage Pedinans suddenly trembled violently, with the light on it flashing furiously. In less than 2 seconds, the defensive spell shattered, and an instant mental shock hit everyone. The 3 magic apprentices were the first to be affected, their eyes going blank as they froze in place. Mage Quentin felt a cold breath flow through his entire body, and he suddenly opened his eyes, finding himself in his research room in the astrologer's tower. The research on the new chimera had just reached a critical moment. He couldn't stop now. Mage Quentin was excited, eagerly getting up and walking to his desk to focus on his research. At the same time, Grand Mage Murphy sensed the problem instantly. He activated a charm in his hand, which emitted a faint glow, and a pure, gentle energy immediately enveloped his entire brain. Soon after, the shield shattered, and a cold, chilling mental force surged in. The energy in Grand Mage Murphy's brain spread out as if it had met its nemesis, dissipating the chilling mental force like a storm. Grand Mage Murphy's attention instantly focused. He turned to look at the others around him. At that moment, he saw Mage Cecilia completely stiff, her eyes clearly devoid of spirit, with a faint smile on her lips. He then noticed Mage Quentin's rigid body, his lifeless eyes, only his brow furrowed, as if he were pondering something difficult. "It's a mental illusion," Grand Mage Murphy exclaimed. At this time, a thick green energy was continuously radiating from Mage Ausen, and soon he seemed to have broken free from some constraint, began gasping for air, and looked at the others around him. At this moment, Mage Pedinans walked over, saying as he approached, "It's indeed an illusion. I haven't encountered this kind of magic in years. It seems that only the three of us have not been affected. Mage Alson looked at Cecilia beside him, anxiously calling out her name. Cecilia, wake up. Unfortunately, there was no response. Mage Alson raised his voice and began shaking her body, trying to wake her up. I think this won't work. Forcibly waking them up might cause damage to their brains, Grand Mage Murphy said, immediately stopping his actions. Mage Alson turned to him, asking what they should do. Mage Pedinins said firmly, there's only one way, which is to eliminate the caster. We have already been discovered. Even if we don't look for him, he will come to find us. Then let's hurry to find him. We can't leave them behind. Mage Alson was clearly very anxious. Don't rush. I'll first use a small barrier to protect them. After Mage Pedinins said this, he quickly took out several magic crystals, distributing them around the few people. And then a white light shield enveloped them. Let's go. No matter what kind of monster the opponent is, we can only fight him. As he spoke, Mage Alson transformed into a raging giant bear without hesitation. Grand Mage Murphy and Mage Pedinins floated lightly, then easily landed on the giant bear's back. Before long, the three arrived at the center of this underground forest, and sure enough, there was a huge dead tree here. Hanging from the decayed branches were numerous cocoon-like objects, giving off a creepy feeling. Under the tree was a large white stone, surrounded by countless piled bones, forming a small hill, with the white stone at the top of the hill. Upon closer inspection, they found that among the many bones were various creatures, including common goblins, lizardmen, dwarfs, and some massive beast bones, along with unknown large teeth, etc. At this moment, they realized that this was not a giant stone but a massive spider. Its size larger than the giant bear Mage Alson had transformed into. It was facing them, and on its terrifying face were hundreds of eyes constantly moving, looking very frightening. The thousand-eyed illusion spider. Grand Mage Murphy exclaimed in shock. It seems that this beast is the one casting illusions on us. Mage Pedinins said coldly. Don't underestimate it. In addition to illusions, it also has tough webs and venom, which are very troublesome. Grand Mage Murphy warned loudly. The two floated down from the giant bear's back, casting spells like Swift Technique, Petrified Skin, Heart of Nature, Strength Enhancement, and so on. A flurry of buff spells were cast on the giant bear, transformed by Mage Alson. The giant bear became even more fierce and ferocious, standing upright on its hind legs, roaring loudly, and then charging toward the white thousand-eyed illusion spider. The entire ground trembled under the giant bear's frantic run, producing a dull, thudding sound. The thousand-eyed illusion spider also let out a shrill roar, watching their fierce battle. Sometimes the opponent was other wild beasts, and sometimes it was small bipedal creatures. I don't know when it started, but those dragons never came again. And the beasts that couldn't leave began to devour each other out of hunger. After countless battles, this place was finally divided into several territories, each occupied by a powerful beast. After countless more days, the lack of food caused these powerful beings to start fighting each other as well. As a small thousand-eyed illusion spider, it carefully snatched scraps of meat amidst the battles, constantly hiding itself and ambushing the injured prey. This continued until it grew larger and larger, until one day, the last beast fell victim to its illusions, allowing its venom to be injected into the opponent's body. Finally, it killed all living beings in the area, but the long passage of time left it unable to leave, forcing it to subsist on the juice of some plants. During idle times, it remained motionless like a stone to reduce its energy expenditure. Today, a prey unexpectedly provoked it, and it couldn't wait to tear the opponent into pieces. The thousand-eyed illusion spider suddenly elevated its body, its massive abdomen contracting, and its tail shot out a white phantom at incredible speed, heading straight for the giant bear's face. However, the cautious Asen the mage had already started to dodge as soon as he saw the spider's body lift, its round and hefty form exhibiting surprising agility. The ground beneath the giant bear was crushed underfoot, and in an instant, the giant bear was already in front of the spider. A massive bear paw was raised, its long and thick claws reflecting cold light as it swung down toward the thousand-eyed illusion spider, ripping through the air with a terrifying howl. If hit, even the hard shell would suffer deadly damage. The paw struck empty air, crashing into the ground with a thunderous roar, scattering countless bones. Asen the mage, undeterred by the miss, immediately pursued to counterattack. A series of frenzied attacks ensued, but the thousand-eyed illusion spider deftly evaded them. In return, it occasionally countered with a pair of sharp pincers, catching Asen off guard. Fortunately, Pedinins the mage had been keeping an eye on the battlefield, and whenever the spider's attack was about to hit Asen, an invisible shield would appear around him, blocking the thousand-eyed illusion spider's strike. Asen's repeated attacks were dodged, forcing him to change tactics. Suddenly, the giant bear raised both arms high and brought them down hard onto the ground. A violent force radiated outward from the bear, invisible air currents swirling around, and countless bones at the center were instantly crushed to powder, causing that area to tremble unsteadily, making it impossible for the thousand-eyed illusion spider to maintain its balance. At that moment, the distant Murphy the Great Mage seized the opportunity, pressing both hands forward as an invisible pressure descended from above directly onto the thousand-eyed illusion spider. Gravity suppression. The thousand-eyed illusion spider, caught off guard by this tremendous force, was instantly pinned to the ground. At this moment, the giant bear's paw, accompanied by a tremendous roar, came crashing down. The thousand-eyed illusion spider could only barely evade, but the paw still struck its back shell. A crisp cracking sound echoed, accompanied by the spider's furious roar. The hard shell shattered, revealing a terrifying wound, from which countless yellow-green bodily fluids flowed out. Awesome the mage was eager to capitalize on the advantage, but at this instant, the hundreds of eyes of the thousand-eyed illusion spider turned simultaneously. In the distance, Pedonins the mage shouted to be careful. Instantly, energy surged from his hands, continuously reinforcing the mental shield he had already set up. The thousand-eyed illusion spider emitted a terrifying hissing sound, sending waves of invisible shockwaves outward. The first to bear the brunt was Awesome the mage, who was closest to the spider. Countless powerful mental forces struck him head-on, and an invisible shield struggled to withstand the impact. Once, twice, 3 times. Finally, the shield shattered, and Pedonins shouted, "Be careful." In that instant, the giant bear roared, surrounded by several green energy rings, countering the invisible shockwaves. This momentary pause rendered the giant bear unable to act, while the thousand-eyed illusion spider's tail shot out a white silk thread directly toward the ceiling. Then, the massive thousand-eyed illusion spider launched itself upward from the ground, disappearing from the sight of everyone in an instant. Pedonins and Murphy the mage immediately looked up, but could no longer locate the spider's position. The two exchanged a glance and moved closer to the giant bear. At that moment, Awesome the mage finally recovered from the shock, but the thousand-eyed illusion spider had already vanished. "Be careful, that beast is cunning," Murphy the Great Mage said, while gathering a sphere of purple energy in his hands. Compressing it further, the contained energy becoming increasingly formidable. The surroundings suddenly fell silent, with their breaths slowing as they sensed the movements of the thousand-eyed illusion spider. Without warning, the spider dropped from above Murphy the mage, its sharp pincers aimed directly at his head. The giant bear could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. Murphy the mage, however, remained calm, raising the purple energy above his head and shouting, "Arcane impact." The descending thousand-eyed illusion spider was struck by a full blast of arcane impact, the purple energy exploding violently, sending powerful shockwaves skyward. The massive spider was sent flying by this overwhelming force, suspended in the air for several seconds without reacting. Its mouthparts shattered, and countless green fluids flowed from its mouth, along with dozens of its eyes completely destroyed by the impact. The thousand-eyed illusion spider seemed to be dazed for a moment. In that brief moment, a blue wind blade flew from Murphy the mage's hands, seemingly merging with the air, appearing at the spider's rear in an instant. With a swish, the spider's silk was instantly severed. The heavy spider crashed to the ground with a tremendous sound, causing the ground to tremble. Pedonins the mage launched several blue crystals that encircled the thousand-eyed illusion spider, creating an elemental ring that instantly confined the spider within. "Awesome!" Murphy the Great Mage shouted. Without needing a reminder, the giant bear charged forward. Chapter 97, Treasures and the Giant Axe. Meanwhile, at the top level of the massive ruins, Knight Kevin had now merged with the essence of the dragon, his state at its peak. He felt the vast new power within him, the essence of countless golden dragon kings surging inside. Although his strength had not instantly reached the level of a dragon king, it was like planting a seed. As his strength continued to grow in the future, this essence would become even stronger, and the power of dragons he could wield would increase. Merging with the essence, Knight Kevin even contained a trace of the residual memories of the Golden Dragon King in his brain, leading him and the others directly to the treasure vault at the top level. This was the place where the Golden Dragon King stored treasures, and a massive metal door stood before him, intricately carved with complex, unknown runes, the entire room shrouded in powerful magic. If the corresponding spell could not be used to open the door, brute force would be the only option. However, a treasure vault protected by a Dragon King's magic could not be opened by ordinary brute force. At least, no one among the current intruders had such strength. However, Knight Kevin slowly approached, extending a hand to press against the door, feeling the magical elements emanating from it. With a thought, an energy containing dragon power began to flow along a mysterious path. The magical energy on the door started to dissipate at a retreating tide-like speed, and within just a few seconds, the magical barrier vanished completely. "You take over from here." Chief Judge Leonis, though dissatisfied with Knight Kevin's attitude, was overwhelmed by the excitement of about to open a treasure vault. Several paladin knights stepped forward, grasping the door's edges and applying force. The heavy stone door finally began to move slowly, producing a rumbling sound. Everyone was filled with anticipation as the door finally opened, revealing the situation inside. It was a huge metal room, essentially a metal cube, with a door opened on one side. At this moment, the metallic box was filled with countless gold and various treasures. A burst of golden light illuminated everyone's faces, making them appear as if they were made of gold. Just a glance was enough for Knight Kevin to lose interest. The dragon really was superficial, even with the power of the Golden Dragon King. It still found these mundane things interesting. After all, they were just a bunch of beasts. This treasure house was primarily made up of gold, with countless gemstones and diamonds scattered about. Occasionally, someone would discover something special. This is mithril, a huge chunk. It could make 3 sets of the finest magical armor. Oh my god, I have a dozen magical items. Stop rambling. Grab what's valuable. With such a large treasure house, even if we filled all our storage rings, we wouldn't be able to carry a tenth of it, Leonis sighed. Indeed, many of them were standing on a mountain of gold, able to swim in it, with treasures lying at their feet for dozens of meters deep. Chief Judge Leonis was completely stunned. For him, this was real gold and silver. Even without any status, these treasures could allow a person to live a life of luxury, not just for one lifetime, but his sons, grandsons, and generations to come could enjoy wealth. Knight Kevin had already walked to the other side. These treasures held no attraction for him, as he intended to study new powers. The source power of the Golden Dragon King contained a considerable amount of Dragon King's strength. Suddenly, without any warning, a layer of golden dragon scales instantly covered his arm, even extending long claws from the tips of his fingers. Although this layer of illusory dragon scales was not as strong as real dragon scales, its defensive power was still terrifying. He could feel that his current skin could withstand the giant sword of the Goat Knight without any scars. At the same time, this layer of dragon scales greatly increased his strength, making it easy to tear apart iron and shatter gold with his bare hands. He was quite satisfied with this dragon transformation. Soon, the dragon scales receded, and he wanted to test out dragon breath. But many of his techniques were hard to use in this enclosed space. In a corner of the ruins, Valens and the others were searching for Nice. Where did this guy go? He didn't even give a heads up. Valens complained. He probably ran into some mechanism. Didn't we encounter several traps along the way? IGG spoke up. Everyone, since we can't get the Dragon Soul Crystal for now, shouldn't we consider looking for other treasures? Finley suggested. You have a point, but where should we look? Valens asked. I just used a soul spell to sense, and the room on the left ahead has a different feeling. The others looked at each other, and Valens directly said, Then let us go take a look. After speaking, he walked in that direction. The 3 cautiously entered the room, which was not large, but quite deep, with walls lined with various tools like hammers and pliers. One side also had many extinguished forges, with melted metal blocks still visible. It seemed to be a foundry, but it was unclear what they were forging. As they delved deeper, they began to see some metal castings, enormous in size. Some clearly unfinished. On one wall, they saw what was being forged. Etched into the wall was a giant dragon, clad in majestic armor. This armor was layered, covering the dragon completely. It seemed that these castings were part of the armor. It was truly a grand undertaking. However, it was obvious that the project had been interrupted before completion. Besides the armor, there were also some regular products scattered about. Various common weapons and armor lay to one side, but the passage of time had rendered these items aged and utterly impractical. The 3 finally arrived at the unusual location sensed by Finley, where a giant axe emanating a faint energy wave hung on the wall. The axe had blades on both sides and still looked incredibly sharp, clearly not an ordinary item. Valens couldn't help but want to reach for it. Wait. Finley stopped him. Finley released a stream of gray-black elemental energy that enveloped the giant axe. He slowly began to sense it, and after a while, just as Valens was losing patience, an ancient voice came from the axe. Who is it? I am still alive. Chapter 98, Old Soldier Hanmore. The 3 were stunned and shivered, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. They saw a translucent mist slowly emanating from the surface of the giant axe, which soon coalesced into a human form. Gasp! Valens involuntarily exclaimed. It's a ghost. Finley said. It's okay, it's just a mere wisp of a soul, incapable of harming us. At this moment, the figure had become clear, and they could finally see what it was. An old face appeared, with a large nose, a bushy beard on the chin, and sparse hair on the head. It was clear that he was very old. As soon as the figure coalesced, it shouted at the 3, Dragon. Where are those damn dragons? Although the voice was old, the anger was evident. Finley immediately interrupted. Don't shout so loudly. The dragons have disappeared. Disappeared? What do you mean disappeared? How could they disappear? The phantom began to yell again, and the 3 looked at him with disdain. After a while, with some explanation from the 3, The old man in the phantom finally understood the current situation. He finally quieted down. What is your name, old man? Valens asked. My name? Let me think. What was my name? The old man's memory was a bit confused. I am Hamor. Yes, old soldier Hamor. Hamor? The three exchanged glances. Who are you? How did you end up in this axe? Valens inquired. The dragons came without warning, descending from the sky, breathing fire everywhere. Killing many. We tried to stop them, but with just one breath, my brothers disappeared, melted along with their armor. To save our kin, we surrendered. We became slaves to the dragons. These greedy and brutal reptiles occupied our palace and forced us to work for them. Those who opposed them were either turned to ash or sent to the arena for the dragons' amusement. Those were truly dark days. There was no hope. The three began to sympathize with the dwarves' plight. Bandits descended from the sky, and their wives and children became slaves overnight. How could they not feel sorrow? Finally, one day, the dragons' plan was leaked. They intended to wipe out all dwarves after we finished forging the armor. This news made everyone abandon their fantasies, and we began our revenge plan. 9 divine warriors would carry our strongest weapons and lead all dwarves to slay the dragons. Poor me, I was already too old. But how could a true warrior die in bed? So I volunteered for the experiment. Experiment? What experiment? IGG asked curiously. Ha ha ha. It's a legendary technique among the dwarves. Using people to forge weapons is the only way to create the greatest legacy artifacts. Artifact? Are you sure it's an artifact? Can people forge artifacts? Valens was a bit skeptical. The phantom glanced at Valens with a look of disdain. Our highest pursuit as dwarves is to forge artifacts. The god of dwarves specializes in forging artifacts. We believe that creating legacy weapons is an essential path to forging artifacts. The three looked at each other. It was their first time hearing about forging artifacts. How do you use people to forge artifacts? Finley asked. Sacrifice. Sacrifice your own flesh as fuel, and your soul as a catalyst. Forge the strongest weapon. Hanemoer spoke these words with a proud expression on his face. However, a few people were also shocked by his words. Sacrificing oneself as fuel and one's soul as a catalyst sounded very cruel. Seeing the expressions of the others, Hanemoer disdainfully said, Do you think anyone can be a candidate for sacrifice? Only the strongest and most devout dwarves, with rich combat experience, can qualify. I am old now. This is my highest honor. If successful, my soul will fight alongside the dwarf warriors forever. This is the supreme glory. You understand nothing. After saying this, an infinite light emanated from Hanemoer's eyes. A few people began to be moved, at least impressed by his indomitable fighting spirit. So have you succeeded? Valens asked. Succeeded? Hanemoer looked at himself and the surroundings. I'm not sure. According to the master craftsman, after success, I should have no consciousness. Only my primitive soul merging with the weapon. I don't know. Perhaps I haven't succeeded. Hanemoer lowered his head in disappointment. Otherwise, why wasn't I part of the final revenge battle, and why am I only being awakened now? The others could only remain silent. They did not dare to confirm anything. You just said there are no dragons here? Hanemoer asked. Yes, we haven't seen any dragons since we came in, but there is a revived undead bone dragon. Which is just a skeleton now. The undead dragon. Hanemoer's expression changed. Take me with you. Even after all these years, I want to chop at the dragon's bones. Otherwise, how can I rest in peace? Hanemoer looked determined. Valens glanced at the giant axe on the wall. We didn't say we were going to fight the undead bone dragon, but it is also your enemy, right? In that case, if there's even the slightest chance, take me with you. I can be of use. Bringing you is not a problem, Finley said, ignoring the questioning looks from the other two. But you must promise not to scare people by running out randomly. Upon hearing the agreement, Hanemoer nodded. Don't worry. In this form, it takes a lot of effort. It's better to merge into the axe. All right, Valens, you take him first, Finley said. Valens had long wanted to try it. As soon as Hanemoer's phantom merged into the giant axe, he eagerly picked it up. The axe was lighter than he had imagined, giving off a chilling touch. Don't worry, this axe is made of the best materials. Do you know about dark gold? Forget it, you wouldn't understand. Hanemoer's voice directly appeared in Valen's mind, startling him. If he hadn't already known the other party, he might have dropped the axe. Don't be so surprised. By the looks of you, you're also a warrior. Don't lose the honor of a warrior. Valens scoffed internally, mumbling, I come from a land of warriors. The blood of the war god flows in my veins. I don't need you to teach me. Chapter 99, The 9 Weapons and the Limits of the Flesh. Nace was completely submerged in a blood pool, with only his head above water. His body continuously absorbed the immense energy contained in the dragon's blood, and the strength of his flesh grew rapidly in this short time. It had increased more than he had achieved in months of training. At first, Nace felt like he was soaking in a hot spring. The warm sensation was very comfortable. As the enhancement of his body increased, the energy absorption began to slow down, but it was still countless times faster than his training. The sensation had transformed into a sauna. His whole body was obviously heating up, his skin turned red, and he was sweating profusely. However, Nace gritted his teeth and persevered. If he let go of this opportunity, he would regret it later. As long as his body could endure, he would not give up. In the end, Nace felt as if he were in a pot of boiling soup, being repeatedly simmered. The skin and cells of his body were experiencing a burning pain, and this all-encompassing pain made him lose the perception of his body. Apart from the pain, he could no longer feel himself. So, when he tried to stand up, he suddenly found that he could not control his limbs at all. His body felt as if it were not his own, visible but unresponsive. Nace began to panic. The burning pain intensified every second, and he was unable to move. For a moment, he felt as if he would melt into the blood pool, with the surrounding dragon blood seemingly boiling, bubbling continuously. Although Nace could still feel his body growing stronger, he was already in a state of panic, fearing that he would not hold out before reaching the limits of his physical enhancement. The dragon blood was not only strengthening his physical power, but also continuously transforming his body, enhancing his potential. It was like pouring water into a bucket. As the water level rose, the walls of the bucket also increased, expanding to accommodate the growing volume. So, Nace had no idea how far this potential development would go before it stopped. At present, he had exceeded the first-tier Great Knight and was approaching the limits of a second-tier Great Knight. Just when Nace felt he could not hold on any longer, his consciousness began to blur, and the images before him became somewhat unreal. He finally thought of Ferrari, who had been enhancing normally before. At this moment, he couldn't care about much else. With a thought, Ferrari instantly enhanced itself, and his body suddenly expanded slightly, with clear improvements in strength and endurance. The suffocating feeling and the imminent crisis of melting away dissipated significantly, becoming bearable. After regaining his composure, Nace finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid he would die young here. While others gained great power after encountering fortuitous events, he would end up prematurely. Nace began to feel the state of his body. All his skin and muscles seemed to be renewed, and the scars and burns from forging had disappeared. His muscles had become more perfectly balanced, achieving a kind of golden ratio. At this moment, the absorption speed of his body significantly slowed down, but it was still progressing steadily. The blood in the pool had also decreased by more than half, leaving less than a quarter of what it had been. Because of this, Nace finally saw the bottom of the pool. At the shallow bottom of the blood pool, 9 weapons were arranged, previously soaked in dragon blood, and nothing could be felt from the outside. But at this moment, these weapons were slowly radiating a heart-pounding energy. A golden greatsword, a black warhammer, a blood-red great axe, a silver spear, a platinum shield, a blue longsword, a dark purple scythe, a dark green dagger, a blue gauntlet. The shapes of the 9 weapons were exquisite, adorned with countless intricate patterns, emitting a faint glow, clearly not ordinary items. From the perspective of Nace, a blacksmith, he had to admit that these exceeded all the weapons he had ever seen, even surpassing the limits of his imagination for forging. Compared to his previous works, they seemed like trash. He once thought the great sword in his hands was a divine weapon, forged with dark gold, mithril, and the runes of dwarven craftsmanship. However, now it appeared that he was still far from a true divine weapon. Just as Nace was about to reach out to take them, his body trembled. A wonderful feeling spread from Nace's heart, and his perception suddenly became several times sharper. The air around him, which had previously seemed like air, now allowed Nace to sense every disturbance in the airflow. In another dimension, it contained incomprehensible, terrifying power. Just a slight sensation of that power sent a jolt of fear through his heart. As Nace was still feeling the sensations, a brilliant light burst forth from the blood pool beneath him. At that moment, 9 weapons simultaneously emitted a dazzling array of colors. And then these weapons transformed into streaks of light, dancing in the air. The entire warehouse was instantly filled with the sounds of violent and intense air currents and shrieks. Faintly, a majestic voice entered Nace's mind. "Bathe in dragon blood. Strengthen my dwarves. Those who come, as descendants of dwarves, or dear friends of dwarves, please accept the final glory of the mithril dwarves. Slay the dragon. My heart is unyielding." This voice was extremely authoritative, and Nace guessed it belonged to the dwarven warrior who left behind the final notes and weapons. Following this, the 9 glowing orbs rushed towards Nace one by one and instantly merged into his chest. A warm and grand energy spread within him. The 9 weapons transformed into 9 light points, now hovering in Nace's mind, slowly rotating. Nace's mind was immediately filled with new information. These were the highest technological achievements of the mithril dwarves, the legacy artifacts. They were said to possess the form of divine artifacts. Due to being immersed in the dragon blood pool collected by the dwarves, the artifacts and dragon blood influenced each other. The artifacts purified the impurities in the dragon blood, leaving only the pure essence, elevating the quality of the dragon blood to an extremely pure level, making its effects even more powerful. Meanwhile, the dragon blood continuously nourished the artifacts, keeping them in optimal condition. They did not lose their power over time. Since most of the dragon blood had been absorbed by Nice's body, these artifacts also recognized their master and resided within him. This was also the original design of the mithril dwarfs, leaving a complete legacy for the latter. First, strengthen the body with dragon blood, and then directly absorb the 9 artifacts soaked in dragon blood. However, the power of these artifacts was too great, with Nice's current strength. He could not unleash their true power. Only as Nice's strength continued to grow could these weapons reveal their true forms. In shock, Nice finally stood up, feeling the energy within him, which was simply incomparable to before. This should be the limit of the flesh. Nice indeed found that his body could no longer absorb even a trace of energy. This was the true limit of the physical body, far stronger than those so-called brute force users. If a brute force user was a full cup of water, then he was a full barrel of water at that moment. Looking at the remaining dragon blood in the pool, after Nice's final absorption, although it was already scarce, he still collected it in a bottle and put it into his space ring, as it might be useful in the future. Chapter 100, Dragon Egg. As the last drop of blood was collected by Nice, he discovered that there was actually a treasure chest in the center of the pool. Curiously, he picked up the treasure chest, which was also made of mithril, truly luxurious. Ever since he found this room, he had become accustomed to seeing such precious materials as mithril. The center of the treasure chest had a groove, and Nice pressed the dwarven emblem onto it, causing the chest to open with a click. Nice secretly sighed. If it weren't for the dwarven elder giving him this emblem representing the trust of the dwarven clan, he wouldn't have been able to come this far. Is this causality? The treasure chest slowly opened on its own, and a rich life force emanated from within, causing Nice to widen his eyes. A blood-red egg appeared before him. This watermelon-sized egg is the dragon egg? Nice felt a bit incredulous. These mithril dwarves were indeed a bit cunning, not only secretly collecting so much dragon blood, but also hiding a dragon egg. Looking at the rough, scale-like patterns on the surface of the dragon egg and feeling the peculiar energy emanating from it, Nice was momentarily stunned. At this moment, Kevin Knight on the top floor of the ruins changed his expression. He suddenly turned around, his eyes emitting a terrifying light. The aura of the dragon egg. It seems someone has gotten their hands on it. A smile appeared on Kevin Knight's face. No matter who obtained the dragon egg, it would ultimately belong to the Church of Light. This is also the reason why he wanted to get the source of the dragon first. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the location of the dragon egg. This sensation in the bloodline was very clear, and Kevin Knight's consciousness extended towards a certain point in the ruins along with this feeling. Disappeared. Kevin Knight suddenly opened his eyes. The sensation of the bloodline connection had inexplicably vanished. This is impossible. It was clearly very clear just a moment ago. Nice closed the box again. Such a valuable item was indeed worthy of being housed in a mithril box. He stored the treasure chest in his storage space. However, a strange feeling lingered in his heart, becoming clearer. The battle outside the incubation room had reached its conclusion. The strength of the blade of the Empire was indeed not weak, and with their cooperation, no one was injured. Although the strength of the Dragon Man puppets was not weak, they were merely mindless puppets with no combat wisdom. Under Captain Jones's command, the energy of these puppets was also nearly exhausted. 2 of the 4 Dragon Man puppets had already run out of energy and were completely immobile. However, it was a miracle that these puppets could still move after such a long time. If it weren't for the special materials used to make these puppets, they probably wouldn't have even lasted until their energy was depleted. The others had already entangled the puppets. Jones and Ross directly went to retrieve the dragon egg. The 2 quickly climbed to the top of the square stone tower, and at the top, on a pedestal resembling an altar, the dragon egg sat there, perfectly intact. The pedestal released a gentle energy that enveloped the dragon egg in the center, causing the dragon egg to slightly hover above the pedestal, slowly rotating. Jones reached out his hand to Ross, who directly took out a golden disc-like object that radiated a distinct dragon aura. Taking the holy artifact from Ross, Jones brought it close to the dragon egg. As the distance closed, the artifact emitted a faint pulling force. The dragon egg, suspended above the pedestal, began to slowly move, breaking free from the energy that enveloped it, and then steadily floated in the center of the disc. Success! This holy artifact is indeed useful. It not only guided them along the way and helped them open the ruins, but now it easily captured the dragon egg as well. Jones placed the silver dragon egg into a prepared wooden box and then put it into the storage ring. He looked up and said, "Let us go. There are 2 more. At this moment, a smile appeared on Kevin Knight's lips. The aura of the dragon egg re-emerged, proving that it still couldn't hide from his perception. And this time he could clearly feel that there was not just one dragon egg, but three dragon eggs, which were also quite valuable treasures for the Church of Light. As long as he could get hold of these 3 dragon eggs, perhaps one of them would be his. Prepare to depart, Kevin Knight suddenly ordered. Leonis, who was directing the loading of treasures, instinctively asked upon hearing Kevin Knight's command. But we haven't finished loading yet. Before he could finish his sentence, he realized he had said too much. He saw Kevin Knight's intimidating gaze shooting towards him. At this moment, Kevin Knight, having fused with the source, possessed a strength that Leonis could no longer casually speculate on. A tangible mental shockwave spread outward. Everyone present felt an irresistible authority sweep through their minds, causing them to startle and stop their work. I don't want to say it a second time, Kevin Knight said coldly. Gather. Prepare to depart. Leonis, having reached this position, clearly had some basic insight. Kevin Knight led the way ahead, moving quickly along the way. Whether it was traps or mechanisms, they seemed to fall silent before Kevin Knight, triggering none of them. The crowd advanced rapidly through the ruins, moving smoothly. The dragon egg can only be mine. Confidence erupted in Kevin Knight's eyes. 3 dragon eggs have been collected, and the mission went even smoother than expected. Jones was almost in disbelief. The last 2 puppets had also run out of energy and stopped moving. Since the established goal had been completed, and it was only the 2nd day, with the exit passage still not open, it would be better to gather with the other royal knights first to collect some additional treasures. With this in mind, Jones took out a rune stone from his pocket, activated it with his own energy, left a message, and then led his team in a certain direction. Meanwhile, another group of royal knights, under the leadership of several captains, was searching the rooms. Along the way, they found some magical equipment and materials, but nothing significant. One captain suddenly pulled out a rune stone from his pocket, held it in his hand for a moment to sense it, and then said to the others, "The captain of the Blade of the Empire is summoning us." Another captain raised his head and said, "Even though it says we shouldn't concern ourselves with the Blade of the Empire's matters, they have their own mission. But we are not obligated to cooperate with them, right?" Although he said that, when they first received the communication rune stone, it also stated that they were entering as representatives of the Empire. Honor was also bound. It makes sense to cooperate as much as possible. After all, we haven't found a trace of the dragon eggs. They might have new discoveries. At that moment, a strange voice came from the door. "Oh, are you also searching for dragon eggs?"